Despite the unforeseen circumstances, Qin Mian remained unfazed by the 20-minute cooldown period. For he was acutely aware that Verstappen's soft tires would undoubtedly lack the durability of his own medium tires. He estimated that if he defended against Verstappen 2 more times, the latter's soft tires would lose their grip. To be candid, Qin Mian's defensive strategy leaned heavily on Verstappen's fervent desire to win, coupled with his own reluctance to engage in a direct exchange. Had Verstappen forcefully entered the corner moments ago, the likelihood of him breaking away from Qin Mian would have been substantial. Of course, there existed a risk for Verstappen of being propelled off course by Qin Mian's left front tire, though this possibility was rather slim. However, Verstappen hesitated to gamble on Qin Mian's ability to maintain control of his vehicle, opting instead to forego the perilous maneuver. After all, the race had only just commenced, and the competitors still retained ample stamina, allowing their minds to remain lucid and their emotions in check. With 55 laps still ahead, opportunities for Verstappen to overtake Qin Mian were plentiful, and Hamilton had not established a significant lead. In fact, Verstappen could still see the glow of Hamilton's taillights, rendering any rush unnecessary. As Verstappen gazed at Hamilton's distant car, confidence radiated from his eyes. After 7 laps, he noted the flashing taillights of Qin Mian's car a mere 0.4 seconds ahead and could not resist inquiring within his team's communication channel. "I see Qin Mian is on medium tires, and my soft tires have lost grip. I believe we can attempt an undercut on Qin Mian now." It was evident from Verstappen's tone that he was somewhat agitated. "Understood, Max, pit on lap 18. His track engineer promptly replied, indicating that they had likely contemplated this undercut strategy well in advance. The words exchanged within the Red Bull team's communication were swiftly relayed by the FIA's broadcast. "Haha, I see the underlying implication in Verstappen's words," Felix chuckled. He must be growing frustrated with Qin Mian's defense, realizing he cannot surpass him, especially with his tires deteriorating. Hence, he is contemplating an undercut. Bing also laughed, adding, "Being locked in like that must be quite uncomfortable, particularly when one's speed exceeds that of the opponent." On the track, Qin Mian, through Frankie, learned that Verstappen was about to pit. After all teams' communication channels were interconnected. Yet, just as Red Bull could not follow Mercedes' strategy in pursuit of victory, the already advantaged Qin Mian would not adhere to Red Bull's tactics. Moreover, the strategies employed by Qin Mian and Verstappen were inherently dissimilar. At present, Qin Mian's intermediate tires still provided ample grip, rendering a pit stop for tire changes somewhat superfluous. Thus, Qin Mian maintained his own tempo on the track, while the gap between him and Hamilton had widened to 3 seconds. Hamilton, opting for a more relaxed pace, kept the distance from Qin Mian consistently beyond 3 seconds. Sainz, positioned in 4th, lacked the speed of both Qin Mian and Verstappen. Even as the two engaged in a fierce battle, Sainz could only cling to their tails with the aid of DRS, merely managing to stay in their slipstream. Following Verstappen's pit stop, the absence of DRS support from the front allowed Qin Mian to gradually extend his lead over Sainz by 0.4 of a second per lap. Watching Qin Mian drift further away, Sainz felt a sense of helplessness. To be candid, Sainz had been quite exhilarated when he learned of his opportunity to join Ferrari. Despite realizing that securing the second driver position would require him to outperform Qin Mian in internal tests, he remained largely unconcerned, even harboring a degree of disdain towards Qin Mian. A Chinese driver? What exceptional talent could possibly emerge from China? Formula One is no child's play like Formula 2. Every F1 car is a formidable beast, not something a novice like Qin Mian, who had merely dabbled in simulators, could handle. Thus, despite knowing he had to compete against Qin Mian, Sainz, with his years of F1 experience, felt no trepidation and was prepared to teach the young Chinese driver a lesson. However, an incident occurred that brought disgrace to Ferrari. Qin Mian's departure, followed by Mercedes' brazen poaching of Ferrari's talent. Such betrayal within the paddock was generally scorned, particularly when it involved a historic and deeply rooted team like Ferrari with a vast fan base. Surprisingly, the paddock's discourse at that time did not overly condemn Qin Mian. Rather, many Ferrari fans directed their ire towards the team's upper management, with Binotto bearing the brunt of the backlash. As Ferrari's team principal, he became the target of fans who misunderstood the situation, despite being one of those who wished for Qin Mian to remain at Ferrari. It was indeed a matter of timing and fate. Initially, Sainz felt pleased, believing that Qin Mian possessed a keen self-awareness and a sense of practicality. However, as the 2021 season commenced, Sainz began to sense something amiss. The entire Ferrari team soon shared this sentiment. In his debut Grand Prix with Ferrari, Sainz finished in 8th place. Though this matched his qualifying position, the concern was not merely about his own performance, but rather that someone else might outshine him. Indeed, Qin Mian, having left Ferrari, achieved an impressive P2 in the qualifying phase of his first ever F1 Grand Prix, although he secured only a 3rd-place finish in the main race. A drop from his qualifying position, it is undeniable that this young Chinese driver has demonstrated astonishing talent and remarkable defensive prowess in the realm of motorsport. In comparison with the Mercedes and Ferrari drivers, the latter faced even harsher criticism. At this moment, Sainz no longer harbored even a hint of disdain towards Qin Mian. For who would dare to underestimate a competitor boasting double the points? However, due to his performance, which paled in comparison to his teammate Leclerc and the rookie Qin Mian, Sainz felt considerable pressure from public opinion. Nevertheless, this was irrelevant to the current race. Returning to the main topic, after recognizing that he could not catch Hamilton and that Sainz posed no threat from behind, Qin Mian shifted into a long-distance cruising mode. Verstappen, upon exiting the pits, found himself in 6th place, trailing Norris, and with the medium tires fitted, he would undoubtedly pit again. It remained uncertain which tires he would choose for his next stop. As the 22nd lap commenced, the pit window opened, and Sainz was the first to pit for fresh tires. Ferrari's pit stop was lackluster, taking a total of 22 seconds, with 25 seconds spent in the pit lane. Observing the changes in standings, Qin Mian, who had consistently maintained a gap of less than 5 seconds behind Hamilton, curiously inquired via radio, "How is my tire wear?" Frankie replied, "The tire condition is better than expected. However, we advise you to conserve your tires as much as possible. We are exploring the feasibility of Plan C." In reality, there was no true Plan C. It was merely another code. To those within the Mercedes team, Frankie's words essentially meant, maintain a conservative pace and disregard whether Verstappen will undercut you. We are assessing the viability of a one-stop strategy. Qin Mian was somewhat surprised at the excellent condition of his tires today. Understood. The race continued, and as the pit window opened, drivers began to pit in succession. Notably, the drivers in the leading group opted not to pit. As tire degradation set in, the time gap between Hamilton and Qin Mian, which had gradually extended to 5 seconds, began to diminish. By the 34th lap, the distance between Qin Mian and Hamilton had shrunk to 36 seconds, and this figure continued to decrease. Qin Mian's driving style remained unchanged, with ERS energy reserves fluctuating around 50, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Behind him, Perez had been distanced by 16 seconds, posing no threat to the two Mercedes drivers. In the 37th lap, Hamilton ultimately decided to pit due to tire wear issues, allowing Qin Mian to assume the lead. On the track, Qin Mian rediscovered the pure joy of driving reminiscent of his days in F2, quickly entering a state of harmonious unity with his car. He navigated the racetrack entirely in accordance with his most comfortable driving style. Naturally, once he entered this state, Qin Mian experienced a significant increase in speed, even managing to set the fastest lap with a set of neutral tires after completing 38 laps. Just as everyone at Mercedes was beginning to believe that Qin Mian might once again ascend to the championship throne in this race, a noticeable jolt occurred at the start of the third timing sector during the 40th lap. Following this jolt, the entire vehicle lost power, and its speed began to diminish markedly. Although the engine continued to operate, responding to Qin Mian's acceleration attempts and displaying no irregularities in RPM, the engine's power could no longer be transmitted to the tires. Consequently, the loss of power rendered Qin Mian's car gliding along the track. Immediately, he inquired through the team radio, "What the hell? The engine has lost power? No power. What happened, Frankie? What is going on?" Upon hearing Qin Mian's message, the team promptly began to analyze the data from his car. Soon, Frankie provided a response. "It seems to be a mechanical failure. We are truly sorry, Qin Mian, but we may have to retire from the race." Although Qin Mian had already surmised the nature of the problem with his vehicle at the first sign of trouble, he, aware of his system skills, was reluctant to accept that his car would abandon him on the track. Before the race commenced, he had felt no abnormality in the vehicle, and he had even applied a buff prior to the start. There was no reason for it to malfunction. However, Frankie's words struck him like a bucket of ice water. jarring him into reality. At that moment, the broadcast team also noticed something amiss with Qin Mian's car, directing the live camera toward his location. The speed of Qin Mian's vehicle visibly slowed, and as he decelerated, the cars behind him began to zip past one by one. Soon, the race officials displayed a yellow flag in the third timing sector where Qin Mian was located. Was that a Mercedes? Did Hamilton encounter issues just after leaving the pit lane? Upon noticing a slowing Mercedes on the track, Feige was taken aback. Bingo, with keen eyes. Spotted car number 66 trailing behind Qin Mian. That's not Hamilton. It's Qin Mian. His car has encountered a problem. What? Qin Mian was performing splendidly in this race. He had a chance at victory. What went wrong with his car? Oh, how unfortunate. The three commentators were all surprised by the mechanical failure of Qin Mian's car. However, mechanical failures leading to retirement are an inevitable aspect of motorsport. So all they could do was express their regret in the studio before returning to their primary duties. As Qin Mian found himself devoid of power during the third timing segment, his car continued to glide gracefully, propelled by inertia. Consequently, Frankie from the team inquired, "Is it possible to coast the car back?" After all, Hamilton had just entered the pits for a tire change, and Red Bull's second driver, Perez, had yet to make his stop. If a safety car were to be deployed due to Qin Mian's car halting on the track, Hamilton would be at a significant disadvantage. Qin Mian was acutely aware of this predicament, yet he understood that the aerodynamic design of F1 cars entails considerable drag. After assessing his car's current speed and the rate of decline, he responded, "It is impossible to bring the car back. But I will do my utmost to stop it at the Matthew entrance." Despite the distressing sensation of watching fellow drivers speed past him, which felt as if a weight was lodged in his chest, Qin Mian resolutely calmed his emotions. He had familiarized himself with the circuit prior to the race. Noting the location of the Matthew entrance in the third timing segment, relying solely on the inertia of his car, he glided into the Matthew entrance. The officials, recognizing Qin Mian's consideration, refrained from deploying the safety car and swiftly lifted the yellow flags. The Red Bull team members and fans, who initially reveled in the sight of Qin Mian's mechanical failure, felt a tinge of regret upon witnessing him skillfully maneuver his car into the Matthew passage. They had anticipated a scenario where Mercedes would lose a driver, potentially triggering a safety car that would benefit Red Bull, yet in the end, only Qin Mian had to retire. As Qin Mian approached the Matthew entrance, he did not apply the brakes even once. He traversed a stretch of gravel and seamlessly entered the passage, expending all the inertia his car had left. After his car encountered issues, the broadcast switched away from the now monotonous racetrack, as overtaking and racing incidents are commonplace. While the sight of a driver retiring like Qin Mian is indeed a rarity, a helicopter hovered above, its cameraman fixated on Qin Mian. Although he adhered to the team's directive not to signal for a safety car, all the preparations, weeks of groundwork, countless meetings, and hours spent simulating this very circuit vanished in an instant. Qin Mian felt a pang reminiscent of discovering the relationship between Fan Yu and Zhu Hong, a tumult of discomfort, disappointment, resentment, agitation, anger, and helplessness engulfed him. In a fleeting moment, negative emotions flooded Qin Mian's mind. He switched off the engine and sat motionless in the car. Observing that he had not exited the vehicle, Matthew approached, concerned and eager to offer assistance. Qin Mian waved him away, yearning for solitude to gather his thoughts. How could the car have malfunctioned? It shouldn't have happened. He had bestowed it with enhancements before the race commenced. Upon reflection, Qin Mian accessed his system and reviewed the description of his skills. Soothing machine spirit, blue. Description, active skill, upon activation, can significantly reduce the failure rate of target mechanical creations within the subsequent 2 hours. The notion of significantly reducing elicited a sound of mild exasperation from Qin Mian. This utterance was more a release of pent-up frustration. After all, the system's skill did not guarantee that the vehicle would be free from issues. During the F2 race, several drivers experienced mechanical troubles, and the fact that his racing car had remained unscathed throughout the entire season could indeed be attributed to the prowess of this system skill. One cannot place excessive expectations on a blue active skill, can one? With a sigh, Qin Mian lamented his unfortunate circumstances. However, he did not linger in the car for long. Once the tow truck arrived, he exited the vehicle. As he stepped out, Feigu remarked, "You're out. It doesn't seem to be a physical issue. It's just your first encounter with a mechanical failure, and naturally, you wanted to remain in the car a bit longer." Zhou Hauran added, This is likely Qin Miao's first mechanical failure. Previously, he had a smooth journey. It's only natural that he feels somewhat uneasy and disconcerted in facing such an experience for the first time. Once outside, Qin Miao dutifully adjusted his headrest and racing steering wheel, then watched as Matthew hoisted his car onto the flatbed. After confirming that his vehicle was secured, he donned his helmet with a sense of melancholy and made his way to the pit area. The broadcast even captured a close-up of his retreating figure, which indeed appeared quite desolate. Upon returning to the pit area, Qin Miao discovered Barber and Mercedes Chief Technical Officer, James Allison, awaiting him at the entrance. After 2 months of close interaction, Barber had evolved from merely being Qin Miao's physical trainer and nutritionist to taking on the roles of personal secretary and assistant. Their time spent together had surpassed even that with Qiu Meng, fostering a solid rapport. Naturally, upon Qin Miao's withdrawal from the race due to mechanical failure, Barber rushed over. Concerned to ascertain Qin Miao's emotional state, James Allison's primary purpose for being there was to offer comfort. As the de facto second-in-command of the Mercedes team, he had come in Toto's stead, who was currently indisposed. His presence served as a message from the team to Qin Miao. He would not lose his position as the second driver due to this unfortunate event. With a somewhat forced smile, Qin Miao addressed the two. I was uncertain about the process during my first experience. What should I do post-retirement from the race? Barber approached, lips pressed together, and embraced Qin Miao, suggesting, return to the hotel, enjoy a hearty meal, take a warm bath, and indulge in a restful sleep. Considering this, Qin Miao found Barber's proposal quite appealing. James Allison also stepped forward, patting Qin Miao on the shoulder. Indeed, I concur with that suggestion. Additionally, I can grant you a day off, allowing you to report in Spain on Thursday afternoon. Take this time to rest at home and spend time with your family. Thank you, Qin Miao expressed, nodding appreciatively. After a brief encounter among the three, Qin Miao returned to the team's pit. Upon seeing him, his crew members exhibited signs of guilt. After all, Qin Miao still had a chance to contend for the championship in this race, albeit slim, and at the very least, he was in the running for second place. However, due to a mechanical failure of his car, he ultimately had to withdraw from the race. This outcome was not only difficult for Qin Miao to accept, but also for those who had provided him with support and services. Although the Mercedes team fostered a culture of non-blame, they felt a sense of accountability for the issues that befell Qin Miao's car, leading to their hesitance upon encountering him. At that moment, Qin Miao was too absorbed in his own disappointment to notice the unusual atmosphere among his crew. This exemplified the disparity between young and seasoned drivers. An experienced driver, despite their own distress, would likely have sensed the discomfort among their team and offered some words of encouragement. In contrast, young drivers like Qin Miao often find themselves preoccupied with their own struggles, leaving little room to consider the feelings of others. Upon his return to the pit, Toto personally adjusted a chair for Qin Miao, placing it beside him. Sit, he instructed. Qin Miao removed his helmet and balaclava, dejectedly taking a seat next to Toto. Once settled, Toto, while monitoring Hamilton's data and the live broadcast, remarked, even though you had to withdraw from this race, your base salary will still be accounted for. As for the finishing bonus, I'll take a hit and count you as second place, which amounts to 300,000. Qin Miao was taken aback. Was this truly how one comforts another? And was now the appropriate time to discuss bonuses? As a team leader, should he not assume the role of a mentor, guiding his junior with wisdom and understanding? Bringing up money so directly seemed rather crass. Nonetheless, amidst Toto's blunt remarks, Qin Miao found that his negative emotions had somewhat eased. Before he could respond, Toto handed him a spare headset, saying, Hamilton. Surprised, Qin Miao accepted the headset, confirming it was indeed Hamilton attempting to reach out before putting it on. Soon, Hamilton's voice resonated through the earpiece. Hey, Qin, don't worry. And there's no need to feel down. Such situations on the track are inevitable. Who hasn't faced something similar in their career? Trust me, everything will turn out fine. Receiving comfort from a teammate currently competing was a source of reassurance for Qin Miao, making him feel valued and cared for. As a fellow driver, he understood how challenging it could be to divert one's focus to converse with others while racing, as it could easily lead to distractions and driving errors. Nevertheless, Hamilton chose to express these words to himself only after returning to the paddock. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Qin Mian understood that at this moment, any further hesitation on his part would border on ungratefulness. Thank you, Lewis. But I am fine. You need not worry. "I shall be waiting for you in the paddock until the race concludes," Qin Mian replied calmly. After responding, he settled beside Toto, watching the broadcast on the monitor while occasionally glancing at the lap times and tire degradation data of other drivers on the track. During his time at Ferrari, he had observed such data alongside Binotto and was quite familiar with these meteorological charts and statistics. Thus, he comprehended them effortlessly. In the race, despite the absence of his loyal wingman, Hamilton exhibited little sign of despondency, leveraging the advantage that Qin Mian had established prior to his retirement to lead the competition. Ultimately, he secured victory, even under pressure from the two Red Bull drivers. This race posed little stress for Hamilton. The only source of emotional turbulence was Qin Mian's withdrawal. The final standings of the race were as follows: P1, Hamilton 26, fastest lap; P2, Verstappen 18 P3, Perez 14 P4, Norris 12 P5, Leclerc 10 P6, Ocon 8 P7, Alonso 6 P8, Ricciardo 4 P9, Gasly 2 P10, Sainz 1. The overall point standings were as follows: 1, Hamilton 702, Verstappen 51-3, Qin Mian 44, Norris 3-4-5, Leclerc 36, Perez 24-7, Ricciardo 16-8, Sainz 13-9, Ocon 8-14, Kimi 1. Due to Qin Mian's retirement, his position fell from second to third, while the two Alpine drivers surged fourth, claiming spots on the leaderboard. The team standings were: 1, Mercedes 1102, Red Bull 75-3, McLaren 54, Ferrari 4-3-5, Alpine 14-6, AlphaTauri 6-7, Aston Martin 5-8, Alfa Romeo 1. With the loss of a key player, the previously widening points gap between Mercedes and Red Bull shrank instantaneously. However, Qin Mian's retirement could only be deemed an unfortunate mishap. Once the issue with his car was identified, measures could be taken to prevent recurrence. After all, Mercedes is Mercedes, and it is unlikely they would face a problem that could not be resolved over several races. During the post-race award ceremony, as the entrance to the pit area was nearby, Qin Mian walked out with the Mercedes team staff, celebrating Hamilton's victory. Upon spotting Qin Mian in the crowd, Hamilton made a special effort to embrace his younger brother, offering him words of comfort. The subsequent proceedings need not be elaborated upon excessively. Although Qin Mian remained among the crowd alongside the team staff, he genuinely felt no joy. He perceived himself as an outsider amidst the throng. Following the award ceremony, Qin Mian proceeded to the interview area to partake in the post-race interview. Inevitably, the reporters inquired about the reasons for his withdrawal from the race. During this period, the team had roughly deduced the cause of his car's loss of power, yet, since the race was still ongoing and his vehicle had not yet been returned, they had not disassembled it to ascertain the specific issue. Thus, in response to the reporters' inquiries, Qin Mian could only state, based on the team's conjecture, "It seems the gearbox encountered a malfunction. However, without the car's return, we cannot definitively pinpoint the precise problem within the gearbox. I apologize, but I cannot provide an accurate answer to your question." The reporters then pressed further, asking whether this defeat and withdrawal would affect Qin Mian's mindset and his performance in upcoming races. Qin Mian shrugged, replying, "Humans are inherently forgetful beings. No matter how distressing an experience may be, after a couple of days, that sense of suffering begins to fade. A month from now, life will return to normal. Withdrawing was merely an inevitable occurrence within the realm of chance, and I believe I can adjust my mindset before the next race commences." With that, he expressed his gratitude for the interview and nodded in acknowledgement before returning to the paddock with the team's press officer. Typically, after an interview, there would be a post-race meeting followed by a gathering, the expenses of which would naturally be covered by the team. However, having already been granted leave, Qin Mian was not obliged to attend, and attendance at the gathering was not mandatory. Indeed, as Allison had indicated, Toto truly allowed Qin Mian a respite, permitting him to return to England for a few days of rest, with no responsibilities for the week, and simply requiring him to board a flight to the Spanish circuit before Thursday afternoon. In truth, Qin Mian was not a fragile individual. After sitting through half of the race in the paddock, his inner turmoil had largely subsided. Although the thought of his mechanical failure and subsequent withdrawal still stung, he could maintain a sense of tranquility as long as he refrained from dwelling on the incident. Yet, who could refuse a holiday thoughtfully arranged by the team owner out of concern? Thus, after the race concluded, Qin Mian joyfully returned to England with Barber. Upon disembarking, While awaiting his luggage, he received a text from Toto detailing the findings regarding his car. As suspected, the gearbox had indeed malfunctioned. However, the team lacked the means to disassemble the gearbox for inspection at the time. So the specifics of the issue would remain unclear until the gearbox was returned to the Brackley factory in England for disassembly. Subsequently, the two individuals exited the terminal with their luggage and, upon spotting Xiaoming at the arrival gate, Qin Mian, without a moment's hesitation, approached to bestow a grand embrace upon his girlfriend, whom he had not seen for nearly half a week. However, Xiaoming swiftly obstructed his face with her petite hand. She cradled Qin Mian's face, scrutinizing it from left to right. Only after confirming that there was no trace of gloom upon his countenance did she nod in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad. Your ability to adjust your mindset has improved." Qin Mian rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding, "Do you still perceive me as a child? After enduring so much in the arena, I have certainly matured." Xiaoming was unfazed by his retort, saying, "Enough with the banter. Let us return. I have secured several contracts for you during this time, and I believe you will find them satisfactory." Qin Mian nodded, though he felt no urgency, for he had ample time to review the contracts once they returned home. As they walked towards the parking lot, Xiaoming remarked, "You may have found relief after withdrawing from the competition, leaving work early, and even resting in the car, but as an outsider, my phone has been inundated with calls." Curiously, Qin Mian inquired, "Who has been calling you?" "The only people who could possibly have your number are our mother, Boss Zhou, and a few close friends. None of them could possibly overwhelm you with calls." Xiaoming retrieved two mobile phones from her bag. One was encased in a phone cover that Qin Mian recognized as one he had won in a post-competition lottery and given to her. The other phone was unfamiliar to him, presumably a new acquisition. "Here," Xiaoming said, handing him the unfamiliar device. "This is my work phone. The calls are primarily from sponsors or brands interested in collaborating with us, all inquiring about your well-being. To be honest, our mother hasn't shown as much concern as they have. Although managing these inquiries was not particularly complex, it was undeniably time-consuming and repetitive." Jokingly, she remarked that at one point, handling them made her feel as though she were working in a factory, tightening screws. Despite her light-hearted tone and natural expression, it was evident that she was sharing the mundane aspects of her life with her beloved after a prolonged separation, rather than merely complaining. However, over the past 2 years, Qin Mian had also experienced growth. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, he began to ponder the possibility of establishing a company solely dedicated to managing his affairs. With the formation of such an entity, these tasks could be delegated to employees, allowing Xiaoming to focus on the broader vision. He tucked this idea away in his mind, recognizing that while the establishment of a company might not be immediately necessary, as his endorsements increased and the number of people he needed to engage with grew, such a company would eventually be required. He resolved to contact Boss Zhou at some point to inquire about the feasibility of this venture or to determine a suitable location for setting up the company. "Keep this matter in mind." Qin Mian smiled as she began to massage Xiaoming's shoulders, saying, "Indeed, how can these people lack such basic awareness?" Since Qin Mian's family only owned 2 cars, both seating merely 2 passengers, they parted ways with Ba Bo after exiting the airport. Although Qin Mian had secured a holiday, Ba Bo did not share the same fortune. He still had to return to the team to file reports and attend to various tasks. Upon returning home, Xiaoming busied herself with her own matters, while Qin Mian commenced making phone calls. Qin Mian understood that her friends and family, having learned of her withdrawal from the race, would undoubtedly be feeling disheartened and eager to offer her comfort. However, they were also aware of the peculiarities of her profession. Even if they wished to call her, most of the time, their calls would go unanswered. Thus, they typically opted to leave messages for Qin Mian on WeChat. Upon seeing these messages, Qin Mian would, when time permitted, return their calls, a routine that had become standard for her after each Grand Prix since entering F1. The first call upon arriving home was invariably to her mother. As the phone rang, it was promptly answered, and her mother's familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, son." "Hey, Mom. Have you returned to the UK?" "Yes, I have." "That's good. Rest well. Do not be discouraged by a single setback. There are still many races ahead this year, and we will have ample opportunities. The neighbors and I are all very supportive of you." "I understand, Mom. You and Xiaoming must take care of yourselves abroad. Discuss any matters or decisions together. I have heard the situation overseas is not optimistic, so please prioritize your safety." "All right." The Team 1T hold any grievances against you for your withdrawal, will they? Qin Mian chuckled. You need not worry about that. This withdrawal was the team's issue. And strictly speaking, they owe me an explanation. As long as that is settled, I can rest easy. Just be cautious and prudent while abroad. Okay, Mom. You've had a long day with the race and the flight. I won't keep you any longer. Rest early after you're done. Thus, the conversation between mother and son unfolded. After calming her emotions, Qin Mian proceeded to call other friends and relatives. After spending another half-hour making calls, having reached out to Zhou Guanyu and Leclerc among others, she finally wrapped up her communications. The reason she stated finally was that there remained one individual she had yet to contact. After opening a bottle of cola, Qin Mian settled down on a bench in her backyard and called Boss Zhou. After 3 rings, the call was answered on the other end. Hello, Xiaoqin. Hey, Uncle Zhou, it's me. How does it feel to have withdrawn for the first time? Qin Mian took a sip of her cola and bitterly smiled. It feels terrible. After all my efforts seem to have gone to waste, I feel an emptiness within, a profound disappointment, a sense of powerlessness, and even a touch of despair. I didn't expect you to remember that feeling so vividly. Boss Zhou made a light-hearted remark before continuing. Such occurrences are inevitable once you step onto the competitive arena. It is merely a matter of time. Moreover, given your disposition, I believe you will only feel a twinge of discomfort upon withdrawing from the race, and perhaps by now, your mindset has already been restored. Indeed, as Boss Zhou suggested, as long as one does not dwell excessively on the withdrawal from the track, Qin Mian has managed to reclaim a semblance of inner tranquility. I shall refrain from offering further advice. I trust you will find your own equilibrium. As Romain Rolland once articulated, there exists a form of heroism in loving life even after seeing its stark realities. This sentiment is equally applicable to the racing world. A true driver, regardless of the setbacks encountered on the circuit, can still revive their fighting spirit and cherish the art of racing. Qin Mian responded with a slight twitch of his lips. In truth, once he returned home, Qin Mian had already grown somewhat indifferent to the incident of his withdrawal from the race. However, the incessant calls from others, all bringing up the matter, proved unrelenting. Each call seemed to reopen a wound that was nearly healed. Desiring to evade the painful memories, Qin Mian swiftly interrupted Boss Zhou's lengthy discourse. Uncle Zhou, I actually have a few inquiries I would like to discuss with someone of your worldly experience. Oh, now you have my interest, Boss Zhou replied. Do share. It is as follows. As my notoriety has increased, individuals have begun approaching me regarding endorsement collaborations. Initially, I entrusted this matter entirely to Qiu Meng, who has handled it quite adeptly. However, following the victory at Imola, the number of inquiries for endorsements has surged dramatically, and Qiu Meng is finding it increasingly overwhelming. Thus, I am contemplating the establishment of a company. Once I recruit additional personnel, it may alleviate some of the burden she carries. After a brief moment of contemplation, Boss Zhou inquired, is the establishment of this company primarily to relieve Xiao Meng's burdens, or is it for the sake of convenience in business and endorsements? Both, I suppose. However, my main motivation for starting the company is the realization that this girl is struggling to cope alone. She is far too exhausted. On the other end of the line, Boss Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Thus, founding a company is reasonable, but you and your spouse must deliberate on the equity structure. As for the location of your company and the recruitment process, that could pose a bit of a challenge. I would recommend establishing it overseas. Once the company is set up, a trustworthy individual must manage it. You undoubtedly lack the time for such oversight, and it is likely that you will entrust this responsibility to Xiao Meng. If the company is based domestically, you might find yourself seeing each other only once or twice a year, especially given the current tense climate where traveling poses risks. Qin Mian nodded in understanding. He was not particularly well versed in these matters. Since Boss Zhou articulated it this way, there must be merit to his reasoning. He noted it for future reference. Additionally, at Xiu Meng's request, Qin Mian kept his phone in recording mode at all times, meaning that all his conversations would be recorded, allowing him to later share the recordings directly with Xiu Meng. Certainly, the phone recording is not an invasion of Qin Mian's privacy or personal life by Xiu Meng. It is primarily due to Qin Mian's current status, as many may harbor thoughts about him. Activating the call recording can help avert numerous complications. Understood, I appreciate your time. No need for formalities. The photograph and your autograph you provided have elevated my standing among my acquaintances, while my suggestions to you are merely trivial, nothing of great significance. Speaking of enhancing my reputation, I have prepared a gift for you as a token of gratitude. However, it is not yet ready, and I shall present it to you once it is. I wish to express my thanks in advance." Qin Mian harbored no suspicions. On one hand, he recognized that Boss Zhou is affluent, and gifting something is trivial for him. On the other hand, he did not expect the gift to be of considerable value. Given Qin Mian's current worth, even a watch costing hundreds of thousands would not impose much pressure on him. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall end this call. All right. After hanging up, Qin Mian reflected on whether he had neglected anyone, confirming that he had spoken with all his acquaintances. He then put away his phone and returned to his room, dismissing Boss Zhou's mention of a gift from his mind. The following day, Qin Mian officially commenced his vacation, switching off his work phone and silencing his personal phone to avoid any disturbances. No one shall reach me before I choose to initiate contact. Naturally, to gain more influence, Qin Mian understood the necessity of appearing before his fans more frequently. Thus, after some contemplation, he powered on his computer, logged on to CSGO, and captured a snapshot during the matchmaking phase, posting it with the caption, "Feeling down, but gaming brings joy." Notably, Qin Mian's account had previously been managed by Xiaoming, resulting in photos that were predominantly professionally taken in the Team S studio, presenting a rather official appearance. In these images, Qin Mian's attire was stylish and clean, exuding a refined demeanor. However, the photograph shared on his Weibo was evidently a spontaneous shot, lacking any professionalism. Yet, this amateur quality sparked speculation among his followers. This must be a candid shot taken by Qin Mian himself. Indeed, previous photos were far more polished. Does Qin Mian still play Go-Go? I play CSGO, and since Qin Mian does too, it's as though I am Qin Mian. Qin Mian is a seasoned CSGO player. Back in the F2 days, he and Zhou Guanyu were quite the force, with rumors that Navi's youth training sought them out, only to abandon the notion upon learning their worth. As for Qin Mian, let us not even begin with Zhou Guanyu's family background. If Zhou Guanyu wished, he could easily purchase the entire CSGO division of Navi. Driver Qin Mian, Little Qin. The defeat in the competition is of little consequence. One cannot enjoy gaming in solitude. Why not host a live stream to allow the brothers to hone their skills? The previous commenter's intentions are all too transparent. Chapter conclusion. During the interlude before the competition, Qin Mian naturally encountered these comments. However, he did not heed his fans' wishes, primarily because his image rights were not entirely his own. A portion was held by the Mercedes team. He feared that launching a live stream might infringe upon the terms of his contract with Mercedes, and without a camera, even if he did stream, the audience would be unaware of which channel belonged to him. Furthermore, if he were to stream for an extended period with no viewers, the embarrassment would be palpable. He became engrossed in the gaming world until nightfall. After dinner, Qin Mian continued his immersion. Yet, he was no longer the same as before. During his time in F2, the pressure of competition was minimal and training tasks were light, leaving ample leisure time for him and Zhou Guanyu to indulge in CSGO, a game demanding full concentration. In those days, after an intense night of FPL, they would feel merely fatigued, their focus still intact. Now, however, the Grand Prix demanded his attention in myriad ways. After merely a couple of high-stakes matches at home, fatigue washed over him. This was not due to a decline in his reflexes. At this moment, Qin Miao's physical condition and capabilities were on the rise, including his reaction time. His weariness stemmed solely from the morning's preparations, the afternoon's Grand Prix, and the subsequent rush home, leaving him genuinely exhausted. Thus, he opted not to continue with competitive games like CSGO that night. Instead, playing the recently released It Takes Two with Xiaoming. They played until past 1 in the morning. Qin Mian had initially intended to complete the game in one go, but its length proved a challenge. Moreover, staying up late was unwise for both him and Xiaoming. So they decided to pause their gaming session at that hour. With no further words exchanged that night, the following day, Qin Mian rose and resumed his regular exercise regimen. After training, prompted by Xiaoming, he perused the 3 endorsement contracts she had prepared for him. These contracts were substantial, averaging 40 to 50 pages each. The foremost was the endorsement agreement with Mercedes, designating Qin Mian as the sole authorized representative in the domestic market, thus solidifying their partnership. The good news was that both parties had a mutual understanding and a foundation of prior collaboration, alleviating concerns of hidden pitfalls within the contract and facilitating subsequent endeavors. However, the downside was that the acceleration of Qin Miao's influence would inevitably slow, and his impact would be confined to the automotive realm. Setting aside the contract from Mercedes as an alternative, Qin Mian glanced at the second document, one from the Malaysian oil company. This company serves as the title sponsor for the Mercedes F1 team. To be candid, Qin Mian was rather surprised that they had approached him. However, signing a contract with this company would likely present similar constraints as the first one, confining him to a limited area. A brief perusal of the remuneration offered by the Malaysian oil company revealed a sum that was, frankly, quite substantial, yet he temporarily categorized this contract as a secondary option. He then picked up the final contract. A logo he recognized appeared before him. Upon seeing the Ely logo, Qin Mian was transported back to his childhood. Recalling the dairy products he had once enjoyed, particularly the apple-flavored Ely yogurt drink that he had relished. However, since moving abroad, he had not had the pleasure of tasting it again. Compared to the previous two contracts, this one undeniably piqued Qin Mian's interest more. Not only was it a brand he had cherished since childhood, but it also represented a state-owned enterprise from his homeland. He understood that while he possessed the potential to expand internationally, establishing a presence in his home country was vital to gaining influence and recognition. Ely was indeed a commendable choice. Upon opening the contract, he skimmed through the terms and obligations. Although he found the legal jargon somewhat perplexing, he recognized that it was a contract for a global ambassador, typically renewed every 2 years, with a signing fee of 6 million renminbi, approximately 1 million USD. The subsequent annual contract would yield 60 million renminbi, with the possibility of renegotiation after the first year based on his performance, which could either elevate or diminish the endorsement fee. There was also an option to sign for a total of 150 million renminbi over 2 years. After outlining the benefits, the obligations followed. The mandatory requirements included producing 2 advertisements per year, participating in 1 commercial event, and attending 3 variety shows sponsored by Ely. Additionally, the Ely logo was to be prominently displayed on the racing car, driver apparel, and helmet, and any water cups used in the paddock must also bear the Ely logo. Extra advertising and commercial activities were categorized as non-mandatory, with additional bonuses starting at a minimum of 2 million renminbi. Qin Mian reflected on this, being a state-owned enterprise. The benefits offered were not as generous as those from the Malaysian oil company, yet they were still quite appealing at first glance. However, the prospect of participating in events and shooting commercials caused him some apprehension. Fortunately, Qin Mian understood the adage that one must bear the weight of the crown. Having tentatively settled on his intention regarding this contract, he had mentally prepared himself for the demands ahead. Naturally, a business contract involving figures exceeding 100 million would not be finalized so easily. Further discussions with Ely representatives on the finer details would be necessary. Nonetheless, he recognized that this was a task best suited for Xiaoming, although it was clear that this contract would require more than her sole effort. With that thought in mind, Qin Mian stepped out to seek Xiaoming and commenced discussions regarding the establishment of the company. Indeed, I have also contemplated the idea of establishing a company. At times, I truly feel overwhelmed. And if someone could assist me in managing the trivial matters while I focus on the broader vision, my efficiency and leisure time would undoubtedly increase. After listening to Qin Mian's thoughts, Xiaoming nodded earnestly. However, the pressing issue now is how to allocate the company's equity. Qin Mian mentioned that Boss Zhou suggested they discuss the equity distribution themselves. You should just retain full control, that goes without saying. Xiaoming dismissed with a wave of her hand. Qin Mian frowned. Doesn't that seem inappropriate? You should hold some shares. Moreover, isn't it said that women need a sense of security? If you run the company without any equity and merely receive a fixed salary, wouldn't that embody the very lack of security you speak of? Xiaoming rolled her eyes at Qin Mian, somewhat irritated. Stop indulging in such platitudes. They mislead the youth. I even suspect these notions are deliberately propagated by foreign malefactors to influence the values of the new generation. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Mian inquired, is it really that serious? I don't know, it's just a guess. But if you genuinely wish to offer, then let us allocate 15%. I'll forego my salary and rely on this small equity for year-end dividends, Xiaoming proposed after a moment of thought. All right, then it's settled, Qin Mian concluded, lacking familiarity with such matters. Since Xiaoming deemed this arrangement appropriate, he nodded in agreement. By the way, I reviewed the 3 contracts in the study, and I find the one with Ely quite promising. Xiaoming, not surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. If you believe it's suitable, I'll respond to them. Once the company framework and personnel are established, I'll initiate negotiations. When it's time to sign the contract, I'll inform you. There's no need to burden you with details you want to comprehend. I'll handle it. Observing Qiu Ming's confident demeanor, Qin Mian couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear wife, without you, this household would surely fall apart." Qiu Ming shot him a playful glare. In the afternoon, although it was a time of rest, Qin Mian maintained his rhythm, spending the day racing on the Catalonia circuit of the Spanish Grand Prix using the simulator at home. Throughout the afternoon, he diligently sought the most comfortable driving settings. Although Toto had said he could take a break and not engage in any work, Qin Mian could not simply do nothing, both for the team's sake and his own. However, when submitting his simulator data, he needed to use his phone. So he casually inquired with Toto about the possibility of live streaming from home. Toto replied affirmatively, stating that if needed, the team could even provide him with a set of live streaming equipment from sponsors, including setup and installation. Naturally, Qin Mian welcomed this opportunity. It wasn't that he lacked the funds. Rather, the equipment provided by the sponsors for the Mercedes team was typically of the highest quality, meticulously selected from among similar products. There are superior devices available, and remarkably, one does not need to expend personal funds, as assistance with installation and calibration is provided. Why not seize such an opportunity? However, due to a busy schedule, the sponsor can only come to install the equipment on Wednesday morning. At the agreed hour on that day, the doorbell at Qin Mian's residence rang. A team of technicians clad in Dell uniforms arrived to set up the computer. As Qin Mian was engaged in a workout, he merely intended to greet them briefly, only to discover that all five were avid fans of his. Upon realizing that their installation subject was Qin Mian, they were visibly thrilled. Qin Mian graciously took photos and signed autographs for the staff, and even recorded a video for the children of two of them who had already started families, before he could finally excuse himself to resume his training. The subsequent tasks were left in the capable hands of Qiu Ming, alleviating Qin Mian's concerns. The five technicians, evidently seasoned professionals, swiftly backed up the existing data on Qin Mian and Qiu Ming's computers, measured the dimensions of the study, and commenced their work. Qin Mian had initially assumed they were merely assisting him with a new computer and some updated equipment, only to be surprised that they intended to completely remodel his study. Such an extensive project could not be completed in a single day, especially with the imminent Thursday approaching. Although Toto and the others mentioned they could report to the Catalonia circuit in Spain on Thursday afternoon, Qin Mian had managed to adjust his mindset during this period and could not realistically delay his arrival. Thus, in the afternoon, he packed his belongings and, alongside Barber, set off for Catalonia, Spain. The journey was uneventful, and they lodged at the hotel sponsored by the racing team. After a night's rest, Qin Mian made his way to the circuit early the next morning. He was already well acquainted with the entry procedures into the paddock, and faced the cameras and lenses of reporters and photographers waiting at various entrances with a calm demeanor. It was hard to imagine that just a few months prior, he had felt stiff and awkward in the presence of so many cameras pointed at him. Arriving at such an early hour meant that Qin Mian was not the only driver present, but the paddock was still relatively quiet with few team personnel around. He encountered no familiar faces on his way and headed directly to the Mercedes team's headquarters. Embracing local customs, he enjoyed a breakfast of sweet bread and coffee, a staple of Spanish cuisine, before he and Barber took a scooter to the track. Indeed, Hamilton's endorsement had worked wonders, as now, when considering traversing the track, Qin Mian's first thought was no longer his own legs, but rather the scooter. It was simple, lightweight, and notably swift, allowing him to stop and observe any noteworthy aspects of the track without having to walk long distances unnecessarily, making it the ideal tool for drivers navigating the circuit. The Catalonia circuit is a familiar terrain for Qin Mian, having raced here during his time in F2. This familiarity rendered his exploration of the track rather casual. He spent approximately half an hour leisurely riding around on a scooter, and the sense of familiarity with the circuit quickly returned to him. Over the course of a year, the track had not undergone any renovations, and its characteristics remained largely unchanged. Qin Mian felt confident that, should his team maintain their composure this week, he could achieve commendable results on this circuit. After completing his lap of the track, Qin Mian, embodying the demeanor of a typical driver, began engaging in activities within the paddock. This included signing autographs for well-known social media influencers, participating in interviews with journalists, and taking part in some lighthearted games. Although Qin Mian was not entirely accustomed to this routine, He had observed other drivers partake in similar activities during his time in the paddock, which alleviated much of the pressure he might have felt, despite the fatigue. By the end of the morning, he had completed all the interviews scheduled for Thursday, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely afternoon at the team headquarters, indulging in ice cream while watching a movie. When Toto arrived for work on Thursday, he spotted the ice cream in Qin Mian's hand and cast a glance at Barber. Although no words were exchanged, the implication was clear. How could a nutritionist permit a driver to consume such treats? The logistics department of the team did indeed stock ice cream, but these delicacies were intended for the office staff and technicians, not the drivers. Upon noticing Toto's disapproving gaze, Barber could only shrug helplessly. After all, he was merely an employee. Initially, Qin Mian adhered strictly to Barber's dietary guidelines, but over time, as Barber revealed his more relaxed nature, Qin Mian began to indulge himself. Barber felt a pang of despair, observing that Qin Mian disregarded all dietary restrictions. His professional knowledge warned him that, in the near future, Qin Mian's weight would soar. However, upon receiving the latest monthly physical assessment report for Qin Mian, Barber was taken aback to discover that the high-calorie junk food Qin Mian consumed seemed to vanish without a trace, failing to be converted into energy or fat within his body. A month later, having confirmed that Qin Mian could eat anything without gaining weight or experiencing any adverse effects on his body, Barber surrendered to the situation. Adopting a laissez-faire attitude, eat whatever you like, I'll no longer concern myself with it. As for why Toto remained oblivious to this, Barber had no answer. He had submitted a report to the team, yet it was evident that Toto had not seen it. Thus, Thursday passed uneventfully, leading into Friday, the day when the first and second practice sessions would commence. In the past, Qin Mian perceived the rigorous practice sessions as a daunting endeavor, but now, he possesses a lucid understanding of what needs to be done at any given moment, dispelling any lingering confusion. The first and second practice sessions require no further elaboration. They simply involve preparing for the Sunday race, analyzing data, and honing his driving instincts. The only noteworthy incident occurred during the second practice, when Kimi inadvertently obstructed Qin Mian's simulated qualifying lap due to a lack of timely evasion. Nevertheless, Qin Mian displayed no signs of impatience, merely informing the team about the obstruction before moving on. Unbeknownst to him, his remarks were disseminated publicly. Unlike a typical individual who might have vented frustration, Qin Mian calmly reported the incident to the team. Coupled with his commanding performance on the track and the camaraderie he exhibited with Hamilton, his previously middling reputation within the paddock underwent a transformation. Most fans began to view Qin Mian as a young man of loyalty and formidable talent, leading to an overall positive perception of him. On Saturday, the day of the third practice and qualifying session, Qin Mian hurriedly dashed from the Mercedes Team's hospitality area into the garage. Observing this flustered young man, many of the older staff members couldn't help but smile knowingly. Only a spirited individual like Qin Mian could exhibit such energy and urgency. Watching him, they felt a renewed sense of youthfulness themselves. As Qin Mian began to participate in various interviews and pre-race activities, he inevitably found himself arriving late to the team meeting. Much like Hamilton, his haste was a result of the recent interview consuming too much of his time. Without his hurried sprint, he might have missed the third practice session altogether. Upon reaching the hospitality area, he swiftly moved to his car, donned his gear, and, once fully equipped, leapt into his vehicle and sped away. Toto chuckled and shook his head at the sight. Seated beside him, Allison took advantage of the quieter atmosphere while both cars were out on the track. Once the surrounding noise subsided, he discreetly leaned closer to Toto, whispering, "I still can't fathom your reasoning behind that directive." Toto, also turning off his microphone, kept an eye on the driver's lap times as he replied, "That matter is now in the past. Come on, just tell me," Allison pressed, clearly unimpressed by Toto's evasion. Toto, knowing that he needed to provide a satisfactory explanation to quell Allison's inquiries, sighed and said, "When I approached Qin Mian, he had just clinched the F2 championship. Despite his remarkable talent and stellar performance in F2, we all understand that F2 is not F1. At that time, I did not anticipate that his performance in F1 would shine as brightly as it did in F2. Allison shrugged. "It seems you underestimated Qin Mian." Toto nodded helplessly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I underestimated him. Not only me, but Ferrari, Red Bull, everyone underestimated him. Can you believe it? A young driver, whom you intended to nurture for a few years before entrusting him with significant responsibilities, showcases formidable prowess in his very first race, holding his own against one of the championship contenders. Isn't that a positive development? Allison appeared perplexed. Toto sighed, perhaps for other teams, but for us. In an instant, Allison recalled Hamilton, then Rosberg, followed by Verstappen and Ricciardo. Reflecting on these individuals and their past indiscretions, he clicked his tongue. Indeed, for us. This isn't necessarily a good thing. A driver as talented as Qin Mian, once he fully acclimates to the rhythm of F1 racing and reveals his formidable skills, will undoubtedly vie for points against Hamilton. This year is crucial for Hamilton's pursuit of his 8th championship, aiming to surpass Michael Schumacher's historic status. Internal strife can occur at any time, but not now, Toto admitted candidly. Allison stared in disbelief. So, because of this, you would have Qin Mian, who has a chance at the championship, sacrifice for Hamilton. Yet, this won't prevent conflict between the two drivers and could potentially exacerbate it. Toto merely smiled at his chief technical officer, but the ultimate outcome isn't unfavorable, is it? Moreover, Qin Mian has not lost anything. Allison paused, recalling the amicable rapport between Hamilton and Qin Mian, along with Qin Mian's victory in that race. He regarded Toto with skepticism. Did you orchestrate all of this? Toto waved dismissively. Don't misinterpret. I lack such formidable calculating and strategic prowess. At that moment, I simply made a hasty decision, issuing an erroneous team directive. And by the time I wished to retract it, it was too late. I paid the price for it. Although the situation might indeed be as Toto described, Allison remained unconvinced that it was as simple as he portrayed. Yet, he had no evidence to the contrary. After the third practice session concluded, Qin Mian was the first to return to the pit area. Upon disembarking, he hurriedly sought the restroom. After his brief visit, he promptly adjusted his car settings during the intermission. Unbeknownst to him, Toto and Allison were observing him from a distance. At 3 in the afternoon local Spanish time, which corresponded to 9 in the evening domestically, the timing was exceedingly comfortable for both Spanish and domestic audiences. The qualifying session was about to commence. Qin Mian had prepared himself well within his car long before. Despite having experienced a gearbox failure due to his skill usage during the previous race, Qin Mian still applied a buff to his vehicle before the race began. This ritual had evolved beyond mere system skills. It had become a habitual act of psychological reassurance that he performed before each competition. After acquiring this advantageous buff, Qin Mian felt a reduction in his internal doubts and concerns. Following the conclusion of his pre-race preparations, the team equipped him with a set of soft tires. In truth, with Qin Mian's capabilities, utilizing the older medium tires during Q1 would have sufficed to secure a place in Q2. However, considering the potential traffic issues that could arise in Q1, the team ultimately opted for a fresh set of soft tires for him. The advantage of soft tires ensures that even in the face of unforeseen circumstances on the track, one can swiftly regain lost speed. During this preparation period, several drivers were already waiting at the pit exit. A glance at the screen revealed Mazepin, Mick, and Latifi. This was indeed a matter of urgency, as these drivers required effective single laps in advance. Qin Mian ventured out with 13 minutes remaining in Q1. His track engineer, Frankie, found a suitable window for a flying lap. During the warm-up lap, he deftly maneuvered past a few cars, then commenced his first flying lap in the qualifying session at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. In his initial lap, Qin Mian felt confident, setting a purple sector in the first timing segment and maintaining a commendable rhythm in the second segment, avoiding the mistakes he often made during practice. Qin Mian was indeed flying, clocking a purple sector that was 2 seconds faster than Norris, indicating a strong performance. Binga noticed that Qin Mian had begun his flying lap. He expressed his relief, saying, after Qin Mian's retirement in the previous race in Portugal, I was concerned that it might affect his performance. Many gifted drivers can lose their spark after their first retirement. Yet, whether in the 3 practice sessions this week or now in qualifying, Qin Mian has demonstrated his excellent form. Zhou Hauran commented, Qin Mian's mindset is remarkably resilient, showcasing a powerful ability to adjust. Even after his solitary retirement in F2, he performed strongly in the subsequent race, revealing the early signs of his adjustment capabilities and mental stability. The strength Qin Mian displays brings immense joy to us, the Chinese fans. Indeed, after years of watching F1, I once dreamed of witnessing a Chinese driver standing on the podium. But even in my fantasies, I envisioned a debut like Qin Mian's, securing third place. Being good-jested. Even in dreams, who would have thought a Chinese driver could become an F1 Grand Prix champion? The other two commentators chuckled in agreement. Ultimately, Bing Gu concluded the discussion with a hopeful sentiment. My wish now is for Qin Mian to maintain this mindset. As the three commentators were engaged in conversation, Qin Mian completed his second timing segment, which was again purple. His rhythm in the third timing segment remained impressive, despite the presence of other cars on the track. None impeded his progress. As he crossed the finish line, his time registered at 1 minute 17.555 seconds, propelling him to the top of Q1. Qin Mian naturally noticed his performance, and the three purple segments displayed on the steering wheel signified that he had temporarily secured the first position. The results were commendable, ensuring a solid advance into Q1. Thus, there was no need for another flying lap in the upcoming segment. After completing this lap, Frankie remarked within the team radio, "All right." Qin Mian shared the same sentiment. Following the conclusion of the first lap in Q1 and returning to the garage, Qin Mian indeed did not venture out again. Observing this, fans who understood Qin Mian's intentions expressed their discontent vocally. Lazy dog Qin Lao Air. Ultimately, to everyone's surprise, Qin Mian entered Q2 in the first position. The thrill typically associated with his precarious advancement during the qualifying rounds was absent this time, leaving many spectators accustomed to his habit of not pushing for Q3 somewhat disoriented. However, that familiar sense returned swiftly. In Q2, Qin Mian initiated his first flying lap using the soft tires he had employed in Q1. After charging his batteries for a lap on the track, he began to soar once again. Upon completing his first flying lap in Q2, Qin Mian recorded a time of 1 minute 17.566 seconds, although this time was 0.011 seconds slower than his initial flying lap. It is crucial to consider the tire wear. Overall, his speed had indeed improved. Notably, this time was still sufficient for a secure advance into Q3, as the cutoff time was 1 minute 18 seconds. Despite being only 0.4 seconds faster than the cutoff, this margin represented a significant divide in the realm of racing, one that could not simply be crossed with mere words. I believe this lap in Q2 is sufficient, Qin Mian acknowledged, preparing to conclude his session early, just as he had in Q1. However, at that moment, Toto's voice interjected into the team radio. "Qin, I think this lap time is a bit slow. You should go for another." The veins on Toto's temples subtly throbbed as the FIA tire reserve data indicated that Hamilton's spare tire supply was perfectly normal, typical for each driver over the weekend. As for Qin Mian, he had one set of hard tires and two sets of medium tires. And if he followed through on his intention not to complete another lap after Q2, he would still have 4 sets of soft tires left for Q3. Even if he used 2 sets of soft tires and discarded one in Q3, he would still possess 1 set of hard tires, 2 sets of medium tires, and 1 set of soft tires for the race weekend. "What? Do you think you'll be taking these tires home after the race for breeding purposes?" Qin Mian responded. "Oh." Upon returning to the garage, both he and his car were ushered back to the pit room. Meanwhile, engineers charged the vehicle's batteries while replacing them with a new set of soft tires, enveloping them in tire warmers. During this interval, Qin Mian could only observe the performance of other drivers and the live broadcast through the screens in front of him while wearing his flip-flops. With merely 4 minutes remaining until the Q2 time limit, Qin Mian was released once again. However, during this lap, he encountered a misstep in the second timing sector. While navigating the combination of corners 7 and 8, he inadvertently applied too much throttle, causing the rear wheels of his car to experience a slight skid. Although he managed to regain control, the lap time was ultimately compromised. Nevertheless, Qin Mian secured his place in Q3 by finishing 7th in his first flying lap of Q2. Upon witnessing his advancement, his fans exclaimed, "The familiar sensation of tension returns." As the chapter concludes, a brief note reads, "Dear fathers, I apologize for the delay. I bow in respect." In Q3, all drivers switched to soft tires and commenced their laps. Remarkably, only Qin Mian was permitted to utilize 2 sets of new soft tires during his 2 flying laps in Q3. Thanks to his previous flying laps in Q1 and Q2, Qin Mian gained a profound understanding of both the circuit and the limits of his vehicle. His initial sector time was average, lagging behind Hamilton by 0.1 seconds, and he again fell short in the second sector by the same margin. However, in the third sector, he not only maintained pace, but also recorded the fastest time. albeit by a mere 0.005 seconds. Upon completing his run, Qin Mian found himself positioned behind Verstappen, temporarily settling for third place. Despite occupying third, his speed was commendable, clocking in at 1:16.987, an improvement of 0.5 seconds compared to his Q1 and Q2 performances. This indicated that it was not Qin Mian who was slow, but rather Hamilton and Verstappen who had accelerated beyond expectations. Frustrated by the fact that his improved time still placed him third, Qin Mian muttered within his helmet. These seasoned veterans are incredibly skilled at concealing their true pace. It's absurd that the Q3 times surpass Q2 by 0.8 seconds. Unbeknownst to him, other drivers were equally vexed by his performance. While Qin Mian had been somewhat unassuming in Q1 and Q2, his Q3 time exhibited a notable improvement of 0.5 seconds. Moreover, Ocon, who finished fourth after the first flying lap of Q3, trailed Qin Mian by a substantial 0.8 seconds. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary speed of the Mercedes and Red Bull vehicles. With merely 2 minutes remaining in Q3, the top 3 drivers emerged from their paddocks, ready to embark on their final flying laps. As the clock ticked down to 19 seconds, Qin Mian surged across the finish line, initiating his last flying lap. With the DRS activated on the main straight, he braced for braking at the end of the straight. Given the headwind faced on this straight, his terminal speed was not as swift despite the DRS activation. At 70 meters, he executed a heavy braking maneuver, shifting down to fourth gear to enter the corner with momentum. The curb at turn 1 was too high to traverse, as it could launch the car into the air. Exiting turn 1, full throttle was necessary to navigate turn 2. However, timing the throttle application required extensive practice to identify the precise moment and location for optimal acceleration. As one navigates the second corner, the right tire may encroach upon the verdant painted zone on the outer edge of the track, where sufficient grip is available. However, it is imperative to return to the circuit before the paint runs out. The third corner can be taken at full throttle, yet achieving this does not merely entail flooring the accelerator. One must delicately maneuver the steering wheel, for any significant disturbance in steering will adversely affect speed through the bend, simultaneously increasing tire wear, which is detrimental to subsequent lap times. Upon exiting the corner, one encounters the infamous scene of both Rosberg and Hamilton's retirements, along with the conclusion of the first timing sector. The initial sector registers a green lap, marginally quicker than Qin Mian's first lap in Q3 by a mere 0.007 seconds. At the fourth corner, the braking point remains unchanged, with deceleration initiated approximately 80 meters before entry, while maintaining the apex is crucial. Following this, one arrives at the fifth corner, which poses a heightened challenge due to its considerable angle and slight descent. Thus, it is essential to shift the braking focus towards the end, employing engine braking at the apex. After releasing the brakes, one should glide for a brief period utilizing engine braking. Due to crosswinds, it is vital to wait until the front of the car is aligned before accelerating out of the corner, where one may also utilize the painted zone. The sixth corner is a false bend and can be disregarded, but approaching the seventh corner requires early alignment to the right side, initiating braking. This corner allows for a forward adjustment of braking balance. However, braking must occur while traveling in a straight line, conserving tire grip solely for deceleration rather than steering. This approach will facilitate a more rapid reduction of the car's speed. Given that the seventh and eighth corners form a combination, exiting the seventh necessitates an immediate right turn, where abrupt directional changes can lead to oversteer. Therefore, engine braking is essential through this corner. Furthermore, as the eighth corner ascends, the exit leads into a straight, making the speed upon exit critical for the timing of the second sector. To achieve optimal results, one must push to the limit. It is advisable to utilize the full width of the track on the right side upon exit. However, the apex of the eighth corner features an irritating sausage curb, which requires precision. Speeding through necessitates brushing against it without crossing over. Fortunately, Qin Mian navigates the exit of the eighth corner quite adeptly. In Qin Mian's perspective, the ninth corner is straightforward, with the downforce of his vehicle in a lightly fueled state. Despite the corner's significant angle, the W12 instills him with confidence to accelerate fully. The ninth corner ascends, obscuring the exit line. Thus, reliance on the driver's experience becomes paramount. This time, Qin Mian's exit is exceptionally executed. with the left front tire precisely positioned on the red zone of the curb, the area of maximum grip following the corner. Subsequently, a lengthy DRS straight awaits. The braking at the 10th corner represents the highest braking pressure throughout the entire circuit. On one hand, the wind today is favorably aligned with turn 10, resulting in diminished grip for the race car. However, aided by the DRS and the characteristics of turn 9, the speed through this corner remains notably swift. Fortunately, the braking zone for this turn does not require steering, allowing the driver to shift the braking focus forward without the concern of tire lockup. The driver should initiate braking at 85 meters, downshift to third gear while braking, and aim to maintain the apex of the turn. Upon exiting the corner, it is crucial to apply the throttle gently. Excessive acceleration could easily lead to rear wheel slippage. Such slippage inevitably raises tire temperature, and as the temperature escalates, it adversely affects grip in subsequent corners, resulting in slower speeds. If this corner is not navigated correctly, the ensuing chain reaction could ruin the flying lap, exemplifying the so-called butterfly effect. Therefore, meticulous throttle control upon exit is essential, as one must find the delicate balance between overheating the tires and maintaining sufficient traction. As for turn 11, the driver should brake as close to the right side as possible to align the car properly before entering, tracing the ideal line while approaching the apex. It is permissible to push towards the apex, but excessive contact could cause the car to become airborne, compromising grip and potentially upsetting the vehicle's balance. The exact amount of apex taken depends on the driver's experience. After exiting turn 11, the driver should position the car close to the left side of the track when entering the next turn, as a mere meter closer to the left can yield a 5 km/h increase in cornering speed. Although F1 cars can reach speeds of 200 to 300 km/h, this increment significantly enhances cornering advantage, resulting in an exit speed that is at least 0.7 seconds faster. For turn 12, the driver should again favor the left side to optimize their line. Upon reaching the apex, downshift to fourth gear, and after advancing a short distance, apply throttle to exit. The approach to this corner should be dictated by the prevailing wind conditions, with a tailwind. Minimal braking may be necessary, as the car's inertia, downforce, and the wind's contribution can facilitate a smooth passage. While exiting, the driver can venture beyond the white line at the track's edge, bringing the left tires close to the gravel, but caution is required to avoid going off track. After exiting, it is imperative to swiftly return to the racing line in preparation for the right turn into turn 13. Turn 13 has a slight rightward inclination. To achieve adequate grip and balance, the driver should enter with some speed, utilizing the inner curb, but must avoid the yellow sausage curb. After exiting, downshift to third gear and position the car towards the right curb, as the next section comprises the combination of turns 13 and 14. The braking focus should be shifted rearward, as these turns typically require steering while braking to prevent front wheel lockup. If speed is insufficient, cutting across the curb of turn 13 is permissible in third gear. The moment one exits turn 14 is of paramount importance. Here, one must gauge the remaining grip of the tires. Should the grip be sufficiently robust, one might dare to clip a fraction of the yellow curb, thereby taking a more truncated line out of the corner. Conversely, if the grip is lacking, one must exercise caution. As one departs turn 14, gradually increase the throttle, and once the car's orientation is stabilized, firmly press the accelerator to the floor. At this juncture, a slight headwind is present, yet the rear tires possess enough grip to harness the engine's instantaneous power output. After navigating turn 14, all the challenges of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya are behind. Turn 15 is a full throttle corner, and any F1 driver knows precisely how to tackle such a turn. As Qin Mian exits turn 15, the broadcast director shifts the camera's focus to him. After all, Qin Mian has already demonstrated his prodigious talent at Mercedes, despite some fans criticizing his victory at Imola, claiming he secured the win due to Hamilton refraining from attacking. Nevertheless, a championship title is a title, and the FIA has duly acknowledged this. Any further debate is futile. Moreover, Qin Mian has indeed set the record for the fastest acquisition of his first Grand Prix victory, and his subsequent performances have lived up to his talent and reputation. Therefore, while Qin Mian may still not command the same attention as Hamilton within the F1 paddock, he has garnered more focus from the broadcasters than Norris and others. Qin Mian is approaching the finish line. Although his times in the first two sectors did not surpass Hamilton's, the gap between them is evidently minimal, merely 0.7 17 seconds. In both of the initial timing sectors, Qin Mian achieved green sectors, thereby setting a new personal best for his first flying lap. Now, the question remains whether he can excel in the third sector and secure his inaugural pole position. As Fei-Gu expresses these sentiments, a palpable tension envelopes him. His fists instinctively clenched. As fellow Chinese commentators, there is an inherent sense of empathy towards Qin Mian, particularly given his commendable performance and results at this juncture. Simultaneously, Frankie, who is equally invested in Qin Mian's success, has forsaken his position in the command center to observe the data, donning headphones. He moves closer to the gap connecting the command center and the track, leaning out to catch a glimpse. As the roar of Qin Mian's engine resonates while he crosses the finish line, his third sector time is revealed. The good news is that he has once again set a new record for his third sector. However, the unfortunate news is that despite achieving a green sector, he has not surpassed Hamilton to claim pole position. Notably, approximately 7 seconds after Qin Mian completed his lap, Verstappen also crossed the finish line, concluding his final flying lap of qualifying. Coincidentally, Verstappen's qualifying time remains slower than Qin Mian's, albeit by a mere 0.3 seconds. Yet, it is this fractional difference that relegates Qin Mian to the second position in qualifying. With Verstappen's finish, a wave of amusement swept through the spectators. Laughter echoed as the excitement unfolded, with the situation aligning perfectly with my expectations. In the 2021 season, Qin Mian participated in 4 races, consistently securing the second position in each qualifying session. It appears that the moniker Qin II is destined to remain with him. After the conclusion of Q3, Hamilton's standing remained unchanged, while Qin Mian once again claimed his steadfast P2 following the qualifying rounds. The final qualifying results were as follows: P1, Hamilton, marking the 100th pole position of his illustrious career; P2, Qin Mian; P3, Verstappen; P4, Leclerc; P5, Ocon; P6, Sainz; P7, Ricciardo; P8, Perez; P9, Norris; P10, Alonso. Naturally, Hamilton, having secured his centenary pole position, celebrated exuberantly within his team's hospitality area. Following the qualifying session, Sky Sports aired a brief documentary highlighting the top 3 drivers in terms of pole positions: Ayrton Senna with 65, Michael Schumacher with 68, and Lewis Hamilton with an impressive 100. Undoubtedly, Hamilton stands as the greatest F1 driver of this era, with no contenders. As the documentary concluded, the camera focused on Hamilton, who was still seated in his car, joyfully engaged in conversation through his radio, his animated gestures revealing his elation. At that moment, Qin Mian parked his car beside Hamilton's and, upon exiting, promptly approached him. Despite the helmets and earplugs rendering their words inaudible, Qin Mian extended his hand, engaging in a firm handshake with Hamilton for a considerable time. Subsequently, the broadcast shifted its focus back to Hamilton, while Qin Mian returned to his vehicle to gather his belongings before joining his team to celebrate. The perennial second-place finisher had little to feel ashamed of. As long as Qin Mian triumphed over Verstappen, his mission would be accomplished. The following procedures were routine: donning helmets for weight checks, followed by removing their gear for interviews, the content of which I shall not elaborate further. The host primarily inquired whether the previous race's defeat had affected Qin Mian and if it would impact the upcoming main event. Qin Mian's responses were measured, yet he adeptly sidestepped inquiries regarding more personal matters. Upon the conclusion of the interview, Qin Mian was summoned by the press officer to partake in several activities. He then returned to the second floor of the team's headquarters for a brief meeting, marking the end of a productive day for both him and Hamilton. Later that evening, Qin Mian received a call from Xiaoming. Although the two have not yet reached the 7-year itch, they have known each other for nearly 5 years. Their relationship has gradually evolved from romantic love into a familial bond, and their conversations have become less overly sentimental than before. Busy now? Qin Mian, sensing the tone of Xiaoming, understood that a serious discussion was imminent. Since Zhou Guanyu was unable to join the game that evening, Qin Mian was playing Civilization VI alone, providing an opportunity to converse with Xiaoming. He left the game running, merely activating the speaker on his phone to say, "I'm done with my tasks and playing on the computer at the hotel. Feel free to speak your mind." Xiaoming, without any suspicion, replied, "During my time at the company, I have communicated with the people at Ely. They seem quite eager to collaborate with us, and I can sense their desire to sign a partnership contract swiftly. They are even willing to make concessions regarding advertising and other aspects." Qin Mian set down his mouse, Are they in a hurry? Does my improved performance mean better terms for our subsequent contract? Certainly, but the underlying reasons are likely more complex, Xiaoming responded. Though Qin Mian understood the importance of influence, he was not well versed in business matters, so he reluctantly replied, I truly have no expertise in this area. You'll have to handle it yourself. Indeed, the company has already begun the process. Once it's completed, we can approach Ely for discussions on collaboration. By the way, are you really certain about using the name Qin Mian Media? Doesn't it seem a bit too casual? Qin Mian replied, I think it's perfectly fine. After all, this company serves only me, and I have no intentions of expansion. There's no point in overthinking a more appealing name. All right, we can discuss this later. However, I must remind you that Zhou Guanyu's birthday is at the end of this month. You need to find a suitable gift for him. Xiaoming emphasized the word suitable. Qin Mian had a history of forgetting such occasions. Last year, he discovered Zhou Guanyu's birthday on the very day and hastily wished him, happy birthday, without a gift, had their friendship not been strong. Such an oversight might have cost him a friend. Even though you and Zhou Guanyu have a good relationship, merely saying happy birthday seems rather dismissive. Put in a little effort and find him a decent gift, I beg you. After Xiaoming's reminder, Qin Mian realized that the end of this month marked Zhou Guanyu's birthday. However, the thought of selecting a gift made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. Can't you just help me choose something like you do for others? Qin Mian's family connections were always managed by Xiaoming, who had a natural talent for maintaining relationships and consistently provided gifts during holidays. Although the gifts varied each year, they were often the same for the same recipients. For instance, last year, everyone received a beautifully crafted set of tea leaves and exquisite tea utensils, all imported from the domestic market, which were indeed rather costly. This year, however, the gift will be a bottle of Maotai accompanied by a matching set of wine glasses. Although the shipping costs exceed that of the liquor, the sentiment behind the gesture is undeniably conveyed. Setting aside the appropriateness of gifting alcohol to a driver, it may affect the camaraderie between Zhou Guanyu and Qin Mian when Guanyu discovers that the gift he received from Qin for his birthday is the same as what was given to others. The distinction between failing to send a birthday gift in time and deliberately offering a perfunctory gift is significant. Thus, Xiaoming decisively responded, no, think for yourself. Before Qin Mian could utter another word, Xiaoming added, don't stay up too late gaming. That's all I wanted to say. You should rest early. With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving Qin Mian staring at his phone with a look of helplessness as the call concluded. Rubbing his head in mild frustration, Qin Mian found himself at a loss regarding what to gift Zhou Guanyu. The thought of selecting something from the items he obtained through lottery points had not crossed his mind, as those items seemed somewhat trivial for both him and Guanyu. Just then, he recalled the system and suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He remembered he possessed a container key. Wouldn't he gifting that to Zhou Guanyu be far more creative than the usual birthday presents? It would certainly be amusing. Knowing Zhou Guanyu, Qin Mian was confident he would appreciate such a gift. With that thought, he promptly created a reminder on his phone to ensure he wouldn't forget Guanyu's birthday. Once this matter was settled, Qin Mian immersed himself in the gaming world for over half an hour before heading to bed. The following day, after completing his daily training, Qin Mian called for Barber to head to the paddock. To his surprise, the young Spaniards seemed remarkably headstrong. Despite the prevailing conditions showing no signs of improvement and even indications of worsening, they boldly defied the odds. Though few gathered at the driver's entrance, Qin Mian noticed a considerable queue at the track entrance. While these individuals donned masks at the organizers' behest, the gathering itself posed an obvious risk, and the potential consequences were all too predictable. Qin Mian doubted their awareness of the situation. Nonetheless, some continued to venture into the paddock. Frankly, he found their audacity impressive. Risking their safety merely to witness a race was quite remarkable. Of course, this might also reflect differing values between nations, and as a Chinese individual, it was understandable for Qin Mian to struggle to comprehend the Spanish mentality. The organizers, too, were quite absurd to continue selling tickets under such circumstances. One dares to sell, while another dares to attend, epitomizing a culture of entertainment at all costs. The chapter concludes with Verstappen's release of pressure. However, as Qin Mian entered the paddock alongside Barber, he lost sight of those individuals. Upon arriving at the team headquarters, Qin Mian had prepared the attire he would wear for the afternoon race, yet he refrained from changing, opting instead to partake in the routine team meeting. During this meeting, he sought to understand the current condition of the track, the the prevailing wind direction, and the possibility of rain during the race, as well as tactical choices for the main event. Following the conclusion of the team meeting, Qin Mian was invited by the Mercedes news officer to descend and conduct an interview with Sky Sports at the entrance of the team headquarters. Once the interview was completed, he hurried off to assist some European charitable organizations in recording videos. These videos were primarily expressions of gratitude for the contributions made by these organizations to society, encouraging them to persist in their endeavors. Furthermore, Qin Mian pledged a personal donation of 50,000 to these charitable causes. While the process may seem intricate, it essentially involved looking at the camera and reciting the script displayed on it. In recording these segments, Qin Mian not only received no financial compensation, but also had to contribute his own funds. However, this endeavor served to enhance his reputation and expand his influence abroad, subtly increasing his fan base. It was akin to purchasing fame, albeit wrapped in the guise of philanthropy. This is a conventional practice in capitalist nations. After completing these tasks, Qin Mian was summoned to a stage prepared by the organizers, a venue he was quite familiar with as it served as the location for pre-race fan meet and greets. Nevertheless, for the safety of the drivers, there was a 7-meter gap between the fans and the stage, and all attendees were mandated to wear masks. The drivers participating in this event were largely acquaintances of Qin Mian, including his old friend Leclerc from Ferrari, Russell from Williams, Alonso from Alpine, and Tsunoda from Red Bull. The first to catch Qin Mian's eye was Tsunoda. He overheard a conversation among Mercedes team staff mentioning that Tsunoda had yet to acclimate to the intensity of F1 racing, often feeling exhausted to the point of struggling to exit the car after a race. Considering Tsunoda's stature, it was understandable that his physical reserves were not as robust. They had crossed paths in F2, sharing a camaraderie akin to that of classmates. Thus, upon seeing Tsunoda, Qin Mian approached him with a smile and greeted, "Yuki, good morning." Tsunoda responded with a smile, "Qin-jun, good morning." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Mian turned his attention to Leclerc. Isn't this our Imola Grand Prix champion?" "Qin Mian." Leclerc joked without a hint of hesitation. Qin Mian refrained from retorting, simply smiling as he approached Leclerc for a handshake, humbly replying, "It was merely luck." However, as he said this, he did not forget to wink at Leclerc, revealing a knowing and triumphant smile. Evidently, Qin Mian felt a surge of joy after securing the championship at the recent event, yet his ingrained modesty compelled him to downplay his achievement. However, Leclerc was not one to let him off easily. Feigning curiosity, he inquired, "What exactly happened during your withdrawal from the Spanish race last week? Did your car encounter any issues?" Qin Mian replied, "If you cannot articulate, you need not speak." Upon hearing his words, the surrounding drivers erupted in laughter. Qin Mian exchanged greetings with Alonso, and finally with Russell. "By the way, Qin Mian, we have a WhatsApp group for the drivers. I've been so busy lately that I forgot to add you. Do you have WhatsApp?" "I can add you right now," Russell remarked after a brief handshake. Qin Mian nodded in understanding. He was aware of this group. Hamilton had mentioned it during their casual conversations, and Leclerc had also proposed adding him at one point. However, at that time, Qin Mian had not paid much attention to it. After all, why should he impose himself on others when they had not extended an invitation? Was there any difference between that and being overly eager? Yet now, Russell had taken the initiative to invite him, which left Qin Mian with a somewhat profound expression. He recalled having encountered Russell at such pre-race activities previously, likely in Bahrain, and found himself pondering why Russell had not approached him back then, but chose to do so now. As for Russell's excuse of being too busy to remember, Qin Mian merely regarded it as a source of amusement. Some matters are better left unspoken, as acknowledging them might diminish their beauty. Just then, with his phone on hand, Qin Mian retrieved it and added Russell as a contact on WhatsApp. Before long, Russell had added him to the group. Initially, there were only 19 members, and Qin Mian's entry brought the total to 20, with Russell as the group administrator. Upon joining, Qin Mian was immediately greeted by a flurry of messages from other drivers. "Kimi, welcome to our Imola race champion." "Leclerc, fireworks." "Fireworks." "Alonso, welcome." Notably, Alonso's welcome was conveyed in Chinese. "Max, welcome." Seeing such an enthusiastic reception from his peers left Qin Mian momentarily speechless. So he opted to share a cute panda emoji with a teary-eyed expression of gratitude. This seemingly ignited a flurry of chaotic emojis in the group chat. Norris, who had been lurking silently, began bombarding the chat with emojis, creating an unstoppable momentum. Soon, Qin Mian joined in the fun. Although his collection of emojis consisted mainly of domestic panda-themed ones. Nevertheless, amidst the barrage of emojis, his contributions did not seem out of place. However, the playful exchange did not last long, as the fan activities preceding the race were set to commence shortly. Under the host's introduction, Qin Mian and the others made their grand entrance. It is noteworthy that when Qin Mian entered the venue, the eruption of cheers from the audience surpassed that of the likes of Tsunoda and Russell by a considerable margin. However, in comparison to the home-ground hero Alonso and the dashing Leclerc, he was somewhat less favored. After all, among the spectators, 50% donned Alonso's Renault attire, while 30% sported Ferrari gear, with only a handful in Mercedes outfits. The pre-race activities need not be elaborated upon. They primarily involved addressing the audience's curious inquiries, engaging in some lighthearted games, and ultimately distributing autographed memorabilia to the attendees. By the time Qin Mian returned to the garage, it was already a little past 11:30 in the morning. Upon reaching his lounge, he had half an hour before lunch. And throughout the afternoon until the race commenced at 3, he refrained from work. This period was specifically allocated for the drivers to rest and prepare for the race. Given the blistering speeds of F1 cars, if a driver fails to adequately adjust their state, accidents could occur once on the track. During this time, Qin Mian did not engage in any adjustments. After lunch, he powered on his work computer, donned his noise-canceling headphones, and began playing games, occasionally checking for any amusing exchanges in the group chat. Unfortunately, post-lunch, no one continued to share memes in the chat, and Qin Mian was reluctant to be the instigator of another meme war, thus he remained silent. Toto had grown accustomed to Qin Mian's pre-race computer gaming and paid it no mind. People are inherently different. Some focus their minds before a race through meditation, exercise, music, or even singing like Hamilton. Qin Mian's unique method of achieving mental clarity involved playing video games. Toto conveniently provided an excuse for Qin Mian when he noticed him engaging in a couple of rounds of CSGO before the race. In reality, Qin Mian merely found himself somewhat bored and played a game to pass the time. As for his state of mind, to boast a little, once Qin Mian settled into his car, he would synchronize his mental state with that of his racing machine, reaching his optimal psychological condition without the need for any adjustments. At 1:30 in the afternoon, just as Qin Mian concluded a game, Barber reminded him, "The race is about to begin. Take a moment to rest." Naturally, Qin Mian discerned the importance of priorities, and following Barber's prompt, he shut down his computer and stowed it away. In less than 10 minutes, he changed into his racing attire, engaged in a brief meditation to clear his mind, and then, alongside Barber, made their way to the paddock. Upon arriving at the paddock, as Qin Mian was about to inspect his car, Toto called out to him, "Qin Mian, come here for a moment." While adjusting the cords of his noise-canceling headphones, Qin Mian approached Toto and inquired, "What's up?" Toto's original intention was to offer some words of comfort to Qin Mian, for it is only natural for anyone to experience psychological pressure following their first withdrawal from a race in their professional career. Although Qin Mian's performance during practice and qualifying had been commendable and remarkably stable, the pressure faced by a racing driver in a competitive event far exceeds that of practice sessions and qualifying rounds. Toto feared that Qin Mian might be suppressing his emotions, and should he succumb to overwhelming stress during the race, it could lead to complications. However, Toto did not observe any signs of tension or negativity on Qin Mian's face. If it were anyone else, Toto might have assumed they were adept at concealing their feelings, but Qin Mian was different. Toto understood him. Qin Mian was one who wore his emotions on his sleeve. Given that Qin Mian's countenance appeared calm, even somewhat excited, it was likely a true reflection of his innermost feelings. After a brief moment of astonishment, Toto felt a sense of relief and a quiet thrill at having discovered a talented driver. Nevertheless, Toto could not simply call Qin Mian over only to dismiss him with a casual, "Everything is fine, you may leave now." Even if he did, there was a considerable chance that Qin Mian would not mind. However, such behavior would diminish Toto's standing within the team, which was entirely unnecessary. Thus, he offered a few routine words of encouragement. "Do your best in today's race, but I do not wish to see you in conflict with Hamilton." "All right, rest assured," Qin Mian replied with a nod. "Go on, I look forward to your performance in this race." Without overthinking it, Qin Mian departed. As he turned to busily attend to his car, and then hurried to the control tower to check the current weather conditions, Toto was unaware of the look of satisfaction that adorned his face, akin to that of a mentor observing a junior. Soon, with the announcement from the race officials, the team members made the final preparations before the race, pushing the cars onto the track. After the staff had completed their arrangements, Qin Mian proceeded to the track to take the oath, listen to the Spanish national anthem, and then return to his car to await the start of the race. All pre-race preparations concluded at this juncture. Notably, before entering his car, Hamilton approached Qin Mian to offer words of reassurance, essentially advising him to maintain faith in the team, asserting that the gearbox failure was merely a low-probability event, with little chance of recurrence in the upcoming race. There was a distinct sense of an elder expressing concern for a younger, inexperienced individual. In fact, Hamilton, who was 16 years Qin Mian's senior, indeed viewed him with the perspective of a mentor. Qin Mian naturally nodded in agreement, not daring to display even the slightest hint of impatience, especially since the scene of Hamilton imparting his wisdom was being recorded by numerous cameras. However, Hamilton soon released Qin Mian to allow him to prepare. The 10th corner of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya had undergone modifications, resulting in a lap length of 675 kilometers. Today, Pirelli has provided tire compounds C1 and C3, the hardest of the three tire options, which vividly illustrates the severe tire degradation anticipated on this circuit. Moreover, Pirelli has calculated that a minimum of 2 pit stops will be necessary, with a single stop representing a relatively conservative strategy. The starting grid for the race is as follows. First row, Hamilton, Qin Mian. Second row, Verstappen, Leclerc. Third row, Ocon, Sainz. Fourth row, Ricciardo, Perez. Fifth row, Norris, Alonso. Sixth row, Stroll, Gasly. Seventh row, Vettel, Giovinazzi. Eighth row, Russell, Tsunoda. Ninth row, Kimi, Mick. 10th row, Latifi, Mazepin. At this moment, the majority of the team personnel have vacated the track, leaving only a few staff members to ensure the vehicles are in optimal condition. It is then that Qin Mian catches a glimpse of a 5-star red flag being hung on the barrier of the grandstand to his left. Taken aback, he turns his head to see a female fan clad in Mercedes attire, joyfully filming him with a gimbal. Upon noticing his gaze, she beams with delight, bouncing in place while waving enthusiastically at him. As the race has yet to commence, Qin Mian finds himself with ample time. Acknowledging the effort it takes to navigate the hazardous surroundings, he waves back, thus exchanging pleasantries. Yet, a nagging sensation lingers in his mind that he should recognize her from somewhere, though he cannot quite place where they may have crossed paths before. This moment is captured by the attentive broadcast crew. Feige chuckles, remarking, Qin Mian is greeting the supporters present at the venue. This is the first time since the pandemic that spectators have been allowed in the paddock, isn't it? Bingu inquires. Zhou Hauer nods in agreement. Indeed. But attendees must submit a negative nucleic acid test report from the past week. Any discrepancies will result in denial of entry. It's no wonder the turnout today is relatively modest, Feige adds. Nonetheless, I must advise our compatriots abroad to refrain from attending in person. Safety is paramount. After this statement, Feige shifts his tone. That said, I must admit, I envy her. I too yearn to witness the race live and wave to Qin Mian. Bingu sighs, alas. That's beyond our reach. If we truly wish to attend a race, we will have to wait for the Chinese Grand Prix to be rescheduled. The other two commentators echo a shared sentiment of regret. Meanwhile, as the commentators engage in their discussion, the drivers on the track have commenced their formation laps. Qin Mian's strategy for this race diverges from that of his teammate Hamilton, opting for a one-stop strategy with red and yellow tires. To be candid, since joining Mercedes, apart from an unforeseen race, he has consistently employed a one-stop strategy. Soon enough, all 20 cars are lined up on the starting grid. The 5 red lights illuminate one after another, signaling that the race is about to commence. Beep, 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 beep. The 5 red lights extinguish, and the race begins. Verstappen made an excellent start. Although he was boxed in by 2 Mercedes cars, he managed to position himself alongside Qin Mian, racing wheel to wheel. On the track, Qin Mian's start was somewhat sluggish, with his reaction time exceeding 0.2 seconds. This difference in reaction time allowed Verstappen to accelerate significantly faster than Qin Mian right after the start. Fortunately, Hamilton assisted Qin Mian in defending against Verstappen, as the 2 Mercedes cars effectively blocked Verstappen's line into Turn 1. However, after Turn 1, Verstappen took the outside line, and Qin Mian hesitated to push him off, leaving him some room to exit the corner. Verstappen, audacious and meticulous, seized the opportunity. Although the space left by Qin Mian could barely accommodate a single car, he boldly maneuvered into it. With a wider exit line than Qin Mian, he managed to pull ahead by half a car length during Turn 1. As they approached Turn 2, a left-hand turn, Qin Mian's speed was insufficient to contend with Verstappen. Ultimately, Verstappen overtook Qin Mian at Turn 2, claiming second place. Although the overtaking maneuver was executed at Turn 2, it was evident that Qin Mian had lost the start to Verstappen. "I apologize, everyone. I didn't execute the start well," Qin Mian admitted in the team radio, feeling somewhat frustrated after realizing he could not assist Hamilton in blocking Verstappen. This encounter left Qin Mian utterly defenseless against Verstappen's attack, primarily due to his slower reaction at the start. Had he been 0.5 seconds quicker off the line, he would have likely held Verstappen at bay during Turn 1 and would have had the confidence to defend his position in Turn 2. Alas, there are no what-ifs. In response, Toto reassured him, "Don't worry. Our strategy has its advantages. Maintain your rhythm. If you can apply pressure on Verstappen, do so. If not, focus on creating distance from Leclerc behind you." Toto always seemed to possess a remarkable ability to calm the situation, and upon hearing his voice, Qin Mian felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, alleviating some of his negative emotions. During the initial phase, Verstappen had been accumulating tension. Fully aware of Qin Mian's formidable defensive skills, he understood that failing to surpass Qin Mian at the start would impose a heavy burden on him to overtake later in the race, potentially jeopardizing his own chances of victory. Thus, after successfully breaking through the blockade of the two Mercedes cars and overtaking Qin Mian, Verstappen experienced a surge of exhilaration akin to that of a champion. "Let's fucking go," echoed Verstappen's exuberant voice over the team radio. As the race progressed, it settled into a monotonous rhythm, with Hamilton leading. Verstappen's overtaking of Qin Mian had taken some time, and he now found himself a mere 15 seconds behind Hamilton. The prospect of closing that gap seemed nearly impossible, and the distance between the two was gradually being extended by Hamilton. Qin Mian trailed Verstappen by 8 seconds, and this gap was gradually widening. Behind him, Leclerc, utilizing his ERS without hesitation, aimed to position himself within the DRS zone behind Qin Mian before its activation. He indeed managed to achieve this. Behind Leclerc, chaos ensued. However, as the race progressed, the grid began to organize itself. Drivers lined up in formation. At this juncture, Qin Mian felt relatively little pressure. Although Leclerc had lingered within his DRS zone during the second lap, his ERS battery was nearly depleted after this lap, making it not overly challenging for Qin Mian to distance himself from him. Qin Mian conceded that if he were driving a Ferrari like Leclerc, he might not necessarily outperform him, but he was in a Mercedes, and the formidable machine was no laughing matter. It epitomized sheer speed. Despite the Mercedes experiencing issues with excessive tire wear due to high overall downforce, the ample downforce provided undeniable cornering speed. Additionally, Qin Mian favored a lower downforce setup, coupled with his tire conservation skills, rendering tire degradation a negligible concern for him. Thus, in the third lap, once the DRS was activated, Leclerc discovered that even with the DRS advantage, he could barely keep pace with Qin Mian on the long straight, only managing to slightly reduce the gap between their cars. However, the advantage gained through DRS would invariably be negated by Qin Mian in the twisting sections of the first and third timing sectors. The overall conditions were unfavorable for Leclerc. Despite the DRS support, he found himself losing ground to Qin Mian at a rate of 0.15 seconds per lap, gradually being cast out of the DRS zone. Frankly, Leclerc felt his blood pressure rise as he observed Qin Mian's car, yet he found himself powerless to respond. However, a twist awaited on the track. Just after Qin Mian passed T1 of the 8th lap, the race officials deployed the yellow flag. As the scene shifted, it revealed Yuki Tsunoda's small Red Bull car halted at the junction of T11 and T12. Previously, Japanese media had lauded Tsunoda's performance in securing points in his debut race. In contrast, Qin Mian, who had finished second in his first race, was largely overlooked. What car was Qin Mian driving? A Martian machine, the Mercedes-Benz W12. And what vehicle was Tsunoda piloting? The small Red Bull, a car from the lower-tier team, rendering any comparison utterly unfounded. Was the difficulty of earning points in Tsunoda's case less than that of Qin Mian? It was not merely a matter of skill. It was unequivocally a matter of superior machinery. Had Tsunoda been behind the wheel of a Mercedes, he might well challenge Hamilton's position within the team. The subsequent events of Qin Mian winning the championship in Imola, along with his dominance throughout the F2 season, were, of course, blatantly ignored. The blatant double standards infuriated the three commentators and numerous domestic fans alike. Upon witnessing Tsunoda's retirement, the three commentators in the studio mockingly exclaimed, "Oh dear, Tsunoda." The Japanese driver laden with expectations, considered a potential future world champion, and yet he has retired, haha. The subsequent commentary was laced with schadenfreude, the laughter resonating with a sense of irony. Tsunoda's engine had halted, leaving his car stranded outside the bend. The race officials took an additional 30 seconds to ascertain that Tsunoda could not restart his vehicle before deploying the safety car. Meanwhile, Mercedes began contemplating whether to bring Qin Mian into the pits following Tsunoda's incident, as Qin Mian's tire preservation skills could potentially allow him to complete the remainder of the race on a single set of medium tires. However, this decision bore its own risks. During practice, Qin Mian had discovered that the cliff point for the medium tires was approximately 50 laps. Yet there were still 57 laps remaining. Thus, if he opted to pit for new tires at that moment, he would struggle significantly during the final 7 laps of the race. Toto's inclination was to keep Qin Mian out on track, reasoning that it would be too risky to experiment with strategies after a race had already been compromised by mechanical failure. Nevertheless, he posed a question to Qin Mian. "Qin Mian, the safety car is out, but our plan remains unchanged. We can switch you to medium tires. What are your thoughts?" To an outsider, Toto's statement might seem nonsensical, yet Qin Mian, as a member of the Mercedes team, understood the implications. Toto's message was clear. The plan for a pit stop remained intact, and they could equip him with medium tires to finish the race. The choice of not opting for hard tires stemmed primarily from the latter's sluggish pace, which lagged a full second per lap compared to the medium tires and over 2 seconds slower than the soft tires, rendering them an impractical option. Upon receiving Toto's radio message, Qin Mian glanced at Verstappen and Hamilton ahead of him, and then at Leclerc behind. He calculated internally, if the race proceeded according to the team's original strategy, utilizing soft tires until the 24th lap pit window, his overall race time would inevitably be slower than Hamilton's and most likely incapable of surpassing Verstappen. Thus, instead of trailing behind the two dominant drivers, he decided to take a gamble. What if he achieved an exceptional result? What if another safety car emerged once the pit window opened? All right, box, Qin Mian resolved, embracing the risk of this audacious plan. Being young, he did not dwell excessively on the potential consequences and nodded in agreement. However, Qin Mian's sudden agreement left the Mercedes strategy team in a quandary, as they now had to meticulously monitor his tire condition post-pit stop. Consequently, both the audience and commentators were taken aback as Qin Mian's Mercedes car entered the pit lane, where the team swiftly assisted him in changing to a set of medium tires, completing the process in a total of 21 seconds. During the safety car period, the duration of tire changes became relatively inconsequential. What truly astounded the spectators was why Qin Mian chose to pit at that particular moment. After the broadcast captured Qin Mian's tire change, it also revealed the conversation record between the team and Qin Mian. The commentators, including Fergo, suddenly realized, was this indeed Qin Mian's own decision? Zhou Hauran analyzed that if Qin Mian had chosen to pit at this juncture, he must have been contemplating a two-stop strategy. Verstappen interjected curiously, pondering whether it was conceivable for a single set of yellow tires to last the entire race. Fergo was the first to oppose this notion, asserting that with 57 laps remaining, it was utterly impossible for the yellow tires to endure the full race distance. Zhou Hauran concurred, affirming that a two-stop strategy was indeed necessary, as the yellow tires could not complete the race. Aside from Qin Mian, Albon's Giovinazzi also opted to pit during the safety car period, followed by Williams, Russell, and Latifi, who made their pit stops on the 10th lap. Both drivers, like Giovinazzi, switched from soft to medium tires. Upon exiting the pits, they naturally found themselves at the back of the pack. Since Qin Mian had pitted as soon as the safety car was deployed, he did not lose much ground, emerging in 7th place, right behind Ocon and ahead of Sainz. Once he confirmed his position, Qin Mian adjusted his car settings, conserving ERS and adopting a straightforward racing line, focusing solely on tire preservation. Aware that under normal driving conditions, the medium tires could not last the entire race, Qin Mian resolved to prioritize tire conservation from this moment onward. To safeguard his tires, He refrained from excessive wear during the safety car's duration. Midway through the 10th lap, Yuki Tsunoda's car had been removed from the track, and the safety car's lights were extinguished. At T15 of the 10th lap, Hamilton accelerated sharply after a brief hesitation. As Qin Mian could no longer see Hamilton's car and received no signal from him, he initiated his start independently, striving to widen the gap between himself and Verstappen. Qin Mian's reaction time at the start was slightly faster than Ocon's ahead, yet due to the extremely low tire temperature, he struggled to harness the power output from his engine effectively. Following the start, the track led into the T14 and T15 combination, where overtaking proved impossible. Consequently, Qin Mian maintained his position. However, he was not disheartened by trailing Ocon. He patiently awaited the opportunity, knowing that once DRS was activated, overtaking an Alpine with a DRS-equipped Mercedes would not pose a significant challenge. In truth, upon spotting Ocon ahead, Qin Mian felt a wave of nostalgia. For Ocon was the first F1 driver he had encountered in real life. He recalled an event in Shanghai, where he had the chance to attend through the auspices of Boss Zhou. At that moment, Qin Mian could only observe Ocon from a pedestrian's perspective, marveling at the star-like figure in the distance. It truly evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of being 18 and standing as an onlooker. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Mian adeptly unleashed his skill, flood of beasts, upon Ocon. Given the precarious state of his tires, Qin Mian meticulously calculated their wear as he surpassed each driver ahead of him. To his astonishment, he discovered that when this skill was applied to Verstappen, the initial pressure began at 0, while Ocon's starting pressure astonishingly soared to 26. Confounded yet deeply impressed, Qin Mian pondered the cause of Ocon's elevated pressure, especially considering he had not engaged in any significant confrontation. In truth, the Frenchman sensed the intense pressure emanating from the Mercedes machine as Qin Mian emerged from the pit, falling in directly behind him. Although he recognized that he was not in direct competition with Qin Mian, his innate competitive spirit compelled him to defend his position vigorously. Thus, Ocon imposed a degree of pressure upon himself, acknowledging that while Qin Mian could overtake him, it would come at a cost. However, Ocon was unprepared for the palpable presence of Qin Mian within a mere 15 seconds of trailing him. The striking contrast of Qin Mian's red helmet against the sleek black of the Mercedes was particularly striking, capturing Ocon's attention each time he glanced in his mirrors during overtaking zones. As Qin Mian drew closer to Ocon, he noticed that Ocon's pressure escalated at an alarming rate. The Mercedes was undeniably faster than the Alpine, and despite Qin Mian's tire conservation strategy, he found himself just 0 for seconds behind Ocon by the 12th lap. To his dismay, Qin Mian observed Ocon's pressure levels rising by 1 with each corner, before the race control could reactivate DRS. During the 12th lap at turns 7 and 8, Ocon's pressure peaked at 40, leading to a costly mistake. Exiting the turn, he overextended, causing the right rear tire to clip the sausage curb at T8. The rear of Ocon's car was violently propelled upward, but he managed to regain control and return to the track. Nonetheless, his exit speed suffered significantly, allowing Qin Mian to overtake him effortlessly without deviating from the racing line. Having surpassed Ocon, Qin Mian ascended to 6th place, with Perez just 3 seconds ahead. Although only 2 laps had elapsed since the race's restart, Ocon had not focused on achieving competitive lap times. His thoughts were consumed with how to defend against Qin Mian like a lion. Consequently, his speed faltered. Meanwhile, Ocon found himself left behind as Qin Mian overtook him, the earlier mistake casting him out of Qin Mian's DRS range. With the Alpine inherently slower than the Mercedes, Ocon's chances of recovery were effectively extinguished. Yet, he suffered no real loss, for he had merely returned to the position he was destined to occupy in the first place. It is noteworthy that Sainz has been trailing Qin Mian by a mere 17 seconds. Much like Leclerc, Sainz has found it exceedingly arduous to keep pace with Qin Mian, his ERS energy depleting without replenishment, and it appears he is on the verge of exhaustion. Nevertheless, his only accomplishment has been to barely maintain the gap between himself and Qin Mian from further widening. Recently, there has been a prevailing sentiment within Ferrari suggesting that Qin Mian possesses a higher innate talent than Sainz. Should Qin Mian have remained at Ferrari rather than departing, it is posited that the team's points would not only surpass McLaren, but would also challenge Red Bull, even if they are not yet capable of besting Mercedes. Many have found this assertion compelling, and such discussions have reached Sainz's ears, undoubtedly inciting his ire. No one can bear the thought of their partner asserting that their predecessor is superior, whether it is the internal discourse at Ferrari or the direct competition on track. Sainz finds himself at a significant disadvantage. Behind the wheel of a Mercedes, Qin Mian's speed is such that Sainz can scarcely see his tail lights, leaving him at a loss as to how to bridge the gap and prove his worth. Initially, Sainz could console himself with the notion that the Mercedes outperforms the Ferrari. However, just moments ago, while Qin Mian was conserving his tires, Sainz was on a standard racing line, even resorting to the DRS at all costs. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he still found himself unable to close the distance, and the gap continued to widen. Sainz felt an acute sense of defeat. Sensing that upon realizing he was behind, Qin Mian didn't even spare him a glance. Frustration and helplessness swiftly enveloped Sainz. Yet, it must be noted that his feelings were indeed accurate. Upon recognizing Sainz's presence behind him, Qin Mian exhaled a sigh of relief and chose to disregard him entirely. After overtaking Ocon, Qin Mian set his sights on Perez. Perez, who joined Red Bull this year, finds himself piloting a car meticulously tuned to Verstappen's driving style. Despite Perez's considerable skills, his effectiveness is limited when wielding a machine that does not suit him. Consequently, his speed was rather lackluster, and after 4 laps, Qin Mian caught up with him. At this juncture, Qin Mian was devoid of any tactical advantages and understood that this was not a moment for tire conservation. Given Perez's role, he would undoubtedly defend fiercely to avoid exerting undue pressure on Verstappen. Before long, Qin Mian received a notification from Frankie. Red Bull had issued a stern directive to Perez, instructing him to defend against Qin Mian with utmost determination. Understanding the implications, Qin Mian inquired about his tire condition, which essentially meant, will the tire reserves I have conserved over these laps enable me to launch an offensive against Perez in the forthcoming stages of the race? Frankie, fully grasping the context, assured him, the tire condition is satisfactory, better than anticipated, maintain your pace. The essence of this message was clear. There is leeway, go for it. Qin Mian then cast a sidelong glance at the ERS battery reserve on his steering wheel, 87. What more is there to say? Let us get to it. Although Qin Mian could no longer utilize his skills in the subsequent lap, the absence of such abilities did not preclude him from exerting pressure. He maintained a close proximity of 2.5 seconds behind Perez, poised to make a move at any potential overtaking point. This method of applying pressure effectively unsettled the car ahead, all the while allowing Qin Mian to retain his speed without overly aggressive maneuvers. However, given the comparable performance of the Red Bull and Mercedes vehicles, seizing an opportunity to overtake without excessively wearing down tires required a judicious moment. That moment arrived for Qin Mian after exiting turn 15 on lap 19. He observed that Perez had overstepped on the right side tire, slightly encroaching onto the curb. Recognizing this, Qin Mian promptly activated the ERS and unleashed a surge of power with the throttle. His previously measured driving style transformed into a fierce acceleration. Perez, aware of the mounting pressure from Qin Mian, faltered, attempting to defend his position by weaving on the track to deny Qin Mian the benefit of his slipstream. At this juncture, Qin Mian disregarded tire conservation. Regardless of Perez's maneuvers, he matched the rhythm of Perez's defensive driving. As they approached the main straight, activating DRS enabled Qin Mian to close the gap on Verstappen with increasing velocity. By the midpoint of the straight, he was already level with Perez. With Perez securing the inside line, he found himself in a precarious position, hoping to rectify his earlier mistake with a late braking maneuver into turn 1. Unfortunately, the speed loss from his earlier error proved too significant, and coupled with Qin Mian's relentless pursuit, he was overtaken on the outside before entering turn 1. Observing the Mercedes approaching him on the straight, all Perez could do was lament his misfortune. It was astonishingly swift, truly remarkable. Well done, Frankie exclaimed with exhilaration in the team radio, witnessing Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver. Internally, Qin Mian felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was a Red Bull, and he understood that Perez would defend his position at all costs. Just when everyone anticipated a fierce battle between them, Qin Mian fortuitously capitalized on Perez's mistake. The thrill of overtaking Perez in such circumstances brought Qin Mian greater joy than receiving a birthday gift from Zhou Guanyu. This maneuver was purely serendipitous. Had Perez not erred, Qin Mian would have launched an attack, but overtaking him would not have been as effortless. Upon reaching 5th place, Frankie remarked, "Let us shift into cruise mode." Qin Mian cast a wistful glance at Ricciardo ahead, a mere 3 seconds away. Had his tires permitted, he could have potentially closed in on him within 3 laps. However, there was no way around it. All the tire surplus accumulated from those mini laps spent overtaking Perez was now depleted. If Qin Mian were to surpass the car ahead, driven by Ricciardo, he would truly find his tires insufficient. In the subsequent laps, Qin Mian began to adopt a tire-preserving rhythm for a longer stint. To conserve his tires, he refrained from utilizing the ERS power to distance himself from Perez trailing behind. Yet, the masterful Perez, true to his reputation, managed to stay on Qin Mian's tail thanks to the DRS, refusing to be left behind. However, there was little more Perez could do. He found it impossible to overtake Qin Mian in the short term. As his soft tires began to wear, the difficulty of keeping pace with Qin Mian increased progressively. As the 22nd lap commenced, the pit window opened, but Ricciardo ahead showed no intention of pitting. Qin Mian, closely following Ricciardo, dared not make any bold moves. He simply utilized Ricciardo's DRS to conserve his tires while simultaneously charging his car's battery. For the moment, Qin Mian had no plans to overtake Ricciardo. He was patiently waiting for him to pit. Thus, Ricciardo, Qin Mian, and Perez formed a small DRS train. However, in the 23rd lap, both Ricciardo and Perez made mistakes at the same corner, albeit of different natures. Ricciardo misjudged the apex at T14, cutting it too early, while Perez overstepped the exit. Although Qin Mian was focused on tire conservation, he could not afford to miss such an opportunity. Relinquishing it would not be in his nature. Thus, he replicated the earlier maneuver where he had overtaken Perez. Curiously, Qin Mian's overtakes did not rely on the car's performance or his own skill, but rather on the errors of his opponents. This was true for all 3 overtakes. Upon surpassing Ricciardo, Qin Mian ascended to 4th place. Ahead of him were Hamilton, Verstappen, and Leclerc. The first and second positions are best left unmentioned for now, as Qin Mian had already fallen a full 9 seconds behind Leclerc over 13 laps. Leclerc had also managed to extend a 7-second gap over Ricciardo, meaning Qin Mian now trailed the leading trio by 16 seconds. While it may seem that a pit stop time of 16 seconds would put Qin Mian at a disadvantage, given that a typical pit stop at the Catalonia circuit takes about 22 seconds, one must account for the 3 cars that had impeded his progress. Without those blockages, Qin Mian could have saved at least 10 seconds during this pit stop. Moreover, as time passed, the tires of the 3 drivers ahead began to degrade. Despite his tire conservation strategy, Qin Mian, on neutral tires, began to close the gap to Verstappen by 0.6 of a second per lap. Until the race reached its true conclusion, no one could definitively ascertain the efficacy of their strategies. In the 24th lap, unable to surpass Hamilton, Verstappen opted for an early pit stop in an attempt to undercut Hamilton. However, during the tire change, the left rear tire's mechanic experienced a mishap, resulting in a staggering 42 seconds for the pit stop. For Red Bull, the situation is not yet dire, as the strategy team initially calculated that, following this pit stop, Verstappen could position himself approximately 1 second ahead of Qin Mian, thus avoiding the formidable wall of size that Qin Mian represents. However, due to the unexpected 42-second pit stop, Verstappen found himself trailing behind his teammate Perez, directly ensnared in the DRS train led by Qin Mian. Interestingly, Toto did not issue any team orders to Qin Mian this time. The strategy employed by Qin Mian was audacious, with tire degradation being the critical factor. Should Verstappen wish to overtake him, Qin Mian's only recourse would be to allow Verstappen to pass, lest he be compelled to pit again. Thanks to Verstappen's pit stop, Qin Mian ascended to 3rd place and commenced a relentless pursuit of Leclerc, who was 67 seconds ahead at that juncture. On lap 25, the gap narrowed to 59 seconds. By lap 26, it was 41 seconds, and on lap 27, it further decreased to 33 seconds. In the 28th lap, Hamilton opted for a pit stop, and upon witnessing the alarming pace of Qin Mian's pursuit, Leclerc from Ferrari also chose to change tires. The drivers behind Qin Mian began to pit in succession, their purpose being clear, a 2-stop strategy. After Hamilton exited the pit lane, the DRS train had just disbanded. Although Verstappen's fresh medium tires were expected to outperform Hamilton's worn soft tires, he found himself hindered by the remnants of the DRS train. Consequently, Hamilton emerged just ahead of Verstappen, who had been plagued by the DRS train throughout the race. By the 29th lap, all drivers had completed a pit stop, resulting in the following standings. P1, Qin Mian P2, Hamilton P3, Verstappen P4, Leclerc P5, Kimi P6, Ricciardo P7, Russell P8, Perez after Hamilton and Verstappen had changed their tires. Qin Mian's pace was no longer as swift as theirs. Nevertheless, he retained a 5-second buffer, allowing him to maintain his rhythm for the time being. In the 32nd lap, Hamilton finally caught up to Qin Mian. Although Qin Mian did not yield to his teammate, he refrained from defending against Hamilton's attack on the DRS straight in the 33rd lap, allowing Hamilton to overtake him on the inside. The lead had shifted. Meanwhile, Verstappen was now just 2 seconds behind Qin Mian. Gazing at the familiar rear lights of the number 66 Mercedes, Verstappen felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. However, the moment had passed, and he could only mutter his complaints before focusing on maintaining his pace and striving to close the gap and overtake Qin Mian in the ensuing laps. After being overtaken by Hamilton without losing speed, Qin Mian closely followed Hamilton for 2 laps, benefiting from the slipstream and DRS. However, after those 2 laps, he found himself a second behind. By the 37th lap, Verstappen had also closed the gap to within 1 second of Qin Mian. The reason it took an extra lap compared to normal circumstances was primarily due to Verstappen needing to recharge his car during this time. Having experienced Qin Mian's defensive prowess, Verstappen was acutely aware of the difficulty in overtaking Qin Mian in the corners under normal circumstances. To be frank, if Verstappen had a car equal in performance to Qin Mian's, and without the advantage of DRS, he would not be confident in his ability to breach Qin Mian's defenses. Moreover, the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya is notoriously challenging for overtaking. If Verstappen wished to avoid wasting excessive time battling Qin Mian, he would have to rely on sheer speed in the DRS zone to overtake him decisively. Thus, as Verstappen approached Qin Mian, he began to gauge the distance between their cars, aiming to keep the gap within 0. For seconds, this would ensure optimal DRS and slipstream effects on the main straight, preventing him from losing time while closing in on the front car. Naturally, Qin Mian had noticed Verstappen trailing behind him and could surmise his intentions from his movements. Prepared for this scenario, Qin Mian had been recharging his car during his time behind Hamilton, and his battery reserves were nearly at 95. Upon seeing the gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen decrease to 1 second, Hamilton felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance rather than anxiety for Qin Mian. He believed that Qin Mian could hold off Verstappen for at least 2 laps, a sentiment undoubtedly rooted in the trust Hamilton and the Mercedes team had in Qin Mian's recent stellar performances. At this point, the broadcast shifted its focus to the 2 cars. Verstappen had closed the gap to 0 for seconds, showcasing his impressive speed. Upon witnessing the current scene, commentator Feige remarked, while fellow commentator Bing added, Mercedes will certainly instruct Qin Mian, who has made 2 pit stops, to defend against Verstappen. All he needs to do is hold off Verstappen for 2 laps, and Hamilton's position for the championship will be secure. It is worth noting that the 3 commentators, upon seeing Qin Mian's early pit stop for medium tires, immediately concluded that he would adopt a 2-stop strategy for the race. After all, Qin Mian still had 2 sets of new soft tires available, making their judgment quite reasonable. How are the tires holding up? Qin Mian inquired through the team radio while intermittently glancing in his rearview mirror to confirm Verstappen's position. There's an additional 3 laps of buffer beyond what was anticipated. Frankie responded, a hint of sentiment in his tone. Indeed, having preserved so many sets of tires, Qin Mian's tire degradation was significantly less than the calculations made by the team's strategy group. Once he entered tire conservation mode, the durability of his medium tires surpassed that of the hard tires, despite the absence of competitors utilizing hard tires during the race. The data provided by Franch indicated that Qin Mian could still manage 3 more laps after completing the entire race, after which his medium tires would reach their cliff point, leading to a rapid decline in lap times. After assessing his tire condition, Qin Mian felt confident that he could fend off Verstappen for a few more laps. Soon enough, during the 38th lap, at the conclusion of the second timing sector, in the DRS zone between T9 and T10, Verstappen launched a tentative attack on Qin Mian. Although it was designated as a DRS zone, the length of the straight was insufficient for the current F1 cars to fully unleash their potential for overtaking. The modern F1 cars are too long and too wide, unless the car ahead made a significant error exiting T9, or there was a considerable performance gap between the 2 vehicles. The advantage gained in the DRS zone would merely shorten the distance to the car in front. Verstappen was aware of this, so he refrained from any substantial offensive maneuvers, instead opting for a cautious approach by veering towards the inside on entry and executing a somewhat late braking maneuver. Even though everyone understood this was merely a probing attack, the defensive target's such actions inevitably induced a degree of tension in most drivers, diverting their attention towards the pursuing car to prevent an unexpected overtaking maneuver. However, Qin Mian remained unfazed. As a master of defensive racing, he comprehended the true intent behind Verstappen's actions and felt little pressure, refraining from any defensive maneuvers. Observing Qin Mian's steadfast driving style ahead, Verstappen couldn't help but reflect. Had Toto not been so resolute, and if Horner and Marco had not harbored preconceived notions about the Chinese driver, perhaps a dialogue with Qin Mian over meals could have fostered mutual understanding, making him a potential teammate. This would not only spare him from confronting the formidable wall of Qin Mian, but also provide him with a willing second driver, capable of restraining Hamilton. A trifecta of advantages. Contemplating that scenario brought a sense of exhilaration akin to enjoying a riveting narrative, but soon, Verstappen snapped back to reality. Dismissing such idle thoughts, he focused his mind and followed Qin Mian towards the main straight. In the third timing sector, Verstappen drove conservatively, trailing closely behind Qin Mian to benefit from his slipstream. As they approached the main straight, Verstappen suddenly unleashed the ERS power, activated the DRS after passing the monitoring point, and continued to latch onto Qin Mian's slipstream. Faced with Verstappen's assault, Qin Mian could not maintain his rhythm as he had against Hamilton. Thus, Qin Mian began to fervently draw the dragon. After all, he had yet to enter the braking zone, and painting the dragon was not considered a violation prior to entering it. Throughout the process, Qin Mian remained acutely aware of the distance between himself and Verstappen, fully cognizant that the latter could launch an attack from either the inside or the outside at any moment. He had to ensure that he did not collide with Verstappen while attempting to draw the dragon, nor could he afford to be overtaken on the inside. Qin Mian understood that the T1 section of the Catalonia circuit was not a heavy braking corner, making the execution of a crossover maneuver exceedingly challenging. As long as he maintained control of the inside line, Verstappen's offensive would ultimately fail. Verstappen, aware of this, positioned his car closer to the right side while trailing Qin Mian. The two vehicles approached at a speed of 5 km per hour, gradually closing the gap until they were approximately 100 meters from the T1 braking point, poised for a convergence. Whether by coincidence or design, this moment coincided perfectly with Qin Mian concluding his left side dragon drawing and transitioning to the right. It was only upon nearing the braking point that Verstappen realized if he continued to follow Qin Mian's rhythm, he would be unable to squeeze into the inside line during their intersection. In a moment of urgency, Verstappen increased the angle of his right turn, attempting to enter Qin Mian's inner line before he could shut the door. Unfortunately, Qin Mian had anticipated this move. A wider angle of turn would inevitably impact Verstappen's speed, causing their initial approach rate of 5 km per hour to diminish. When Verstappen appeared prematurely on the inside, he failed to execute the maneuver as he had envisioned. Meanwhile, Qin Mian had only afforded Verstappen a view of the track ahead, leaving insufficient space for his vehicle to pass. Realizing his attempt had faltered, Verstappen refrained from forcing the issue, recognizing that the race was still long and opportunities to overtake Qin Mian would arise. He opted to return to the outside line. While lacking the speed he had enjoyed in the slipstream of Qin Mian, he was gradually overtaking him. However, having relinquished the inside line, Verstappen's attempt at overtaking was destined for failure. After the braking point, Qin Mian, while braking, observed Verstappen's position. He utilized the width of the track that he had conceded to Verstappen, maximizing his own entry width into the corner. Although it may have appeared that Qin Mian had forced Verstappen wide, it was simply a natural shift in line during braking, as he had been following Verstappen's pace. By braking late and denying Verstappen the optimal entry line, Qin Mian ensured that his car's nose was ahead at the apex, leaving no room for Verstappen to exit alongside him. Thus, he executed a textbook defensive maneuver flawlessly. In the past, if Verstappen had encountered a defensive maneuver like that of Qin Mian, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of invective over the team's radio. However, upon comprehending Qin Mian's defensive prowess, Verstappen adopted a more subdued approach, deliberately easing his pace out of the corner. He recognized that provoking Qin Mian was unwise. Despite appearing somewhat timid, Qin Mian was unyielding on the track, willing to engage in a tit-for-tat exchange. Nevertheless, as fate would have it, Verstappen's voluntary concession meant that the rhythm he lost during his failed overtaking attempt was minimal, leaving him just 0.7 seconds behind Qin Mian as they exited the corner. Still within the DRS zone, the multi-corner section of the first timing segment favored the Mercedes cars, and despite Qin Mian employing a tire-preserving strategy, Verstappen only managed to close the gap by 0.1 seconds. After traversing the DRS zone of the second timing segment, Verstappen gained another 0.2 seconds, positioning himself 0.4 seconds behind Qin Mian. While he maintained pressure on Qin Mian through the DRS, the latter remained unfazed. On the main straight at the start of lap 39, Verstappen launched another attack on Qin Mian. This time, he was even closer, trailing just 0.2 seconds behind as they exited the corner. From certain angles, it might seem as though Verstappen's front wing was nearly touching the rear diffuser of Qin Mian's car. In fact, the skin at the junction of Verstappen's gloves and fireproof suit could feel the scorching exhaust fumes emanating from Qin Mian's vehicle. Qin Mian, having previously been warned for dangerous driving due to an overly aggressive maneuver, refrained from executing another risky move. Yet, he was not without means to defend against Verstappen. As they entered the DRS zone on the main straight, Qin Mian intently focused on his rearview mirror, deliberately leaving a substantial portion of the inside line open for Verstappen. Anticipating an attempt to overtake, just past the 14th marker on the straight, Verstappen found himself a mere 0.1 seconds behind Qin Mian and suddenly darted to the inside. Aiming to catch Qin Mian off guard, he was unaware that Qin Mian had been monitoring him closely and matched his pace the instant Verstappen made his move. Consequently, Qin Mian's reaction time was significantly quicker than during the initial start. At that moment, Verstappen did not manage to overtake Qin Mian, and Qin Mian's initial defensive maneuver to change lines proved effective. No one could find fault with his actions. However, what Verstappen did not anticipate was the resolute nature of Qin Mian's synchronized maneuver and his rapid response, compounded by the minuscule distance of just 0.1 seconds between them. Thus, it was both unexpected yet inevitable that their cars collided. P.S. Apologies. Today's chapter concludes at 4,000 words. Chapter 193. The psychological shadow of Red Bull. Qin Mian distinctly felt a jolt as his car's right rear tire was struck, displacing some debris. Yet the tire itself sustained minimal damage. If, at that moment, a helicopter were hovering above the two racing cars, it would have captured the scene. The collision primarily stemmed from the synchronized lane change executed by Qin Mian and Verstappen. Verstappen, unable to react in time, had the left front end plate of his car scrape against Qin Mian's right rear wheel. The silver lining was that the debris from Verstappen's front wing was swept away by the airflow, significantly reducing the likelihood of a safety car deployment. Moreover, the damage to Verstappen's front wing was not severe, and the driving experience remained largely unaffected. Only a slight loss of downforce and some balance issues emerged. However, these concerns did not impede the car's speed. With a mere adjustment in driving habits, the drivers could counteract these negative impacts. From the moment their battle commenced in the previous lap, the live broadcast fixated on the two competitors, which meant that the viewers and commentators witnessed the collision unfold in real time. Qin Mian and Verstappen have collided. Debris is flying. The three commentators, upon realizing the incident, felt a surge of anxiety. Given that Qin Mian was involved, their commentary, though striving for neutrality, was tinged with an underlying bias towards the prodigious driver. They were acutely aware of the fragility of his burgeoning career, treating him with a delicate reverence. Regardless of their conscious intentions, their subconscious inclination was always towards Qin Mian. Thus, when the accident occurred, their immediate concern was for the state of his vehicle, fearing that the driver, who had just retired from the previous race, might face yet another setback. Fortunately, their fears were unfounded. Both Qin Mian and Verstappen continued to race normally. Upon glancing back, Qin Mian noticed that Verstappen's car had lost a piece of its left front end plate, leaving only a solitary fragment of the front wing. While drivers often push the accelerator to the limit for a mere second's advantage, the collision between Qin Mian and Verstappen necessitated a slight easing of the throttle to maintain a safe distance and avert a secondary collision. The race officials, having observed the incident, promptly began to monitor the situation. As the race progressed, They noted that both cars exhibited no significant instability, concluding that the contact was merely a minor scrape. Despite the debris, the incident was deemed manageable. Thankfully, Qin Mian's car sustained no damage, with only Verstappen's front end plate being compromised, which had minimal impact on Qin Mian's performance. The three commentators collectively exhaled in relief. That scared me. Verstappen, do you even know how to drive? Verstappen must be feeling the pressure. That's just Verstappen for you. In the aftermath of the collision, domestic fans unanimously placed the blame squarely on Verstappen. However, to be fair, both parties bore responsibility for the incident. The fans' protective instincts towards their homegrown talent may have clouded their judgment. Regardless, Qin Miao's defensive duties for this lap were deemed accomplished. However, upon reaching the 40th lap, the team delivered some unwelcome news. Qin Mian, the tire degradation has exceeded our expectations, and there are some anomalies in the pressure of the right rear tire. Fortunately, the situation is not critical. We will continue to monitor it and inform you immediately should anything arise. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian, who had been feeling a sense of pride after successfully defending against Verstappen, found his smile fading. If there were indeed issues with the tires, the consequences could range from a catastrophic blowout on the track to the necessity of an additional pit stop for new tires. Although Qin Mian had a reserve of fresh soft tires, no one could guarantee that he could reclaim his previous position over the next 26 laps. Yet, after a careful assessment, Qin Mian felt no immediate issues with his tires. He instinctively wondered if the sensors on his car had been compromised due to the earlier collision. However, determining the source of the problem in a short time was impossible. Moreover, irrespective of the tire condition, Frankie's warning indicated that if Qin Mian continued to defend against Verstappen, his tires would likely not withstand the ensuing strain, risking a blowout. This meant that at the next overtaking point, he could not afford to engage in overly aggressive defensive maneuvers and would have to allow Verstappen to pass. To be candid, the tactical duel with Verstappen on the track was quite engaging, but unfortunately, tire limitations thwarted such endeavors. Changing tactics at this juncture was impractical. Leclerc trailed by 14 seconds behind Verstappen and at least 15 seconds behind Qin Mian. A single pit stop for tire change would take a minimum of 23 seconds, inevitably placing him behind Leclerc upon exit. This would introduce countless uncertainties, so rather than indulge in a fleeting skirmish with Verstappen, it was wiser to secure a guaranteed third-place finish. Moreover, Qin Mian had successfully fulfilled his mission over the past 2 laps, aiding Hamilton by a substantial 3 seconds. The distance between Qin Mian and Hamilton now stood at 197 seconds, while after overtaking Qin Mian, Verstappen would find himself at least 59 seconds behind Hamilton. This was undoubtedly monumental news for Mercedes and Hamilton. On the long straight of the 40th lap, Qin Mian once again faced Verstappen's assault. Although Qin Mian maintained a defensive stance, his movements were minimal, simply adhering to the defensive line and positioning himself on the inside without further action. Verstappen, this time, did not push the limits of the slipstream and smoothly passed Qin Mian on the outside, clearly having learned from the previous collision. Qin Mian returned to the familiar position of third. Simultaneously, the race officials announced that the collision between Qin Mian and Verstappen would be investigated. Upon receiving this news, Toto promptly made a phone call, not to the FIA, but to the dedicated personnel from Mercedes who were stationed at the FIA. These individuals are dedicated to exerting pressure on the race organizers in order to secure advantages for the Mercedes drivers. The controversial clash between Qin Mian and Verstappen on the track presented the perfect opportunity for these individuals to act. After being overtaken by Verstappen, Qin Mian glanced back and realized that Leclerc in 4th position posed no threat. At that moment, Qin Mian's only concern was whether his right rear tire was indeed losing air. However, after 2 more laps, the team reassured him that everything was fine and instructed him to continue safeguarding his tires. Shortly thereafter, the race organizers concluded their investigation, determining that the incident was a standard racing accident and that no penalties would be imposed on either driver involved. As the tussle between Qin Mian and Verstappen came to an end, the broadcast shifted its focus to Hamilton and Verstappen, who was a staggering 55 seconds behind Hamilton. The tire conditions of the 2 vehicles differed significantly. Hamilton's medium tires had completed 4 fewer laps than Verstappen's. If the race were to continue at this pace, Verstappen would undoubtedly find himself increasingly distanced. Furthermore, Qin Mian's 2 laps of obstruction effectively extinguished Verstappen's hopes of contending for the championship in this race. In the 43rd lap, Mercedes unveiled their strategy, calling Hamilton into the pits with 23 laps remaining in the race to switch to a set of medium tires with a durability of 93. This maneuver left many puzzled, questioning the rationale behind it. Logically, Hamilton's car was superior to Red Bull's, and his tires were newer, suggesting that Mercedes should allow Hamilton to maintain his pace on the track. Although his tires would struggle in the final laps, this approach would likely secure him the championship. However, the strategists at Mercedes were considering broader implications. Red Bull had little to lose at this point, and Verstappen, having faced Qin Mian's formidable defense, could no longer rely on clinching the top position. Even under normal circumstances, a second-place finish was the best he could hope for. Therefore, Mercedes anticipated Red Bull's strategic response, predicting that they would pit within the next 2 laps, especially since Verstappen also had older tires in reserve. What if Verstappen did not pit after Mercedes? Chasing down a set of tires that had only completed 2 laps would be a straightforward task, as the disparity between the 2 sets of tires would only grow more pronounced. The strategists at Mercedes had faith in Hamilton's long-distance pace, much like they trusted Qin Mian's defensive capabilities. However, Red Bull was not contemplating such complexities. The immense pressure that Qin Mian was placing on Verstappen led him to feel that even if he switched to new tires, he would still be vulnerable to Qin Mian's prowess. When Red Bull strategists realized Hamilton had pitted, they were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances and feeling utterly at a loss. How could you possibly act in such a manner? Why did you enter the pit early? It simply should not have happened. By what right do you do this? What is the purpose of your actions? The Red Bull strategy team experienced a momentary disarray, but they quickly regained their composure and began to contemplate the possibility of Verstappen pitting in tandem with Hamilton's rhythm. They soon realized that if Verstappen were to pit, he would inevitably have to contend with Qin Mian, given Qin Mian's defensive prowess against Verstappen. The Red Bull strategists could not ascertain how much time Verstappen would lose trailing behind Qin Mian's car, although Qin Mian had just allowed Verstappen to pass after their previous collision. It remained uncertain whether this concession was due to Verstappen's position posing no threat to Hamilton, or because Qin Mian's tires could not withstand such intense defensive maneuvers, or perhaps due to guilt following their clash. No one could have anticipated that from the moment Qin Mian joined Mercedes and fiercely defended against Verstappen in Bahrain, he would become one of the pivotal figures determining the championship's outcome this season. After a collaborative deliberation, the Red Bull strategy team ultimately decided against pitting Verstappen, opting instead to maintain their pace for the remainder of the race. Without pitting, the outcome of the race retained an element of suspense. Indeed, if Verstappen's defense were resolute enough, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to fend off Hamilton until the race's conclusion. However, aligning with Mercedes' pace would render Red Bull's chances of victory utterly non-existent. This was because Verstappen would not only have to confront the gap between himself and Hamilton once more, but also face Mercedes' second driver, Qin Mian. Before long, as Hamilton emerged from his tire change, the situation on the track transformed. Verstappen led, with Qin Mian trailing 4 seconds behind, running at his own pace, while Hamilton, now 13 seconds behind Qin Mian, was rapidly closing the distance at a rate of 8 seconds per lap. Yet this figure was deceptive, for as time progressed, Verstappen's tires would inevitably degrade, while Hamilton, having only completed 2 laps on his fresh medium tires, faced no pressure in the ensuing race. Thus, Hamilton's pursuit would only accelerate. And the question remained, how many laps would it take for him to catch Verstappen? By the 45th lap, Qin Mian received a notification from his team that his tire condition was favorable, allowing for a slight increase in pace. However, Qin Mian chose not to accelerate, maintaining his tire conservation strategy. By the 50th lap, Hamilton had eliminated the 13-second gap between himself and Qin Mian, achieving this in a mere 7 laps, a remarkable feat. This time, Qin Mian did not wait for Hamilton to overtake him on the main straight. He understood that attempting to block Hamilton would yield no benefits, and even allowing Hamilton to pass would not result in any significant loss for him. Thus, within the DRS zone between T9 and T10, Qin Mian, akin to a slower vehicle, willingly allowed Hamilton to overtake him, performing a courteous gesture. Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, upon being granted this passage, Hamilton awkwardly expressed his gratitude in rudimentary Chinese. After surpassing Qin Mian, Hamilton found himself with 16 laps remaining in the race, trailing Verstappen by 7 seconds. Frankly speaking, It was evident to all observers that Hamilton could undoubtedly catch up to Verstappen before the conclusion of the race. The suspense now hinged on whether Verstappen could successfully defend against Hamilton's impending assault once Hamilton entered the DRS zone behind him. Notably, even after overtaking Qin Mian, Hamilton was unable to shake him off. Rather, Qin Mian managed to maintain pace with Hamilton, aided by DRS, ERS, and the slipstream. This was not a deliberate act by Hamilton to slow his pace to allow Qin Mian to keep up. Although Hamilton possessed ample time to close the gap to Verstappen and overtake him, this was a competitive race, and even at his peak, Hamilton would never naively presume that he could secure first place while simultaneously assisting Qin Mian in a bid for second. While Qin Mian had subtly engaged in such tactics during his F2 days, those circumstances were entirely different. His ability to keep pace with Hamilton was purely a testament to his own formidable skill. Additionally, the team had just communicated that Qin Mian's tire degradation curve was slower than anticipated, allowing him to slightly elevate his speed. Upon learning of Hamilton's pit stop, Qin Mian had charged his ERS for a considerable duration, which he subsequently fully utilized. Although it appeared unnecessary for Qin Mian to pursue Hamilton, after all, he could not catch those ahead, nor could those behind catch up. He still harbored aspirations. What if he managed to clock the fastest lap? Ultimately, however, Qin Mian did not achieve that elusive fastest lap and only trailed Hamilton for 3 laps before his ERS battery was depleted, allowing Hamilton to pull ahead. Nevertheless, those 3 laps resulted in Qin Mian completing each lap 2 seconds faster than his typical driving pace. In the 55th lap, with 11 laps remaining, Hamilton had just crossed the main straight and closed the gap to Verstappen to 1 second. Given the significantly fresher tires Hamilton had compared to Verstappen, such a rapid catch-up was hardly surprising. To be candid, the sight of this unfolding drama before Verstappen and the Red Bull strategy team left them pale-faced, though they soon felt some relief. Despite ultimately missing out on the championship position, second place was, under their unchanged tactics, the best they could secure. The only source of discomfort was the bitter sensation of having once grasped the lead only to see it slip away. Mercedes' pit stop had significantly dampened Red Bull's morale. In a typical scenario, the commentators, being Gu, Fei Gu, and Ran Gu, would hope to witness Verstappen achieving significant success in this race. Ideally, they would wish for him to snatch the championship from Hamilton, just as the Red Bull team staff desires. After all, Hamilton and Mercedes have dominated the circuit for an extended period, and there is a collective yearning for a hero to emerge and vanquish the reigning champion. To put it simply, there is a desire to see the mighty brought down a peg. However, the perspectives of the 3 commentators have shifted this year. Previously, they regarded Mercedes as an incredibly formidable team, unrivaled in technical prowess, having ruled the circuit for 6 consecutive years. But now, Mercedes has become the team that places utmost importance on the Chinese driver Qin Mian. From Qin Mian's point of view, Mercedes has transformed into a discerning mentor, unlocking potential and talent. Even domestic fans who once held a lukewarm view of Mercedes now find the brand's emblem to be strikingly appealing. Consequently, when Hamilton closed in on Verstappen, the commentators remarked on Mercedes' astute pit strategy, which effectively anticipated Red Bull's moves. A step ahead at every turn. Indeed, Mercedes' strategy team delivered a valuable lesson to Red Bull. It is evident that Red Bull strategists still have much to learn. As anticipated, the ensuing scenes unfolded as Hamilton launched an attack on Verstappen. Despite knowing that his tire condition was inferior to Hamilton's, Verstappen was unwilling to relinquish the lead he had fought so hard to secure and began to fiercely defend against Hamilton's advances. In essence, he commenced a desperate struggle for survival. Hamilton, naturally, showed no mercy. Upon entering Verstappen's DRS zone, a fierce battle ensued. If the tussle between Qin Mian and Verstappen could be described as a measured contest with both drivers allowing leeway within the bounds of regulations, then the clash between Hamilton and Verstappen was a brutal, no-holds-barred confrontation, where each was intent on inflicting maximum damage upon the other. The animosity between them transcended mere rivalry. On the track, they seemed intent on tearing each other apart. Their fierce duel captured the attention of both commentators and spectators alike. Yet, what many failed to notice was that Qin Mian, who had been gradually distanced by the two, had transformed his pace to match theirs. As their confrontation intensified, Qin Mian began to close the gap rapidly. This was primarily due to the fact that their battling had significantly slowed their pace compared to their normal driving speed. In the 58th lap, despite Verstappen's best efforts to defend himself, Hamilton's tire advantage proved insurmountable. Successfully defending against Hamilton for 3 laps while at a tire disadvantage was the utmost limit of Verstappen's capabilities. Ultimately, due to Verstappen's premature acceleration out of the corner, his speed was adversely affected, enabling Hamilton to reclaim his championship title from Verstappen's grasp. However, before the audience could fully savor the thrilling duel between the two premier drivers over those 3 laps, another Mercedes stealthily approached Verstappen's Red Bull from behind. It was Qin Mian. He had caught up. The perceptive forgo, upon witnessing the conclusion of the tussle between the two drivers, glanced at Qin Mian's position. Initially, he merely intended to reflect on the gap between Qin Mian and the two leading drivers, but upon seeing Qin Mian's time, he realized that he was less than a second behind Verstappen. Wow, Qin Mian, this is incredible. I can't believe I'm witnessing Qin Mian launch an attack on Verstappen. Was this part of Mercedes' strategy? When did he catch up? Just as the commentators and spectators were left bewildered, Verstappen, having been overtaken by Hamilton, found himself momentarily distracted as he noticed another Mercedes behind him. Upon seeing this car, Verstappen experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, feeling an inexplicable illusion that this vehicle was not the number 66 Mercedes W12 driven by Qin Mian, but rather the number 44. Yet, the bright red helmet of Qin Mian was glaringly prominent in Verstappen's vision. This was indeed the so-called wall of size. Had it not been for Qin Mian obstructing him during those previous laps, Hamilton would not have been able to close in on Verstappen so rapidly, leaving the remainder of the race shrouded in suspense. What perplexed Verstappen even further was why the wall he had painstakingly surmounted had suddenly shifted its offensive, bearing down on him. Nevertheless, Qin Mian did not grant Verstappen any additional time to ponder this conundrum. As soon as he activated his skills, Qin Mian began to apply pressure on Verstappen. In the 59th lap, upon exiting T7 and T8, corners ill-suited for overtaking, Qin Mian initiated a maneuver on the inside line, persistently pressuring Verstappen. With each bit of pressure from Qin Mian, Verstappen's anxiety escalated. Qin Mian recalled that in the past, Verstappen's pressure levels did not rise this swiftly. Clearly, Hamilton's recent overtaking had inflicted some psychological strain, rendering Verstappen somewhat unstable. Within a mere 2 laps, during the 61st lap, Qin Mian utilized DRS on the main straight to surpass Verstappen. Although he had taken a conservative line during the exit, Qin Mian had DRS at his disposal along with unused ERS. Meanwhile, Verstappen had just concluded his battle with Hamilton. His tires were overheated and significantly worn, and his ERS battery had been depleted during the skirmish. At this point, Verstappen had limited options, akin to how Qin Mian had defended against him, as he began to trace a narrow path on the strong side of the racing line. Upon noticing Verstappen's maneuvers, Qin Mian refrained from trailing him. As his relative speed surpassed that of Verstappen, he simply accelerated in a straight line to forge ahead. Realizing Qin Mian's intentions, Verstappen made no further attempts. The disparity in their relative speeds was substantial, rendering technique nearly futile in the face of absolute velocity. Ultimately, Qin Mian had utilized scarcely half of his ERS power and had already overtaken Verstappen before the breaking point of T1. Gazing at the familiar rear lights of the car ahead, Verstappen understood that after this race, a restful night's sleep would elude him, with visions of Qin Mian's Mercedes haunting his dreams. In truth, Verstappen's driving could not be solely blamed. The Red Bull strategy team had opted for caution. Had Verstappen followed Hamilton into the pits to switch to a set of medium tires that had only completed 2 or 3 laps, he would have likely secured at least second place after surpassing Qin Mian. However, with the tires that had allowed him to overtake Qin Mian and defend against Hamilton for 3 laps already at their grip limit, all Verstappen could do was watch as Qin Mian gradually extended the distance between them. Suddenly, Verstappen inquired over the team radio. How long has Qin been on those medium tires? Why does his grip remain so strong? His question momentarily stunned his race engineer, who then glanced at the FIA display showing the status and speed of all drivers. The digits next to Qin Mian's yellow medium tires caused him to raise an eyebrow. 53 laps. If this had been a chat online, he would have been bombarded with question marks, expressing his bewilderment and disbelief. It was one thing to accept that Qin Mian possessed exceptional tire conservation skills, able to run over 50 laps on medium tires, but why did he still have grip after such a duration? Furthermore, his grip appeared superior to Verstappen's. It defied logic. Was it possible that Qin Mian was not using medium tires at all, but rather hard tires disguised with yellow paint? Soon, the team radio communication between Verstappen and his crew was shared, revealing that Qin Mian had not pitted since his stop following Tsunoda's retirement. The commentators began to discuss this development. Wait a minute, how has Qin Mian managed to run these medium tires for so long? I recall he only pitted when Tsunoda retired, and thereafter he didn't stop again, right? When did Pirelli tires become so durable? Indeed, Pirelli must commend Qin Mian. This is excellent promotional material. Truly remarkable. An investigation is warranted. It's absurd, running medium tires like hard ones, and still being able to overtake after such a long duration. You young folks are too dramatic. If you had witnessed Qin Mian's performances in F2, you would know his tire conservation ability has always been extraordinary. The astonishment surrounding Qin Mian's tire durability resonated beyond the track. At this moment, Qin Mian was experiencing a slight headache, as Verstappen had been persistently launching probing attacks against him. Although Qin Mian had seized the opportunity when Verstappen's tire wear reached an excessive level and his temperature soared, coupled with the depletion of ERS energy, it was undeniable that Verstappen was a prodigious driver capable of competing with Hamilton, even while piloting a Red Bull. As the tire temperatures decreased, and after a couple of laps of recharging the ERS, Verstappen naturally aimed to contest his second position. However, the silver lining was that Verstappen's tire condition was considerably inferior to that of Qin Mian's. Despite the advantages conferred by the Honda engine, Verstappen could only manage to keep pace with Qin Mian, occasionally attempting to overtake in the DRS zone. Due to tire degradation, Verstappen's grip was insufficient, often necessitating earlier braking to prevent tire lockups or delayed braking. Faced with Verstappen's tactics, Qin Mian found it challenging to ascertain whether Verstappen genuinely intended to attack or was merely applying pressure. This uncertainty, in turn, intensified Qin Mian's own pressure. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. After 2 laps of defense, Verstappen's tires were utterly spent, reaching a critical point. His lap times began to plummet, consistently falling 1 second behind Qin Mian on each lap, with the deterioration accelerating rapidly. Of course, with less than 3 laps remaining, and Leclerc in fourth trailing Verstappen by 22 seconds, Verstappen need not fret about losing his position, even as his tires reached the cliff. Nonetheless, transforming from a secure second to a precarious third would surely dampen the spirits of both Verstappen and the Red Bull team. In the final lap, the 2 Mercedes drivers had opened a gap of over 4 seconds from the cars behind, rendering any speculation about the race outcome unnecessary. As the 2 drivers crossed the finish line, the cameras did not focus on the Mercedes team personnel poised at the barriers, ready to exuberantly cheer for their drivers, but rather on Toto in the Mercedes garage. At that moment, Toto had risen from his seat, arms poised in anticipation, and his expression conveyed his elation. As the 2 Mercedes cars crossed the finish line of the Circuit de Catalunya, fireworks, prearranged along the track, erupted in celebration. These pyrotechnics were not only in honor of the race champion, Hamilton, but also for Qin Mian, who had snatched second place from Verstappen, with Mercedes finishing first and second. It was indeed a resounding victory. After the 2 cars crossed the line, Toto raised his arms high, joining his fellow Mercedes staff in exuberant cheers, and began to nod and applaud vigorously for the commendable performances of both drivers. Following Toto, the cameras shifted to the 2 Mercedes drivers. At this juncture, Hamilton decelerated his car, matching speed with Qin Mian, as they began to cruise the circuit together, all the while waving to the sparse audience present. During this process, the 2 individuals engaged in a lively exchange with the team's engineers within the TR of the convoy. Haha, brilliant job, Qin Mian. Your performance today was truly exceptional. At this moment, Frankie was generous with his praise. It was not that Frankie was previously incapable of such compliments. Rather, it was due to Qin Mian's consistent victories in F2, where winning 2 championships in a single race had become a mundane affair, leaving Frankie somewhat weary of offering congratulations, which Qin Mian had grown tired of hearing as well. However, F1 presented a stark contrast, with a terrifying escalation in pre-race preparations, the complexity of the competition, and the caliber of opponents. Although Qin Mian ultimately finished just 1 position ahead of expectations, the arduous journey to that second place was fraught with innumerable challenges. Thus, both Qin Mian and Frankie, along with the entire team, understood the hard-won nature of this achievement. Thank you. Phew. This race was indeed quite challenging and thrilling, but thankfully, we made it through. I appreciate all the effort you put into preparing the car. It was a pleasure to drive, and the tuning was very comfortable, Qin Mian expressed. However, just as his words concluded, an unexpected incident unfolded on the track. Qin Mian's tire blew, the right rear wheel, which had previously collided with Verstappen, suddenly burst with a sharp hiss. Although no debris scattered, the entire rim of the right rear wheel was exposed, with the shredded tire flailing around. In fact, Qin Mian had sensed that the condition of his right rear tire was deteriorating even before the blowout. This feeling had emerged just as he crossed the finish line. At the time, he paid little heed to it, believing that the race was nearly over and that any issue would not prevent him from reaching the pits. However, the reality was that his tire could not endure until he returned to the pit area. Upon witnessing the tire explosion as Qin Mian completed his cooldown lap, both the three commentators from his home country and the Mercedes team felt a jolt of anxiety. Yet, as they realized the race had concluded, they collectively exhaled in relief. Somewhat fortunate that the tire had burst only after the race was over. Had it occurred just 2 laps prior, the thought sent shivers down their spines, an unthinkable scenario. Upon realizing his tire had blown, Qin Mian quickly retracted his hand and steadied the car, reducing its speed. In truth, an F1 car can still be driven with 3 functioning tires. After all, Hamilton had clinched victory in Britain last year despite a tire blowout. Nevertheless, with the race having concluded, the team, upon discovering Qin Mian's predicament, promptly inquired, "Qin Mian, are you all right? Is there any other issue with the car?" Once he had stabilized the vehicle, Qin Mian replied, "There's no other problem. It's just the rear tire that blew, likely due to my collision with Verstappen." Frankie then advised, "Okay, Qin Mian, you need not bring the car back. Doing so might damage the chassis and rear suspension. Please find a safe spot to park the car and return with the safety vehicle." Although Mercedes is financially robust, the cost of an F1 car's floor is anything but trivial, starting at a staggering $800,000. Additionally, components such as the rear suspension are at stake. If Qin Mian were to forcibly return the car, these elements could sustain damage, potentially incurring losses exceeding $1 million. Regarding the team's directive, Qin Mian had no objections. Understood. Fortunately, at this moment, he and Hamilton had only just maneuvered their vehicles to the T3 position, making the route back to the pit lane relatively short. Thus, amidst the yellow flags waved by Matthew, Qin Mian parked his car on the edge of the track after exiting T3. This location was strategically chosen as it was not part of the racing line, minimizing the risk of collision, and it provided convenient access for Matthew to address his vehicle. However, just as Qin Mian disembarked and prepared to await his car's retrieval by the grass beside the track, Hamilton's car came to a halt directly in front of him. Qin Mian was momentarily perplexed by Hamilton's intentions, yet driven by curiosity, he approached. As he lifted his helmet visor and leaned closer, he heard Hamilton's somewhat muffled voice. "Are you all right?" Qin Mian shouted back, "I'm fine, don't worry." There was no alternative but to raise his voice, for the noise-canceling features of their earpieces rendered normal conversation impossible in the cacophony of the roaring F1 engines. At that moment, Qin Mian's attention was drawn to the right side wing of Hamilton's car. The Mercedes W12 lacked side boxes, presenting a sleek silhouette reminiscent of a beer bottle. However, fortuitously, the W12 is equipped with 2 enormous side wings that strikingly resemble stools. The crucial aspect is that these wings are firmly attached to the car's body, ensuring structural integrity. Instantly, images of seasoned veterans hitching rides after races flooded Qin Mian's mind. Inspired by these memories, an immature idea took root in his mind. Being young, he acted without considering the consequences, and to the astonishment of onlookers, he steadied himself against the side of Hamilton's car and plopped down upon the wing. This component, which endures more than 100 kilograms of pressure at speeds of 260 kilometers per hour, bore Qin Mian's 65-kilogram weight effortlessly, posing no risk of breakage. As the race concluded, the broadcasters found themselves devoid of captivating visuals to present to the audience. Coincidentally, with Qin Mian's car experiencing a tire blowout at the track's edge, the cameras shifted focus to the 2 Mercedes drivers, eager to capture the essence of their conversation. According to the director's interpretation, after Qin Mian and Hamilton concluded their conversation, Qin Mian proceeded to the Matthew Tunnel along the track before returning to the pit area for the award ceremony, while Hamilton drove back. Until Qin Mian embarked on his vehicle, the director consistently focused the camera on him. Consequently, all spectators watching the race were left astonished as they witnessed Qin Mian, disregarding the eager Matthews awaiting him at the Matthew tunnel, nonchalantly perch himself upon the side wing of his teammate's car. "Wait, Qin Mian." The three commentators from 5-Star Sports were momentarily taken aback by Qin Mian's actions. They then hesitantly inquired, "Is he attempting to hitch a ride? That can't be right. Hitching a ride now incurs a penalty." Hamilton, upon noticing a dark blur in his right rearview mirror, turned to discover Qin Mian sitting atop his car, adjusting his seating position. Stunned by this unforeseen sight, Hamilton experienced a brief moment of shock before anxiously preparing to push Qin Mian off. After all, the FIA has regulations against hitching rides on the racetrack. While a monetary fine might not pose a significant issue, given that Mercedes sponsors would likely cover the cost, there exists a potential penalty of disqualification for the subsequent race if one were caught hitching a ride in an F1 setting. However, it seemed that Qin Mian was entirely oblivious to this rule. Hamilton did not consider whether Qin Mian disregarded the regulation, as he did not perceive him as someone who would flout the rules, thus dismissing the possibility of Qin Mian intentionally provoking the authorities. The only explanation left was his sheer ignorance of the situation. Yet, an awkward predicament arose. Hamilton was secured by his seatbelt, rendering his right arm immobile, while his left arm could not reach Qin Mian. He was utterly unable to make contact with him, let alone push him away. Furthermore, Qin Mian was oblivious to Hamilton's calls due to the overwhelming noise of the engine. He had only heard Hamilton's voice moments ago because he had positioned himself adjacent to Hamilton's helmet. During this time of Hamilton's solitary frustration, Qin Mian managed to stabilize himself on the side wing, gripping the handle of his flip-flops with his left hand, his left foot resting on the linkage connected to the tire, and his right foot positioned on the floorboard. Remarkably, this stance proved to be quite stable. Once he secured his position, Qin Mian extended his right hand and gently tapped Hamilton's helmet, signaling that they could proceed. Feeling the two taps on his helmet, Hamilton found himself in a state of exasperation. The voice of Toto echoed in the team radio, "Tell Qin Mian to stop fooling around and get down." Yet, what could Hamilton do? He couldn't shout, as Qin Mian wouldn't hear him, nor could he reach out. Through the live broadcast, everyone could clearly see Hamilton's helmet tilt back slightly, an evident sign of his irritation. Mistakenly believing Hamilton was unresponsive, Qin Mian gave another firm tap on Hamilton's helmet. Feeling the vibrations transmitted through his helmet, Hamilton resolutely pressed down on the accelerator. Since the decision to descend was not his, there was little else to discuss. Onward they went, for the impending penalties would fall upon him, leaving no consequences for others. As Hamilton's vehicle surged forward, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. An astonishing display considering the number of fans present barely reached the usual count of 110. Even Qin Mian, seated in the car with noise-canceling headphones, could perceive the thunderous applause emanating from the grandstand behind him. Turning to wave in their direction, he secured himself once more, positioning himself on the side panel of the number 44 W12, commencing his exhilarating journey in the F1 car. Witnessing this spectacle drove the audience nearly to madness. The tickets for this perilous race had proven exceptionally worthwhile. Furthermore, it was likely the final joyride in the F1 arena, as no rookie driver would dare to emulate Qin Mian's audacity in defying penalties to ride in the car, let alone have a teammate willing to assist in such a manner. The moment Hamilton began to accelerate, the broadcast swiftly transitioned to a figure named Matthew, who had sprinted out from the Matthew tunnel as soon as Qin Mian had taken his place in Hamilton's car, evidently intent on pulling Qin Mian from the vehicle. However, as he approached the car, Hamilton drove away, leaving Matthew standing in place, bewildered, as he watched Hamilton whisk Qin Mian away. The camera captured this poignant moment, with an undeniable sense of melancholy radiating from Matthew, lending an oddly humorous touch to the scene. At that moment, the director was keen not to miss the interaction between Qin Mian and Hamilton. Throughout their return to the pit, the camera remained fixed on the duo, while the English commentators and the audience, along with the viewers at home, went into a frenzy, as did the three commentators from 5-Star Sports. Human nature often reveals itself in such ways. While many may hesitate to challenge the rules, they exalt those who dare to break them. In that instant, Qin Mian embodied that very figure of reverence. All eyes were upon him, showering him with genuine admiration. Upon returning to the pit, aside from the stern-faced FIA officials. Everyone else erupted in applause for Qin Mian and Hamilton. Of course, joy comes in various degrees after witnessing Qin Mian's audacious maneuver. The most jubilant individuals were neither his fans nor the F1 enthusiasts, but rather the sponsors of Qin Mian and Mercedes. During this lap back to the pit, the broadcast offered no glimpses of other drivers. Every gaze was fixated on Qin Mian and Hamilton, resulting in a substantial boost in the sponsors' advertising exposure, leaving them nearly grinning from ear to ear. Just as Qin Mian and Hamilton parked their cars and he alighted to celebrate with his team, the director shifted the camera to Toto. At this moment, the scene is not a live broadcast, but rather a moment captured just after Qin Mian took his seat in Hamilton's racing car. We see Toto, still wearing his headphones, speaking animatedly. But suddenly his expression shifts as if he has seen something distressing. He places a hand on his forehead, removes his headphones, and lets out a resigned sigh. The euphoria that Toto experienced from Mercedes' performance has now transformed into bewilderment as he witnesses Qin Mian's tire blowout on the track, followed by Qin Mian's confusion during his conversation with Hamilton, and finally, the collapse as he occupies Hamilton's car. Even an Oscar-winning performance would not fail to acknowledge Toto's display. In this chapter, titled Old Friends, Qin Mian finds himself rather amused by the situation, relishing the successful pretense, and experiencing a unique thrill as he completes a reconnaissance lap in an F1 car. The wind is strong, and it feels nothing like the stifling heat of a single-seater. As he waves to the surrounding spectators, he finds himself less constrained than in a solitary cockpit, able to extend only one hand in greeting. As for the potential violation of FIA rules by sitting in Hamilton's car during the reconnaissance lap, Qin Mian is, to be candid, blissfully unaware. The FIA driver's handbook and regulations are ostensibly mandatory reading for all drivers. Yet, after years of F1's evolution, the handbook has swollen into a voluminous tome, and it is safe to say that drivers who possess the patience to read through it are exceedingly rare. Qin Mian belongs to the category of individuals lacking the patience to finish such a book. The teams are aware that drivers might not fully grasp the intricacies of FIA regulations, which is why Barber serves as Mercedes safeguard for Qin Mian. Barber engages in timely discussions with Qin Mian regarding FIA rules. Most of Qin Mian's knowledge of these regulations comes from Barber. However, no one anticipated that. Even with the introduction of flip-flops and fuel restrictions, someone would remain on the track after the race concluded, and that a driver would dare to take Qin Mian away. Thus, a classic scene unfolds once more. Qin Mian returns to the pit area in his teammate's car. Naturally, Qin Mian understands the paramount importance of his safety. Hence, he refrains from disembarking in a flamboyant manner while Hamilton's car is still in motion, instead waiting for it to come to a complete stop before alighting. He does not rush to celebrate with his team members. Instead, he turns to shake hands with Hamilton, expressing his gratitude. As Qin Mian approaches Hamilton's helmet once more, and with the W12's engine now silenced, he can finally hear Hamilton's voice. However, observing Qin Mian's foolishly cheerful demeanor, Hamilton chooses not to disrupt his good spirits, simply shaking his hand and remarking, "You performed admirably in the race. I did not expect you to surpass Verstappen in the final stretch." Qin Mian smiles subtly, replying, "Once my golden skill is activated, you'll find yourself lagging behind, especially given Verstappen's already worn tires." However, in the presence of Hamilton, Qin Mian certainly could not express himself in such a manner. Thus he humbly remarked, "It's fortunate, really. You have also aided me considerably. Without your tussle with Verstappen ahead, it would not have been so easy for me to approach him." At this point, Hamilton refrained from further comments, merely patting the back of Qin Mian's hand and casting him a look that seemed to convey a sense of resigned acceptance. Qin Mian was utterly perplexed by this gesture, so he turned to the spectators on the opposite side of the track and waved. He then made his way to the Mercedes staff, first embracing Barber, followed by a warm hug with Flanagan. Finishing in second place was an unexpected triumph for Qin Mian and his team, which brought him considerable joy, rendering him oblivious to the complex expressions on the faces of the two men. Subsequently, Qin Mian celebrated with his team members and the Mercedes management. The team secured a 1-2 finish. Although Qin Mian's maneuvers on the cooldown lap had raised Toto's blood pressure somewhat, he was still present at the scene. Regardless of the impending penalties for the next race, Toto was satisfied with the outcome of this race, both as the owner and team principal. Thus, he felt compelled to make a statement to the entire team. However, Prior to this, Allison, while observing Qin Mian seated in Hamilton's car waving to the audience, sighed with a mix of exasperation and amusement before inquiring of Toto, "He is already in the car. A penalty is inevitable. Is there anything we need to do?" Toto, having calmed down a bit, shook his head in response to Allison's question, stating, "It is a fait accompli. There is little we can do." Contemplating the impending penalty that Qin Mian was to face in the next race, Toto resolved to ensure that Qin Mian would learn the FIA regulations for the year thoroughly. Yet his words did not cease. "I'll head to the podium now. You urge them to apply pressure on the FIA to mitigate the penalty for Qin Mian as much as possible." Although the FIA had explicit regulations regarding this matter, sometimes advocating for one's drivers transcends mere appearances and carries deeper implications. After a round of celebrations, no one in the Mercedes team admonished Qin Mian for his actions on the track, perhaps mirroring Hamilton's sentiments. They wished for this joy to linger in Qin Mian's heart a while longer. Next came the weighing phase. As for the post-race inspection of the car, the FIA had established protocols that Qin Mian need not concern himself with. After recording his weight, Qin Mian removed his helmet and Hans device, shook hands with Verstappen, and proceeded to the interview. The post-race interview was conducted by Jenson Button. "Congratulations, Qin Mian. Your performance in this race was nothing short of astonishing. Most remarkably, your medium tires managed to endure for 58 laps on the track. That is simply unbelievable, surpassing the limits set by Pirelli's theoretical tire longevity. How did you achieve this?" Qin Mian smiled and shrugged, replying, "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the fans who came to witness the event. It was a delightful surprise to even see our national flag among the crowd. Upon seeing it, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength and motivation within me. Moreover, I must express my gratitude to the team for providing me with a highly competitive racing car. The vehicle exhibited remarkable control over tire temperature, allowing me to drive without excessive pressure. Coupled with my efforts to conserve the tires throughout the race, these various factors contributed to the longevity of the medium tires. The tire preservation displayed was truly astonishing. However, after the race concluded, we witnessed the right rear tire of your car had suffered a puncture. What do you believe was the cause of this blowout?" Qin Mian pondered briefly before responding. "There are two contributing factors. Firstly, I had a minor collision while battling with Verstappen, and after 58 laps of driving, this ultimately led to the tire puncture." "Thank you. And for the final question, how does it feel to be in a Mercedes car?" Upon hearing this question, Qin Mian smiled and remarked, "It feels wonderful, though regrettably, the audience was somewhat sparse. I believe many would lament not being present." "All right, thank you." Qin Mian nodded and turned to leave. Button was aware that Qin Mian's actions would likely incur a penalty. Yet observing Qin Mian's demeanor, he surmised the young driver was entirely oblivious to this fact, thus refraining from dampening Qin Mian's spirits at that moment. Eventually, the FIA would announce the penalty imposed on Qin Mian. Following the conclusion of Qin Mian's interview, he waved to the spectators in the stands before making his way to the backstage of the podium to await the award ceremony. Next came the interviews with Verstappen and Hamilton, which Qin Mian paid little attention to. Soon, the three drivers ascended the stage amidst the applause from the audience and team personnel, with Mercedes fielding their chief technical officer, James Allison, to accept the award. Given that this race marked a victory for the Mercedes team, allowing any particular driver's technician or track engineer to accept the award would have seemed somewhat preferential. Ultimately, the four stood on the podium as the British national anthems played. After the anthems concluded, the three drivers received their respective trophies. Following this was the familiar champagne celebration. Before Qin Mian could grasp the champagne in front of him, the drinks and foam from Hamilton's side erupted forth. Naturally, Qin Mian refused to be outdone. He seized the champagne, capped it with his thumb, and after a vigorous shake, found the perfect angle to spray Verstappen, Hamilton, and Allison simultaneously, with particular attention to Hamilton. After a playful exchange, the four clinked their glasses together. Subsequently, Hamilton draped an arm over Qin Mian's shoulder, and the quartet posed for a photograph on the podium, amidst the fervent commentary of the three narrators from 5-Star Sports. The final standings and scoring for the race were revealed. P1, Hamilton 26, the fastest lap recorded after changing tires. P2, Qin Mian 18 P3, Verstappen 14 P4, Leclerc 12 P5, Perez 10 P6, Ricciardo 8 P7, Sainz 6 P8, Norris 4 P9, Ocon 2 P10, Gasly won. The overall driver standings are as follows. 1. Hamilton 962. Verstappen 65-3. Qin Mian 58-4. Leclerc 425. Norris 386. Perez 34-7. Ricciardo 24-8. Sainz 19-9. Ocon 10-14. Kimi won, although Qin Mian triumphed over Verstappen in this race. The impact of his previous retirement in Portugal significantly affected his points tally, leaving him still in third place after this event. Meanwhile, Norris's lackluster performance, finishing 8th, only netted him 4 points, while Leclerc, who was originally behind Norris in total points, finished 4th in this race, earning 12 points. Consequently, Leclerc surpassed Norris, elevating his total points to 4th place. It is assured that this ranking will forever cement Leclerc's reputation. Following the race, the team standings were as follows. 1. Mercedes 1542, Red Bull 99-3, McLaren 62-4, Ferrari 6-1-5, Alpine 16-6, AlphaTauri 7-7, Aston Martin 5-8. Alfa Romeo won despite an increase in points for each team. Their rankings remained unchanged, with Ferrari still in 4th place. After receiving their trophies, Qin Mian and Hamilton returned to the team, where Qin Mian handed the trophy to the Mercedes staff. Like Hamilton, he changed out of his racing suit into a short-sleeved team shirt, as they had post-race activities to attend. The post-race event was relatively straightforward, akin to the pre-race fan meet and greet. During this gathering, Qin Mian encountered a female fan he had seen prior to the race. Truth be told, she was breathtakingly beautiful, and yet he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. However, after rifling through his memories, he realized that his interactions had been sparse, confined mostly to the gym or the team simulator, and he had only ventured out once recently to meet Hamilton. Qin Mian is not one to dwell on such trivial matters, so he chose to let it be. Nevertheless, during the segment where he distributed gifts to fans, he made a point to toss her a cap emblazoned with both his Chinese and English signatures. Unfortunately, the first cap he threw was snatched away by another. However, it matters not, for Qin Mian tossed her another gift, which she successfully seized, her smile radiating joy. Once she confirmed that her beautiful fan had received the present, Qin Mian dismissed the matter from her mind. After the post-race activities concluded, Qin Mian returned to the team headquarters, tidied her belongings, and prepared for her journey back to England. Yet, before she could depart the paddock, Toto called her to a halt. Qin Mian, slightly puzzled, wondered what else required her attention, having completed most of her post-race tasks. Observing the bewildered expression mingled with curiosity on Qin Mian's face, Toto surmised the reason behind her demeanor. She was completely unaware of the implications of hitching a ride with Hamilton. As for Hamilton, Toto was uncertain of his thoughts at that moment. Surely he understood Qin Mian's naivety. Toto had just spoken with Hamilton, who provided a rather reasonable explanation. He had attempted to decline, but Qin Mian had failed to hear him. Since she had requested it, he complied. In truth, Toto felt quite helpless, with no recourse at his disposal. Although he hoped Qin Mian would enjoy a delightful holiday upon her return to England, as the team principal, he had certain matters that needed addressing. Qin Mian, I primarily wish to discuss the potential penalties you may face, Toto stated directly as soon as she closed the door. Qin Mian appeared momentarily taken aback. Penalty? What penalty? Before she could voice her thoughts, Toto continued, in fact, the FIA currently enforces a regulation that mandates punishment for drivers who ride in another competitor's F1 car back to the pits. Qin Mian exclaimed, What? The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, Toto, what specific penalties are we talking about? Toto, half smiling, replied, This includes a 10-position grid penalty for the next race, a reprimand prior to the race, and if the situation is deemed severe, there is a possibility of points being deducted from your super license. Oh, and I should emphasize that the upcoming race will take place on the streets of Monte Carlo and Monaco. Hearing this news was akin to a thunderclap for Qin Mian. Monaco, while a jewel in its own right, is notoriously difficult for overtaking. What? Never mind, I apologize, Toto, she said, feeling somewhat dejected. Toto offered comforting words. Although the situation is somewhat serious, it is not without avenues for mitigation. The team will strive to advocate for a lenient penalty, considering you are still a young driver. What must I do? Qin Mian nodded and asked. After pondering for a moment, Toto replied, Once the FIA's decision is released, you should issue a statement on social media. The team can assist you in drafting the message, or you may articulate your thoughts yourself. Qin Mian nodded. Understood. That concludes what I wished to convey, Toto remarked, patting her shoulder. Although you have erred, it is not a catastrophic mistake. After all, you are still young and have the capacity to learn from your missteps. Therefore, let us not dwell too much on the forthcoming race. We shall discuss it when the time comes. For now, take this holiday to rest and rejuvenate. At this juncture, Toto paused briefly before adding, however, I still recommend that you spend some time practicing overtaking on the team simulator during this period, particularly in Monaco. As Qin Mian emerged from the team premises, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. By this hour, Hamilton had long departed. And as Qin Mian concluded his conversation with Toto, he noticed his car being towed back to the garage. He approached to inspect the extent of the damage to his vehicle. The good news was that the right rear suspension remained intact. The bad news was that the rear section of the floorboard had sustained some abrasion. While such minor damage would be inconsequential on a regular vehicle or even a supercar, easily remedied with a bit of filler, it posed a significant issue for an F1 car. The floorboard of an F1 vehicle is entirely composed of carbon fiber. Though carbon fiber boasts remarkable strength and tensile resilience, it is not designed to withstand impacts. Once compromised, it cannot be repaired and must be replaced entirely. Thus, Qin Mian's post-race tire blowout had effectively ruined a section of the floorboard, resulting in a loss of 800,000. Having taken some time to inspect the vehicle, Qin Mian found himself leaving later than expected. Dressed in casual attire, he and Barber made their way to the parking lot. Along the way, Qin Mian's spirits were noticeably low, and Barber offered words of consolation. Just as they exited the paddock through the gate and approached the parking area designated for team personnel, Qin Mian spotted a female fan by the roadside. She was peering toward their location at the gate, and upon seeing Qin Mian, her face lit up with joy as she waved and called his name. Qin Mian felt a sense of bewilderment, looking around. This was an area restricted to team staff and FIA officials, and ordinarily, fans were not permitted entry. Yet here she was. Nevertheless, she had already positioned herself in their path, and considering the effort she must have exerted to be there, Qin Mian decided to approach her. As he drew closer, the familiarity he felt intensified, yet he could not recall from where he knew her. The fan, unaware of his confusion, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Hello, Qin Mian. I'm your fan. Thank you for the hat you gave me." Her exuberance mirrored that of a devoted admirer encountering her idol. Qin Mian had encountered numerous fans and understood how to respond in such moments. He smiled and replied, "I'm glad you liked it." However, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "May I ask your name? I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before, but I can't quite place it." The fan hesitated momentarily. She had heard this line too many times from others. After all, in today's society, even moderately attractive young women frequently receive attention, and for someone with her striking looks, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there would be a queue of admirers stretching for miles. However, she was acutely aware that Qin Mian's perplexity was certainly not feigned, as there was no reason for such pretense. If that were the case, it was indeed possible that Qin Mian had encountered her somewhere, or perhaps had met someone with a striking resemblance or similar demeanor. Without any hesitation, she candidly stated, "It is quite a coincidence that we share the same lineage. My surname is also Qin, and I am called Qin Yun." As she uttered these words, Qin Yun felt a flutter of excitement and anticipation. What if Qin Mian had truly seen her somewhere? Upon hearing the name, Qin Mian was overwhelmed by an even stronger sense of familiarity, yet could not immediately recall the specifics. The moment you mentioned your name, I felt an even deeper sense of recognition, but I just can't place it. I genuinely believe we have crossed paths before, Qin Mian remarked, scratching her head in mild frustration. Qin Yun's anticipation grew even stronger, though she remained uncertain if she had indeed met Qin Mian at that particular gathering. Just as she was about to enthusiastically share her birth details and family background with Qin Mian, akin to a fervent admirer, Qin Mian interjected, "Hold on. Let me ask my wife." Qin Yun then observed as Qin Mian skillfully retrieved her phone, dialing a number with practiced ease. Before long, the call connected, and the voice of Qiu Meng resonated through the receiver. "Hello? Dear, I have a question for you. Do you recall a stunning young lady named Qin Yun? I can't shake the feeling that she looks remarkably familiar, yet I can't quite remember where I've seen her." Qiu Meng, currently engrossed in her newly established studio, paused her work at the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I think I have a vague recollection." "Why do you ask?" "I encountered her here at the racetrack. A moment of silence followed as Qiuming delved into her memories, and then a spark of realization lit her face. Oh, I remember now. We met her at a private gathering during the racing event. She was being harassed by someone else at the time. With this reminder from Qiuming, Qin Mian suddenly recalled precisely where she had met Qin Yun. Smacking her thigh in excitement, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I remember too. I even raced against her." After exchanging a few more words with Qiuming, Qin Mian ended the call, turning to Qin Yun with enthusiasm. "I've pieced it together." Naturally, Qin Yun had heard Qin Mian's declaration and began to sift through her own memories of the competitions she had participated in. However, having taken part in numerous events, she struggled to pinpoint the exact race where she had crossed paths with Qin Mian. Thus, she regarded Qin Mian with curiosity, awaiting further details. It was at the racing event, during a private gathering. We competed together, and we even had a minor collision. With this prompt, Qin Yun's memories surged back, and she exclaimed in disbelief and exhilaration, "I remember too. Goodness, I raced against you before you even gained fame. I was puzzled back then as to why there were two people in your car who were faster than me. At that moment, after being bested by you under such circumstances, I truly felt a sense of indignation and yearned for a rematch. However, I could not locate you, and gradually, this incident faded from my memory. Now, upon witnessing your achievements on the racing circuit," she paused momentarily before shaking her head and smiling. "Indeed, is it not entirely normal for an F1 driver to surpass oneself amidst the presence of multiple competitors?" Qin Mian reflected on that time with a hint of nostalgia. Back then, he could never have imagined that 2 years later, he would find himself on the F1 stage, partnering with Hamilton, befriending numerous F1 drivers, and even clinching a victory at a Grand Prix. Upon seeing Qin Yun again, Qin Mian suddenly grasped the essence of the phrase, "the more things change, the more they stay the same." However, to be candid, the current Qin Yun appeared to have shed the frigid demeanor and aloofness that Qin Mian had previously encountered. She now resembled an ordinary girl with a penchant for idolizing stars. This stark contrast was why Qin Mian struggled to recall where he had previously met her, as her personality diverged significantly from his memories. After the gathering concluded, I drove back home with my wife. Despite his sentiments, Qin Mian felt compelled to clarify. Qin Yun nodded in understanding and, intrigued, inquired, "How did you manage to enter the paddock and achieve a place in F1 in just 2 years? I had sought you out, believing that a talent like yours could not possibly remain obscure in the domestic racing scene. Yet, upon asking many familiar drivers, none claimed to know you." Qin Mian scratched his head, finding it difficult to articulate an explanation. At that moment, Barber interjected, providing an escape for Qin Mian. "Qin Mian, our flight is about to be delayed." Since Qin Mian conversed with Qin Yun in Chinese, Barber was unable to comprehend their dialogue. But he recognized that if they continued their chat with this evidently familiar and attractive woman, they would surely miss their flight. Qin Mian nodded, retrieving his phone to say to Qin Yun, "It seems we are destined to meet. Let us exchange WeChat. I must leave to catch my flight." Qin Yun also took out her phone, but with a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Where are you headed?" "Back to the UK. The Mercedes factory is there, and I currently reside in that region." Qin Yun nodded but did not hastily open WeChat to add Qin Mian as a friend. Instead, she made a phone call while Qin Mian looked on in confusion. "Hello, could you arrange the route to the UK? The sooner, the better." After receiving an answer, Qin Yun nodded and ended the call. Qin Mian asked, "Are you going to refund your flight ticket? I can give you a ride." Qin Yun casually remarked this, as if she had chanced upon a colleague on the way home, stopping her car beside him and saying, "Forget the subway. We are headed the same way, so I'll drive you back." Only then did Qin Mian realize that Yajing had mentioned Qin Yun as a financial prodigy, quite affluent. Would it be inconvenient? Having occasionally indulged in a private jet, Qin Mian could attest to their convenience. Whenever one wished to depart, a simple phone call sufficed. However, the cost is quite steep. Although Qin Mian can afford it and could manage to maintain an aircraft with some effort, it is unlikely that anyone would deplete a significant portion of their wealth merely to acquire a private jet. Qin Mian is not one to be overly concerned with appearances, nor does he lack for them. Nevertheless, I find this endeavor rather convenient. On one hand, I have plans to visit the UK, and on the other, I am quite curious about the Mercedes-Benz factory. As you are aware, under normal circumstances, securing a visit is quite challenging, yet I am eager to tour the Mercedes factory. Qin Mian, discerning the underlying implication in these words, understood that Qin Mian wished to visit the factory but lacked the connections to do so, needing Qin Mian's introduction. This was not a daunting task. He had previously accompanied boss Zhou to the Mercedes factory and was well acquainted with the process. Subsequently, Qin Mian spoke briefly with Barber, canceling their tickets, and then boarded Qin Mian's private jet bound for the UK. While the privacy of first class is indeed superior, Qin Mian has become something of a celebrity in Europe, particularly in the UK. It is said that at least 6 out of 10 British individuals recognize him. Thus, even in first class, he often finds himself approached for photographs and autographs. Finding a modicum of solitude would be advantageous. Yet, just as he boarded the plane, Qin Mian began to feel a tinge of regret. Qin Mian was entirely like a starry-eyed admirer, sitting before him, brimming with curiosity, bombarding him with questions. Although the flight from Spain to the UK is brief, Qin Mian had not rested during this time, enduring a relentless interrogation from Qin Mian. Losing the aloof charm he had initially possessed when they first met, her eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and curiosity. Fortunately, the plane landed before Qin Mian ran out of patience, and upon disembarking, the two went their separate ways. It was evident that Qin Mian's claim of having matters to attend to in the UK was no mere pretense. It was genuine, possibly altered only by Qin Mian's unexpected appearance. Returning home, weary, Qin Mian found that Xiaoming had prepared warm water for him. After indulging in a relaxing bath and rinsing off with cold water, he had dinner and, without engaging in any gaming, comfortably fell asleep. He only began to recuperate the following day. With Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday as rest days, Qin Mian rose later than usual. However, upon waking, matters awaited his attention. Xiaoming had been negotiating a contract with Ely for some time, and as the discussions progressed, the terms of the contract became increasingly refined. Thanks to Qin Mian's performance and his actions in completing laps in the car, the contract price from Ely had risen significantly. Furthermore, Ely had signaled a desire to expedite the signing of the contract with Qin Mian. In addition, numerous sponsors had approached him, all of whom expressed a strong willingness to collaborate with Qin Mian and hoped to finalize contracts within a short time frame, typically exceeding 3 years. Xiaoming quickly discerned their intentions. Qin Mian had already proven his prowess and talent on the track, and he possessed a striking presence that was hard to overlook. Perhaps it is an innate talent. Qin Mian possesses an exceptional sense of the camera, leading to more frequent coverage from the director and consequently greater exposure for her sponsors. However, Qin Mian largely observes these developments, delegating the handling of contracts to her manager, including the one from Ely. After a brief consideration, she declined Ely's offer but set a final deadline for a response following the Monaco Grand Prix. Ely, eager to finalize the contract promptly, found themselves in a seller's market, with Qin Mian firmly holding the reins. Should Qin Mian deliver an outstanding performance in Monaco, it is certain that Ely would be compelled to increase their offer. Amidst the promising news, a piece of unfortunate information surfaced regarding the FIA's penalty decision concerning Qin Mian. Despite Mercedes' vigorous efforts, she had indeed violated FIA regulations, resulting in a 10-place grid penalty for the upcoming Monaco race and a reprimand, though fortunately, her super license points remained intact. The collision with Verstappen on the track was ultimately classified by the FIA as a standard racing incident, warranting no penalties or further investigation. Thus, Qin Mian's brief moment of joy was abruptly curtailed by the news. Nevertheless, her daily life resumed a tranquil rhythm over the next 3 days. Upon returning to work, Qin Mian engaged in the development of new components for the team, practiced on the simulator for the Monaco circuit, and discussed the layout and strategy for the upcoming season. Due to its nature as a street circuit, overtaking at Monaco is exceedingly challenging, with the only conventional overtaking opportunity available in the DRS zone on the main straight. In other sections, overtaking is nearly impossible unless the leading driver makes a mistake. Qin Mian harbors no particular fondness for this circuit. Recalling her struggles to navigate it using a game controller, she inevitably crashed at T6. However, this is no longer a game but a professional obligation, compelling her to practice despite her aversion. The transition to a steering wheel has significantly eased the operation. During this time, an intriguing piece of news emerged online. A journalist had posed a question to Sainz, inquiring about who he believed was faster between himself and Qin Mian. Considering that she was initially a candidate for Ferrari's second driver but departed to Mercedes due to his arrival, Sainz, evidently exasperated by such questions, replied impatiently that there was no basis for comparison. His Mercedes was considerably faster than Ferrari's, asserting that he would undoubtedly outperform Qin Mian in a Mercedes. Simultaneously, the Mercedes team proposed the termination of their contract with Bottas. Although Qin Mian had experienced a retirement in one of the recent 4 races, it was due to circumstances beyond her control and unrelated to her performance. Over these races, her speed, consistent performance, and the support she provided to Hamilton have convincingly demonstrated her capabilities to all who questioned her prowess. Mercedes has officially acknowledged Qin Mian and commenced his training as a second driver. Consequently, Valtteri Bottas, whom Mercedes had prepared to replace Qin Mian at any moment, has become redundant. While Mercedes could wait until Bottas's contract expires to terminate their agreement, Toto, as Bottas's agent, would undoubtedly prefer that he does not languish at Mercedes due to contractual obligations for an entire year. Therefore, following the stabilization of Qin Mian's position, plans are in place to release Bottas, allowing him to seek opportunities with other teams. Once Bottas secures a new team, Mercedes will proactively terminate his contract. Given Bottas's prowess, numerous mid to lower tier teams will be eager to enlist him. However, this information remains unknown to the outside world. On Friday, Qin Mian received a WeChat message from Qin Yun, inquiring if she could visit the Mercedes factory. Such matters were trivial for Qin Mian, who readily agreed to meet her that Friday afternoon. Upon Qin Yun's arrival at the factory entrance, Mercedes's designated hospitality personnel escorted her inside. When Mr. Zhou visited, Qin Mian was his constant companion, as Mr. Zhou was considered a benefactor to him. It is ingrained in Chinese culture to repay kindness with gratitude. However, Qin Yun and Qin Mian were merely acquaintances, and thus Qin Mian's level of consideration was different. Moreover, he had been immersed in testing the high and low downforce front and rear wings prepared for Monaco, leaving little time for a tour. Nonetheless, Qin Yun did not mind. After a day's work on Friday, Qin Mian took Qin Yun to the employee cafeteria for a meal, after which he sent her off, satisfied and with numerous photographs. Saturday was another day of overtime, while Sunday offered a brief respite. Beginning the following day, Qin Mian would have no time off for an entire week. Yet, despite it being a break, his physical training and simulator practice continued unabated. During this period, through relentless training, Qin Mian made significant advancements in his attributes. Overall rating, 903915, 12, stamina, 99 mentality, 9394, 1, stability, 97 qualifying ability, 8991, 2, starting ability, 8287, 5, race long distance, 9293, 1, tire conservation, 7780, 3, wet race ability, 82 attacking ability, 92 defensive ability, 100 having earned 18 points in Spain. Qin Mian was granted 18 lottery opportunities. However, the rewards were not particularly valuable, leading him to use them all at once, resulting in nothing of worth. Due to rigorous practice in Monaco, Qin Mian's familiarity with the circuit surpassed 1,000. In a generous gesture, the system rewarded him with a purple lottery ticket, prompting Qin Mian to realize that achieving a 1,000 proficiency on the track would yield such a prize. Therefore, Qin Mian decided to dedicate some time during the summer break to enhance his skills, particularly focusing on those tracks nearing the 1,000 proficiency mark, aiming to elevate them to that milestone. This evening, however, he opted to forego the simulator gym workouts and instead engaged in a session of CSGO. He recalled that recently, many individuals had lamented on social media about their self-indulgent gaming habits, neglecting to share the experience with their friends. Consequently, Qin Mian contemplated hosting a live stream that night. Yet, the question arose regarding which platforms would be most suitable for his broadcast. For international viewers, the popular choice would undoubtedly be Twitch. And there were also numerous domestic audience members who would circumvent restrictions to watch foreign streamers. Nevertheless, given that Qin Mian instinctively spoke in Chinese while gaming, he leaned towards domestic platforms. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he chose to utilize Douyu, a platform he was most familiar with. Although Qin Mian had never hosted a live stream before, he possessed a certain aptitude for technology, and considering the saturation of the live streaming industry, various platforms were eager to welcome new streamers. Thus, the process for applying for a live streaming room had been significantly streamlined. In just 3 minutes, Qin Mian successfully secured a streaming room and simultaneously set up the official streaming software provided by the platform. After adjusting the bitrate, refresh rate, and resolution, he completed all necessary preparations prior to going live. Without overthinking, he activated the camera, made a few adjustments, and aimed it at his face. Since it was a holiday and he had no plans to venture outside, his hair was unkempt, prompting him to don a Mercedes-Benz cap. Satisfied with his appearance, he titled the stream Casual Gaming on Holiday. Given that China is 7 hours ahead of the UK, it was currently 1 in the morning on a Monday in China. Not only Qin Mian, but even some prominent streamers had few viewers at this hour. Without any promotional efforts, his stream began with virtually no audience. Initially, he made a conscious effort to glance at his phone to check for incoming comments, but after noticing the absence of interaction, he soon focused on playing the game normally. After approximately 1 match, a viewer finally entered. Upon seeing Qin Mian, this individual found nothing particularly unusual, but proceeded to send the first comment of the stream. "Wow, dude. You're playing FPL. How come I see Nico on the other side?" At that moment, Qin Mian was engaged in a high-intensity match against professional players. However, to be frank, he had spent most of his time honing his driving skills, training, and developing racing vehicles, leaving him with minimal time to practice shooting. Thus, he could only compete with the pros in terms of positioning. His proficiency with the Desert Eagle, Alaska, and AWP, firearms capable of securing quick kills, was commendable, while his handling of other weapons requiring recoil control paled in comparison to that of the professional players. Nevertheless, Qin Mian has managed to establish his presence in the FPL through his astonishing reflexes and keen positional awareness. As an F1 driver, his visual response and peripheral vision are remarkably sharp, enabling him to promptly notice the barrage of comments from a viewer. Indeed, in the FPL, the individual on the opposing team is not the genuine Nico. If you observe his ID, you will see it is actually the lesser-known Nico from OG. Oh, the streamer is working abroad? Yes, he is employed overseas. As Qin Mian spoke, he skillfully eliminated 3 opponents with his sniper rifle, clinching a round victory. Frankly, his sniping prowess reminiscent of the early days of Kenny's, swift and precise, rendered his gameplay visually captivating, thereby garnering his first follower during his streaming career. Although this new viewer ceased to comment further, he remained in Qin Mian's stream, engrossed in watching him play. Subsequently, a few more viewers trickled into the stream. Some were intrigued while others merely glanced and departed. As Qin Mian continued his gameplay until 11 o'clock at night, preparing to conclude with one final match, another viewer entered the chat. Initially, he simply observed Qin Mian's gameplay, but after a while, he began to inundate the chat with a flurry of question marks. What? Qin Mian? The multitude of question marks vividly illustrated his astonishment upon recognizing that the streamer was indeed Qin Mian. Naturally, Qin Mian noticed and understood that this individual had recognized his identity, prompting him to respond with a smile, "It's me." After a brief lull, the viewer soon resumed his excitement, and Qin Mian's audience began to swell. Initially, over 10 more viewers joined, similarly expressing their astonishment with question marks or exclamatory remarks. As the numbers continued to surge exponentially, comments flew in. "Incredible. Is that really Qin Mian? Qin Mian plays CSGO too? Quietly streaming here, huh? Unbelievable. Not only does he drive well, but he can also compete in the FPL. Of course, which F1 driver lacks quick reflexes? Qin Mian, don't worry. The Mercedes car is strong. Even starting from 10 positions back, there's still a chance to catch up." Qin Mian. Qin Mian would occasionally take the time to respond to a few comments during moments of downtime or just before a match commenced. But the majority of his focus remained on the game. After all, for Qin Mian, the popularity gained from his streams was quite limited. He streamed purely because many on his social media were speculating about his private endeavors. As a driver who cherishes his fans, he found satisfaction in such small gestures. Moreover, he was not alone in streaming during his downtime. Others like Verstappen and Norris also engaged in live streams while gaming. However, unlike Qin Mian, they primarily engage in live streaming racing games related to their profession, such as the F1 series, ACC, or e-racing. In contrast, the games Qin Mian plays are not closely related to his career. This simply reflects differing personal preferences and does not serve as a basis to judge the merit of the drivers. In the final match, Qin Mian played the iconic The Dust 2 map in CS. He truly exerted himself in this game, showcasing his skills with a sniper rifle, contributing significantly whether on the offensive or defensive side. However, his teammates were lacking. Ultimately, Qin Mian lost the match with a score of 13-16. Regrettably, despite his efforts, he found himself on the losing end. After the match, he did not display any feelings of regret or disappointment. Upon conclusion, he promptly exited the game. The viewers, witnessing this moment, suddenly grasped the situation. "Don't go. Is this really the end? I haven't had my fill yet. Just one more round. Please, Qin Mian. My roommate wanted to see you play again before he passed." Qin Mian waved his hand, responding, "I have work tomorrow, so this is where it ends for today. There will be plenty of opportunities to play games in the future. There's no need to rush." After saying this, Qin Mian stretched lazily. The audience expressed their reluctance. But he had to prepare for an intense work schedule the next day, with a press conference and track events in Monaco on Wednesday. Therefore, he needed to conserve his energy. With a final wave to his camera, Qin Mian closed his streaming session, leaving the viewers in the chat lamenting their loss. Chapter in 198. The bonds of brotherhood among men. Although Qin Mian departed without a trace, his live streaming on domestic platforms quickly ascended to trending topics across various social media. While F1 does not boast immense popularity in the country, it holds a significant level of recognition as the pinnacle of Formula racing worldwide. It is crucial to note that popularity and recognition are not synonymous. Young people have heard of F1, understand it as Formula racing, and are aware that there is now a Chinese driver in F1. Yet that is the extent of their knowledge. As the first Chinese driver to become an official F1 racer, and having won a race in his inaugural season, Qin Mian has etched his name in history, shattering numerous records. Consequently, he has received considerable acclaim from national media and has even been featured in the news broadcasts, rendering him a somewhat familiar name among the public. While not universally recognized, most individuals have heard of Qin Mian, possess a fundamental understanding of his identity, and are aware of his accomplishments. Thus, the news of his live streaming, even if announced in the morning, could swiftly trend on social media. Upon receiving this news, many fans of motorsport and admirers of Qin Mian expressed their dismay. While fortunate Night Owl fans who discovered Qin Mian's live broadcast through various channels took to their social circles to boast about it, some astute viewers, having stumbled upon Qin Mian's streaming session, began recording, though lamentably, the live room was rather sparse at the outset, resulting in an incomplete capture despite the recording. Nonetheless, these recordings of Qin Mian's live stream garnered a significant viewership. Consequently, many discovered that Qin Mian, in addition to his evident prowess in racing, also excels at gaming. However, the commotion surrounding this affair has become inconsequential for Qin Mian, who has returned to the rhythm of his professional life. In addition to daily simulator practice, he has also assisted the team in producing numerous promotional videos and photographs, as well as granting interviews to media outlets closely associated with the team. These activities are essential for Qin Mian as a public figure. It is noteworthy that the team has commenced considerations for the conceptual design of next season's racing car. Although many might perceive such early deliberations as somewhat premature, especially given that 2022 marked a significant regulatory overhaul, making the design of a competitive vehicle a formidable task, there are elements and design philosophies from the W12 that can indeed be adapted for the W13. Under the new regulations, the outdated front wing that Qin Mian once drove has been discarded, and ground effect floorboards have been introduced, yet other aspects remain largely unchanged. Currently, the team is engaged in discussions regarding the philosophy for the side pods of the next season's car, deliberating whether to continue with the zero side pod design of the Mercedes W12 or to embark on a fresh redesign. On Tuesday morning, a meeting was convened by the design department and management to address this matter, attended by both Qin Mian and Hamilton. After all, they are the ones at the helm of the racing machines, and their insights into car design often carry weight surpassing that of engineers and designers. However, despite appearing to attentively absorb the meeting's content, both Hamilton and Qin Mian found their minds drifting, reminiscent of their school days. How has practice in Monaco been lately? This was the first opportunity for the two to converse meaningfully since the start of the holiday. Not bad. Overall lap times have improved, quickening by 0.4 seconds. Though I've never driven in Monaco, so honestly, I have no idea how I'll perform once on the track. Hamilton remarked, I've observed your performances in F2. And I've noted that you've never found yourself in the midfield during either F2 or F1. Here's a piece of advice. Starting from the midfield is no easy feat, particularly on the Monaco circuit. You must exercise utmost caution once the race begins. Remain vigilant of your surroundings, always attuned to the cars ahead, behind, and beside you, and mindful of the distances between each vehicle. In order to prevent excessively severe accidents on the track during the start phase, Qin Mian nodded and discreetly took out his phone to begin recording. A good memory is no match for a poor pen, and in this situation, Qin Mian clearly had no means to jot down Hamilton's words on paper. So he opted to use his phone for convenience. Hamilton, unfazed, pondered for a moment before continuing, stating that during the starting phase, one must be bold yet meticulous. If the rhythm is favorable, one might attempt to advance a few positions, but the primary focus should remain on safeguarding one's vehicle. Overtaking on this track is notoriously challenging. Thus, the racing lines through turns T17, T18, and T19 are of paramount importance. The performance through these three corners will ultimately determine whether one can overtake the driver ahead within the relatively short DRS zone, a point not to be overlooked. The two conversed for roughly 20 minutes until discussions within the team reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Toto turned to the two drivers and inquired, "What are your thoughts on these two concepts?" Qin Mian and Hamilton, who had been engaged in quiet chatter, paused momentarily and exchanged glances. Being youthful and unreserved, Qin Mian, unaware of the potential repercussions of missteps, seized the opportunity to articulate his long-held opinion. "I believe having side pods would be advantageous." Hamilton regarded Qin Mian with a look of disbelief, thinking to himself how audacious the young driver was. Although there exists a culture of non-blame within Mercedes, implying that no specific individual is held accountable for the team's failures, and that the time following any errors is utilized for rectification and addressing shortcomings. It is understood that the origins of such suggestions and the principal individuals responsible for mistakes will remain etched in the minds of the team. While Hamilton may not have been familiar with the saying "wherever there are people, there are factions," he certainly grasped the underlying principle, albeit he had not anticipated Qin Mian's steadfastness. In truth, those within Mercedes who support the side pod design are a minority. The majority prefer to adhere to the original design philosophy of the team. After all, the W11 and W12 models have already demonstrated the excellence of the zero-side pod concept on the racetrack. Toto, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "May I know the rationale behind your preference for a side pod design?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian replied, "Primarily, I noticed via the onboard camera that the carbon fiber of our car's front wing tends to be compressed under the high-speed airflow. Although this is a deliberate design to reduce drag, I can't help but think that such a rigid material as carbon fiber would deform at speeds reaching 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. To minimize weight, our floor cannot be overly thick, and as we will be using a ground effect floor next season, I feel that with a zero-side pod configuration, our floor's support may be insufficient, potentially resulting in severe deformation under wind and atmospheric pressure. Consequently, the consistency and stability of the car could be significantly compromised." Qin Mian's argument was well-reasoned and devoid of any flaws. Toto nodded in acknowledgement. After Qin Mian finished his response, Toto turned his gaze toward Hamilton. After a moment of contemplation, Hamilton expressed his thoughts. "I believe we should continue with our zero-side pod concept. After all our previous technical advancements in side pods have been focused on the zero-side pod approach. This means our investment in research and development need not start from scratch, resulting in lesser resource allocation and manpower, thus minimizing risks." Hamilton's perspective emerged from a different angle. However, there was a deeper implication in Hamilton's words, suggesting that the majority of Mercedes' attention and resources should be concentrated on this year's car development upgrades, ensuring Hamilton secures his 8th championship before contemplating matters for the next season. Undoubtedly, compared to Qin Mian's ideas, Hamilton's thoughts garnered greater consensus among the Mercedes staff. On one hand, those advocating for the zero-side pod concept constituted the majority. On the other hand, Hamilton's esteemed position within the Mercedes team lent authority to his words. Nevertheless, Toto refrained from making a definitive statement, instead steering the conversation toward the next topic. By the end of the morning, and an additional 2 hours in the afternoon, Mercedes had finalized the direction for the next season's car development, after which the design team commenced their work on the new vehicle. However, this was largely inconsequential to Qin Mian, as the next season's car was still in the conceptual phase. On Wednesday, Qin Mian, accompanied by Xiaomeng, flew to Monaco. He brought his wife along primarily because Monaco had reopened, allowing spectators to attend. Xiaomeng had been cooped up at home for some time and had never visited Monaco. Thus, Qin Mian considered this trip as an opportunity for leisure. This time, he did not rely on a wealthy patron's private jet, instead opting for a flight he had booked himself, naturally in first class, as all travel expenses were covered by the team, leaving no reason for him to skimp on himself. After landing, he was greeted by representatives from the hotel collaborating with Mercedes. However, upon returning to the hotel and settling in, Qin Mian did not conclude his day's work. He still had to face a media interview, attend an event, and participate in a photo shoot for a watch company sponsoring the team. In summary, even on Wednesday, Qin Mian remained quite busy. On Thursday, while Qin Mian had no work commitments in the morning, he did not neglect his exercise regimen. In the afternoon, he donned the Mercedes team uniform to attend a pre-race press conference. During this conference, aside from addressing the host's inquiries, he also responded to questions submitted by the audience via recorded videos. These press conferences typically featured two drivers from different teams paired randomly. This time, Qin Mian was interviewed alongside Norris. At first glance, Norris appeared to be a young man of similar age to Qin Mian, exuding a cheerful demeanor, embodying that sunny, affable boy-next-door archetype. However, upon getting to know him better, one would realize that Norris harbored a rather proud spirit. Of course, his innate talent certainly provided him with ample grounds for such pride. However, upon encountering Qin Mian, the perceptive could readily discern a certain hostility emanating from Norris towards him. This animosity did not arise from any offense Qin Mian had caused Norris, but could rather be interpreted as the discontent of a genius upon witnessing another genius who surpasses him in prowess. Yet, Norris was taken aback when, during the waiting period before the interview commenced, Qin Mian engaged him in discussions about video games and live streaming. "Randall, I recall that you have streamed before, correct?" Norris nodded. "Indeed, I possess quite a following on YouTube. What games do you usually play?" Qin Mian inquired with curiosity. Norris shrugged. "What else can we play? Most of the time during my streams, I am engrossed in e-racing, though occasionally I indulge in other games." Upon hearing this, Qin Mian felt a slight sense of relief. After all, he had never encountered other F1 drivers who enjoyed gaming. The thought of F1 drivers facing disputes with their teams over image rights due to gaming streams was rather daunting. "From what you say, do you wish to stream as well?" It was now Norris's turn to be intrigued. Qin Mian shrugged. "Actually, I streamed for an entire night on Sunday, and surprisingly, it yielded quite favorable results. I gained over 10,000 subscribers in just one evening." "Wow, gaining over 10,000 subscribers in one night is quite impressive," Norris remarked in astonishment. After all, on YouTube, that figure is indeed substantial. However, Qin Mian, recalling the streamers on Douyu who easily amassed millions of followers, dismissed his own numbers as rather trivial. "Well, it's not that much," he replied nonchalantly. "What were you playing during your stream?" Norris further inquired. Recently, Norris and Leclerc had been enjoying some leisure time playing COD 16 together. If Qin Mian were to join them, the three could certainly showcase their skills in the game. CSGO. There haven't been any noteworthy AAA titles released lately, so I've been playing this. I believe I mentioned it to you before. Perfect. I've grown weary of COD as well, and am eager to try something new. If you have time, do invite me, and we can play CSGO together." Qin Mian nodded, though he began to contemplate that if Norris joined, the likelihood of him playing with a high-ranking account would diminish significantly. Given the skill levels of those casual players and professionals, it would be an understatement to say that they could easily embarrass Norris. However, since Xiaoming seemed to have taken a break from gaming, borrowing her account for some playtime should pose no problem, allowing him to enjoy some fishing as well. Thanks to the casual conversations they shared before the competition began, their relationship had improved considerably, as they discovered a mutual passion for gaming. Consequently, Norris's inexplicable hostility towards Qin Mian had dissipated. "By the way, which AAA games have you played?" At this point, they had transitioned from standing and chatting to finding a seat backstage at the press conference to continue their conversation. Qin Mian pondered for a moment, counting on his fingers as he mentioned The Witcher 3, Nier, Automata, Dark Souls. "Among these games, I have only played The Witcher 3. Shortly thereafter, the live director notified the two that it was nearly their turn. At that moment, Qin Mian and Norris had been discussing the highly anticipated releases of the year and inquired when Bethesda would unveil The Elder Scrolls 6. Through their conversation, Norris gained a fundamental understanding of Qin Mian's character. Like many of the Chinese individuals he had met, Qin Mian was humble and polite. However, Norris sensed that beneath his exterior lay a lion. hidden even from Qin Mian himself. After the event concluded, Qin Mian and Norris parted ways. Yet they agreed to explore the racetrack together once their schedules allowed. It is worth noting that Monaco's track differs from other circuits. It is a street race, with the course ordinarily functioning as a regular road. Although traffic on Thursday was not overwhelming, it was still a thoroughfare, and they could not traverse it as freely as one might on a dedicated racing circuit to feel the asphalt and examine its wear. Moreover, pedestrians were present in the vicinity. The locals in Monaco recognized Charles Leclerc of Ferrari and were well aware of the various F1 drivers. If Qin Mian and Norris were to walk the track together, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of passers-by, which could lead to complications if too many gathered. Fortunately, Norris was not new to walking the track and had acquired valuable experience in such situations. After returning from the press conference, Norris messaged Qin Mian on WhatsApp, advising him against wearing team apparel. Instead, he suggested opting for a simple cap and mask, and if possible, sunglasses, while leaving team staff attire behind. Such conspicuousness would undoubtedly draw attention. Following Norris's guidance, Qin Mian changed into casual attire. Although Norris implied it would be best for Qin Mian to go alone, he decided to bring along Xiaoming. Strolling the streets of Monaco with his beloved would certainly be more engaging than walking the track alone, allowing them to immerse themselves in the culture and charm of a foreign land. Xiaoming, aware of the lengthy journey ahead and the likelihood of being recognized despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, took care to apply makeup and dress thoughtfully. Subsequently, the three gathered at the hotel, exchanged brief introductions, and together walked 2 laps around the circuit. The asphalt of the Monaco track was notably smooth, resulting in minimal tire wear. According to tradition, Pirelli would provide the softest 3-tire compounds. Qin Mian had planned to bring his electric scooter for the event, but upon learning of this, Xiaoming chastised him, saying, "Monaco is a street. When you walk the track, you are walking on a public road." Not to mention, the legality of riding a scooter on such thoroughfares in Monaco was questionable. It is essential to understand that maneuvering a mobility vehicle on the racetrack poses little risk. Given the ample space available, even in the event of a mishap, the consequences are unlikely to be severe. However, the complexities of urban traffic present a different scenario. Should any incident occur, what would become of the racing team? What would happen to the competition? Following a reminder from Xiaoming, Qin Mian decided to heed the advice and opted to walk instead. After all, traversing the circuit for 2 laps, although accompanied by numerous tourists following the same path, the distinctive characteristics of drivers like Qin Mian and Norris were still quite apparent. Despite being fully equipped, they were recognized by passers-by, who merely recorded videos from a distance without intruding. In addition to pedestrians, there were several photographers specifically present to capture images of the drivers on the circuit. They had meticulously selected advantageous positions in nearby buildings, their cameras trained on the paths the drivers would inevitably traverse. Naturally, these individuals managed to capture numerous photographs of Qin Mian, as the sight of 2 drivers walking the circuit together is a rare occurrence. And Xiaoming was also included in the frames. However, these images merely served to whet the appetites of fans before the official commencement of the race. After completing the circuit, Qin Mian concluded his day's endeavors and spent half an hour in the team's paddock, nurturing relationships with his crew. After receiving some comforting words from them, he returned to his hotel. That evening, he refrained from continuing to toil on the simulator for the Monaco circuit, having spent considerable time immersed in it for practice. Ultimately, while simulators can replicate scenarios, they cannot replace the authentic experience. Without having competed on the actual Monaco track, Qin Mian felt it wiser to focus on the upcoming 3 practice sessions, aiming to familiarize himself with the performance of his vehicle on this particular circuit. The night passed without incident, and on the following day, Friday, Qin Mian headed to the paddock. Unlike other Grand Prix events, Monaco, being a street race, lacks the expansive space for numerous pre-race activities, resulting in a limited schedule. From this day forward, the circuit officially entered a closed state, which would persist until the conclusion of the race. Prior to the race, Qin Mian participated in several interviews and a lighthearted QA session. Afterward, he attended a pre-race driver meeting at the FIA office. Typically, driver meetings at other circuits discuss the modifications made to the track for that year, outlining areas with lenient penalties and those with stricter enforcement. These points are generally communicated to the drivers during the pre-race meetings. However, the Monaco circuit is unique. Its dimensions are inherently constrained, with corners devoid of runoff areas, leading to the inevitable consequence of crashing into walls when one veers off the track. Thus, there is little need to reiterate guidelines. Consequently, the driver meetings at Monaco often consist of a recitation of the established and minimally amendable track regulations. As a newcomer, Qin Mian was unfamiliar with the rules, while seasoned drivers could casually lower their heads to peruse their phones. He had to diligently maintain his gaze upon the FIA officials on stage and recite the script verbatim. The drivers' meeting was brief, lasting merely 20 minutes, with the remainder occupied by Russell, who, as the driver's representative, engaged in discussions with the FIA regarding matters beneficial to the competitors. Qin Mian listened attentively, for these issues were indeed advantageous to him as well. Among the points raised, Russell noted that the excessive pre-race activities could detract from the driver's focus on the track, suggesting that the FIA simplify the pre-race procedures to conserve the driver's energy or reschedule the activities. Once the meeting concluded, everyone departed, leaving Qin Mian alone. In Monaco, Qin Mian found himself subjected to yet another reprimand, this time personally addressed by FIA President Jean Todt. While it could be termed a reprimand, it was more akin to a therapeutic dialogue. After the others had left, Todt sat beside Qin Mian and began to impart wisdom as a mentor would, primarily discussing the dangers of Qin Mian's actions and their potential impact on other young drivers, as well as the impression left on the youth who watched F1 races. Although Qin Mian might perceive himself as merely a child, unbeknownst to him, he had become an idol for many others. After spending over 20 minutes in the conference room, Qin Mian emerged, seemingly enlightened. With all off-track matters now concluded, he returned to the team's headquarters, donned his racing suit, and proceeded to the paddock. There, Reyes and his team had meticulously prepared Qin Mian's car, which now rested quietly in its designated spot. After a brief exchange with Reyes, Qin Mian approached his vehicle, his fingers grazing the right side front wing. Despite being penalized 10 positions after a reconnaissance lap on the challenging Monaco circuit, he had to admit that the position of the front wing was indeed well suited for seating. It felt secure, alleviating concerns about losing grip at high speeds. Of course, given the nature of the Monaco circuit, regardless of the car's performance, starting from the back row would almost certainly dictate his race outcome, with any fluctuations limited to merely a few positions. Hence, although everyone acknowledged Qin Mian's talent, no one believed he would secure a commendable result in this race, let alone reach the podium. The spotlight was firmly on Hamilton and Verstappen, as they were the season's main attractions. Despite Qin Mian's undeniable skill, it was evident to all that he remained at a considerable distance from his teammates' prowess. Thus, he was seen merely as an auxiliary presence. As the principal figure in this scenario, Qin Mian was acutely aware of the prevailing sentiments regarding his performance, both within and beyond the paddock. To speak candidly, upon first encountering the situation, an undeniable discomfort washed over Qin Mian. If circumstances permitted, he would fervently desire to strike back at those who had provoked him. Nevertheless, this was an undeniable reality. During his recent training sessions, Qin Mian had diligently studied the Monaco races of recent years, regardless of the driver. Overtaking those ahead proved to be a formidable challenge for anyone trailing behind. As Qin Mian settled into his vehicle and calmed the spirit of his racing machine, his thoughts began to coalesce, and he adjusted his breathing rhythm. At that moment, his car was fitted with a set of hard tires, ideally suited for familiarizing himself with the track and gathering data for tuning. As the practice session drew to a close, Qin Mian was the first to be dispatched by his team, having been prepared well in advance. The commentator, upon witnessing Qin Mian emerge first, remarked, "Here comes the Chinese driver, Qin Mian." Analyst Zhou Hauran noted, due to the pandemic, Monaco did not host F2 races during Qin Mian's time, rendering this circuit entirely unfamiliar to him. Fellow commentator Fergo added, "Indeed, it is imperative for Qin Mian to acclimate himself to this track as much as possible during the practice session." That is correct. However, I must admit, I have no concerns regarding Qin Mian's performance today, Fergo continued, steering the conversation. Recent races have demonstrated his remarkable consistency, showcasing a formidable mental fortitude that belies his age. The commentator's speculations mirrored the thoughts of the Mercedes team at that moment. Though Qin Mian had logged thousands of laps on the Monaco Monte Carlo circuit in a simulator, adapting to the exceptionally narrow and confined street course remained an open question. After all, the sense of speed experienced by drivers on such a track far exceeds that of a conventional course. Thus, Despite the universal confidence in Qin Mian's abilities, the staff within the Mercedes team harbored considerable apprehension regarding his performance on the circuit. Even Hamilton, seated within his car and fine-tuning his vehicle, diverted part of his attention to the monitor displaying the live broadcast from Sky Sports, where Qin Mian had just taken to the track. It was evident that the seasoned driver was quite invested in the progress of his junior counterpart, especially considering that Qin Mian's 10th-place grid penalty bore some of his influence. Once on the circuit, Qin Mian swiftly grasped the exhilarating nature of the Monaco track, the sensation of gliding past the barriers. With less than 10 centimeters separating his tires from the guardrails, the resonating echoes of the engines bouncing off the barriers, and the imminent fear of colliding with the walls upon exiting the tunnel into the interplay of light and shadow, all these elements, which might terrify ordinary drivers, transformed into sheer joy and challenge for Qin Mian. Each near miss between his tires and the barriers sent a rush of dopamine surging through him. The intoxicating thrill of navigating such perilous conditions, where a single miscalculation could lead to catastrophe, captivated Qin Mian utterly. During the initial practice session, Qin Mian primarily engaged in exploration. In this racing domain, he could only claim familiarity within the confines of the game. The actual conditions of the racetrack remained an enigma, compelling him to gradually navigate this uncertainty on his own. Within the hour-long practice, he made a single pit stop, dedicating 7 minutes to fine-tuning the car's settings. The remainder of the time was spent acclimating himself to the circuit. Encouragingly for Frankie and Toto, Qin Mian did not exhibit any reluctance despite receiving a 10-position grid penalty at the Monte Carlo circuit. He did not succumb to a defeatist attitude, believing he could not overtake anyone during the race, and thus did not abandon his efforts. His pre-race preparations retained their meticulous nature, even more so than before. Notably, despite utilizing hard tires, his lap times continued to show significant and consistent improvement, indicating his rapid adaptation and mastery of the track. It is worth mentioning that, despite the continuous enhancement of his lap times, Qin Mian did not adhere to the qualifying pace, leaving ample room during cornering. Nevertheless, his best lap time on hard tires reached an impressive 1:13.987, even surpassing his teammate Hamilton. At this stage, all competitors were still seeking the optimal tuning window for their cars, rendering the practice session results more of a spectacle than a definitive measure. A simulation of long-distance racing and a less-than-extreme qualifying simulation were the most that could be anticipated. Ultimately, Qin Mian concluded the first practice session in third place, with a final time of 1:13.011. During the subsequent break, the team convened with the drivers to analyze the tuning windows identified during the session. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton shared their insights regarding the nuances they experienced on the track, discussing necessary adjustments and the appropriateness of the current settings. After a brief respite, the second practice session commenced, wherein Qin Mian initiated his second set of tires, a set of medium tires. Initially, he conducted a long-distance test under heavy fuel load to assess his lap times. He planned to perform a similar heavy fuel test with soft tires at the onset of the third practice session, intending to integrate this data to determine his tire choice for the race start. Midway through the second practice, Qin Mian switched to his third set of tires, a set of soft tires, and executed a flying lap. However, during this attempt, he encountered an obstruction in the second timing sector, rendering the resulting lap time invalid. Despite this setback, he still managed to achieve purple sectors in the first and third timing segments. It is important to note that this obstruction was not due to Ricardo, but rather an issue caused by Frankie. As we know, the corners 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the second timing sector are notoriously difficult for overtaking. Consequently, no penalties were issued by the officials. Nevertheless, calculations indicated that had Qin Mian not faced the obstruction in the second timing sector, his lap time could have dipped to an astonishing 1:11.3. Certainly, this is not a qualifying round. Allowing Qin Mian to participate in this simulation merely serves to gauge his foundational skills and assess his performance under such racing configurations. Following this, additional tests and simulations were conducted, all of which Qin Mian diligently completed in accordance with the team's pre-race data collection requirements. Having finished the assigned tasks ahead of schedule, he took the liberty to complete a few extra laps on the track during the final 5 minutes of the second practice session, utilizing a practice-specific gearbox and engine. Along with used tires from Pirelli that were to be returned after the session, Qin Mian entered a state of pure enjoyment in those final moments. relishing the thrill of racing. Ultimately, as the second practice concluded, Qin Mian had thoroughly mastered the intricacies of driving on the Monte Carlo circuit, aided by his simulator experience and real-world validation. To be candid, this circuit is notoriously challenging. It is narrow with no buffer zones, leaving no room for error. A mistake here could mean crashing into a wall or becoming ensnared in the emergency escape area, from which recovery could result in significant time loss. However, those who reach F1 are the elite of motorsport, capable of maintaining control even on such a demanding track. The intriguing aspect of Monaco lies in the fact that the Grand Prix consists of 78 laps. Thus, all drivers must navigate the dangers and difficulties of the Monte Carlo circuit 78 times, with no one able to guarantee they will remain error-free or focused throughout. When mistakes occur, this track tests a driver's skill, willpower, and both mental and physical stamina in an all-encompassing manner. After emerging from the car and removing his helmet and the damp sweat-absorbing cap, Qin Mian shared a handshake and an embrace with Reyes before expressing, "I feel that the steering is still somewhat over-responsive. Perhaps we could lower the front wing angle by 0.5. The rear pressure is quite balanced, and there's little else that requires adjustment." Reyes nodded, jotting down these observations, and then remarked to Qin Mian, "The tire degradation is still better than we anticipated. Perhaps we could consider further lowering the front wing angle while increasing the front camber." Qin Mian contemplated this adjustment, recognizing its validity, as the rear tires tend to wear faster than the front tires on the Monaco circuit. Although this change might accelerate front tire degradation, it would not surpass the rear's wear rate, thus having a minimal overall impact. "Let us give it a try. We have another practice session tomorrow. Should we test it during the qualifying simulation?" Reyes shook his head. "No, testing a new setup during the qualifying simulation carries too much risk. I suggest we experiment with the new configuration when we begin testing the soft tires with a heavy fuel load for long distances. We have data on the hard tires that we can use for comparison." After a moment of consideration, Qin Mian nodded in agreement. Having determined the adjustments and improvements for the following day, Qin Mian turned and proceeded to the team headquarters for a meeting. The agenda primarily revolved around the calibration of the racing cars and the analysis of data gathered from the day's testing by the two drivers, assessing whether their performance aligned with the initial expectations. This shall not be elaborated upon further. After the meeting, Qin Mian participated in a brief interview, marking the conclusion of his day's endeavors. Despite the exhaustion from a full day at the circuit, upon returning home, Qin Mian indulged in a single game of CSGO. He intended only to play once and, mindful of his reputation, refrained from live streaming. After all, as an F1 driver, it would be unseemly to return to his hotel and immerse himself in gaming instead of reflecting on his performance on the track. Should he excel in the subsequent day's race and qualifying, it might be overlooked as a demonstration of his talent. However, poor performance would inevitably provide fodder for criticism. Thus, Qin Mian chose to exercise caution. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Qin Mian resumed his work. There was little of note during the third practice session, as he diligently collected data as per the team's established plan, making meticulous adjustments to the car's settings until he felt sufficiently comfortable behind the wheel. Notably, he retained 2 sets of medium tires, 1 set of hard tires, and 4 sets of soft tires. This meant that during qualifying, he would have fresh tires available for all 3 phases. And the presence of the 2 sets of medium tires indicated that Mercedes had more strategic options for the race, even allowing for the possibility of using medium tires directly in Q2. Ultimately, Qin Mian concluded the third practice in 7th position. However, this ranking was achieved using older tires and thus lacked significant reference value. Following the session, Mercedes collected both cars and immediately opened the engine hoods to commence the replacement of engines and gearboxes. Notably, the engine in Qin Mian's car had already endured 4 Grand Prix events without issue. According to Reyes and the team, the wear on Qin Mian's engine was at least 10 less than Hamilton's. This suggested that after the Monaco Grand Prix, Hamilton's car would likely require the replacement of certain wear-prone components, such as the MGUH, to avoid potential failures. Conversely, Qin Mian's engine was expected to last through the entirety of the Monaco Grand Prix and into the subsequent Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Simultaneously, Qin Mian finalized his settings from the third practice, achieving a compatibility level exceeding 95, akin to a perfect configuration in gaming terms. This represented the ideal setup tailored for him. It is fortunate that Mercedes does not follow the Red Bull model. While the design of the Mercedes car was influenced by Hamilton's driving style, it was not exclusively tailored to that of the primary driver as Red Bull had done. This enabled Qin Mian to acclimate to the Mercedes racing car within a short span of time, and notably, his driving habits bore certain similarities to those of Hamilton. Both favored cars with a tendency towards understeer. Soon, it was time for qualifying. Both Qin Mian and Hamilton had made ample preparations for this race. The track temperature soared to 35 degrees, accompanied by a high humidity level of 71, given that the Monte Carlo circuit is situated by the seaside. The Mercedes team's paddock remained at the entrance of the pit area, necessitating a lengthy walk for Qin Mian to reach his workplace. The layout of the Monte Carlo circuit, with the track in front and behind the team's paddock and a narrow gap in between, left insufficient space for team facilities. Consequently, there was no entrance behind the paddock, compelling Qin Mian and his colleagues to access it through the pit exit, requiring them to traverse the entire pit area. As Qin Mian made his way to the paddock, he was accompanied by a photographer capturing his every step. Upon arrival at the paddock, after a brief handover with the team technicians, he donned his gear and settled into the car. Qin Mian had already familiarized himself with the driving techniques on the track, and there was little more to say from Frankie and the others. However, Toto approached Qin Mian's car after he was seated, adopting the demeanor of an engineer as he secured Qin Mian's safety belt. He remarked, "There are no significant concerns for Q1. Our speed is still commendable. We just need to ensure the timing of your release. You can take it easy. We have faith in you, and we trust you possess confidence in yourself." Qin Mian refrained from nodding, as Toto was positioned close to his helmet, and a nod might have resulted in an unintentional collision. Instead, he responded, "Rest assured, Toto. I am well aware." Toto gently patted Qin Mian's helmet before departing. In adult interactions, it is often unnecessary to articulate every thought. A mere display of attitude suffices. After Toto's departure, Xiaoming approached Qin Mian, as their relationship afforded her a privileged position. While regular VIPs at the Monte Carlo circuit typically observed the race from the upstairs viewing area, Xiaoming could confidently stroll into the team's paddock. She handed Qin Mian his gloves without uttering a word, but exchanged an encouraging glance that spoke volumes. Their years of mutual understanding rendered words superfluous. A mere gaze conveyed their sentiments. Qin Mian smiled at his beloved and accepted the gloves she offered. "Fear not, your husband is invincible." Although the car had already started, the noise rendered his words inaudible, yet Xiaoming deciphered his message through his lips. At that moment, a photographer at the entrance of the Mercedes team captured this poignant scene. The bond between Qin Mian and his girlfriend, Xiaoming, radiated warmth. Fij, witnessing the moment, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Binggu appeared somewhat uninformed about this matter and curiously inquired, "When did Qin Miao acquire a girlfriend?" Ran Gu cast a surprised glance at Binggu, for as fans, they were typically quite interested in the personal lives of F1 drivers. Moreover, had they not previously discussed the relationship between Qin Miao and Xiaoming? However, Rangu quickly deduced that Binggu was likely addressing new viewers. So he casually provided an explanation. They have been together for quite some time. They were classmates, and after graduating from high school, they confirmed their relationship. Although both of them were accepted into university, neither attended. Qin Miao pursued F2 abroad, while Xiaoming accompanied him overseas. At this juncture, Fago added, "But dear viewers, do not assume that Xiaoming is merely a decorative presence beside Qin Miao. Her educational qualifications surpass his. During their time abroad, she independently studied all the courses of her university major and has now obtained her graduation certificate ahead of schedule through self-examination. This information is readily available online. So if you are interested, feel free to look it up." Upon hearing this news, those netizens who had initially felt a twinge of jealousy towards Xiaoming for having such a boyfriend as Qin Miao suddenly found their envy dissipating. Soon, Q1 began. Due to the characteristics of the track, the qualifying session in Monaco is prone to traffic issues. Therefore, the Mercedes team prepared well in advance and had already removed the tire warmers before the start of Q1, releasing both cars immediately afterward. However, upon exiting, Qin Miao slightly eased off the throttle, as there were too many cars ahead. Following too closely could lead to being obstructed. With 14 minutes remaining in Q1, Qin Miao completed his first warm-up lap, achieving the appropriate tire temperature. Speaking of temperature, Monaco's circuit is not without its advantages. Due to its short length and lack of long corners, regardless of how high the tire temperature rises, There is no concern about severe degradation from overheating later in the session. Ultimately, Qin Miao's Q1 time settled at 1 minute 11 for 100 seconds, a result that left his fans momentarily in shock, as this time placed him in a precarious 12th position, barely advancing. While one could argue that Qin Miao's qualifying abilities do not match those of Bottas, who consistently secures top positions in Q3 across all Grand Prix qualifying sessions, one could also point out that Qin Miao has yet to break into the top 5 in Q1 and Q2. During the race, fans can watch Qin Miao's performance with peace of mind. As long as his car remains trouble-free, he consistently meets his team's expectations and finishes satisfactorily. However, during qualifying, his fans must always be prepared with a quick remedy for their nerves in case of unforeseen circumstances. End of Chapter 200. A minor misstep can lead to a major discrepancy in Q2. Qin Miao maintained his steady performance with a time of 1 minute 997 seconds, advancing to 7th place. Following the same rhythm as in Q1, he ran a flying lap on a new set of soft tires and did not return thereafter. Due to this approach, his fans, exasperated by his lack of urgency, affectionately dubbed him a slacker. Even if you venture out for another lap on tires that have already completed a circuit, what difference does it make? Surely, working an extra shift wouldn't bring about your demise, would it? One cannot entirely blame the fans for their deep-seated grievances. After all, in comparison to other drivers, Qin Mian has indeed been somewhat lackluster during the qualifying rounds. Unless he secures a time in Q3, Q1, or Q2 that guarantees his advancement to the next stage, Qin Mian will not emerge for a second lap. It seems as though completing an additional flying lap could be the very thing that exhausts him. Q3 is the segment that Qin Mian's fans eagerly anticipate, for it is only during this phase that he showcases his full potential. However, despite successfully progressing to Q3, many remain pessimistic regarding Qin Mian's prospects in tomorrow's main race. On the challenging Monaco circuit, a 10th-place grid penalty essentially extinguishes a driver's chances of reaching the podium. Given Qin Mian's demonstrated offensive capabilities in F2 and F1, few believe his offensive prowess can rival his defensive skills, which often leave Verstappen questioning his own existence. Nevertheless, there exists a devoted faction of fans who place unwavering trust in Qin Mian. Discussions regarding the outcome of his race ensue fervently online. Yet, amidst the swirling opinions, Qin Mian remains focused on the present, determined to perform his duties to the best of his ability. During the initial lap of Q3, Qin Mian utilized the old soft tires from Q1. The first to venture out in Q3 was Verstappen, followed closely by Qin Mian. Verstappen, on fresh soft tires, clocked a time of 1:10.505 on his first flying lap, temporarily securing the top position. In contrast, Qin Mian finished his first flying lap with a time of 1:10.900. Although all three sectors were green, he could not match Verstappen's speed. Simultaneously, the two Ferraris behind him began to assert their strength. Leclerc, competing on home turf, not only surpassed Qin Mian but also outpaced Verstappen, claiming the top spot with a time 0.023 seconds faster. One could say this is the advantage of racing on home soil, as Leclerc showcased his absolute prowess on the track where he honed his skills. After the first flying lap, Qin Mian returned to the pits for refueling and tire change. For the final lap of Q3, he would require a new set of soft tires, leaving him with one new set of soft tires, 2 sets of medium tires, and 1 set of hard tires for the main race. With 3 minutes remaining, Qin Mian was released to commence his warm-up lap, a decision made to mitigate potential traffic issues. Soon, he embarked on his final lap. The T1 of Monaco presents a particular challenge, as one must decelerate sharply while simultaneously steering, with speeds approaching 290 km per hour at the end of the straight. A minor miscalculation could lead to a collision with the wall, making it a thrilling endeavor. While heavy braking occurs at T1, one must carefully modulate the braking force upon reaching the apex, testing the limits of tire grip before exiting the turn. The technique of navigating the curbs during cornering is a nuanced art. Too much curb can propel the race car off course, while too little fails to maximize speed, resulting in suboptimal performance. Countless details converge at turn 1, where the perfection of 1's passage directly influences the overall lap velocity. Fortunately, Qin Mian's extensive practice manifests in this moment, as muscle memory allows for a flawless execution of turn 1. After exiting turn 1, he positions himself as close to the outer edge of the track as possible, applying full throttle on the ascent, a point that requires no further elaboration. Turn 2 is a mere faux corner, requiring little additional commentary. However, in Turn 3, one must avoid turning in too early. A slightly delayed apex is essential. After reaching the first apex of Turn 3, he returns to the center of the track before cutting the exit apex of Turn 3. This second step is crucial. For once the apex is navigated, it ensures the car remains on the far left side of the track, naturally affording a wider entry line and enhanced speed. As he approaches Turn 4, he shifts down to fourth gear, mindful that the exit obscures the apex, necessitating a wider trajectory. For someone like Qin Mian, who has memorized the intricacies of this circuit, the obscured exit line poses little concern. Notably, he discovered a detail during his site visit, a small bump on the left side after exiting Turn 4, which requires a maneuver to the right to avoid. Failing to do so risks the rear tires losing traction due to the small rise. The subsequent corners present their own challenges, surpassing the difficulty of Turn 1. Due to the downhill gradient, substantial braking is required. However, the inner side of these corners is lower, resulting in an uneven weight distribution on the front tires. Excessive braking can easily lead to lockup due to pressure imbalance, while insufficient braking may result in significant time loss or even a collision with the barriers. These corners necessitate a driver's intuition and personal insight, as there is an abundance of factors to consider. While average drivers may approach these turns methodically, the elite drivers navigate them with a certain instinct. They intuitively gauge the appropriate depth of braking and instinctively sense when to accelerate. In this realm, a modicum of innate talent surpasses the efforts of the average individual. Qin Mian exemplifies this approach. He navigates these corners without memorizing specific braking points, relying entirely on his feel for the car to discover the optimal braking points and racing lines. Frustratingly, his execution in these corners often surpasses that of his teammate Hamilton, falling only slightly short of the home circuit advantage enjoyed by Leclerc. While the intricacies of these corners are numerous, Qin Mian's approach remains rooted in his intuitive understanding. The approach to Turn 8 is distinctly unconventional. Typically, for a right-angle bend of this nature, drivers would brake later before cutting to the apex to achieve a superior exit speed. However, at Turn 8, one can slice the apex at a shallower angle, as the grip in this section is ample, alleviating concerns that excessive speed might result in time loss. While the angle of approach might seem somewhat pronounced, an acceleration post-curve may be delayed. The time saved during entry and exit surpasses the advantages gained from braking later in the tunnel's expansive straight. From the broadcast perspective, the tunnel's environment and visibility appear adequate. Yet, from within the cockpit, the view is far from optimal, rendering it nearly impossible to discern anything clearly. Fortunately, the simplicity of the tunnel's layout, combined with Qin Mian's profound understanding of both the circuit and his vehicle, allows him to navigate this segment almost instinctively, even with eyes closed. Upon exiting the tunnel, the braking point is not visible due to the driver's low vantage point, compounded by the subsequent downhill slope. Qin Mian's braking point conveniently aligns with this descent. Braking in this section poses a challenge. As the car descends, if the brakes are applied too forcefully, the vehicle's weight shifts forward, diminishing the load on the rear tires. A reduction in rear tire load means that excessive braking pressure can easily lead to a lockup, given that less weight translates to reduced inertia. With the terrifying efficiency of F1 brakes, there exists a genuine risk of locking the rear wheels. The consequences of such an occurrence can be dire, a lesson well etched in Rosberg's memory. Upon reaching this juncture, Qin Mian decisively shifts the braking bias forward. Upon reaching the braking point, he applies the brakes and shifts down to second gear. He turns in early, maintaining speed, and can afford to delve slightly deeper into the bend. The exit position, after surpassing the apex of Turn 10, represents the slowest point on the circuit. After this, he gradually applies throttle while steering to adjust the car's trajectory for a clean exit. What follows is rather intriguing. During the exit, one must refrain from cutting close to the left side barrier, as one would when approaching an apex. Instead, a straight-line trajectory is essential to maximize exit traction and acceleration. Just as he nears the front barrier, he deftly realigns the car with the track, thereby mitigating any losses in traction or speed. As he approaches Turn 12, he enters in sixth gear, downshifting to fifth at the apex. This turn requires exceptional caution, flanked as it is by barriers with no buffer zone, leaving no room for error. Nevertheless, this turn is one of the gentler bends on the Monaco circuit, as its approach is quite conventional, resembling many other circuits. Turns 13 and 14 present as faux bends. After exiting turn 12, the car can utilize its considerable downforce to navigate these turns at full throttle, provided the angle is correctly managed, which is hardly a challenge for seasoned drivers. Following these sections, yet another demanding turn awaits. T15 presents a challenging turn devoid of prominent reference points. Typically, Qin Mian opts for a tracking brake to reduce speed. The edge of the road at the apex of T15 is nearly non-existent, allowing for an almost intimate approach to the guardrail, provided one does not make contact with it. When considering the kinetic energy upon entering the turn, a miscalculation in angle can lead to a slight brush against the right front suspension, which could spell disaster. However, Qin Mian navigated this corner flawlessly, visually appearing to skim the barrier. Upon exiting, he halts braking between the apexes of T15 and T16 before accelerating. The shoulder at T16 is notoriously challenging to negotiate, yet it must be addressed. A slight overcommitment here can cause the left front wheel to lift, consequently elevating the rear wheel as well. Should both tires lose contact, the car could suffer a loss of grip for approximately 0.1 seconds. While this may seem brief, in the realm of racing, such a moment can decisively influence the outcome of a race. The peril of airborne suspension for even a fleeting 0.1 seconds could lead to a collision with the nearby barrier. Conversely, if too little of the shoulder is utilized, the exit angle may be insufficient, resulting in inadequate speed and rendering the qualifying lap futile. Even the formidable Verstappen has been known to be propelled into the wall at this juncture. Next comes the sequence of turns T17, T18, and T19, where numerous angles and lateral steering demand meticulous brake control. T17 requires no elaboration, but T18 features two apexes. The first can be bypassed, yet the second must be taken. One should consume as much of the apex as feasible. Upon exiting, it is crucial to swiftly align with the left side barrier. The exit from T19 is pivotal as it leads directly into the main straight. This is also the corner where Qin Mian has practiced extensively prior to the race. A successful exit here is essential for gaining opportunities to overtake on the ensuing straight. In a surprising maneuver, Qin Mian chose not to cut the apex but instead adopted a wider entry line. Upon exiting, he floors the accelerator and charges toward the finish line. "Here comes Qin Mian," exclaimed Fij, his excitement palpable as car number 66, driven by Qin Mian, navigated T19. The commentator's enthusiasm stemmed from Qin Mian's remarkable performance, achieving a green sector in the first timing segment and a purple sector in the second, outpacing Leclerc by 0.2 seconds at his home circuit and overall faster by 0.1 seconds. Should Qin Mian maintain this pace in the final timing segment, he would secure the very first pole position of his career. While both commentators and spectators hold a fondness for Leclerc, a talented and charismatic driver who has yet to achieve a significant result on home soil, there is an undeniable bias when a compatriot competes alongside him. Regardless, the trio of commentators and domestic fans alike fervently hope for Qin Mian to deliver a performance worthy of distinction. Regrettably for the three commentators, as Qin Mian crossed the finish line, his final timing segment was marked in green. His ultimate score was 1 minute and 10.350 seconds, trailing Leclerc by a mere 0.004 seconds. This minuscule margin caused Qin Mian to lose his first career pole position. A disappointment echoed in the sighs of the commentators upon witnessing the result. Had Qin Mian been 0.01 or 0.2 seconds slower than Leclerc, the commentators might have accepted it more readily. However, the fact that he was only 0.004 seconds behind struck them as particularly unfortunate. Before they could elaborate further, a yellow flag suddenly appeared on the track. When the broadcast shifted focus, it revealed a Ferrari lodged against the barriers at the exit of turn 16. Its front wing shattered. This incident underscored the peril of misjudging the curb, where insufficient contact results in compromised exit speed, while excessive contact can lead to catastrophic collisions with the wall. However, Leclerc's misfortune did not stem from the curb at turn 16. Rather, it occurred when he excessively cut the corner at turn 15, causing the right front suspension to collide with the barrier, resulting in immediate damage. Honestly, they might consider consulting Mercedes to learn how their sophisticated suspension system is engineered. Soon, the identity of the Ferrari driver was revealed: Leclerc. The commentators, having just begun their analysis, were taken aback, for the location of Leclerc's crash was on the racing line, and the clock had already stopped. As a result, all drivers who had not completed their final flying lap were queued behind Leclerc. Thus, despite Leclerc crashing during his last flying lap, he retained his pole position. The yellow flag soon transitioned to a red flag, as the position where Leclerc had come to a halt was indeed impossible to clear. The ramifications of Leclerc's crash extended beyond his own situation, notably, apart from Qin Mian. No other driver was able to set an effective flying lap during the final moments of Q3. This meant that, aside from Qin Mian, all other competitors' times were those established at the outset of Q3, which were not particularly swift. With the emergence of the red flag, the qualifying session for Q3 was effectively concluded. The final standings for the qualifying session were as follows: P1, Leclerc P2, Qin Mian P3, Verstappen P4, Sainz P5, Norris P6, Gasly P7, Hamilton P8, Vettel P9, Perez P10, Giovinazzi P11, Ocon P12, Ricciardo P13, Stroll P14, Kimi P15, Russell P16, Tsunoda P17, Alonso P18, Latifi P19, Mazepin P20, Mick due to a penalty. Qin Mian would ultimately start from the 12th position, situated behind Ricciardo and ahead of Stroll. Nevertheless, putting aside these details, following the conclusion of the qualifying session, Qin Mian was still required to participate in an interview. Regardless, it is noteworthy that during this qualifying phase, he indeed secured a commendable second place. It is well known that prior to post-race interviews, there exists a brief interlude, during which the broadcast typically features high-speed footage of drivers navigating the T15 corner, showcasing just how perilously close their tires come to the barriers. Among these visuals, Qin Mian's clip was the first to be aired. The footage vividly displayed the right front wing of Qin Mian's car grazing the barrier, and through slow-motion replays, one could distinctly observe the pronounced shudder of the wing after he rounded the bend, a clear indication of contact with the wall. The commentators, naturally, lavished praise upon him. After all, he stands as the sole elite driver from the domestic circuit, leaving little room for flattery of others. Observing the commentary from the sidelines, it was evident that they could not extol Tsunoda, resorting instead to disparaging remarks online, suggesting that Qin Mian's prowess was merely a result of superior machinery. Once Qin Mian's footage concluded, the broadcast swiftly transitioned to a shot of his car stationed at the entrance of the pit area, focusing intently on the right front wing. A noticeable scratch on the outer side of the wing could be seen, highlighting the extreme limits to which Qin Mian had pushed himself upon entry. Had his entry angle been a mere fraction steeper, he would have found himself in a situation akin to Leclerc's. Of course, such limits came at a cost, rendering that particular front wing entirely unusable, necessitating a replacement for the race. The subsequent post-race interviews and press conferences offered little of intrigue. Drivers merely elucidated their thoughts and actions on the track, the team's undertakings, and preparations for the upcoming race. The only noteworthy topic was that this marked Qin Mian's inaugural start from the midfield since joining F1, piquing everyone's curiosity regarding his performance on such a notoriously challenging overtaking circuit. Later that afternoon, following the press conference, Qin Mian returned to his hotel for some rest. However, aware of the daunting challenge that awaited him, he immersed himself in highlight reels of overtaking maneuvers from recent Monaco races, thoughtfully curated by his team. After over 2 hours of viewing, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Qin Mian awoke, engaged in a brief workout to awaken his senses, and then made his way to the circuit early. The pre-race activities proceeded without a hitch, with a multitude of fans present, as the Monaco Grand Prix welcomed 40,000 spectators, ensuring that the customary proceedings were upheld. However, upon the insistence of Xiaoming, Qin Mian made a trip to the entrance of the track. At that moment, an F2 race was underway. Ordinarily, the pit area is off-limits to outsiders. Yet as an F1 driver, Qin Mian required no credentials, gaining access with ease. While Xiaoming enjoyed the live broadcast from the VIP section above the Mercedes team, Qin Mian conversed with her on the phone as he made his way toward the podium. With the F2 race still ongoing, he inquired with some puzzlement. "What is it that you need? Can't you clarify over the phone?" Autumn's voice held a playful tone. "Oh, do not ask so many questions. Just wait by the entrance of the maintenance area." Hey, I see you." Qin Mian raised her hand and waved towards the VIP section of Maybin, where Autumn was beaming with joy as she watched her. "All right, hurry up and wait. I have to hang up now." Qin Mian nodded, stowed her phone, and proceeded towards the entrance of the maintenance area. On her way, Qin Mian was intercepted by her former teammates from Prema. Luo Xin remained as plump as ever, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. The others had not changed significantly over the past year. Upon seeing Qin Mian, the Prema team visibly brightened, though they felt a tinge of regret that she could not serve Ferrari. Nevertheless, Qin Mian had contributed countless exhilarating races that, while perhaps tedious to the casual observer, were thrilling for the Prema staff and fans. Thus, everyone at Prema expressed their gratitude towards her, sharing in the joy of her swift ascent in F1. However, given the peculiar circumstances, old friends refrained from embracing each other, opting instead to greet one another with fist bumps. Ha ha ha, Qin Mian. It is truly a pleasure to see you. Qin Mian nodded in return. Likewise. How has the team been? Luo Xin shrugged. Without you, the team has certainly lost its dominating edge over competitors. But thankfully, we are still operating normally and preparing to challenge for the championship once more. At this moment, Qin Mian found herself at a loss for words, yet Luo Xin began to reassure her. During F2, you often started from mid-pack in sprint races. I have faith in you, we all do. Even though the Monaco circuit is challenging, I believe you will find a way. Qin Mian smiled, reminiscing about the days spent with Luo Xin and the others, fine-tuning setups and celebrating after races during her F2 days. Back then, she was carefree, indulging her talents bestowed by the system, reveling in her youth. Although it felt somewhat squandered, upon reflection, those memories were indeed quite beautiful. After exchanging a few more words with Luo Xin and greeting the other members of Prema, Qin Mian parted ways with them. The parking area of the Prema team was not far from the track entrance, and within a few steps, she arrived at the podium area. It was already cordoned off, prepared to welcome the top 3 drivers. It was only then that Qin Mian noticed, to her surprise, that Zhou Guanyu was in the lead on the F2 broadcast. Suddenly, she understood why Autumn had asked her to come and wait. Naturally, her presence would attract the camera's attention. The F2 race had not garnered much viewership, and there was only so much that could be filmed on the Monaco circuit before the race concluded. An F1 race on this track might yield fewer than 10 overtaking maneuvers, let alone the standard F2 cars. Now that Qin Mian had made her appearance, it was only natural that the camera would swiftly capture her on screen. After an extended period of time, Qin Mian remained unconcerned, having previously met with the staff of Zhou Guanyu's team. Thus, during the wait for Zhou Guanyu to cross the finish line, they had graciously reserved a spot for Qin Mian. During this interlude, Qin Mian took out his phone and engaged in a conversation with Qiu Meng via WeChat. The primary topic of discussion was whether Qin Mian had finalized the birthday gift for Zhou Guanyu, given that only a few days remained until the end of the month. Qin Mian confidently assured that Zhou Guanyu would undoubtedly appreciate the gift he had prepared. 3 minutes later, the modest crowd erupted in waves of cheers as Qin Mian turned to witness Zhou Guanyu crossing the finish line, clinching the championship title at the Monaco F2 race. To be candid, Qin Mian felt a tinge of envy towards Zhou Guanyu, as he had never laid eyes upon the coveted Monaco trophy, not even the runner-up's award. The 2020 F2 season had not included a race in Monaco, and today, starting from 12th position, Qin Mian realized that ascending to the podium was beyond his reach. The team's current hope rested solely on his ability to secure as many points as possible. The Mercedes team was experiencing a streak of misfortunes during this race. Qin Mian's second driver narrowly missed pole position by a mere 0.004 of a second. To compound matters, he had incurred a 10th-place penalty in the previous race due to a violation. The first driver failed to complete his last flying lap, finishing 7th, which allowed the second driver to start from 6th. Toto Wolff, the team principal, was understandably disheartened. Both Hamilton and Qin Mian had failed to secure a spot in the top 3, causing him immense frustration. Although he refrained from damaging his headset, his exclamations of frustration echoed incessantly, nearly rivaling his English teacher, Steiner. In a moment of regret, Toto pondered why he hadn't negotiated for a lighter penalty from the FIA during discussions, lamenting that the young drivers were merely enjoying themselves. However, regardless of the circumstances, the situation had solidified into an established reality, and further appeals were futile, as the FIA's announcement had already been made. It was unreasonable to expect a reversal of decisions. Meanwhile, on the track, Zhou Guanyu soon returned with his car. Upon stepping out, he celebrated atop the vehicle for a considerable time. Eventually noticing Qin Mian standing at the sidelines, his face radiating the proud smile of a father witnessing his son's accomplishments. Unperturbed by Qin Miao's somewhat impolite expression, Zhou Guanyu leaped down and approached him, opting to embrace Qin Miao rather than celebrate with his team members. "Impressive, old Zhou," Qin Miao exclaimed, playfully patting Zhou Guanyu's helmet. "You've inherited my former F2 prowess." While Qin Miao's words might seem boastful at first glance, considering his past performances in F2, they could indeed be interpreted as a genuine compliment. Yet, as a true friend, Zhou Guanyu playfully retaliated with a punch, responding, "I'll take that as a compliment." After a brief exchange with Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu sought out other team members to celebrate, as there were still other staff who needed to partake in the festivities. Qin Mian remained at the foot of the podium until the conclusion of the F2 awards ceremony. The experience of listening to the national anthem resonate from the F2 podium was quite delightful, a testament to the camaraderie he enjoyed on this journey. In the F2 race, the second place was claimed by his acquaintance, Drugovich, while the third was secured by a newcomer this season. Observing Drugovich, Zhou Guanyu's teammate, Qin Mian couldn't help but ponder whether Drugovich, standing atop the podium and hearing the anthem of their country, recalled the trepidation he had felt last season under his command. However, his musings were swiftly interrupted as the awards concluded and champagne began to flow. Zhou Guanyu playfully doused him with a splash of bubbly. Thankfully, his cap shielded him, preventing any from reaching his eyes. In front of the cameras, Qin Mian could not react as he would in their usual, relaxed manner, such as hurling a shoe at Zhou Guanyu. Nevertheless, he found himself muttering in jest after being splashed. Overall, seeing Zhou Guanyu shine in F2 filled Qin Mian with joy. Yet, he had matters to attend to. With the driver parade approaching and his attire now damp, he needed to change clothes. After exchanging greetings with Zhou Guanyu upon his descent, Qin Mian retreated to change. The subsequent event was the driver parade. Truthfully, it was Qin Mian's first experience with such an occurrence, which indeed resembled a festive procession. The procedure entailed all drivers gathering at the entrance of the racetrack, where a truck awaited them. Once the time arrived, the drivers would ascend the truck to commence the parade. During this process, the drivers would be interviewed. Although the primary objective was to allow the fans present to see them more clearly, with interviews serving merely as a supplementary feature. In their spare moments, drivers could engage in casual conversation with those nearby. Naturally, Qin Mian gravitated towards Leclerc and Norris, while he shared a commendable rapport with Hamilton. Their daily lives offered little common ground due to their significant age difference and contrasting upbringings. It was only natural for their differing habits and values to lead to discussions predominantly centered around racing. In contrast, Leclerc and Norris, being contemporaries, found it easier to bond during their downtime, often engaging in gaming together, thus fostering a wealth of topics to discuss. Additionally, with Leclerc competing on home turf, Qin Mian benefited from the ample attention and camera time afforded by being in his company. The ensuing events need not be elaborated further. Chapter conclusion: the perfect start. Following the driver parade, the team began to transport the race cars out of the pit area and onto the track. After the conclusion of the parade lap, Qin Mian and Hamilton first proceeded to the Mercedes team headquarters to don their racing suits before making their way to the circuit. Upon arriving at the track and completing all pre-race activities and preparations, Qin Mian took his position on the starting grid. Clad in his gear and seated within the confines of his race car, Qin Mian found himself starting from the 12th position, situated on the outer side of the circuit. However, the advantage of the Monte Carlo track lies in its unique characteristics. Unlike other circuits where the inner line offers less grip, here the grip remains sufficiently robust throughout the entirety of the road. Nevertheless, starting from this position does present certain challenges, particularly as the line into turn 1 is often obstructed by cars on the inside. If those on the inner line do not yield, Qin Mian's entry into the corner could be quite uncomfortable. Of course, should Qin Mian execute an exceptional start, he might yet seize the opportunity to defy the odds. Once assured of his car's optimal condition, Qin Mian secured his seatbelt, adjusted the headrest, and initiated the steering wheel startup sequence. As the steering wheel warmed up, he closed his eyes to quell the tumult of his emotions, gently tapping the steering wheel 3 times. With his preparations complete, Qin Mian felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to meditate in anticipation of the race, a voice suddenly echoed through the team radio. "Radio check. Can you hear me, Qin Mian?" The transmission was clear, and Qin Mian responded affirmatively. After confirming that the radio communication was functioning properly, Frankie conveyed some intriguing news. "I have good news for you. Leclerc has retired from the race." Ferrari explained that there was an issue with the drive shaft of his left rear wheel, rendering the car unable to function properly. Upon hearing this news, Qin Mian's initial reaction was one of joy. After all, it meant one less competitor on the track and an advancement in his position. However, he soon felt a twinge of confusion. How could there be a problem with the left rear wheel? Even considering the collision from yesterday, the impact had primarily affected the left front suspension. Puzzled, Qin Mian inquired, "How could this happen?" Frankie, unsure of the specifics, mused that given Ferrari's history, it was not entirely surprising. After all, it is Ferrari. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ferrari often encountered peculiar issues. The conversation between Qin Mian and Frankie was audible to other teams through the team radio, albeit only to the personnel designated to monitor communications from rival teams. While figures like Binotto and Toto remained oblivious, other teams would learn of such information only through these intermediaries. Hearing Qin Mian and Frankie's remarks, those from Ferrari could only twitch their lips, unable to muster a retort, for such was the nature of Ferrari. Certainly, despite Leclerc's unfortunate withdrawal from the Monaco race, the starting positions of other drivers remained unchanged, leaving only the slot originally belonging to Leclerc vacant. This news, while disheartening for the Ferrari team, also caused distress for another individual whose interests conflict with those of Ferrari, Toto Wolff. Had Qin Mian not been penalized, he would have commenced the race from pole position. Given Qin Mian's defensive prowess and tire management skills, coupled with the unique characteristics of the Monaco circuit, as long as the team's pit strategy unfolded without a hitch, he could have made Verstappen question his own abilities. This would have resulted in yet another victory for Qin Mian. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Before long, the pre-race preparations concluded, and the personnel from various teams began to vacate the premises, leaving only those responsible for monitoring tire temperatures on the track. Qin Mian opened his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Notably, upon opening his eyes, he noticed a vibrant 5-star red flag hanging from a nearby residential building. Although his view was partially obstructed by the racing car in front of him, preventing him from seeing the supporters, Qin Mian felt reassured, knowing that, despite the vast distance, there were still individuals rooting for him. The sight of the bright flag instilled a profound sense of confidence within him. As time progressed, all personnel vacated the scene, leaving just 19 racing cars on the track. With the illumination of 2 green lights, Verstappen's car surged forward, followed in succession by Sainz and Norris, with Qin Mian trailing behind Ocon. Towards the end of the warm-up lap, Qin Mian encountered a minor traffic jam, as the drivers ahead deliberately slowed their pace to allow the tires of the cars in front to cool more thoroughly. Familiar with this tactic, Qin Mian also lingered on the track before entering his starting position, deliberately heating his tires. As the final 2 Haas cars took their positions, the countdown for the Monaco Grand Prix officially commenced. 5 red lights illuminated sequentially. Qin Mian's steering wheel featured a minor upgrade for Monaco, an alteration in the clutch activation method, switching from a push to a release. This meant that upon pressing the clutch button, the clutch would not engage the engine's drive shaft to deliver power to the tires until Qin Mian pressed and subsequently released the clutch button. Although this method of starting may seem counterintuitive, testing by the team revealed it to be approximately 0.5 seconds faster on average. The primary challenge lay in adapting the driver's starting habits. However, F1 drivers are known for their perseverance, so this upgrade posed little issue. Qin Mian had also familiarized himself with this operational method at Brackley's factory. Amidst the thunderous roar of 19 F1 engines, 5 red lights ignited before extinguishing. The 5 red lights have gone out. The race has commenced. Qin Mian, uncertain of the start of the front group, felt that his own commencement was nothing short of extraordinary. He could clearly see that Ricciardo's start was slightly slower than his own, and he was visibly closing in on Ocon ahead. Starting from the back, Qin Mian had a considerable distance to cover before reaching T1, granting him ample time to attempt overtaking the 2 cars ahead. Ocon's start was marginally quicker than Ricciardo's, creating just enough space between the two for Qin Mian to maneuver his car into. Aware that Ocon would not readily concede his position, Qin Mian seized the opportunity and dove into the gap. Fortunately, Ricciardo, drawing from his wealth of racing experience, recognized his slower start and the encroaching Qin Mian. Realizing that failing to yield could lead to a significant collision, Ricciardo slightly adjusted his steering towards the inside, providing Qin Mian with a wider entry into the turn. As a result, Qin Mian successfully gained a position on the inside. Ocon, noticing Qin Mian's advancement and aware of his relative speed, was determined not to let Qin Mian overtake him so effortlessly. Additionally, Giovinazzi, situated ahead of Ocon, had a mediocre start, leaving no gap for Qin Mian to exploit. Consequently, he reluctantly eased off the throttle, now depending on the two drivers' handling of T1 to see if he could surpass Ocon. If Qin Mian executed his maneuvers flawlessly, he could potentially advance 2 positions and enter the point zone. With unwavering focus on Ocon, Qin Mian kept a watchful eye on Giovinazzi ahead. Soon, both he and Ocon approached the braking zone of T1 side by side. Qin Mian adjusted his brake bias forward by 2 clicks, fixating on Ocon. To secure the line into T1, he needed to be ahead of Ocon as they entered the corner. Achieving this required him to brake later than Ocon. He patiently waited until Ocon initiated his braking before pressing down on his own brakes. Had this been a corner requiring braking upon entry, Qin Mian, having adjusted his brake bias forward, would have significantly enhanced his braking efficiency. This late braking could have resulted in a collision with Giovinazzi ahead. However, in reality, Qin Mian did not collide with Giovinazzi and managed to surpass Ocon by half a front wing before entering the corner, thus securing the line. On other circuits with buffer zones, Qin Mian would not hesitate to block Ocon's entry line, forcing him off the track. However, this is the Monte Carlo circuit, where the buffer zone simply does not exist. Thus, Qin Mian afforded Ocon a modicum of space. Yet this scant room was insufficient for Ocon to force his way on the outside. He could only afford to delay his acceleration slightly upon exiting the turn to ensure that he did not lose his position. Meanwhile, Qin Mian achieved the remarkable feat of overtaking 2 competitors right from the start. However, at this moment, the broadcast focused entirely on the battle among the top 3 drivers, neglecting to capture Qin Mian's actions, and the rankings on the left side of the screen were absent, aside from the live audience. No one was aware that Qin Mian had overtaken 2 racers at the outset. Subsequently, the Monte Carlo circuit aligned all the cars in a single file. It wasn't until Verstappen reached T18 that the broadcast finally displayed the left side rankings. First was Verstappen, followed by Sainz and Norris. Unless an unforeseen incident occurred on the track, the outcome of the race appeared to be sealed, with these 3 drivers assuredly finishing in the top 3. Following them were Gasly, Hamilton, Vettel, Perez, Giovinazzi, Qin Mian, Ocon, Stroll, Kimi, Ricciardo, Alonso, Russell, Latifi, Mick, and Mazepin. Clearly, Ricciardo's poor start cost him more than just 1 position after this race. It is reasonable to believe he would not fare well within McLaren. Aside from Qin Mian, there were no significant changes in the rankings for the others. Oh, Qin Mian has risen 2 places. With the rankings revealed, the 3 commentators finally noticed the substantial shift in Qin Mian's standing. Qin Mian is now 9th, having entered the points zone. Brother Bing was equally astonished. Brother Gung, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What is wrong with the director? We need a replay? How can such an impressive overtake at the start in Monaco not be replayed?" The other 2 commentators nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that the director's professionalism was lacking. Qin Mian, it's all thanks to you. Wow, is this the discarded talent of Ferrari? What do you mean discarded? Qin Mian left Ferrari of his own accord. One could say he exhibited foresight by escaping that quagmire early on. I am truly impressed by this Monaco director. The camera work is dreadful. They miss overtakes and fail to provide replays. Perhaps they should reconsider their career path and find a factory to screw bolts instead. Director, pay attention to the pit stop timing. The irate users on the forum immediately criticized the director's performance. After successfully completing 2 overtakes and stabilizing his position, Frankie's voice resonated in the team radio. Well done. That was superb. Toto and the Mercedes team staff could not contain their joy upon witnessing Qin Mian's overtakes, applauding enthusiastically. Qin Mian also breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, both overtakes were perilous, and they were hard-fought victories. Any slight miscalculation could have resulted in a collision necessitating a pit stop or even a direct retirement from the race. Now, however, everything has improved. Qin Mian has secured the position he desired without incurring any damage to his vehicle. As the race approached the halfway mark of the 2nd lap, amidst the commentary and the audience's criticism, the director finally aired the first-person perspective of Qin Mian's starting phase. The 3 commentators, upon witnessing this, naturally showered him with praise. as Qin Mian's meticulous maneuvers and audacity during the start were nothing short of exemplary. If a typical F1 driver were to find themselves in such a situation, they might not possess the same boldness to exploit the gaps as Qin Mian did, even if they had the courage. Their execution would likely lack the finesse exhibited by Qin Mian. However, following this overtaking maneuver, the race settled into a monotonous rhythm. As overtaking proved to be a formidable challenge this season, the front wing that Qin Mian utilized indeed provided significant downforce. Yet the turbulent airflow generated by it adversely affected the aerodynamic efficiency of the trailing car, consequently diminishing its downforce. Moreover, the DRS zone on the Monaco circuit is rather brief. Unless the leading driver makes an error, overtaking becomes exceedingly difficult. Qin Mian found himself grappling with this very predicament. The driver ahead, Giovinazzi, was not particularly fast, and despite Qin Mian not conserving his tires, he simply could not close the gap in a short span of time. It was not until the fifth lap, upon exiting turn 19, that Qin Mian noticed a slight mistake from Giovinazzi. The latter's racing line was not fully optimized. Recognizing this opportunity, Qin Mian's eyes lit up. He activated the full power of the ERS that had remained unused and simultaneously opened the DRS. In the realm of F1, every driver possesses a commendable level of skill. Even those with average innate talent can, through relentless practice, become intimately acquainted with the nuances of the track. As familiarity breeds proficiency. Thus, it is not common for drivers, even on the challenging streets of Monte Carlo, to encounter accidents. Giovinazzi's misstep was not entirely his own fault. It stemmed from the immense pressure Qin Mian exerted while trailing him, making it seem as though Qin Mian's tire degradation was non-existent. Perhaps Qin Mian himself was unaware of the significant strain he placed on the driver ahead. Only the elite drivers, such as Verstappen and Hamilton, are capable of withstanding the pressure exerted by Qin Mian during an assault, maintaining composure and avoiding errors on the track. Giovinazzi, however, was clearly not among this elite cadre. Faced with Qin Mian's relentless pressure and probing, he diverted too much focus to defending against Qin Mian, ultimately disrupting his exit rhythm. During this exit, Qin Mian's left front wing grazed the advertising boards in a manner reminiscent of qualifying laps. A close examination reveals that the front wing left a black mark on the white advertising board. Thanks to the extreme angle of his exit, Qin Mian accelerated nearly 7 km/h faster than Giovinazzi after leaving turn 19. Despite having participated in 4 Grand Prix races, Qin Mian's Mercedes engine still exhibited remarkable durability, showcasing greater overall stability and horsepower output than Alonso's Ferrari engine. Aware that his rhythm was disrupted after exiting T19, Giovinazzi recognized the futility of attempting to defend against Qin Mian, opting instead to guard his inside line. Qin Mian, not one to indulge Giovinazzi, executed a decisive overtaking maneuver on the outside, surpassing him entirely before the breaking point at T1. After overtaking Giovinazzi, Qin Mian ascended to 8th place, having improved 3 positions since the start, with only Red Bull's Perez ahead. As a Red Bull driver, Perez was certain to receive team orders to defend vigorously against Qin Mian upon his arrival. The duration of such a defense was uncertain, yet Qin Mian understood that Perez's ability to defend on the notoriously challenging overtaking circuit of Monaco would be significantly hampered. Thus, having just overtaken Giovinazzi and with a 6-second gap to Perez, Qin Mian unleashed his skill set. From there on, Qin Mian pressed forward with unwavering determination, showing no signs of tire conservation. This pursuit lasted 10 laps, culminating in the 15th lap when Qin Mian closed in on Perez. His lap time was 0.5 seconds faster than Perez's, causing team principal Horner of Red Bull to furrow his brow in concern, while Qin Mian's chase garnered significant attention from broadcasters. Commentators both domestic and international closely monitored the time gap between Qin Mian and Perez. Upon reaching Perez's rear, the pressure level for Perez escalated to 37. This illustrates the palpable discomfort of being pursued by Qin Mian at such a visible pace. Even the formidable Perez felt the weight of pressure when he noticed Qin Mian closing in, although no driver has publicly stated it. The consensus among drivers in the paddock is that Qin Mian possesses the caliber of skill akin to that of Leclerc or Hamilton, deserving of the position of Mercedes' second driver. Even those like Leclerc, who share a cordial relationship with Qin Mian, believe his abilities surpass those of Bottas. Therefore, While Perez felt the strain of Qin Mian's pursuit, it was not entirely surprising. Qin Mian's rapid advancement was primarily due to his tire management, as he ran the race at a pace only slightly less intense than that of qualifying, while others focused on tire conservation. Given the difficulty of overtaking on the Monaco circuit, the later one pits, the greater the advantage becomes. However, thanks to Qin Mian's skills and growing familiarity with his car, his tire consumption remained notably slower than that of drivers deliberately managing their tires. As Qin Mian positioned himself behind Perez, he began to apply pressure. With the widening of F1 cars, overtaking on the already challenging Monaco circuit became even more arduous. Unless the car in front made an error, the trailing car would struggle to overtake unless there was a 2-second speed differential per lap. Consequently, the actions available to Qin Mian are rather limited. He can only exert relentless pressure on Perez ahead, waiting for the latter to falter under the strain. This anticipation continues for 7 laps. By the 23rd lap, as they exit turn 8 and approach the tunnel, Perez, perhaps a tad too eager, inadvertently causes his rear wheels to experience a momentary slip, resulting in a loss of traction for approximately 0 seconds. Until this point, Qin Mian had been struggling against Perez's steadfast defense, but upon witnessing Perez's misstep, a spark of hope ignites within him. Dispelling the frustration of being stuck in place, yet unable to accelerate, he then surges forward, unleashing the ERS with reckless abandon. The 0 seconds lost by Perez proves to be devastating. Although he attempts to alter his line to obstruct Qin Mian, it is far too late. By the time Perez regains traction and begins to accelerate, Qin Mian's car has already drawn alongside him, eliminating any possibility for Perez to impede his progress. The remainder of the maneuver unfolds effortlessly. Before even exiting the tunnel, Qin Mian has overtaken Perez, claiming the 7th position. At this juncture, the other competitors on the circuit are wholly absorbed in their own rhythms, with none harboring thoughts of surpassing those ahead. Even Hamilton finds himself unable to challenge Gasly, lagging 15 seconds behind merely to preserve his tires. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, having shadowed Perez for some time, is primed for action, prompting the broadcast to fixate solely on their duel. The audience eagerly awaits the moment when Qin Mian will execute his overtaking maneuver. The entire overtaking sequence is witnessed by the live audience. Commentator Fergo candidly observes that while luck may have played a role in Qin Mian's successful maneuver, it is also a culmination of the relentless pressure he exerted on Perez over the previous 17 laps. Without this sustained assault, Perez would likely not have erred. Fellow commentator Bing Gu adds, opportunities may be bestowed by fate, yet seizing them rests entirely upon the driver's skill. What a magnificent overtake, Qin Mian. Simply splendid. Press on. Following his overtaking of Perez, the voice of Toto unexpectedly resonates within the team radio. Typically, such remarks would come from Franchi. But Toto's presence signifies his genuine delight at witnessing Qin Mian surpass a Red Bull. Acknowledging Toto's words with a brief reply, Qin Mian then sets his sights on Vettel, who is a mere 3 seconds ahead. Vettel, undoubtedly a seasoned and adept driver, possesses a composure under pressure comparable to Perez, and unlike Giovinazzi, he is unlikely to falter under duress. Therefore, while Qin Mian has successfully overtaken what seems to be a faster Red Bull, overtaking Vettel's Aston Martin on the Monte Carlo circuit is no trivial task. Qin Mian mentally prepares himself for a 20-minute pursuit behind Vettel, awaiting the cool down of his skills before making a move. Yet, sometimes, when luck graces you, it is simply unstoppable. On the 25th lap, following 2 laps, Vettel found himself in close proximity to a Haas vehicle, piloted by the Russian driver Nikita Mazepin. In fact, throughout this race, the gap between Mazepin and his teammate Mick was relatively modest, with only a 7-second difference after both Haas cars completed 25 laps. Compared to previous races, where Mazepin often faced a time deficit exceeding a minute by the halfway point, his performance in this race was undeniably commendable. However, the Monte Carlo circuit remained too short. Despite Mazepin's improved performance, he was lapped by Verstappen on the 22nd lap, and by the 25th lap, he was on the verge of being lapped again by Vettel and Qin Mian, who were positioned 6th and 7th respectively. Qin Mian, seasoned in both F2 and now F1, had ample experience with lapping. Yet, fortuitously for him, Vettel caught up to Mazepin at T19, where the DRS detection point at T17 saw a difference of precisely 1.007 seconds, preventing him from utilizing the DRS zone. Upon exiting T19, Vettel was impeded by Mazepin, who blocked his ideal racing line. As Qin Mian emerged from T19, Mazepin had veered toward the inside line of the starting straight, inadvertently providing Qin Mian with an optimal exit path. This exchange allowed Qin Mian to accelerate out of the corner nearly 20 km/h faster than Vettel. With such a significant speed differential, enhanced by DRS and ERS, Qin Mian executed a late braking maneuver at T1, ultimately seizing 6th place from the struggling Vettel. This overtaking maneuver elicited jubilant cheers from the spectators. Well aware of the difficulties associated with overtaking on the Monte Carlo circuit, remarkably, Qin Mian had gained 5 positions in merely 25 laps. With Leclerc having retired from the race, the audience's focus shifted to enjoying the spectacle. The 3 commentators, witnessing this unfolding drama, lavished praise upon Qin Mian, while jubilant cheers erupted from the commentary box. Following his overtaking of Vettel, Qin Mian's next target was none other than his teammate, Hamilton. Despite the fact that Hamilton, a supportive ally, was ahead, Qin Mian, buoyed by his recent successes, was determined to press forward aggressively. Qin Mian's performance had been nothing short of spectacular, having gained 5 positions since the start of the race, a remarkable feat in Monaco. Ren Gu expressed a sense of wonder, pondering whether, given Qin Mian's impressive momentum, Toto might issue a directive for Hamilton to yield a position. Upon hearing Fige's audacious speculation, the other 2 commentators shook their heads in disbelief, firmly rejecting such an idea. It seemed improbable. After all, Hamilton had committed no errors during the race and had not encountered any issues with his vehicle, making it highly unlikely that he would relinquish his position to Qin Mian. Moreover, setting aside the factors related to racing, Hamilton is undeniably a 7-time champion, and his status within the Mercedes team is firmly established. Unless the disparity in speed between the 2 drivers is overwhelmingly pronounced, it is improbable that the team would issue such directives to Hamilton. In the end, however, there was a brief analysis. On the track, Qin Mian was not contemplating requesting Hamilton to yield his position, as he was still pursuing him, and due to the excessive tire wear, Qin Mian's speed was beginning to wane. In the 28th lap, both Hamilton and Qin Mian successfully lapped Mick Schumacher, with the gap between them extending to 29 seconds. By the 29th lap, Qin Mian had closed the distance to Hamilton to 19 seconds, at which point Hamilton received a team directive to pit in the next lap. During the 30th lap, Hamilton entered the pits, switched to hard tires, and took 21 seconds for the stop. Upon exiting, he found himself behind Perez but ahead of Giovinazzi, with a comfortable 16-second buffer ahead, allowing him to maintain his own pace. Hamilton's pit stop also afforded Qin Mian a 47-second gap, enabling him to continue setting his own lap times undisturbed. The arrangements made by the Mercedes team were entirely sound. In the 31st lap, Norris and Gasly also opted to pit, keen to avoid being undercut by Hamilton. With their pit stops, Qin Mian ascended to 2nd place, enjoying a comfortable cushion of over 15 seconds to set his lap times at ease. However, Hamilton faced a setback. He failed to undercut Gasly, remaining behind him after the stop. In truth, the team had intended to benefit Hamilton by allowing him to pit first, pressuring Gasly with Qin Mian, thus providing Hamilton ample space to establish his rhythm. Unexpectedly, all of this inadvertently served to benefit Qin Mian instead. In the 32nd lap, Vettel pitted, and the driver behind Qin Mian became Perez. Unfortunately for Vettel, he emerged from the pits directly in front of Gasly and Hamilton. Upon receiving this news, Hamilton immediately began to voice his frustrations over the team radio, lamenting the foolishness of the pit strategy. At that moment, Toto could only bury his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the tactical miscalculation. By the 33rd lap, Sainz pitted, propelling Qin Mian to 2nd place, with Verstappen 18 seconds ahead of him. This gap left Qin Mian devoid of any desire to chase him down. However, upon reaching 2nd place, the voice of Frankie echoed through the team radio, Qin Mian. The tires are beginning to degrade, but we believe they can last a little longer. There are no obstacles ahead, so we need you to push forward as much as possible and find a suitable gap. Acknowledging the instruction, Qin Mian responded affirmatively. Having stored a substantial amount of energy recovery system, ERS, throughout the race, he began to unleash it without reservation, adopting a more aggressive racing line. The main reason for the lack of speed on the Monte Carlo circuit was the presence of cars ahead. Now that the path was clear, Qin Mian's pace saw a significant improvement. In the 34th lap, Perez, who had been on soft tires for 37 laps, decided to pit. Yet Verstappen persevered on the track. For Red Bull understood that Qin Mian's defensive prowess and tire management were of world-class caliber. Should they allow Verstappen to pit at this juncture? Emerging behind Qin Mian would shift the initiative to Mercedes. Thus, while Qin Mian remained on the track, Verstappen too would refrain from pitting. All remained outside, testing their endurance to see who would falter first. Curiously, the most opportune candidate for a pit stop was actually Perez. Once Perez changed to hard tires and re-emerged, he found himself 4 seconds behind Norris, positioned 5th. Although he did not secure a podium finish, this ranking was commendable compared to his initial 8th-place start. However, without comparison, there would be no pain. Qin Mian's presence starkly illustrated the vast chasm between genius and the ordinary. Starting from 12th, he now held 2nd place. The live broadcast captured a Mercedes and a Red Bull, with Verstappen still embodying the essence of Red Bull, while the Mercedes driver had transitioned from Hamilton to Qin Mian. As many witnessed this scene, a sense of nostalgia enveloped them, akin to the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the previous generation. In truth, it was merely Hamilton's unfortunate luck in yesterday's qualifying. Max, with Qin Mian 175 seconds behind you, if we pit now, we will undoubtedly fall behind him. We need you to start preserving your tires and remain on the track for as long as possible, instructed the Red Bull team. Qin Mian, Verstappen is 175 seconds ahead of you. According to our calculations, should he pit, he will fall behind you. Thus, you need not worry about any immediate obstacles ahead for quite some time. We must maintain a pace at least 1 second faster than Norris and Ennis per lap. And currently, you are 6 seconds behind them. If you can hold out for a few more laps, our advantage will only grow, advised the Mercedes team. Unbeknownst to the teams, Qin Mian was steadily closing the gap to Verstappen. However, this information proved inconsequential for Qin Mian, as once he pitted, the momentum would cease. Conversely, this news was favorable for Verstappen. As Qin Mian drew nearer, the gap behind him would widen, increasing the window for Verstappen's pit stop. Just as Hamilton would not willingly sacrifice his position to grant Qin Mian an advantage, Qin Mian could not deliberately slow his pace to suppress Verstappen and create opportunities for Hamilton. On lap 42, Qin Mian's soft tires had astonishingly endured for 45 laps. Yet they had not reached their limit. Although his speed had noticeably diminished, he still outpaced Verstappen and other drivers who had switched to hard tires. The gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen had narrowed to 152 seconds. Following this lap, Red Bull finally summoned Verstappen back, as the gap behind Qin Mian had sufficiently widened. He pitted for a 21-second tire change to hard tires and rejoined the race. The operation of Red Bull flows like water. It may not be swift, yet it is not sluggish either. For Verstappen's position, even a 3-second tire change orchestrated by the team would have little impact on the final standings of the race. On the 43rd lap, upon noticing Verstappen, who had switched to hard tires and was trailing him by 87 seconds, Qin Mian curiously inquired through the team's radio communication, "How much longer must I run? I feel my tires are nearing their breaking point. 2 more laps. We will pit after that." Frankie provided the final deadline. However, what Qin Mian was unaware of was that the 3 commentators domestically, upon hearing his radio transmission, were nearly beside themselves with laughter, as it was evident from Qin Mian's words that his tires had not yet approached their limit. These were soft tires, after all, and throughout the race, Qin Mian had scarcely conserved them, taking extreme lines. Furthermore, the Mercedes car is notoriously known for its significant downforce. As its powerful engine contributes to its speed, in summary, it can be described as great strength with heavy burdens. There is a cost to such a strategy, which is that the tire degradation occurs more rapidly than that of other teams, as the inherent downforce places greater loads on the tires. Increased load leads to higher temperatures, and elevated temperatures result in tire granulation. Yet, it seemed as though Qin Mian disregarded the characteristics of the Mercedes car entirely, racing fervently with tires that still possessed ample grip. How could such formidable performance not bring joy to the 3 commentators? As the 44th lap arrived, Qin Mian finally opted to pit, becoming the last driver in the field to complete his pit stop. This timing was exceedingly late in the race. With only 34 laps remaining, he emerged from the pit with a set of medium tires. Were it not for regulations prohibiting it, Frankie would have preferred to equip Qin Mian with another set of soft tires, given that he had previously utilized soft tires as if they were mediums. The pit stop proceeded smoothly, with no mishaps from the tire changers, taking 18 seconds. Upon exiting, he found himself positioned just behind Sainz and ahead of Norris. Had Qin Mian not declared that his tires were at their breaking point, Frankie would have preferred for him to remain out longer, pitting only after overtaking Sainz. However, there was no choice. Running on a set of soft tires for 46 laps while still maintaining grip was nothing short of miraculous. And continuing further would raise doubts about Pirelli's tire formulation. Emerging from the pit and discovering himself in third place, Qin Mian was at a loss to express the exhilaration surging within him. The commentators, who had been closely following his progress, were elated to see his position and could hardly contain their glee. "Ha ha, Qin Mian is in third. Absolutely splendid," exclaimed Forgo with hearty laughter. Binga nodded vigorously, remarking, "Mercedes executed their strategy beautifully, and Qin Mian's tire conservation skills proved pivotal." Yang Gu reflected on the data, marveling. "I never anticipated that Qin Mian could demonstrate such extraordinary tire management in a Mercedes." Starting from 12th position, and with less than two-thirds of the race completed, Qin Mian had surged to third place, and most crucially, this was on the streets of Monaco. Qin Mian is truly a prodigy, and one can foresee that his future achievements will be boundless and promising. On the field, Qin Mian remains oblivious to the high praise bestowed upon him by the commentators. Upon reaching Norris, he joyfully exclaimed to his team, "Well done, everyone." Subsequently, Qin Mian began to establish his own rhythm, directly utilizing his skills to apply pressure on Sainz. Qin Mian is willing to accept defeat from anyone, even from Mazepin, and can graciously acknowledge his shortcomings. However, when it comes to Sainz, surrender is not an option. After all, his absence from Ferrari was a consequence of Sainz's arrival, albeit Sainz may be innocent in this scenario. However, differing perspectives lead to divergent viewpoints. From Qin Mian's standpoint, to deliver a resounding blow to Ferrari's reputation, he must consistently outperform Sainz, leaving no room for error. At this moment, utilizing medium tires, Qin Mian's speed surpasses Sainz's by 0.5 seconds per lap, with Sainz trailing by 6 seconds. This indicates that under normal circumstances, after 12 laps, Qin Mian would catch up to Sainz, with 22 laps remaining in the race. Given Qin Mian's fervent state today, coupled with the enhancement of his skills, there exists a genuine possibility for him to overtake Sainz in this race. Although the broadcast team at the Monaco circuit consisted of local staff with limited expertise, far from the standards of the FIA, the decision of whom to focus on was straightforward. From the moment Qin Mian began his pursuit of Sainz, the camera remained fixated on Qin Mian's vehicle, neglecting even a glimpse of Verstappen. Of course, there were occasional shots of Ferrari, and while the local broadcast team may lack professionalism, their ability to stir the pot was undeniable. As the cameras oscillated between Qin Mian and Sainz, they occasionally interjected with shots of Binotto, whose expression was a comical blend of relief and frustration. By the 49th lap, Qin Mian had reduced the gap to Sainz to a mere 3 seconds, although he had previously been averaging a 0.5 second gain per lap. That was when his tires had yet to reach optimal temperature. Now, with his tires warmed up, his pursuit of Sainz has accelerated. Initially, when Sainz joined Ferrari, he paid little heed to the relatively unknown Qin Mian, choosing to ignore him. At that time, he believed that no matter how well Qin Mian performed in F2, it did not equate to F1, and there remained a significant question mark over whether Qin Mian could replicate his dominance in F1. However, as Qin Mian joined Mercedes and continued to excel, Sainz realized his misjudgment, and the situation for Ferrari became increasingly precarious. It resembles a scene from a typical power fantasy narrative, where Qin Mian, much like the protagonist, delivers a resounding slap to the face of his oblivious predecessor each time he ascends the podium. This season, Qin Mian has already dealt several significant blows to Ferrari. Gradually, critics have begun to voice their discontent with Sainz in the comments section of Ferrari's posts, a perspective that seems rather absurd from Sainz's viewpoint. It is argued that all of this turmoil stems from Sainz's involvement. Had he not joined, Qin Mian would undoubtedly have secured a position as a Ferrari driver, thereby channeling his extraordinary talent into the team, which would not have languished in 4th place on the leaderboard after 4 races. To be candid, Sainz harbors a sense of discontent regarding Qin Mian. He believes that the sole advantage Qin Mian possesses over him is the privilege of driving a Mercedes-Benz, while he himself is relegated to piloting a struggling Ferrari. Relying solely on a superior car to outpace him hardly constitutes true skill. If only they were to race in identical vehicles, the outcome would reveal who truly excels. Yet, despite these thoughts, the relentless pressure imposed by Qin Mian, who steadily diminishes the time gap between them, weighs heavily on Sainz. By the 55th lap, as Qin Mian entered the DRS zone, merely 0.9 seconds behind, he was astonished to discover Sainz's pressure level had soared to 50. With such immense pressure on his opponent, Qin Mian found his own options limited, merely attempting to exert pressure in overtaking zones. Thus, Qin Mian lingered behind Sainz, conserving his tires while maintaining the pressure, fully aware that Sainz would falter under such duress. He waited patiently for 7 laps, until the 62nd lap, when he observed Sainz's pressure level had risen to 80, yet his driving remained remarkably stable, devoid of any defensive maneuvers. It left Qin Mian pondering. Was Sainz's skill faltering, or was his mindset as formidable as that of Verstappen and others? If there truly were a glitch in the system, did it not come with a warranty? Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, Sainz was feeling considerable anxiety, his undergarments dampened by perspiration, having depleted a substantial amount of water while the temperature inside the car soared. He felt as though the world was conspiring against him. Nevertheless, as a driver hailing from a lineage of racing excellence, Sainz's experience served him well. Despite the immense pressure from Qin Mian and an unwelcoming environment, he managed to maintain his composure, executing his maneuvers without error. Finally, after another 8 laps, as they approached the 70th lap, with Sainz's pressure reaching 97, Qin Mian seized upon Sainz's mistake. At that moment, Sainz sought to create a slight distance between himself and Qin Mian, who was trailing closely behind. The mere glance into the rearview mirror revealed a Mercedes almost glued to the back of his car, an unnerving sensation indeed. Navigating the T15 apex with utmost precision, Sainz, overwhelmed by tension, accelerated a fraction too early. The consequence was understeering as he entered T16, unable to maintain the correct angle. Realizing this instantly, Sainz bore the pressure exerted by Qin Mian. In a critical moment, he executed a heavy brake without locking the tires, reducing his speed. However, this abrupt braking hindered his ability to steer, resulting in the front wing of his car scraping against the curb and launching into the air. The silver lining was that due to the earlier braking, Sainz managed to stabilize his vehicle upon landing, narrowly avoiding a collision with the barrier ahead. The unfortunate news was that Qin Mian seized the opportunity presented by Sainz's mistake and overtook him immediately after exiting T16. "Nice," exclaimed Zhou Guanyu, who was watching the race alongside Xiao Meng in the Mercedes pit, as he and the entire Mercedes team erupted into jubilant cheers. From the moment Qin Mian trailed Sainz and maintained a mere 0.5 seconds behind, the atmosphere among the Mercedes personnel shifted to one of anticipation and anxiety. This anticipation, if it merely pertains to the occurrence of a singular event, akin to awaiting one's birthday or the release of a game, tends to fade with time. Yet, when laced with a sense of tension, such anticipation becomes intoxicating, akin to fine spirits, growing ever more alluring as the wait prolongs. After a tense wait of 15 laps, they finally achieved the desired outcome. The exhilaration surged like an electric current through their bodies, igniting a collective excitement. As if the formidable presence on the track was not Qin Mian, but themselves. Toto witnessed this scene with a smile, and even Hamilton's predicament, stuck in 8th place, seemed less disheartening in contrast. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in the Mercedes pit was the silence enveloping the nearby Ferrari pit. A heavy stillness prevailed among the Ferrari staff, as today's race had indeed been grim. Driver Charles Leclerc could not escape the home curse, and was unable to even complete the start in Monaco. Meanwhile, Carlos Sainz, who could have joyfully brought home 2nd place, found himself under relentless pressure from the Mercedes driver Qin Mian, whose ties with Ferrari were complicated, leading to a crucial mistake that cost him the position. Considering Qin Mian's formidable defensive prowess and the dwindling number of laps left, the mood among the Ferrari team was one of profound despondency. Notably, after Qin surpassed Sainz, the broadcast provided a comparison of lap times between Qin Mian and Verstappen. Qin Mian outpaced Verstappen by 0.7 of a second per lap, while the time gap between them was 5 seconds. This meant that Qin Mian only needed 6 laps to catch up with Verstappen, but upon doing so, there would only be 6 laps remaining in the race. Realizing this, the Mercedes staff, who had initially been cheering for Qin Mian, returned to their seats with a sense of anticipation. After Qin Mian executed an overtaking maneuver on Sainz, the team naturally lavished praise upon him via team radio. However, Qin Mian, having surpassed Sainz, directed his full attention towards the formidable Verstappen ahead, having expended considerable effort to overtake Sainz. Qin Mian felt a lack of confidence in his ability to overtake Verstappen, who possessed both greater strength and talent. Yet, he resolved to give it a try, as attempting bore no cost. Unexpectedly, when Verstappen noticed Qin Mian gaining on him, he ceased to conceal his prowess, abruptly increasing his pace. Consequently, the rate at which Qin Mian was closing the gap diminished from 0.7 to 0.3 of a second per lap. Thus, even if Qin Mian maintained his speed until the end of the race, overtaking Verstappen became an unattainable goal. The race then settled into a tranquil rhythm. Although Qin Mian did not slice through the competition as his fans and the Mercedes team had hoped, ultimately finishing second after starting from 12th was indeed a remarkable achievement. On lap 78, Qin Mian crossed the finish line just 27 seconds behind Verstappen, with Sainz trailing 3 seconds behind him, marking Ferrari's first podium of the year. The final standings and points for the race were as follows: P1, Verstappen 25 P2, Qin Mian 19, fastest lap, P3, Sainz 14 P4, Norris 12 P5, Perez 10 P6, Vettel 8 P7, Gasly 6 P8, Hamilton 4 P9, Stroll 2 P10, Ocon 1. Following this race, the driver standings were updated as follows: 1. Hamilton 102, Verstappen 93, Qin Mian 77.4, Norris 5.05, Perez 4.46, Leclerc 42.7, Sainz 33.8, Ricciardo 24.9, Ocon 11.14, Tsunoda 2. The gap between Hamilton and Verstappen significantly narrowed, now just 10 points apart. Qin Mian retained his position, while Leclerc, having failed to earn points, dropped 2 places to 6th in the overall standings. Norris and Perez each ascended 1 position in the rankings. The current ranking of the teams is as follows: 1. Mercedes, 177, 2. Red Bull, 134, 3. Ferrari, 75, 4. McLaren, 74, 5. Alpine, 17, 6. Aston Martin, 15, 7. AlphaTauri, 13, 8. Alfa Romeo, 1. In the standings, Ferrari has ascended 1 position due to Sainz's remarkable performance, now occupying 3rd place. However, the point gap between Ferrari and 4th-placed McLaren is a mere single point, necessitating further effort from Ferrari to extend this lead in subsequent races. Both Haas and Williams remain without any points. Additionally, Aston Martin has risen 1 position, surpassing AlphaTauri. Following the race, the commentators lauded Qin Mian's performance. Undoubtedly, Qin Mian's display today was worthy of such praise. On the track, the director promptly focused the camera on Mercedes' pit, as the engineer's performance, having emerged from the depths to soar to new heights, intrigued the audience more than that of Red Bull. In the frame, although both drivers returned in 8th and 2nd respectively, Qin Mian's team members and the senior personnel from Mercedes were all smiles, embracing and celebrating together. Even Toto expressed genuine applause for Qin Mian's outstanding performance today. After completing his final lap, Qin Mian comfortably parked his car behind the 2nd-place sign. During the cooldown lap, the FIA announced the audience's vote for the best driver of the day. Without a doubt, Qin Mian executed an impressive chase, advancing 10 positions in a race renowned for its difficulty in overtaking, particularly on the challenging Monaco circuit. This stellar performance earned him the title of Best Driver of the Week with a remarkable 70 of the votes. Although the victory was claimed by Red Bull's Verstappen, it was evident that the cheers and applause for Qin Mian upon exiting his Mercedes resonated louder than for Verstappen. As Qin Mian climbed out of his car, Verstappen had already been celebrating atop his vehicle for some time. The scene was quite captivating. Verstappen stood triumphantly on his car, striking a muscular pose, while Qin Mian simply stood on his car, facing the camera and gently patting the Mercedes emblem on his chest. When the camera shifted back to Verstappen, and considering Hamilton's misfortunes during the race, the audience couldn't help but feel a sense of generational transition. Yet, when one's gaze fell upon Qin Mian, one would envision a rising star with boundless potential for the future. Placing the two in the same frame, one might perceive an intangible yet palpable bond, perhaps even a sense of destiny between them. As for the latecomer, Sainz, who lingered behind the 3rd sign, he somewhat served as an accessory in the presence of Qin Mian and Verstappen. Chapter N 205, post-race family and friends upon disembarking from his vehicle, Qin Mian did not. As he had previously, plunge into the throng of his team. Given the narrowness of the Monaco circuit, the pit area could hardly accommodate 3 cars side by side. Thus, after the race, the cars remained on the track, which could not be cordoned off with barriers. In such instances, it was customary for Matthew to form a human wall as a makeshift barrier. With this wall in place, Qin Mian knew that if he were to throw himself into the crowd, he would undoubtedly collide with Matthew. Consequently, upon his arrival, he dashed out from the human barrier and directly into the jubilant group of his team members. With his left arm around Frankie and his right around Reyes, Qin Mian radiated joy. Other team members, whom Qin Mian could not attend to, reached out to pat him on the helmet, back, and arms, sharing in the elation of the moment. The tire changes and strategic choices made by his crew were pivotal to his performance in today's race. Without them, he would not have achieved such a lofty position, and thus, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After celebrating exuberantly with his team members, Qin Mian reluctantly exited the crowd. Once outside, he weighed himself, and upon concluding this, he noticed Verstappen had just finished celebrating with his own team and was conversing with Dr. Marco. As Qin Mian removed his sweat-soaked gloves, he approached Verstappen. "Hey, Qin, I must say, your performance today truly astonished me." Dr. Marco greeted him upon seeing Qin Mian. Qin Mian was familiar with Dr. Marco, having met him last year when Marco and Toto had approached him for a discussion. However, at that time, neither Marco nor Toto could promise him an official F1 driver position. They could only assure him that he could drive for Red Bull or Toro Rosso during practice sessions. And if any driver from either team faced health issues, he would be the first choice to step in. Clearly, such terms did not sway Qin Mian, as he perceived no difference between the conditions offered by Red Bull and those he enjoyed at Ferrari. Thus, further negotiations seemed unnecessary. However, all parties were adults, at least Horner and Marco were. Therefore, despite the lack of a cooperative agreement with Qin Mian, their relationship did not sour, as evidenced by their amiable exchanges whenever they encountered one another in the paddock. "Dr. Marco," Qin Mian said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake, before adding, "You are the true victors." He then turned to Verstappen, and without any pleasantries exchanged, they embraced. After parting, as Verstappen unfastened the Velcro of his fire suit to cool down, he curiously inquired, "Did you pit during the early stages? How many laps did those soft tires manage? Why did you still have speed in the latter part?" It is no surprise that Verstappen was taken aback. After all, Qin Mian's soft tires were nearly matching the mileage of some drivers' hard tires. "In this race, I only made a single pit stop, and to be honest, I cannot recall how long I was on the track, perhaps around 40 laps. What a pity," Verstappen expressed his astonishment. However, after only a brief chat with Qin Mian, Verstappen spotted someone dear to him and said, "Let us continue this conversation another time," before bidding farewell to Qin Mian and walking towards his beloved. Under Qin Mian's gaze, Verstappen embraced his girlfriend, who was holding his helmet, and planted a kiss on the area where the mouthpiece is located. Honestly, witnessing this scene left Qin Mian surprisingly calm. Yet upon reflection, it was not so unexpected. After all, she had experienced such moments herself. After a fleeting glance, Qin Mian turned her attention away, bid farewell to Dr. Marco, and approached her locker to stow her gear. Behind her locker stood a row of charming hostesses, each possessing a beauty that could easily earn a score of 75. All clad in elegant, pure white gowns that exuded sophistication and evoked a sense of fantasy. Upon seeing them, Qin Mian began to tidy her hair while pondering thoughtfully. The hostesses, naturally, had their gazes fixed on Qin Mian, as she was the only one present to deposit her equipment at that moment. They noticed her attention, instinctively pushing their chests forward a bit more. However, they could not have anticipated that Qin Mian's thoughts were not about the possibility of attracting them, but rather wondering where they had procured their attire, contemplating how to acquire a set for Xiaoming to try on. The thought brought a mischievous smile to her lips. Just as Qin Mian had set down her belongings and donned her cap, Sainz approached after finishing his celebrations. Qin Mian extended her hand for a shake, and only after the handshake did she realize that Sainz's palm was slick with perspiration through his racing suit. She could see that the sides of his red racing attire were dampened, displaying a dark crimson hue. In contrast, neither Qin Mian nor Verstappen exhibited such signs. It dawned on her that it was not a malfunction of the system, but rather Sainz had withstood the pressure, which explained the excess sweat. After the handshake, Their conversation dwindled, and they each returned to their respective pursuits. As Qin Mian prepared to await signs for an interview, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling her name. Instinctively turning her head, she spotted Qiu Ming approaching. Isn't it said that when one thinks of Cao Cao, Cao Cao appears? She had not even mentioned her name. She merely pondered how she had arrived. Nonetheless, the sight of this girl during the post-race celebrations brought Qin Mian joy, for happiness is best shared, maximizing its benefits. Among all the individuals she knew, aside from her mother, Qiu Ming was the one with whom Qin Mian felt the strongest desire to share her experiences. Without uttering any mundane remarks about your arrival, as Qin Mian approached, he smiled and opened his arms, taking 2 steps forward to embrace Qiu Ming with fervor. The 3 commentators from Wuxing Sports, witnessing this moment, exchanged knowing smiles, reflecting on the youthful exuberance that is so characteristic of the young. Am I impressive? He inquired. Indeed. Qiu Ming replied, nodding vigorously. However, I truly did not anticipate your ascension to this position. It surpasses all my expectations. Qin Mian graciously accepted all of Qiu Ming's accolades. After their embrace, Qiu Ming handed Qin Mian a white cap from the team and said, "Savor the victory of this competition. I shall be cheering for you from below." Once Qiu Ming was entrusted to Frankie, the interview segment commenced. The first driver to be interviewed was Sainz. However, his insights were rather unremarkable, as everyone was aware of who the true protagonist of the day was. Soon, Sainz concluded his interview, and Qin Mian stepped into the frame with a smile. Qin Mian, you have delivered an unprecedented performance, a spectacular overtaking display that will surely be etched in history. Witnessing your presence at this juncture is truly astonishing. Prior to the race, did you envision yourself ascending to the podium, perhaps even securing second place? With a smile, Qin Mian listened to the host's question before responding. I did not foresee it. In fact, both the team and I anticipated that our goal was merely to advance 2 positions and secure points, which would be deemed a victory. He continued, as you have seen, this objective was achieved right after the start, and honestly, reflecting back on my continual overtaking feels somewhat surreal. Beginning to be modest, securing points is considered a victory, correct? When Qin Mian mentions points, he refers to the 18 points for second place, does he not? Moreover, let us not forget, Qin Mian has yet to account for the additional point for the fastest lap. The Monaco deity, isn't it? Overtaking those who falter. I hereby declare, from this moment forth, Qin Mian is the foremost racer in Asia. Qin Mian had already claimed the title of Asia's finest when he triumphed at Imola. We also noted that upon catching up to his teammate Hamilton, the team instructed Hamilton to pit, but ultimately, you reaped the benefits of that decision. Was this a deliberate strategy by the team? Qin Mian shook his head. It was merely a standard pit stop. Given that Hamilton and I started from different positions, the team devised distinct strategies for us during the race. That pit stop was simply the team finding a relatively advantageous gap for Hamilton. Lastly, the host inquired, is overtaking at the Monte Carlo circuit feasible? This question bore a hint of jest. Qin Mian chuckled in resignation. It is quite challenging. Most of my overtakes are driven by luck. The host smiled and shook Qin Mian's hand. Amidst the cheers and applause from the audience, Qin Mian concluded his post-race interview, after which the champion of the day, Verstappen, took his turn in the spotlight. Although Verstappen's performance today was not as tumultuous and gripping as Qin Miao's, the brilliance of his championship status and the results achieved by Qin Miao on the track are indeed equivalent. Both emerged as the protagonists in the final stages of the race. However, it is likely that Qin Miao's legendary status surpasses that of Verstappen. When discussions of this race arise, it will undoubtedly be Qin Miao's remarkable feats on the track that capture the attention, rather than the fact that Verstappen was the ultimate victor. After all, every Grand Prix yields a champion. Yet only Qin Miao managed to dominate the course even as the racing conditions widened in Monaco. After the interview, Qin Miao chose not to listen to Verstappen's remarks. Instead, donning his Pirelli hat, symbolizing second place, he ascended to the upper level to await Verstappen. As he made his way up, he was met with applause and cheers from the audience, to which he graciously waved in acknowledgement. Qin Miao's performance today was nothing short of breathtaking, securing him countless admirers. Subsequently, under the guidance of the event's DJ, Sainz was the first to take the podium, followed by Qin Miao, Nui, and finally Verstappen. Once they were positioned on the podium, Prince Albert II of Monaco personally presented the championship trophy to Verstappen. A young man, presumably from the Monaco royal family, awarded Qin Mian with the silver trophy for second place, though Qin Mian did not recognize him. The third-place award was similarly presented by another royal figure, whom Qin Mian also did not know. Following this, the national anthem segment commenced. After the rendition of both Dutch national anthems, the celebratory champagne photo op ensued. After a brief celebration, Qin Mian was the first to wave to the audience below, clutching his trophy and champagne as he descended. At this moment, the broadcast was still ongoing, capturing Qin Mian leaving while Verstappen and others continued their festivities, reminiscent of an employee clocking out promptly after completing their work. Joyfully, he handed his champagne and trophy to Toto and Reyes before joining Xiaoming and taking her hand. At that moment, Barber retrieved a towel from his bag and handed it to Xiaoming. After she wiped the champagne from Qin Miao's face, she inquired, "Are you tired? Do you have plans for tonight?" As they made their way towards the P room with the Mercedes staff, Qin Mian replied, "There should be a small gathering for the team tonight. The next race is 2 weeks from now in Azerbaijan, so we have ample time. How about we stay in Monaco for a couple of days?" Xiaoming nodded, "That sounds good, but I won't attend your gathering tonight. You performed exceptionally well today, and we could negotiate better terms with Illy. However, I sense that this might be the final limit." Illy is quite eager to finalize the contract, but is also growing impatient. "The final agreement should be confirmed in the coming days, and I need to oversee that." Qin Mian nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Xiaoming, however, was indifferent, replying, "It's nothing too arduous. Since the establishment of the studio, most of the trivial tasks have been delegated to others. My current responsibility is merely to oversee the larger direction. However, once you find some free time, you must accompany me on a proper tour of Monte Carlo." Naturally, Qin Mian agreed to Xiaoming's request. During the hectic periods when she was busy with her own matters, Xiaoming never uttered a word of complaint, which Qin Mian took note of. If Qin Mian could not fulfill such a minor request, she would indeed look down upon herself. After changing into a new outfit at the Team's headquarters, Qin Mian returned to the paddock. As one of the top 3 finishers, a press conference with the media was scheduled post-race, though the details of the conference need not be elaborated upon here. Following the conclusion of the conference, Qin Mian attended an event hosted by the team's sponsors. It was only after this event that her day's work was finally complete. However, the outcome of Qin Mian's performance in the race was far from settled. The public discourse surrounding the paddock is a significant aspect of the F1 Grand Prix. After the race, Qin Mian's astonishing overtaking maneuvers during the main event became a topic of fascination among many neutral spectators and Mercedes fans alike. Through her series of races, Qin Mian demonstrated that her prowess in both offensive and defensive driving surpassed that of Bottas, who was primarily noted for his qualifying performance. Due to Qin Mian's remarkable overtakes during this race, numerous bloggers, both domestic and international, began to review the footage, eager to create highlight reels of her extraordinary overtaking feats and share in the ensuing acclaim. In summary, Qin Mian, starting from 12th place, finished second, astonishing the entire racing community. Following the Monaco race, Mercedes suffered a significant setback due to Leclerc's crash during qualifying. Yet Qin Mian's explosive performance in the main event mitigated their losses to some extent. With her presence, Mercedes maintained a commanding lead over Red Bull. After attending to her miscellaneous affairs, Qin Mian celebrated with her team members. Having spent some time with Qin Mian, everyone knew she abstained from alcohol. So the evening consisted of food and drinks, but no nightclub activities were included. However, after the gathering concluded, Qin Mian did not return immediately to the hotel. Instead, she and Zhou Guanyu went together to Leclerc's residence in Monaco. Although Leclerc had experienced a disappointing day, the opportunity for friends to gather and converse was rare, especially since Leclerc had faced failures at his home track on multiple occasions. It may sound absurd, but Leclerc had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of not finishing the race at his home circuit even before it began. Having made this preparation, he found it easier to accept his defeat. On this visit to Leclerc's home, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu approached as friends and thus refrained from discussing racing topics during their time there. In addition to Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu, Leclerc's brother, Arthur Leclerc, was also present at the house. To Qin Mian's surprise, upon entering, Otto was incredibly excited to see him and immediately approached him for an autograph. "Qin, my goodness, you actually came. I watched your race today, and your overtaking was simply stunning." Faced with Otto's fervent admiration, Qin Mian found himself momentarily at a loss, glancing at Leclerc for assistance. However, Leclerc appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, showing no intention of intervening. Thus, Qin Mian reluctantly engaged in conversation with his enthusiastic admirer. Later, the three of them settled on Leclerc's sofa, indulging in light-hearted banter. For reasons unknown, the trio, Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu, and Leclerc, found an endless array of topics to discuss. And even without any particular activity, their conversations never felt dull. It was around 11 p.m. when Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu finally departed from Leclerc's residence. Leclerc had initially wished to invite them to stay the night, with Otto enthusiastically supporting the idea. However, due to the limited number of rooms and their mutual disdain for sharing a bed, both Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu opted not to spend the night at Leclerc's home. Now, Zhou Guanyu had switched to a hotel and was staying at the same establishment as Qin Mian, so they left Leclerc's house together and headed back to the hotel. On their way, Zhou Guanyu gazed up at the Monaco sky and sighed. "What's the matter?" Qin Mian, clad in a mask and a black cap, was bundled up tightly but, upon hearing Zhou Guanyu's sigh, felt compelled to inquire. "Nothing, just a bit reflective," Zhou Guanyu replied. Being merely an F2 driver with little notoriety, he didn't have to disguise himself for nighttime outings like Qin Mian did. "Stop being so evasive. If something's bothering you, just say it outright. Don't be so melodramatic," Qin Mian retorted, giving Zhou Guanyu a playful shove. Zhou Guanyu, unperturbed, brushed off the dust from his trousers, but shot Qin Mian an exasperated glance. "You completely disrupted my train of thought with that kick." After a moment, Zhou Guanyu candidly expressed his feelings. "I was just struck by how Otto looked at you. The guy who used to race with me in F2 has achieved so much now, and even older drivers are his fans." "Wait, Otto is my senior?" Qin Mian asked. Intrigued. "Otto was born in 2000, making him a year older than you. He has been driving since childhood, but he is still in F3. While you've already conquered F2 and made your mark in F1 history," Zhou Guanyu remarked, raising his hands in acknowledgement of his friend's impressive accomplishments that belied his age. Pondering this, Qin Mian stroked his chin and mused. "So, he is quite formidable after all." Zhou Guanyu playfully kicked Qin Mian, saying, "If I call you out for being overweight, you can't just act all huffy." Zhou Guanyu swore that his kick was purely a reaction to Qin Mian's pretentiousness and not an act of revenge. Qin Mian paid little heed to the dirted trousers he had received, casually brushing them off and remarking, "In truth, there's no need for you to overthink it. In Formula One, aside from genuine prodigies, much hinges on connections and resources. Just look at the likes of Mr. Ping and his team, who effortlessly hoisted the Russian flag for an American team. In capitalist nations, wealth can indeed work wonders. With the new regulations coming into effect next season, some mid-tier teams will inevitably seek new personnel. You could simply invest in a team facing financial difficulties, and securing a seat as an F1 driver would be quite straightforward." Zhou Guanyu remained silent, casting a glance at Qin Mian, his thoughts evident. Deep down, he aspired to enter F1 through sheer talent, gaining recognition from team leaders rather than through monetary means. However, he did not expect Qin Mian to decipher his unspoken sentiment. Noticing Zhou's silence, Qin Mian refrained from elaborating further, instead giving Zhou a friendly pat on the shoulder and suggesting, "If it comes to that, you could rent a place near my home. I could take you out for practice whenever I have the time. But I suppose your time is more precious than mine, so I won't intrude." "Hey, saying that makes it seem like we're strangers. Who are we to each other? Just call me Dad, and we can certainly squeeze in some practice during breaks." "Whoa, watch it. You kicked me. Am I giving you face? Get lost." Naturally, Zhou Guanyu did not linger to face the consequences after delivering a swift kick. He bolted away in a frenzy. Chapter N206. Birthday gift. In any case, Qin Mian possessed a remarkable stamina attribute of 99, making running an effortless endeavor for him. Zhou Guanyu had barely taken a few steps when Qin Mian caught up, delivering a playful kick to his rear. Despite their earlier fervor to inflict harm upon one another, the two soon found themselves jesting and arm in arm, returning to the hotel. Although Qin Mian had jested when mentioning bringing Zhou along for practice during his downtime, he genuinely contemplated the idea. On their way back, Qin Mian had indeed broached the subject, but Zhou had brushed it off without much acknowledgement, evading the topic. Upon returning to the hotel, the two did not engage in their usual intense gaming session. They were both exhausted after a day filled with racing and events, capped off with a visit to a friend's house. Thus, upon their return to the hotel, they opted for a refreshing wash before retiring for the night. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The following day, the staff of the Mercedes team began their holiday, Qin Mian included, while the logistics department took charge of packing and transporting the team's equipment. During breakfast, Qin Mian took a moment to explore his system. The previous day's race had also yielded a system task for him. However, it presented no new challenges. Merely the routine lottery and the opportunity to be voted as the best driver by the audience post-Grand Prix. As a result, Qin Mian received 19 miscellaneous items along with a few additional free attribute points for being voted the best driver by the audience for that race, as well as a portable health potion. Curiously, he retrieved this health potion from the system. Upon receiving it, I realized that it was, in fact, a can of Monster Energy. However, Qin Mian understood that this was merely a facade, as the contents were still a health supplement. With this disguise, Qin Mian could now indulge in beverages without concern during his daily activities, no longer needing to be wary of cameras capturing his every move. Now, whenever he felt thirsty and desired a drink, he could simply retrieve a can of Monster from his bag. As for the additional attribute points, Qin Mian wisely decided to save them. At this moment, he had reached a plateau in his abilities, and thus, it was prudent to reserve those points for future use when necessary. The following day, Xiaoming strolled through Monaco with Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu. Unlike other girls who might indulge in shopping, Xiaoming was aware that bringing along Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu would render their shopping experience akin to imprisonment. Therefore, she guided them to admire the scenic beauty of Monaco and immerse themselves in the local culture. Afterward, she rented a speedboat, complete with a coach, and the trio sped across the Bay of Monaco. Notably, Qin Mian had just finished the race in Monaco the previous day, securing second place, and his fame had yet to fade. Consequently, the speedboat instructor was exceedingly thrilled to see Qin Mian and graciously extended their time on the water by an hour, even capturing a photograph with him after they disembarked. In the afternoon, Xiaoming dropped off Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu at their hotel while she attended a meeting with representatives from Acutely to finalize contract details. Meanwhile, Qin Mian and Zhou Guanyu spent a carefree afternoon gaming in the hotel room. Since they were using a laptop, Qin Mian opted not to stream live. That evening, the racing team picked up Qin Mian. Toto had called him earlier, inquiring about his whereabouts. Upon learning that Qin Mian was still in Monaco, they arranged for him to take promotional photographs of another Mercedes model that evening. On the third day, Qin Mian, Xiaoming, and Zhou Guanyu returned to the United Kingdom. Once home, Xiaoming invited Zhou Guanyu over for dinner, and in the afternoon, they spent a leisurely time fishing at an artificial lake near Qin Mian's residence. Despite their enjoyable company, they often found themselves bickering, resulting in an unproductive fishing trip. After dinner, Zhou Guanyu departed. Shortly after his departure, Qin Mian and Xiaoming set out for a notary office of a company in Brackley, primarily to finalize their contract with Acutely. The intricate details of the contract and its clauses are too complex to elaborate upon here, but it is essential to highlight the constraints it imposes on Qin Mian, his obligations, and the benefits he stands to gain. This contract spans 4 years, and upon signing, Qin Mian will become Acutely's most prominent and significant global ambassador. Subsequently, Qin Mian is required to film an advertisement for Acutely during both the summer and winter breaks each year, participate in at least one variety show sponsored by Acutely annually, and engage in promotional activities at least once a year, essentially involving public appearances. Additionally, there are minor details concerning the maintenance of Acutely's image that require attention. Originally, the contract stipulated a greater array of responsibilities for Qin Mian, but due to his remarkable performance on the racetrack, Xiaoming not only raised the contract fee, but also significantly reduced the obligations imposed on Qin Mian. The signing fee for this contract amounts to an impressive $5 million, which is merely the signing fee, while the total endorsement fee over 4 years fluctuates. The first year is set at $30 million, and the second year's fee will be calculated based on Qin Mian's performance during the first year. Should his results be exceptionally good, there exists the potential for an increase in the endorsement fee in subsequent years. However, the specifics regarding the extent of this increase remain unclear to Qin Mian, as such negotiations are handled by Xiaoming. Thus, on an ordinary evening, within a somewhat renowned law firm, Qin Mian, in the presence of lawyers and representatives from Acutely, inscribed his name on the endorsement contract, resulting in an influx of $35 million into his accounts. Naturally, these funds are subject to taxation. Both Qin Mian and Xiaoming share the same perspective on this matter. though their family is not excessively affluent, as long as they refrain from frivolous spending. They can comfortably sustain themselves throughout their lives, ensuring a decent quality of life and sufficient funds to support their elderly relatives. Consequently, they unanimously agree that every penny of tax owed must be paid without exception, as they shall not exploit any legal loopholes. Following the finalization of this arrangement, Geely commenced an extensive promotional campaign domestically, capitalizing on the recent fervor surrounding Qin Mian's outstanding performance in Monaco, making this promotional wave particularly timely. On Thursday, Qin Mian ceased to indulge in idleness, adhering to a regular training schedule in the morning and dedicating the afternoon entirely to the team's simulator. Understanding that achieving a proficiency level of 1,000 on the racetrack would yield a purple lottery reward, he resolved to maximize his proficiency on all tracks that had not yet reached this benchmark. However, this endeavor is a considerable undertaking that cannot be completed in a short period. Thus, he remains unhurried and takes his time. Coincidentally, a race is imminent in Azerbaijan, prompting Qin Mian to concentrate on enhancing his proficiency on the Baku street circuit in the afternoon, balancing both practice and leveling up. On Friday, Qin Mian resumed his work. On Saturday, he primarily engaged in the research and discussion surrounding new upgrades for the racing car. Red Bull is pursuing this season aggressively, resulting in the team allocating the majority of its resources towards upgrades for the current season's vehicle. Moreover, due to the introduction of budget cap regulations, Mercedes no longer possesses sufficient resources for trial and error or to maintain dual-line development. Naturally, in such high-level meetings, Qin Mian often finds himself in a position of listening rather than contributing, as his lack of knowledge in car design limits his input to merely providing feedback on the variations in car responses he experiences within the simulator under different design configurations. After the meeting concluded, Qin Mian received somewhat disheartening news. Following an assessment by the team engineers, it became evident that the lifespan of Qin Mian's racing engine had significantly deteriorated. It was as though the wear curve of his engine, which had previously depicted a smooth decline in the early races, abruptly plummeted upon reaching the Monaco circuit. While the engine remained functional for practice sessions, it lacked the durability required for the main race. However, the presence of a new engine indicated that Qin Mian would possess a finely tuned engine for the Azerbaijan race, thereby enhancing his performance during the competition. Much like a fresh battery, a new engine consistently outperforms an old one in both charging and discharging capabilities. On Sunday, Qin Mian rose early, accompanied by Zhou Meng, to Zhou Guanyu's residence. Today marked Zhou Guanyu's birthday, and both Zhou Meng and Qin Mian had thoughtfully prepared their respective gifts. Zhou Meng opted for a practical present, purchasing a coveted Desert Eagle from professional CSGO player Nico, which had previously been used in a major tournament. The price, though substantial, was reasonable at $20,000. In contrast, Qin Mian gifted a container won through a system lottery, complete with attentive after-sales service. Should the contents of the container be desired, the dock would arrange for their collection. If not, a disposal service would retrieve the items at a slightly reduced price compared to the market value. Both Qin Mian and Zhou Meng were familiar with the passcode to Zhou Guanyu's door, and thus Qin Mian readily entered the code to unlock the door. At that moment, Zhou Guanyu had yet to rise from his slumber, an understandable state considering that young people seldom awaken early on a Sunday. Upon entering Zhou Guanyu's home, Qin Mian placed his gift on the living room table and stealthily made his way to Zhou Guanyu's bedroom. Observing her boyfriend's cautious movements, Zhou Meng couldn't help but think him childish, yet her curiosity compelled her to follow quietly. Inside Zhou Guanyu's bedroom, darkness enveloped the space. He had likely adjusted the settings on his app, as the smart curtains remained closed despite it nearing 10 o'clock. Zhou Guanyu lay in a dignified position, resting on his back. Noticing this, Qin Mian formulated a plan. He quietly exited the room and proceeded to the kitchen, where he discovered the ingredients Zhou Meng had arranged for delivery the previous evening. Since it was a friend's birthday, she believed that sharing a meal at home would be far more intimate than dining out, especially since Zhou Guanyu had longed for the taste of domestic cuisine. Aware of the birthday boy's cravings, Zhou Meng had thoughtfully prepared the ingredients in advance. As Qin Mian rummaged through the assortment of ingredients, he unearthed a bag of lemons and extracted one from within. At this moment, Zhou Meng approached behind Qin Mian, curious about the mischief she was about to conjure. Upon seeing the lemon, Zhou Meng began to surmise Qin Mian's intentions. Qin Mian swiftly retrieved a fruit knife from the rack and sliced the lemon in half. Xiao Ming watched, bemused, as Qin Mian took one half and licked it. Instantly, Qin Mian's features contorted at the sourness, her body twisting slightly in reaction. Wow! After swallowing the saliva induced by the acidity, Qin Mian offered the lemon she had licked to Xiao Ming, saying, "Darling, would you care for a taste?" Without hesitation, Xiao Ming accepted it and gave it a lick as well. "So tart," she exclaimed. "That's perfect. With this lemon, Zhou Guanyu will definitely be invigorated," Qin Mian chuckled. Having said that, Qin Mian took the other half of the untouched lemon and made her way to Zhou Guanyu's bedroom. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming discreetly pulled out her phone to record the scene, believing that both Zhou Guanyu's and Qin Mian's fans would find it captivating. The camera captured Qin Mian stealthily entering Zhou Guanyu's room, and upon realizing the dim lighting obscured her view of his mouth, she gently pulled back the curtain a tad. Now, she could ascertain the position of Zhou Guanyu's lips. With an expression of anticipation, Qin Mian held the lemon above his mouth and began to apply pressure. Transparent juice flowed from the cut and dripped onto his slightly parted lips. Soon, Zhou Guanyu, who had been sleeping soundly, sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. Unperturbed, Qin Mian continued her task, even exerting more force once she confirmed that the lemon juice was landing precisely where she intended. Consequently, the half lemon in her hand began to release juice rapidly, even expelling a seed in the process. Zhou Guanyu awoke with a contorted expression, his senses igniting as he registered the unusual taste, causing his face to twist further in response. He unconsciously uttered an ah, while saliva began to flow uncontrollably, spilling from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Mian collapsed in laughter. After a moment, Zhou Guanyu swallowed the excess saliva. Realizing someone had intruded into his home, he then spotted Xiao Ming at the doorway, phone in hand, alongside Qin Mian, who brandished the half lemon with seeds already squeezed out. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhou Guanyu grasped the situation and fury surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. Yet, Qin Mian was not one to be easily subdued. Noticing Zhou Guanyu's awakening and the dangerous look upon his face, she immediately leapt up, laughing, and dashed towards the door. Zhou Guanyu, still recovering from slumber, found his body uncooperative, unable to match Qin Mian's swift escape, leaving him to watch as she ran away. However, the sour taste in his mouth, which seemed to corrode even his own teeth, left Zhou Guanyu infuriated. In a fit of rage, he seized his pillow and hurled it towards Qin Mian. Unfortunately, his aim was off, nearly striking Xiao Ming, who was at the doorway recording the scene on her phone. Regardless, it must be acknowledged that Qin Mian successfully roused Zhou Guanyu from his slumber. After rising, Zhou Guanyu performed a brief wash and then, resembling a disheartened soul, lethargically made his way to the living room of his room. Just as Zhou Guanyu settled into his seat, Qin Mian presented him with the birthday gift she had prepared. Xiao Ming also transferred her gift to Zhou Guanyu through steam in his presence. Initially taken aback, Zhou Guanyu expressed his gratitude to Xiao Ming before turning his gaze to the small gift box that Qin Mian had handed him. Qin Mian had taken the liberty to wrap the key in a gift box, making it appear quite presentable. Without hesitation, Zhou Guanyu, disregarding any formalities, began to unwrap it in front of Qin Mian. However, upon discovering a key within, he was momentarily bewildered. "Wait, Lao Qin, what is this? I mean, car keys don't look like this. Are you gifting me a house?" he questioned, incredulous. "Come on, would I really give you something so beneath me?" Zhou Guanyu retorted. "Yet," he added, "in fact, I would prefer you to present me with something less imaginative. At least then, you wouldn't throw any surprises my way." Unperturbed by Zhou Guanyu's banter, Qin Mian proceeded to clarify, "This is a key to a shipping container. I'm not sure if you've ever watched those variety shows featuring blind box shipping containers. This container operates similarly to those blind boxes." Zhou Guanyu appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with such shows, but curiosity got the better of him as he inquired, "I haven't seen them, but what can be found inside?" Qin Mian succinctly explained the potential treasures hidden within the containers and their origins. After hearing her explanation, Zhou Guanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This sounds fun and intriguing," he exclaimed. Qin Mian nodded in agreement. Although she wasn't particularly fond of opening those figurine blind boxes, since even uncovering a hidden item felt rather mundane to her, She recognized that these shipping container blind boxes could genuinely yield valuable items, thus igniting a renewed motivation within her. What do you think? Isn't this gift rather original? Qin Mian asked with a smile. Zhou Guanyu gave her a thumbs up. I'll give you a thumbs up for that. He replied. By the way, do you have anything planned for this afternoon? Nope. I specifically came over to celebrate your birthday today, she replied. What is there to celebrate? What meal shall we have? Forget about that. Where's the dock for the containers? Let us go open some blind boxes, Zhou Guanyu declared with a grand gesture. Ahem, Xiaoming cleared her throat. Although her cough was soft and melodious, lacking any menacing quality, Zhou Guanyu, who had just been exuberantly gesturing, instantly deflated upon hearing it. This wasn't due to any fear of Xiaoming. Rather, during the time Qin Mian had stayed at Zhou Guanyu's home, she had taken it upon herself to manage all household chores and meals. Moreover, Xiaoming did not utter a single complaint. Although she was aware that Zhou Guanyu was benefiting from Qin Mian's influence, Zhou Guanyu still instinctively yielded a little to her upon their meeting. Once Zhou Guanyu settled down, Xiaoming ushered the two children into the living room and busied herself in the kitchen. Naturally, Zhou Guanyu's birthday celebration would not be limited to just Qin Mian's family. His high school classmates, friends, and teammates also arrived at noon to pay a visit. However, when they actually arrived, it turned out that Qin Mian was the one who garnered more attention than Zhou Guanyu, especially among Zhou Guanyu's high school classmates and neighbors. They entered the house and were greeted by Zhou Guanyu's smiling face. Yet, upon spotting Qin Mian casually sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in playing on the PS5, their expressions shifted dramatically. Zhou Guanyu's classmates wore looks of disbelief, with some, more animated, even shrieking in excitement. The usual course of events led them to approach the visibly helpless Zhou Guanyu and whisper, Zhou, am I seeing things? Is that person on the sofa really Qin Mian? The Mercedes-Benz driver Qin Mian? Faced with the eager faces of his classmates, Zhou Guanyu could only nod in resignation, confirming, indeed, that's the unfortunate one. Subsequently, they eagerly approached Qin Mian, requesting autographs and photographs. Those with a bit more bravado even dared to ask Qin Mian for a hug. Some overly confident individuals, upon witnessing Qin Mian engaged in a game of King of Fighters, foolishly challenged him to a friendly match. Unsurprisingly, these challengers were all thoroughly defeated by Qin Mian without exception. At noon, the meal consisted of lunch prepared by Xiaoming, who had opted for home-cooked dishes since there were foreigners present. Given that none of them were adept with chopsticks, she decided against serving hot pot. Considering the culinary limitations of British cuisine and their aversion to spicy food, Xiaoming prepared a dish of stir-fried chili pork and chopped chili fish head for Qin Mian, Zhou Guanyu, and herself, while the rest were milder dishes. The local Brits, accustomed to their bland fare, had never experienced the rich flavors and aromas of Chinese cuisine. They eagerly dug in, praising Xiaoming's cooking with enthusiastic thumbs-up gestures. After a satisfying meal, it was only fitting that the head chef, Xiaoming, should not be tasked with cleaning up. Zhou Guanyu and Qin Mian took the initiative to help, and afterward, Zhou Guanyu shared the details about his container with his friends. Unsurprisingly, all the men present showed keen interest in the container. Once it was confirmed that everyone was interested, Zhou Guanyu wasted no time. After taking out the trash, the group headed straight to the dock where the container was located. The advantage of being in the city center was that it only took a short walk to reach the seaside. Arriving at the port, guided by the Port Authority staff, they located Zhou Guanyu's container, which the workers then hoisted out from amidst a cluster of containers using a gantry crane. After the containers were placed on the vacant lot, Zhou Guanyu eagerly approached them. Qin Miao and Zhou Guanyu's friends curiously peered inside. As the container was opened, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. The interior was filled with numerous items stacked upon one another, suggesting a wealth of treasures waiting to be discovered. Qin Miao quickly noticed what appeared to be a boat among the contents, alongside various miscellaneous items piled together. It was evident that the port staff, accustomed to such tasks, glanced inside the container, rummaged through the corner clutter, and after confirming the absence of valuable items, provided a rough estimate. If they chose to discard everything, the recovery team could offer around 70,000, with the primary valuable being the boat at the back. Zhou Guanyu pondered for a moment. With so many items and no space at home, he decided to sell everything in one go. Let it all go. You can take it, he said. The staff nodded in agreement, clarifying that this was merely a preliminary estimate, and the final price would depend on the actual value of the contents. Zhou Guanyu readily acquiesced. After about 20 minutes, Zhou Guanyu netted a profit of 76,000. Viewing the transaction notification on his phone, he curiously inquired, "How much did these containers cost?" Qin Mian shrugged. "Actually, they were gifted to me by someone else. I've been quite busy lately, and didn't have the time to open them. Since it was your birthday, I thought I'd pass this on to you." Zhou Guanyu felt no discontent regarding the fact that the gift was originally given to Qin Mian. Among men, such complexities were unnecessary. "This is intriguing. Now I'm starting to worry about what to give you for your birthday, so I don't seem unoriginal," he mused, feeling a bit conflicted. Qin Mian, however, was unfazed. "It's simple. You can just bow to me when the time comes." Zhou Guanyu's classmates, not wanting for wealth themselves, found the activity amusing and, noticing Zhou Guanyu's profit, were tempted to purchase a few tin blind boxes from the port. Upon opening them, they experienced both losses and gains, but overall, they faced a net loss. This was hardly surprising, as if the contents of the containers had indeed been valuable, their owner would not have abandoned them at the dock. After the large blind boxes were opened, Qin Mian prepared to head home, as he had work the next day. However, before leaving, he was persuaded by Zhou Guanyu's friends to take a group photo at the dock. Upon returning home, Qin Mian took a shower, while Xiaoming organized the packages at her doorstep. She first opened some items she had purchased online. Once organized, she discovered 2 packages belonging to Qin Mian. The first box she opened contained a special edition PS5, adorned with an image of Qin Mian celebrating his victory at Imola. Xiaoming recalled that this seemed to be a special edition PS5 customized specifically for Qin Mian by the representatives from Sony. They had not even prompted him to post about it on Twitter or Weibo. Rather, they directly contacted Qin Mian, inquiring if he desired such an exclusive version. Upon his nod of approval, they commenced production, and now it had finally arrived. The second box, however, left Xiaoming somewhat bewildered, as Qin Mian had not recently purchased anything else. Without hesitation, Xiaoming tore open the box, only to be taken aback by the sight of a pure white evening gown within. Upon checking the size, it indeed belonged to her. Just as she was pondering this mystery, a thought struck her. During the awards ceremony in Monaco, Qin Mian had seemed to linger a moment longer on the attendants. Casting a glance towards the restroom where the sound of running water emanated, she shook her head in resignation. The following day, Qin Mian arrived at the Mercedes factory invigorated and ready for work, while Xiaoming indulged in the rare luxury of sleeping in. The Baku circuit for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix was as unfamiliar to Qin Mian as Monaco, a track he had never raced on during his F2 career, having only experienced it through simulation. Baku also stood as the second longest circuit on the calendar. On this high-speed track, the team had introduced a series of upgrades. Firstly, the front and rear wing configurations had been adjusted, as Baku significantly emphasized top speed. Thus, the modifications aimed to reduce aerodynamic drag without sacrificing downforce substantially. Additionally, adjustments had been made to the floor's diffuser. Ultimately, both the front and rear wings were replaced with versions designed for medium to low downforce. Up until the commencement of the Baku race, Qin Mian had been diligently running simulations at the team's factory to analyze the data from these upgrades, while simultaneously honing his proficiency on the track. Hamilton, on the other hand, had a slightly less demanding schedule. Beyond his training, he primarily focused on assisting the team in developing new components, which included, but were not limited to, providing insights, design suggestions, and performance requirements for the car's future, or achieving specific benchmarks. To the design department at Mercedes, Hamilton somewhat embodied the role of a primary client. Upon reflection, it was indeed fitting, as he was the ultimate user of the cars designed by the department. In contrast, Qin Mian's responsibilities were comparatively lighter, as he merely needed to enhance his skills and provide feedback on the impact and handling of the new components in the simulator. Time invariably flew when one concentrated on a singular task, and by the time Qin Mian emerged from his work, it was already Wednesday of race week. Rising from bed in the morning, the system's task notification chimed like an alarm clock, heralding the day ahead. Task: touch the pinnacle. Task requirements: achieve victory on the Baku circuit. Rewards: 1 free attribute point, 1 team free attribute point, 1 golden lottery ticket. Lottery points equal to acquired points. Task: King of Baku. Task requirements: become the audience's voted best driver in this race. Rewards: 1 rain battle ability. Task: temptation of tires. Task requirements: Secure pole position in qualifying. Rewards: 2 random attribute points. Upon gazing at the tasks presented by this Grand Prix system, Qin Mian raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. To be frank, he found himself rather intrigued by the rewards associated with these 3 tasks. The potency of free attribute points and team-free attribute points need not be elaborated upon. Even an additional golden lottery ticket would bring Qin Mian one step closer to amassing a golden 10 pole. As for the random attribute points, should fortune smile upon him, he might just enhance his rain battle ability. Thus, the barrel effect would no longer be the most formidable challenge he faced. On Wednesday morning, Qin Mian halved his usual physical training regimen, dedicating the extra time entirely to honing his proficiency on the Baku circuit. Before lunch, in the half-hour leading up to midday, he crossed the finish line one final time, exhaling deeply. The system notified him that his proficiency on the Baku circuit had reached 1,000, granting him 1 purple lottery ticket, with a total of 6 purple lottery tickets amassed. After a brief respite to stretch his limbs, Qin Mian, accompanied by Qiu Meng and Ba Bo, made his way to Azerbaijan in the afternoon. As the circuit was still in preparation, he refrained from mingling and instead enjoyed a leisurely afternoon at the hotel. With his work finally falling into a routine, he found himself occupied with numerous tasks during the holidays, making this entire afternoon of relaxation a rare treasure. Consequently, he spent the day joyfully engaged in gaming at his hotel. On Thursday, Qin Mian ventured out to the circuit in the morning, taking advantage of the milder sunlight before it became too harsh. The Baku circuit stretched an impressive 6 kilometers, and a leisurely walk would take no less than an hour and a half to complete. Notably, Baku featured an extensive 22-kilometer straightaway, where the condition of the track became a negligible concern. Thus, Qin Mian opted to traverse the circuit using a mobility scooter. However, this contraption was not particularly convenient to carry, and he certainly could not justify lugging around a scooter solely for the purpose of exploring the circuit. Hence, the logistics department of the Mercedes team had graciously facilitated the transport of this equipment for him. At the circuit, he encountered Kimi leaning against the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Qin Mian harbored a fondness for Kimi, though he could not quite articulate the reason. It was simply that he felt Kimi's carefree demeanor resonated with his own aspirations for the future. So, while awaiting the team staff to retrieve his vehicle from the Mercedes supplies, Qin Mian approached Kimi. "Hello, Kimi." Kimi turned his head and, upon recognizing the person greeting him as Qin Mian, extended his hand and said, "Good morning, Qin Mian." Qin Mian smiled and shook his hand, after which the two embraced briefly. Once they parted, Kimi thoughtfully stroked his chin and suddenly addressed Qin Mian. "To be honest, I am quite intrigued by how you managed it in Monaco. After the race, I reviewed the onboard footage from your car, yet I remained perplexed by your performance." Qin Mian, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" "The tires," Kimi replied. "Your set of soft tires exhibited an unusually long lifespan. And I am not the only one who has observed this. After the race, I noticed Pirelli personnel gathered around your 4 tires for an extended period, analyzing them." Unfortunately, Qin Mian found himself unable to elucidate Kimi's query and could only evade. "Truth be told, I am uncertain about what transpired at that moment. I merely felt that my tires were in excellent condition, so I never communicated any issues to the team, and they consequently did not instruct me to pit. Before I knew it, I had been running for quite some time." Upon hearing Qin Mian's response, Kimi appeared somewhat disappointed. For someone of his age, it was rare to encounter situations that piqued his curiosity and fueled a strong desire for knowledge. Regrettably, from Qin Mian's demeanor, Kimi discerned that he might never receive a satisfactory explanation regarding the matter. Nevertheless, he persisted in his inquiry. "Would you be so kind as to send me the data from that race? I am genuinely curious." Without hesitation, Qin Mian retrieved his phone and contacted an engineer responsible for data at the Mercedes team. "Jack, are you on duty with the team right now? Could you please send the vehicle data from my Monaco Grand Prix race to Kimi's email?" "It's fine. I will explain to Toto. And I can assure you that Kimi will not share this data with Ferrari." After a brief exchange, Qin Mian hung up the phone, leaving Kimi in a state of astonishment. "By the time you return today, you should check your work email. Although it may be inundated with spam, I trust you will be able to find it," Qin Mian remarked. The driver's work emails are not confidential within the paddock, and many are aware of them. Given the number of individuals privy to this information, it is inevitable that leaks occur, resulting in an influx of spam. Qin Mian often discovers unsolicited messages from various individuals in his work inbox, each appearing tattered and forlorn. There are also more audacious correspondences, but that is a matter for another time. However, with the presence of search engine bars, the abundance of junk mail is inconsequential. One can simply open the search bar, input relevant keywords, and locate the desired document with ease. However, Kimi found himself somewhat taken aback. His relationship with Qin Mian was neither particularly poor nor exceptionally good. It could merely be described as a typical colleague rapport. They had exchanged pleasantries on a couple of occasions within the paddock, acknowledging each other with nods and greetings. Yet their total conversation over the course of their acquaintance had scarcely exceeded 20 sentences, most of which consisted of polite formalities. Nevertheless, Qin Mian handed over the data to him without hesitation. This gesture was akin to divulging a driver's private information. Kimi's remarks were merely habitual. He expressed his desires straightforwardly, without any convoluted pretense. Deep down, Kimi understood that it was improbable for Qin Mian to share such data with him. It seemed more likely that he was merely feigning compliance to brush the matter aside. Thus, confronted with this unexpected turn of events, Kimi found himself momentarily at a loss. "Well, although I didn't expect you to provide me with this data, I still appreciate it," he said earnestly, once he was certain that Qin Mian was not jesting. Qin Mian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "It's not of monumental importance, and besides, it's data from Monaco. Its relevance to other circuits is practically negligible. However, as you know, once you've reviewed it, it must be destroyed. It's best if it never appears on Ferrari's conference table." Kimi nodded repeatedly. "Of course. I understand what needs to be done." If it had been Giovinazzi, he could not have guaranteed that Qin Mian's data would remain confidential at Ferrari's table. After all, if Ferrari were to learn that Giovinazzi possessed Qin Mian's driving data, they would undoubtedly seek it from him. Given the dynamics of their positions and the driver lineup, Giovinazzi would likely feel compelled to surrender the information. In contrast, Kimi found himself in a different situation. He was now enjoying a leisurely retirement at Alpha, casually earning a bit for his children's needs. Even if Ferrari were to approach him for Qin Mian's data, he possessed ample confidence to withhold it. Furthermore, Qin Mian's willingness to share the data stemmed largely from the fact that the Mercedes team had deemed it astonishing upon reviewing it. Additionally, the vehicle data from the Monaco circuit lacked applicability to other tracks, as its narrowness necessitated a tuning focus on high downforce. Monaco could be considered the circuit with the utmost demands for grip and downforce on racing cars. The data from this circuit could only serve as a reference for others and could not be directly transposed. Moreover, Qin Mian's tire degradation rate appeared anomalous to other teams. As this topic was set aside, Kimi remarked, "Your performance in Monaco was truly remarkable. Many of my old friends have praised your display that day. However, I believe that beyond your overtaking during the race, the pressure you exerted on the drivers ahead, and the team's strategic maneuvers, including the undercut, nothing was as spectacular as your sequence of overtaking two cars right at the start." Qin Mian pondered for a moment, recalling that during the initial phase in Monaco, he had indeed managed to overtake both Ricciardo and Ocon. Reflecting on the circumstances of that time, Qin Mian contemplated and remarked, "To be honest, there was an element of gamble in my initial start, and both overtakes were exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could have cost me the race. In retrospect, I find myself somewhat fearful." Pausing for a moment, Qin Mian continued with a smile, "Of course, if given the chance to start again from the 12th position in Monaco, I would seize the opportunity without hesitation." Upon hearing Qin Mian's words, Kimi felt a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, as a driver who does not face danger at the start, bearing immense pressure, fully focused and giving their all, in that fleeting moment, Kimi found a certain kinship with this promising young peer. However, despite the brief exchange enhancing Kimi's fondness for Qin Mian, Kimi remained true to his nature. Unlike other veterans who might feel inclined to impart wisdom to a junior after forming a favorable impression, Kimi instead shifted the conversation to another topic. "What is it like to be teammates with Hamilton? Do you not feel an immense pressure?" Qin Mian chuckled at the question, not unfamiliar with such inquiries. It seemed that everyone assumed that having the 7-time champion as a teammate would render his position within the team precarious, or that the presence of Hamilton would significantly heighten his stress levels. In reality, Qin Mian felt little of that. To him, there was no notion of superiority or inferiority between himself and Hamilton. It was entirely normal for him not to outpace the 7-time champion. just as it was equally normal for Hamilton to occasionally lose to his teammate. After all, no one could guarantee a flawless performance throughout a season of over 20 races. Honestly, I don't feel any pressure from Lewis, Qin Mian stated calmly. Rumors circulated in the paddock that his contract with Mercedes was for 3 years, right? Kimi mused, stroking his chin. With such a lengthy contract, it is only natural that you wouldn't be overly concerned about your position for the time being. Qin Mian refrained from elaborating on the variable nature of his contract, which had a high ceiling but also a low floor. At that moment, Barber hurriedly approached, carrying 2 black electric scooters emblazoned with the Mercedes logo. He could have ridden over directly, but balancing one hand on the scooter while holding another was rather precarious. Meanwhile, Xiaoming remained at the Mercedes team headquarters. The sun was unbearably harsh for the girls, and she would only venture outside if absolutely necessary. However, as Barber reached Qin Mian, he was taken aback. For Kimi's eyes lit up at the sight of the scooters. Before Barber could even reach Qin Mian, Kimi turned to him and said, "Those scooters look great. Let me have a go." Barber was left bewildered. Kimi's assistant was equally stunned. As both Qin Mian and Kimi hopped onto the scooters and made their way onto the track, leaving their assistants behind. In a typical scenario, when drivers navigate the circuit, they are accompanied not only by their own assistants, but also by engineers from their respective teams. These engineers are primarily responsible for recording track data to inform tire strategies for both qualifying and the main race, while also assessing the driver's performances on the circuit. Fortunately for Qin Mian, he has the experienced Lewis Hamilton by his side, and the relationship between the two drivers at Mercedes is marked by camaraderie rather than rivalry. Thus, the crew members of Qin Mian can benefit from the more precise and refined data collected by Hamilton's team. Of course, it is the members of Qin Mian's crew who foot the bill at the gatherings following each race. This year, the Baku circuit has not undergone any resurfacing. Utilizing the old asphalt, which, akin to Monaco, has become quite smooth due to regular traffic, resulting in minimal tire wear. Pirelli has provided the softest tire selections, C5 and C3, for this race. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, such as a safety car, the standard strategy for Baku typically involves a single pit stop. Qin Mian believes that his tire conservation skills make a red-yellow one-stop strategy the most likely choice. Kimi, being no stranger to this circuit, takes the opportunity to pause at certain noteworthy locations to inspect them while they are out on their reconnaissance. For instance, last season, he identified a slight bump at the exit of Turn 6, prompting him to revisit and examine this particular spot during his current reconnaissance. Kimi does not intend to impart any racing wisdom to Qin Mian. Rather, he is simply conducting his own evaluation of the track. Just as Qin Mian is forthright with his racing data, Kimi is equally open about sharing the subtle details he has discovered at Baku. Qin Mian is eager to follow Kimi, observing the distinctions between their findings and exchanging insights along the way. After completing the circuit, Qin Mian retrieves his phone to review the photographs he captured. Once he confirms that none are unclear, he considers his reconnaissance task fulfilled. To be candid, without oversight, one tends to become progressively lax. In the past, during his inaugural F1 track walk, Qin Mian would meticulously jot down notes for any particularly challenging corners, recording his thoughts on approaching and navigating them, as well as noting the height of the curbs and the roughness of the surface to estimate the limit of tire grip. Every detail was meticulously documented, even though at that time, with the system's assistance, he had already gained considerable familiarity with the circuit. Yet now, Qin Mian relies on his proficiency with the system, opting for a cursory glance on a scooter, merely skimming through the details. At most, he might stop to touch the asphalt, curbs, or barriers at more challenging corners. As Qin Mian traversed the circuit, he deliberately paused at the stupid bend, requesting Kimi to capture a photograph of him alongside the protective wall of the turn. Once he assured himself that the photograph was satisfactory, Qin Mian sent it directly to Leclerc, much to Kimi's bemusement. We shall temporarily set aside Leclerc's verbal jabs directed at Qin Mian. In any case, this excursion to the track proved to be of great significance for Qin Mian. Upon departing from the circuit, Qin Mian discerned a stark contrast between Kimi and Norris. While Norris, after borrowing items, failed to return them and did not even offer a word of acknowledgement, possibly forgetting due to not having walked with Qin Mian, Kimi, after exiting the track with Qin Mian, personally handed the car over to Barber and expressed his gratitude. This illustrates that although Kimi may exhibit a casual and forthright demeanor, He possesses commendable principles in his interactions. After completing the track activities and returning to the team's hub with Qin Mian took his beloved back to the hotel. After a brief respite at the hotel, he attended the pre-race press conference on Thursday. Coincidentally, he found himself sharing the stage with Leclerc for interviews. Behind the scenes, Leclerc, upon spotting Qin Mian, playfully seized him by the throat and proceeded to tickle his sides, leaving Qin Mian with no choice but to concede in a state of humiliation. However, during the official press conference, Leclerc maintained a serious demeanor, refraining from causing any disruptions on stage. With the pre-race conference concluded, most of the Thursday tasks for the Grand Prix were accomplished, and Qin Mian ventured to inspect his racing car. His vehicle had only just arrived in Azerbaijan that day and had been unsealed. Given the installation of a new engine, despite having been tested in Brackley, it remained uncertain whether the engine would adapt well, necessitating a restart upon arrival to ensure its proper functionality. This was a routine check, typical for nearly every Grand Prix. Qin Mian merely intended to glance at the car, and once it was started, he planned to return to the hotel for rest. Unfortunately, today's checks encountered complications. Amidst the sweat of Qin Mian's team of technicians, no matter how they engaged the starter lever with the car's clutch, the engine stubbornly refused to ignite. Reyes and the other technicians from Qin Mian's team grew anxious upon witnessing this predicament. Nevertheless, as a seasoned team, Mercedes possessed contingency plans for such urgent matters. Following the inspection manual, they swiftly replaced the warmed-up lubricant within the engine and began examining its components. They needed to resolve all issues with Qin Mian's engine prior to the practice session on Friday. Otherwise, they would have to reinstall the old engine. Normally, the Mercedes team would not be hindered by the cost of transporting a new engine, and it was improbable that they would only bring a single old unit as a spare. However, no one anticipated that a new engine, even one upgraded for durability, would encounter such an issue. After all, in the calculations made by the team's engineers, any part of Qin Mian's race car could potentially fail during the Grand Prix. Yet it was inconceivable that the engine would be the source of trouble. Consequently, considering the constraints of the budget cap and to economize on transportation costs, the logistics department decided to bring only 3 sets of engines for both cars, 1 new engine and 2 older ones. Typically, the 2 older engines would be in regular use while the new engine served as a backup. Unfortunately, Qin Mian had just installed the new engine when the malfunction occurred. This led to an awkward situation. Qin Mian's new engine had failed, and he did not possess another new engine to replace it. Nonetheless, with the incident already transpired, the team staff diligently worked to resolve the issues arising from the engine failure. Although Qin Mian was not dismissed from the paddock by Frankie and his team, he could sense their disdain in their glances, as if he were an unwelcome presence. Realizing that it would be prudent to remove himself from their sight, he decided to leave. On that day, Toto was occupied with social engagements and not present in the team, so Qin Mian took the opportunity to speak with Ben Hodgkinson, the power unit chief on duty, about the state of his engine. After confirming that they could provide him with a functioning car by Friday, Qin Mian felt reassured and departed from the paddock. Upon returning to the hotel, both Qin Mian and Xiaoming opted to stay in for the evening, eschewing any work-related matters. Instead, they spent the night enjoying the PS5 that Qin Mian had brought from home. The following day, Friday, marked the commencement of the first and second practice sessions, coinciding with the official start of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. The first thing Qin Mian did upon rising was to check the weather. Fortunately, the conditions appeared favorable, with no signs of rain. The sun shone brightly, and the local temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. If this trend continued, the track temperature would surely exceed 50 degrees by the time practice commenced, which was ideal for drivers like Qin Mian. After completing his morning routine, he engaged in a brief warm-up session at the hotel gym before heading to the circuit with Barber. Passing through the turnstile, due to local regulations, no spectators were allowed into the paddock that day. However, as it was a street circuit, many residents had set up tables and chairs on their balconies, enjoying snacks and drinks while watching the race for free. Yet, as Qin Mian entered the paddock, the area felt quite deserted, devoid of any onlookers. Just after crossing the paddock's turnstile, he spotted 3 presenters conducting pre-race warm-ups near the entrance. Coincidentally, they were discussing Qin Mian's performance in Monaco, and as he passed by, one of the commentators called him over to inquire about his experiences during that race. When he finally emerged from their midst, he encountered Kimi, clad in a short-sleeved AlphaTauri team shirt, entering through the same doorway. In his hand, He held a half-eaten ice cream, revealing the wooden stick within. Upon seeing the other person, Qin Mian greeted Kimi with a smile. "Good morning, Kimi." Kimi responded with a smile as well, and then approached Qin Mian alongside his physical trainer. "I've reviewed the data and deleted it." Listening to Kimi's somewhat nonsensical statement, Qin Mian chose not to comment, but instead, with curiosity, inquired, "What are you eating?" "Ice cream." Kimi showcased the Dream Dragon ice cream in his hand. Qin Mian was taken aback, due to the system's influence. He was immune to any stomach troubles. Yet here was Kimi, flaunting ice cream early in the morning, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of an upset stomach during practice. End of chapter. As for the rewards and additional chapters, I apologize for not fulfilling last month's commitments. Therefore, the additional chapters will be postponed to September. Currently, there are 6 chapters owed. The total monthly votes for August amounted to 171, and according to the rule of 1 additional chapter for every 200 votes, there will be 10 additional chapters this month. I also wish to express my gratitude to the following readers for their generous contributions. A Common Path, 100, 3-methylindole, 100 Reader 2021030215592, 9949, 100 Seasickness Upon Boarding, 1500, Reader Reforming, 100 Reader 08, 02252244000848, 500. Reader 202103011065388295930, 500. Rexlip New, 2000. Jia Bao 55 Wong, 1500. Tian Xiu Jian, 100. Rexlip New, 1000. Seasickness Upon Boarding, 1500. Little Lamb Loves White Rabbit, 100. Rexlip New, 10,000. Wrong Stone, 500. 2 Stand, 100. Rexlip New, 1000. Rexlip New, 1000. Rexlip New, 10,000. Rexlip New, 2000. Ji Huan, 500. Nian Dang, 100. Reader 202303031905700, 100. Rexlip New, 2000. Special thanks to the esteemed Rexlip New for their overwhelming generosity. The total amount of contributions this month is 36,400, along with the remaining balance from July of 1,700, summing up to 38,100. Consequently, there will be 3 additional chapters due to the donations. Thus, a total of 19 chapters are owed for September. As we all know, Chinese people are aware that exposure to cold can easily lead to stomach troubles. Of course, it may also be due to individual differences in constitution. Moreover, as an experienced F1 driver, Kimi would surely be aware of this, hence the group chat remained silent on the matter. Instead, upon seeing the ice cream in his hand, Qin Mian recalled that he had not indulged in ice cream for quite some time. Thus, on a whim, he exclaimed, "Is there any left? Please get me one." Kimi shrugged, expressing that he had nothing left, having taken only this one item when he left the hotel. "However, if you desire a treat, there are plenty in the Alfa Romeo team's P room. After the drivers' meeting concludes, I shall bring you one." What a childish exchange, Qin Miao silently scoffed. Yet upon witnessing Kimi relish his snack, he found himself momentarily tempted. Nevertheless, since he could not indulge at that moment, Qin Miao did not press the issue. As Qin Miao's physical trainer, health manager, and assistant, Barber observed that Qin Miao, a driver, had enjoyed breakfast yet still yearned for ice cream, but he showed no reaction. This was not due to negligence on Barber's part. Rather, he had come to understand, after spending time with Qin Miao, just how resilient his digestive system was. Regardless of the food, as long as it was edible, Qin Miao would give it a try, without concern for stomachaches or the potential of exceeding the team's weight standards from overeating. No matter how indigestible something might be, it was never an issue for Qin Miao. His approach was simply to eat whatever was delicious, with no restrictions, yet without any adverse effects. At times, Barber even questioned whether Qin Miao was truly human, as he seemed capable of digesting even iron. The two then proceeded together into the paddock, and Qin Miao did not dwell on Kimi's offer. Initially, he had planned to report to the team headquarters, but seeing Kimi's demeanor, it was clear he intended to bypass that and head directly to the FIA conference room for the pre-race drivers' meeting. The drivers' meeting in Azerbaijan was similar to that in Monaco. Due to the street circuit, there was hardly any space along the track for drivers to run, with only a few corners where they might gain an advantage. Thus, the FIA enforced strict limitations on the circuit. After waiting for over 20 minutes in the conference room, the scheduled start time of 9:30 arrived. Yet some drivers were still absent. No one was surprised, as tardiness was a common occurrence among F1 drivers. After all, one never knew if they might encounter acquaintances, fans, or popular media journalists on the way to the FIA meeting. When such individuals attempted to engage in conversation, it was rather rude to brush them off with a curt response about having an urgent matter. Consequently, everyone continued to wait. After another 10 minutes, all the drivers finally arrived, leading to a lengthy 45-minute meeting. Once it concluded, everyone naturally returned to their respective teams to prepare for the practice sessions. On his way back, Qin Mian happened to pass by the Alfa Romeo team headquarters. Since he was not in a rush to attend the internal team meeting, well known for starting 10 minutes later than those of other teams, he allowed Kimi to return to the team headquarters first. Being a young man, Qin Mian was unconcerned once he realized that he could not immediately achieve his objective after making his request. However, Kimi was different. He remembered that Qin Mian desired ice cream, so he deliberately retrieved some from the Alfa Romeo team's hospitality suite to present to Qin Mian. After stepping outside, he initially intended to visit the Mercedes team's hospitality to find Qin Mian, but fortuitously encountered him on the way. Qin Mian, Kimi called out, showcasing the ice cream box in his hand, making his intentions quite clear. Upon seeing Kimi with the ice cream, Qin Mian felt a pang of desire. Yet, after a team meeting, his craving had somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, with the ice cream now before him, that yearning resurfaced, and he was reluctant to decline Kimi's kind gesture. Hamilton observed in surprise as Qin Mian approached, expressing his gratitude while accepting the ice cream box from Kimi. He then unwrapped it before Kimi and indulged in a treat, giving a thumbs up to Kimi to signal that it was indeed delightful. Witnessing this, Hamilton's pupils widened in astonishment. Eating ice cream before a race? What if he faced an upset stomach during the competition? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but swallow hard as he watched Qin Mian relish the ice cream. An impulsive thought flickered within him. Is Kimi's ice cream truly delicious? Does Qin Mian have more? Should I ask for one as well? Of course. Being a 7-time champion required more than just the formidable strength and technical prowess of the Mercedes team. Hamilton's self-control and innate racing talent were equally indispensable. Thus, he swiftly reined in his desires and shifted his gaze to Qin Mian. Concerned that this foolish lad might face repercussions akin to Kimi's past experiences of stomach troubles during practice sessions, potentially leading to a reprimand from Toto during the team meeting. However, Hamilton soon recalled that there was a persistent rumor within the team about Qin Mian's remarkable ability to eat anything without suffering digestive issues. It was said that during his time in F2, he could indulge in high-calorie junk food like fried chicken and hamburgers without gaining a pound. On his way back to the team, Qin Mian had boasted about 2 Magnum ice creams, leaving one that Hamilton declined, which Qin Mian subsequently stored in the team's refrigerator. The time for the team meeting arrived, though its contents were rather mundane and shall not be elaborated upon here. Following the meeting, Qin Mian would have a period to rest at the team's hospitality before the race began. In the past, he would have comfortably lounged in the waiting area, awaiting the first practice session. However, times had changed. Now, with a contract from Ely, Qin Mian was obligated to participate in at least 2 pre-race or post-race interviews each day throughout the 3 days of the Grand Prix weekend, despite the main terms not explicitly stating so. Additionally, Ely had sponsored the Mercedes team due to Qin Mian's involvement. While he did not inquire about the specific amount, it was evident that the well-funded Mercedes team quickly agreed to the sponsorship. It can be said that after Qin Mian signed the contract with Ely, he, to a certain extent, became a paid driver, albeit not at his own expense. Following several interviews with local Azerbaijani media, Qin Mian's preparations before the race were finally complete. Before the first practice session began, Qin Mian, clad in his racing suit, received some good news from Reyes. However, for reasons unknown, all the technicians in the team appeared somewhat listless, repeatedly consuming energy drinks. The good news was that the race car had started and was functioning properly. Qin Mian, while fastening the zipper of his racing suit, nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, there was also some bad news. Reyes, without any preamble, stated, "We have identified the cause of the engine failure. One of the half shafts has broken for some unknown reason. Unfortunately, we lack the means to address this issue here, so the engine must be returned to the factory for repairs before it can be used again. For today, we only have the engine we typically use for practice and the one previously employed in a race." To be honest, this news would hardly be considered bad on other circuits. On tracks like Monaco or Hungaroring, where there are many turns and lower horsepower requirements, one could manage with a less powerful engine. However, the Baku circuit is particularly demanding in terms of engine power, and many teams usually opt to deploy a new engine to ensure robust power output during the race. Yet, Mercedes had already imposed a disadvantage on Qin Mian before the race had even commenced. Nevertheless, Qin Mian could not simply refrain from racing due to inadequate engine power. Thus, in response to Reyes's somewhat embarrassed expression, he waved his hand and said, "This is not your fault. Given the circumstances, it's fortunate that I have a car to drive. I only hope there are no unforeseen issues on the track." Reyes reassured him. "In fact, the engine we use for practice is sufficiently durable." Utilizing the engine that previously participated in practice for the race, while using the one nearing the end of its viability for practice, should not pose any problems. "Is it not possible to transport a half shaft from Brackley?" Qin Mian inquired, somewhat unwilling to accept the situation. After all, in his view, an engine is merely a collection of components. Replacing a faulty part should suffice. Reyes paused for a moment. Then, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explained, "If we were to replace the half shaft here, we would not be able to conceal it from the FIA. They would easily recognize any signs of replacement, effectively rendering the engine scrapped. However, if we replace the half shaft at Brackley, we can ensure that no traces of disassembly would be detectable upon inspection." Qin Mian exclaimed, "Is it really appropriate to disclose such matters so openly?" He was taken aback. Reyes waved his hand dismissively. "We are all on the same side. There is no need for concern. Moreover, this is an unwritten rule among all teams. If the internal components of a new engine that hasn't been on the track fail, they can be replaced. After all, a racing season consists of merely 4 engines. If one engine has sustained internal damage without ever having graced the track, that engine is rendered useless. How then can one hope to continue competing this season? It seems one can only resign oneself to penalties and retreat." Nevertheless, the issue has been resolved in a rather circuitous manner, and Qin Mian is not overly concerned about the possibility of his car failing on the circuit. However, it is foreseeable that during the race, Qin Mian will possess 10 fewer horsepower than his teammate Hamilton. Aside from this, there should be no further issues, right? Qin Mian inquired. "All clear," Reyes signaled with an OK gesture. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian began to insert noise-canceling headphones into his ears, followed by donning his headpiece and helmet. Once fully equipped, Qin Mian settled into his racing car. As the first practice session commenced, he quickly activated a performance boost for his vehicle. Upon receiving news of the engine failure, Qin Mian realized that the system task requiring him to secure victory was likely drifting out of reach. Fortunately, he understood that failing to complete the task would not incur any penalties, and he maintained a carefree attitude, ensuring that he would not bear any undue psychological burden. Once inside the car, Qin Mian verified his vehicle's tuning settings on the display before him. This configuration had been derived from the most comfortable settings he had experienced on the simulator. While it felt splendid on the simulator, its efficacy on the real track remained uncertain. Nevertheless, practice sessions exist precisely for this purpose. With confirmation in hand, Qin Mian gave Reyes a thumbs up. Reyes nodded and released Qin Mian onto the track as the first practice session commenced. In reality, for an F1 car boasting thousands of horsepower, losing a mere 10 horsepower is hardly perceptible. However, it translates to a difference of approximately 0.2 seconds on the circuit. Qin Mian understood that if he wished to achieve a commendable result today, perhaps even clinching the elusive championship, the selection of tires and fuel management would be crucial. Thus, upon his exit, he began conducting tests with soft tires and heavy fuel over long distances. During the initial test, he completed 12 laps. And tire degradation and fuel consumption were not concerns for his team. Their primary apprehension centered around Qin Mian's lap times and his adaptability to the circuit. Yet, as their work progressed, they intentionally set aside thoughts of the engine issues, focusing solely on their respective tasks. While Qin Mian was unaware of how other teams fared, the Mercedes team efficiently collected data regarding his vehicle, and subsequent tuning was executed with precision. During the first practice session, Qin Mian completed 3 runs, and both he and the team were satisfied with the results. At the very least, they had achieved the aerodynamic settings he desired. The Baku circuit is relatively straightforward in terms of aerodynamic configurations, being a track characterized by medium to low downforce. Following the pause in the first practice session, They organized the data and determined the necessary tasks for the second session, marking the end of their brief interlude. Besides the work involved, the first practice session had its share of amusing moments, notably when Mazepin crashed, resulting in a deformed rear wing. Regarding the characteristics of carbon fiber, once deformed, the rear wing becomes useless. Fortunately, Ural Oil possesses substantial financial resources and remains unconcerned about the damage to this particular wing. During the first practice session, only Mazepin encountered an accident, while others either veered directly into the safety zone, emerging unscathed, or spun without colliding. Ultimately, Verstappen claimed the top position in the first practice with a time of 1:43.184, while Hamilton finished 6th and Qin Mian 7th. As the second practice session commenced, Leclerc collided with the barriers at T15, damaging his front wing. The peculiar positioning of the crash necessitated repairs to the guardrails, prompting the officials to display a red flag. After the red flag period concluded, the practice session resumed without any further incidents, and Qin Mian steadily completed the requisite testing for his team, safely returning his vehicle to the paddock. However, by the end of the second practice, Qin Mian's ranking had declined to 11th. In contrast, his teammate Hamilton finished 4th, with Perez of Red Bull securing first place with a time of 1:42.115, just 0.1 seconds faster than Mian. Throughout the two practice sessions on Friday, Red Bull consistently outperformed Mercedes. Despite Mercedes' history of limiting engine power during practice sessions, most fans, familiar with this tendency, remained relatively unconcerned. Yet, in the vast world of motorsport, there inevitably exist spectators who, despite recognizing Mercedes' strategy to conceal their true performance, still express anxiety about their race results. This concern prompted discussions on Mercedes' social media platforms, where their public relations team, skilled and experienced in addressing such worries, swiftly calmed the apprehensive fans. After the conclusion of the second practice, Qin Mian drove his car to the weighing area, where he was soon joined by Hamilton. After a handshake and embrace, Hamilton removed his helmet and inquired about Qin Mian's experience during the sessions. After a moment's reflection, Qin Mian responded, "It was quite good. I tested and adjusted all the data from the factory simulator during both sessions. The car now aligns with all expectations for the race, although I am concerned about potential engine issues during the race. Other than that, everything is satisfactory." Upon hearing this, Hamilton furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. "I'm not sure if you tested at full capacity, but before the end of the second practice, I ran at full throttle, and the results were less than ideal." Qin Mian was taken aback, asking, "Was there any adjustment to the engine?" Inquiring if Hamilton had limited the engine's power. Hamilton shook his head. After this exchange, Qin Mian's expression turned serious. It seemed that the robust design philosophy of Mercedes was encountering challenges on this particular track. "I will test it during the third practice tomorrow to assess the situation." Hamilton nodded in agreement, equally concerned. After a discussion between the two Mercedes drivers, they returned to the paddock. Setting down their gear, Qin Mian and Hamilton proceeded together to the interview area. Along the way, they exchanged their tuning parameters like students comparing answers to test questions. This year, both Mercedes drivers share similar driving habits and styles, favoring understeering cars, resulting in minimal differences in their tuning settings. If necessary, their setups could serve as mutual references. By comparing tuning data and discussing their intentions behind these settings, they could better grasp the tuning window of the Mercedes car on this particular circuit. During the post-race interview segment, a journalist from the FIA, who had a good rapport with Mercedes, was assigned to interview Qin Mian. Given their acquaintance, the questions posed were not particularly challenging, and the journalist refrained from probing into any team secrets that might put Qin Mian in a difficult position. The interview proceeded comfortably. However, Qin Mian's work for the day was far from over. During race weekends, he was invariably busy, assisting social media personalities in writing autographs for their fans and signing photos and photography albums for renowned photographers in the paddock. Such activities subtly enhanced Qin Mian's influence, which was precisely what he needed at this stage. Qin Mian remained occupied in the paddock until after 7 in the evening, and only after enjoying a meal at the Mercedes team headquarters did he return to his hotel. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he had little inclination for anything else upon his return, opting for a shower before embracing his beloved wife's soft and fragrant body and succumbing to slumber. The following day, after rising and completing his morning routine, Qin Mian downed a bottle of health supplement, instantly revitalizing himself. Following a brief physical training session, He made his way to the paddock, where qualifying was scheduled, and Xiao Ming accompanied him. However, this time she did not join him in the Team S paddock, but instead watched the race from the VIP area upstairs. Within the team, a palpable tension permeated before the third practice session. Once the third practice began, the atmosphere grew increasingly strained after Qin Mian completed his qualifying simulation, landing in first place. However, his time was slower than Verstappen's fastest lap from the previous day's second practice. Notably, during this lap, Qin Mian's engine was not in a restricted state, suggesting that once he truly commenced qualifying, his time would only improve by a mere 0.2 of a second at best, just as Mercedes preferred to conceal its prowess. Red Bull was likely harboring secrets as well. It was common knowledge that during practice sessions, drivers do not reveal their full capabilities for safety reasons. After all, this was a street circuit. Pushing the limits too far could result in a crash, jeopardizing half of the race. No team would risk their championship points during the race phase. Upon receiving this disheartening news, Toto and the strategy director, James Vowles, conferred and unanimously decided to employ a tow strategy during the qualifying phase. It goes without saying that in Q1 and Q2, given Mercedes' capabilities on this circuit, it was unlikely they could outpace their primary rival, Red Bull, although surpassing other teams was still within reach. However, as Q3 approached, the team arranged for both drivers to execute the tow strategy. While they could have benefited from the slipstream of other competitors, the success rate of such an endeavor was rather low and unpredictable, considering that Qin Mian had 4 sets of fresh soft tires at his disposal. The team ultimately resolved to have the two drivers assist each other with the tow. With this decision made, the team began calculating the optimal timing for the two drivers' runs during the qualifying session. In Q3, Qin Mian first provided a tow for Hamilton, after which he returned to the pits to emerge once more on a fresh set of soft tires, aiming to achieve a flying lap with the benefit of his teammate's slipstream. However, no one could have anticipated the multitude of unexpected events that would unfold on the track that day. There was no need for a tow in Q1. Stroll commenced the session with a dramatic incident, breaking his right front suspension at T15 due to an overly aggressive exit, which resulted in a red flag. Stroll's crash occurred quite early, just as Qin Mian was being released. It was unfortunate for Qin Mian's fresh soft tires, which, despite having completed less than a lap, would not provide the same grip as brand new tires during qualifying. After a 15-minute wait, the red flag was lifted and Qin Mian was sent out again. However, due to Stroll's incident, the available track time had significantly decreased, prompting most teams to promptly send their drivers out for safety reasons. Yet, Mercedes remained steadfast in their approach, allowing Qin Mian and Hamilton to take to the track only when other drivers had reached T7. Given that it was Q1, neither Qin Mian nor the team was inclined to exert maximum effort. Thus, he utilized the set of soft tires that had completed one lap. As previously mentioned, if this set was slightly slower, so be it. It was still usable, and there was no concern that his performance would jeopardize his advancement to Q2. However, misfortune struck once more, as Qin Mian was nearing the end of his first flying lap in Q1. With the finish line within sight and merely 500 meters to go, he had already set the fastest time in the first sector, the quickest in the second, and encountered no significant errors in the third. Just as he was poised to cross the line and secure a commendable time to progress to Q2, another red flag was raised. The camera panned to reveal Giovinazzi crashing at precisely the same location where Stroll had earlier met his fate, with the angle and damage strikingly similar. In a street race, a crash invariably results in a red flag, regardless of whether the circuit is wider than Monaco. After crossing the finish line, Qin Mian felt quite elated. However, upon hearing the voice from the team radio stating, "Qin Mian, I regret to inform you that due to a red flag during the second timing session, the time for this lap is invalid," his mood swiftly soured, and he began to vent his frustration within his helmet. The most disheartening aspect was that his performance on the soft tires had been rendered futile. Although he could still take to the track, he was now equipped with soft tires that had already endured 2 outlaps and 1 flying lap, leaving him uncertain about his ability to secure a place in Q2 with this set. Consequently, without much hesitation, Qin Mian opted to utilize his second set of soft tires during Q1. In fact, Qin Mian's situation was considerably better than that of other drivers, as his tire preservation skills often allowed him to retain an extra set of soft tires after the 3 practice sessions. This was not merely the team's deliberate strategy to save tires for him. Rather, while others required 4 sets of tires to gather data. Qin Mian typically managed to complete the task with just 3. There were even signs that the title of tire preservation master was subtly shifting from Perez to Qin Mian. Given that he could afford to keep an extra set, the team naturally refrained from using it unnecessarily, opting instead to reserve it as a precaution. Some may recall that previously, Toto had allowed Qin Mian to run an additional new set of soft tires during Q3 due to his tire-saving prowess. However, it is important to note that this was during the qualifying sessions Q3, and Qin Mian had not just 1 but 2 extra sets of tires stored away. With such an abundance of tires, it was nearly impossible for him to exhaust them all during the race, which was why Toto permitted him to use them up. At this point, Qin Mian still had a sufficient supply of tires, unlike other drivers, some of whom had already deployed their second set of soft tires without achieving competitive times. Overall, although the latter half of Q1 was briefly interrupted by a yellow flag, fortunately, there were no further red flags disrupting the race. With his new set of soft tires, Qin Mian managed to secure a commendable 4th position by the end of Q1, just behind his friend Leclerc. Qin Mian performed admirably in Q1 today, remarked Fergo, unable to contain his praise upon seeing Qin Mian in the top 5. Binga nodded in agreement, adding, "This is primarily because Qin Mian's first set of soft tires lost grip during the 2 red flags in Q2, prompting him to switch to the second set for the final flying lap in Q1, resulting in such an impressive outcome." Zhou Haoran commented, "I have a feeling that Qin Mian might have been concealing his true pace. While it is feasible for Mercedes to outpace Red Bull on this track, it would be unusual for them to fall behind Ferrari in Q1, as the team worked diligently to prepare the car, refueling, changing tires, and replacing the engine oil. Q2 commenced shortly thereafter. Qin Mian began his session in line with his customary approach, opting for a new set of soft tires for his first flying lap in Q2. Wealth affords one the luxury of extravagance. Qin Mian's performance in the flying lap was commendable. Having set off early, he briefly secured the first position upon crossing the finish line. However, as other drivers completed their initial flying laps in Q1, Qin Mian gradually slipped down the ranking, ultimately finishing in 6th place. Regardless, his result was sufficient for him to advance to Q3, as he surpassed the team's anticipated cutoff time by a notable 0.3 seconds. After completing the necessary preparations in the paddock, Qin Mian was released by the team with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in Q2. According to the team's calculations, combining the warm-up of his tires with the segment exiting the pit lane, Qin Mian would have approximately 19 seconds left when he crossed the finish line. Although this margin was somewhat limited, it was now Q2, and with fewer cars on the track, the likelihood of encountering traffic issues was minimal. However, just as Qin Mian donned his older tires and approached Q2's final flying lap with a relaxed mindset, yet another red flag appeared on the track. When the camera shifted, it revealed a McLaren crashing into the barriers. This incident occurred not at T15, but rather at the right-angle turn of T3. Replays showed that the driver, Ricciardo, had locked up his left front wheel upon entering the corner, resulting in a loss of grip and steering capability. With excessive speed, he collided head-on with the T3 barriers. With only a minute and a half remaining in Q2, other drivers were effectively eliminated from further attempts, as the time left was insufficient to complete a lap and initiate their flying laps post-restart. Consequently, the final standings reflected the results from each driver's initial flying lap in Q2. Qin Mian, position 6th, advanced without incident. In Q3, Qin Mian possessed 2 sets of new soft tires. Ideally, he would utilize only 1 set during this phase, reserving the other for the race. However, given the unique circumstances of today's race, Qin Mian was required to assist Hamilton by providing a slipstream, prompting both him and the team to plan to use both sets of tires. With Qin Mian's adept tire conservation skills, a red-yellow-red pit stop strategy was unlikely to occur during the race. Should a safety car be deployed, he still had several used soft tires available for emergency use. After deciding on Qin Mian's pit strategy, the team released both him and Hamilton onto the track. As the first lap was designated for Qin Mian to create a slipstream for Hamilton, he exited the pit lane first, followed by Hamilton. However, whether by coincidence or design, as Mercedes released their cars, both Ferrari drivers emerged from the pit lane as well. Sainz found himself sandwiched between Qin Mian and Hamilton. Ultimately, it was confirmed to be mere happenstance, as once on the track, Ferrari allowed Hamilton to proceed ahead. Qin Mian and Hamilton completed 2 warm-up laps before entering the phase of drafting. Exiting T16, Qin Mian accelerated out of the corner, initiating his flying lap, while Hamilton lagged behind by 3 seconds. According to the team's calculations, this precise time difference allowed Hamilton to benefit from Qin Mian's slipstream on the straight. Yet it was insufficient for him to encounter the turbulent air generated by Qin Mian's car in the corners. Notably, during Qin Mian's second warm-up lap, the Ferrari duo found themselves right behind Hamilton, thus availing themselves of his slipstream. Consequently, Leclerc from Ferrari finished his first flying lap in Q3 at the top, even surpassing Verstappen by 0.3 seconds. Nevertheless, neither Qin Mian nor Mercedes was overly concerned. Everyone knew there was still an opportunity for another flying lap in Q3, and it was only a matter of time before they displaced Leclerc. Ultimately, Mercedes' towing strategy bore fruit, albeit only partially. The gap between Qin Mian and Hamilton was rather pronounced. Thus, while Hamilton did gain some benefit from the slipstream provided by Qin Mian on the final straight, the effect was minimal. Consequently, after completing the first flying lap of Q3, Hamilton found himself just 0.2 seconds behind Leclerc, securing second place, while Qin Mian landed in 6th, positioned ahead of Perez and behind Norris. During the interlude between the 2 flying laps in Q3, there was a period for rest and adjustment. The 2 Red Bull drivers, due to tire conservation strategies, refrained from joining the fray when other teams commenced their first flying laps. Instead, they waited for the window of opportunity after other teams had concluded their runs. The advantage of this timing was that only the 2 Red Bulls were on the track, eliminating any issues with traffic. Sponsors were undoubtedly pleased to witness this scenario, for with only the 2 Red Bulls on the circuit, the cameras had little else to focus on. At this moment, Gasly unexpectedly made his presence felt. After completing his first flying lap, he astonishingly set the fastest first sector time. Although he did not replicate this in the second sector, his overall speed still eclipsed the temporarily leading Leclerc by 0.2 seconds. Despite the third sector not benefiting from the slipstreaming advantage that Leclerc enjoyed, Gasly crossed the line in 4th place. Qin Mian's initial 6th position was subsequently diminished to 7th due to Gasly's ascent. Tsunoda also improved his standing, overtaking Alonso to rise from 10th to 9th. Following the completion of their flying laps, the timing coincided with other teams preparing to send their drivers out for the final flying lap. For Mercedes, Qin Mian donned his last set of fresh soft tires, while Hamilton prepared to emerge ahead of him. Hamilton had no intention of employing any tricks. As agreed prior to the qualifying session, they would support each other with drafting during Q3, and he would uphold his word. Initially, domestic motorsport enthusiasts were somewhat dissatisfied upon witnessing Qin Mian's slipstreaming of Hamilton. It appeared to them that Hamilton was leveraging his seniority to bully Qin Mian. Had Qin Mian achieved a commendable time on his first flying lap, the fans would likely have remained silent, for if it bore no consequence on his performance, it would merely have been a trivial act of assistance. However, as Qin Mian seemed poised to drop to 8th place, their anxiety was palpable. Fortunately, as the race progressed, they discovered that Hamilton was indeed aiding Qin Mian by providing a slipstream, which eased the fans' concerns as they eagerly anticipated Qin Mian's final result. With merely 24 seconds remaining in the race, both Hamilton and Qin Mian crossed the finish line in succession, embarking on their final flying lap. Sometimes, surprises emerge unexpectedly. Just as Qin Mian had just navigated past T4 on his last flying lap, a yellow flag suddenly appeared in the first timing sector. When the camera shifted, it revealed a small Red Bull had collided with the barrier at T3. This incident swiftly converted the yellow flag on the track into a red flag, prompting gasps from all commentators covering the race. "Oh no, Tsunoda, red flag," they exclaimed. Simultaneously, Carlos Sainz, who had been trailing Tsunoda, found himself forced into the escape road due to the obstructed angle created by Tsunoda's car after the collision. Fortunately, his vehicle remained undamaged, allowing him to exit the escape area without incident. This dramatic turn of events unfolded with just over 20 seconds left in the race, rendering it impossible for other drivers to complete their final flying lap in Q3. Consequently, the Q3 phase of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix concluded abruptly, akin to the previous Monaco race, after a single flying lap. Once again, Leclerc found himself in a fortuitous position, seizing pole position as he had in Monaco. After the initial surprise, commentators glanced at Qin Mian's ranking, and their expressions shifted to concern. His position indicated that he would be starting from the rear, reminiscent of his experience in Monaco. Although Qin Mian had delivered a remarkable performance in Monaco, showcasing an overtaking display unparalleled in F1 history, his starting position in this race was not as dire, and the overtaking challenges were comparatively less formidable. Yet, as devoted fans of Qin Mian, both domestic commentators and viewers sincerely wished for him to start from a more advantageous position. Whether Qin Mian could replicate his previous race's gradual ascent remained uncertain. However, they would feel considerably more at ease watching the race had he begun from the front row. Alas, contrary to their hopes, Qin Mian once again failed to complete the second flying lap of Q3, resulting in a mere baseline performance. Soon, the broadcast provided a replay of the circumstances surrounding Tsunoda's accident, coincidentally occurring in the same location as Ricciardo's prior mishap. The two individuals even shared the same position of tire lock, both on the left front wheel. The marks left by Ricciardo's collision could still be seen on the protective wall at that location. Thus concluded this chapter. The final standings for the qualifying session were as follows. 1. Leclerc 2. Hamilton 3. Verstappen 4. Gasly 5. Sainz 6. Norris 7. Qin Mian 8. Perez 9. Tsunoda 20. Giovinazzi once again. Qin Mian found himself in the public parking area after the race concluded. While parked for vehicle inspection, he happened to be adjacent to Alonso. As he alighted to gather his belongings in preparation for weighing, Qin Mian cast a wistful glance at the interview zone designated for the top 3 qualifiers. In truth, he believed he possessed the capability to join them today. Regrettably, fate was not in his favor during his final flying lap. He failed to even record a time in the first sector, concluding the qualifying session in a rather dramatic fashion. It was somewhat exasperating that this race had witnessed 4 red flags, leading Qin Mian to squander 3 sets of new soft tires. One set remained largely unused, as it was dedicated to providing a slipstream for Hamilton. Ironically, he did not benefit from that slipstream himself. Qin Mian was no child. He understood that the opportunity for Hamilton's assistance had slipped away, and in the next race, Hamilton would not proactively make amends for this lost chance. Approaching Hamilton for help would only place him in a position of owing a favor. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he cursed softly and prepared to turn away. However, just as he was mulling over his frustrations, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Turning to see Alonso beside him, he remarked, "You appear quite discontent." As they both gazed towards the podium, Qin Mian merely nodded in silence. Observing this scene, Alonso, with a mix of encouragement and reflection, said, "All applause and accolades are but fleeting moments. It is the quiet dedication to hard work that truly defines one's life." Romain Rolland once stated, "There is but one heroism in the world, and that is to see life as it is and still love it." Therefore, Qin, do not let a temporary defeat extinguish your passion for racing. Your future is still long ahead, so keep pushing forward. Receiving this sage advice from his elder, Qin Mian nodded in acknowledgement and lightly patted Alonso's back in response. To be honest, he hadn't pondered too deeply on Alonso's words. His current frustration stemmed not from a lack of achievement, but from the fact that he had not executed his final flying lap. There is a significant distinction between failing to perform due to a lack of ability and failing despite having the potential to succeed. After ensuring he hadn't left anything on the car, Qin Mian turned and headed towards the weighing station with his helmet in hand. Once he completed the weighing process and handed his gear to Barber, he made his way to the interview area. During the interview, Qin Mian expressed his regret at being unable to complete the final flying lap, which prevented him from benefiting from his teammate Hamilton's slipstream. He also looked ahead to the main race the following day, hoping to seize opportunities to overtake several competitors, much like he had done in Monaco. After the interview, Qin Mian returned to the team for a meeting. The primary agenda of the meeting was to relay the race strategies devised by the strategy team based on the starting positions of both drivers and the data collected from 3 practice sessions, as well as to briefly explain the rationale behind these pit stop strategies. Once the meeting concluded, Qin Mian spent over 2 hours engaging with the paddock before finally concluding his workday. That evening, lying in bed, Qin Mian did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he opened his phone to peruse the various evaluations of himself across social media platforms. Although his subpar starting position in the race was understandable, the internet was rife with results-oriented critiques, leading many to cast aspersions on him. Having been in this position for a considerable time, Qin Mian had begun to acclimate to the vitriol directed at him. Initially, encountering such disparagement can be disheartening, but as time stretches to a week or even a month, one inevitably finds themselves frequently confronted with criticism upon opening social media. In such an environment, one becomes increasingly at peace with the negative remarks, accepting them as a norm. Moreover, Qin Mian focused not on the disparaging comments, but rather on those that praised him. He had been drawing motivation from such affirmations for quite some time. The following day, Sunday, dawned bright and sunny, with the team's meteorological department reporting no likelihood of rain. This was undoubtedly good news for Qin Mian. After leaving for the circuit, he participated in pre-race interviews and engaged in several small activities, concluding his morning engagements. The time leading up to the race would be free of work obligations. Qin Mian simply needed to adjust his mindset to ensure he faced the upcoming competition in peak condition. He greeted his colleagues at the team headquarters before ascending to the driver's lounge to await the commencement of the race. Of course, with the advantage of performance-enhancing substances, Qin Mian found no need for pre-race preparations, since the team had replaced his race hydration with a health supplement. He could maintain optimal mental acuity simply by entering the car. Consequently, he typically spent this time playing on the computer at the team headquarters. However, today was different. Qin Mian had a word with the head of logistics and treated the entire logistics department to a meal, which facilitated some conveniences for him. As he entered his lounge, he was greeted by the sight of a monitor connected to a PS5 and a controller hanging in his room. Qin Mian had long since completed all the 3A games on his PS5. Yet, regardless of the game, once he had finished it, he found himself devoid of the desire to replay it, leading him to a brief period of gaming drought. It was not until he stumbled upon some cosplay of characters from Genshin Impact while browsing Weibo that his curiosity was piqued. Thus, he exclaimed, "Genshin Impact, activate!" This afternoon, merely half an hour prior, Qin Mian had been blissfully immersed in a game controller in the lounge. Now, however, he was fully equipped, donned in a racing suit from Mercedes, and made his way to the team's paddock to retrieve his helmet. At that moment, his race car was no longer in the paddock. It had been transported to the track and parked appropriately. After locating his helmet, Qin Mian, accompanied by Barber, proceeded to his designated starting grid on the racetrack. Following the conclusion of yesterday's qualifying session, Qin Mian had secured the 7th position. However, due to Norris receiving a 3-position penalty, Qin Mian's starting position was elevated to 6th. As for the reason behind Norris's penalty, Qin Mian had neglected to inquire about it upon receiving the notification. It seemed that after the qualifying session, the officials discovered that Norris had obstructed another driver, resulting in his demotion. Before long, Qin Mian found himself beside his car, exchanging a handshake and an embrace with Reyes. After parting, Reyes delivered some encouraging news. After the qualifying session yesterday, we performed maintenance on the engine. Although there remains a risk of malfunction during the race, the probability is significantly lower than if we had neglected the upkeep. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian noticed the weariness etched on the faces of his team members, some even sporting dark circles under their eyes. While Reyes spoke with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter, Qin Mian was taken aback, staring at Reyes in astonishment. For engine maintenance is no trivial task. It entails considerable effort, typically requiring no less than 4 hours. You all worked through the night? Qin Mian inquired, genuinely surprised. Feigning nonchalance, Reyes replied, "Not quite. We merely sacrificed some rest time. But don't worry, everyone has managed to secure 5 hours of sleep, which will not impede our tire-changing speed today." In truth, the success of every driver is profoundly intertwined with the silent dedication of their crew. Yet, the accolades and applause they receive are predominantly directed towards the drivers, often overlooking the contributions of the team. Should a tire change go awry, the crew might find themselves facing the ire of fans. Despite this, it was during such moments that this unassuming group provided Qin Mian with unwavering support. In an instant, Qin Mian felt a stirring within his heart. Not being one for eloquence, he found himself at a loss for words in such a poignant moment. However, he felt compelled to demonstrate his appreciation for their sacrifices through action. He placed a firm hand on Reyes's shoulder and glanced around at the other members of his team. Qin Mian approached with a sense of gravity, shaking hands and embracing each team member. "Thank you all. I will not let your efforts go in vain," Qin Mian asserted with unwavering conviction. Inserting the earbuds and donning the helmet, he secured the Hans system and settled into the familiar confines of the racing cockpit. Connecting the TR line from the helmet and inserting the hydration tube into the car's water supply system, he simultaneously tested the radio with Frankie at the team command center. sipping a health supplement to ensure the water supply was operational as the TR test concluded. After donning his gloves and adjusting the headrest, he activated the car's systems. "I am ready," he informed Frankie via the TR. Extending his hand out of the car, he gave Reyes a thumbs up, signaling his preparedness. Reyes nodded and approached, fist-bumping Qin Mian while saying, "Good luck in the race. I look forward to witnessing another miracle like the one you performed in Monaco." Qin Mian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As time progressed, the support crew for Qin Mian initiated the engine of his car, subsequently retreating from the track with their equipment, leaving only those with tire blankets. However, as the warm-up lap commenced, these individuals also withdrew to the sides of the track. The only sound Qin Mian could hear was the roar of the engine igniting. At this moment, the team's radio fell silent. Since entering F1, each time Qin Mian settled into the car, he experienced an overwhelming sense of security and comfort. Akin to an infant returning to the womb, it felt as though he was inherently meant to occupy this space. Though firmly restrained by the safety belts, he felt no discomfort. Instead, an unexpected tranquility enveloped him, as if every cell in his body was at ease. Soon, the warm-up lap began, and Qin Mian followed Norris onto the track. After completing a warm-up lap, all drivers returned to their starting positions. Qin Mian lingered outside his grid for a moment before finally positioning his car. It is well known that the longer one remains on the starting grid, the more the temperature gained during the warm-up lap diminishes. After Qin Mian occupied his position for an additional 30 seconds, Giovinazzi, starting in 20th place, arrived at his grid. "All cars are ready. Pay attention to the lights," Frankie's voice echoed through the TR after Giovinazzi settled in. Qin Mian stretched his limbs and firmly grasped the steering wheel, his gaze fixated on the lights above the track. As the second red light illuminated, he elevated the engine's RPM to approximately 9,100 revolutions per minute. Subsequently, as the 5 red lights sequentially lit up, Qin Mian followed Hamilton's teachings, exhaling fully before holding his breath. After the 5 red lights illuminated, they extinguished only after at least a second, at which moment Qin Mian released the clutch button on the steering wheel. The race car instantaneously launched forward. In that fleeting moment, Qin Mian absorbed every detail regarding his car's gear, RPM, speed, as well as the positions of Sainz and Gasly ahead and Perez and Tsunoda behind. The good news was that Qin Mian's start was exceptional. The 2 drivers trailing him failed to close the gap during the launch. Furthermore, Qin Mian exhibited remarkable reflexes, and with the power output from the ERS and rich fuel mode, despite not adhering to the racing line and the ground grip being inferior to Sainz's, he nonetheless significantly reduced the distance between himself and Sainz. In fact, Qin Mian sensed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could potentially catch up with Gasly, who was over a car length ahead. However, a rather frustrating situation unfolded for Qin Mian. It was evident that Sainz was determined not to allow an easy overtaking. Thus, after a successful start, rather than maintaining his pace on the grip-enhanced racing line, Sainz veered towards the dirty side of the track, preparing to seize the inside line into Turn 1. Throughout the start, Sainz had been closely monitoring Qin Mian. Upon realizing that Qin Mian's launch was considerably superior, Sainz understood that if he did nothing and continued at his own pace, Qin Mian would undoubtedly overtake him on the inside at Turn 1. Therefore, to defend his position against Qin Mian, Sainz felt compelled to take action. Qin Mian, whose start was already faster than Sainz's, did not yield to Sainz's aggressive maneuvering and opted for the outside line. Consequently, Qin Mian, leveraging the advantage of his start, found himself parallel with Sainz before entering Turn 1. However, due to Sainz's interference, a significant amount of traction was expended on steering during the start, which diminished Qin Mian's initial speed that had been poised to surpass Gasly. Soon, the cars approached the entry of Turn 1. Although Qin Mian could see Verstappen's rear, the distance between them was at least 1 second, alleviating any concerns about interference from him as they entered Turn 1 side by side with a Mercedes and a Ferrari. As they entered Turn 1, the positions of the 4 cars remained unchanged. After all, Ferrari's single-lap performance was commendable, and Leclerc had no trouble maintaining his pole position. Hamilton and Verstappen were also aware that their cars were superior to Leclerc's. Thus, during the initial phase, their focus was solely on survival, knowing that there would be ample opportunities to overtake Leclerc later in the race. In contrast to the thoughts of the leading drivers, Qin Mian was intent on improving his position as soon as possible. From Qin Mian's observations, he felt confident in his launch capabilities against Sainz, prompting him to initiate an offensive against Sainz right from the start. Sainz's thoughts were rather simplistic. What on earth? The current online atmosphere is all about pressuring me. In what aspect am I inferior to Qin Mian? With this pathetic Ferrari, he would be just as confused if he were in my position. No, I must prove that I am superior to Qin Mian. Naturally, in his quest to demonstrate his superiority, Sainz could not concede his position to Qin Mian at the start. However, not all desires can be fulfilled, as was the case for Sainz. His strategy was to secure the inside line and brake late through T1, leveraging his line advantage to encroach upon Qin Mian's exit space. Ideally, he aimed to force Qin Mian off the track. But how did Qin Mian respond? As he entered the corner, although he braked slightly earlier than Sainz, the difference was negligible. Sainz was merely a third of a car length ahead. Consequently, upon entering the corner, Qin Mian's left front tire was caught directly behind Sainz's right front tire. He maintained a position so close that Qin Mian's front wing nearly collided with Sainz's right front wheel, and his left front tire was perilously close to striking Sainz's side pod. The three commentators gasped in unison. Bing exclaimed loudly, "Qin Mian." Fei's face was filled with concern, saying, "Be cautious through T1, we must avoid any mishaps." Lang clenched his fists tightly, noting, Sainz is resolutely blocking. He does not intend to let Qin Mian through. Qin Mian must not lose his cool. The Mercedes is undeniably faster than the Ferrari, and we have ample time to attempt overtaking Sainz later. The audience shared the commentator's trepidation, with some anxious spectators even beginning to sweat. On the track, Sainz recognized Qin Mian's tire placement as if Qin Mian had lit a firecracker between them, while handing Sainz a fire extinguisher. "If you do not grant me cornering space, I will surely crash into the wall and retire. But you must know, the characteristic of my Mercedes is its exceptionally rigid suspension. Do you think my left front suspension could potentially damage your right side's wing or side pod upon impact, thereby compromising your car's balance? Is there a chance that debris from my front wing could puncture your right front tire?" Ultimately, Sainz chose to relent. Unlike Qin Mian, whose position within Mercedes was firmly established, especially since Bottas was now scouring for opportunities elsewhere, Sainz faced a precarious situation. Toto Wolff had repeatedly praised Qin Mian's performance and talent in the media, expressing the team's satisfaction with him. Such a driver would be cherished in any team. In contrast, Sainz had never solidified his role as the second driver at Ferrari due to Qin Mian's presence. His current position was indeed awkward, as Ferrari's upper management needed him while simultaneously undermining him. Binotto was under pressure to utilize Sainz. If a collision with Qin Mian were to occur on the track at this moment, Sainz feared he would inevitably lose his spot as a driver for Ferrari. Thus, Sainz provided Qin Mian with ample space to exit the corner. Observing this, Qin Mian took a wider line upon exiting. Although at this moment his engine did not possess the formidable power of the new engine, it still surpassed the Ferrari's performance. Coupled with the fact that Qin Mian utilized the outer line for a broader exit trajectory, by the time both vehicles approached T2, he had managed to overtake Sainz by half a car length. At T2, the two cars became the sole pair of drivers remaining side by side within the scoring zone. However, upon exiting T2 onto the long straight, Qin Mian forcefully overtook Sainz using the outer line. Following this maneuver, the three commentators from 5-Star Sports, along with the viewers of the race, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Many took the opportunity to wipe the sweat from their brows. After all, people inherently enjoy immersing themselves in the experience, and with Qin Mian being the only Chinese driver on the F1 circuit, spectators naturally placed themselves in his perspective, feeling the tension when confronted with perilous situations. Following his overtaking of Sainz, Toto and Frankie also breathed easier. However, Qin Mian soon noticed another car had encroached upon his path, Gasly from the small Red Bull team. Gasly's speed was indeed somewhat sluggish, having only navigated 3 corners. He was already a second behind Verstappen ahead of him. Thus, just after passing the well-known T8, and following the castle complex of corners exiting T12, Qin Mian latched onto Gasly's slipstream. The subsequent T13 and T14 were deceptive corners. Although this was not an ideal overtaking point, Qin Mian executed a late braking maneuver on the inner line before T15, successfully trapping Gasly. Acknowledging his limited ability to resist against Qin Mian, Gasly refrained from defending and adhered to his racing line. Initially, I had worried about Qin Mian's aggressive start potentially leading to damage. However, It became evident that his maneuvers were both audacious and meticulous, reminiscent of Monaco, as he ascended 2 positions even before completing the first lap. Bingu applauded fervently. Beautiful. That overtaking was magnificent. Well done, Qin Mian. You are now in 4th place. Ahead of you is Verstappen. Frankie's voice resonated in Qin Mian's ear. If possible, you might attempt to overtake him. Upon exiting T16 and entering the long straight, Qin Mian said nothing but silently switched from the fuel-saving mode he had activated after overtaking Gasly to the performance mode, unleashing his skills upon Verstappen. Max Verstappen. Pressure. 0 soon. The first lap concluded, and Qin Mian crossed the monitoring point. Simultaneously, after the first lap, Russell opted to pit for hard tires. At this juncture, the strategy for Williams seemed clear: to run the entire race on a single set of hard tires. In the context of the Baku circuit, which is not particularly taxing on tires, a single set of hard tires can indeed sustain an entire race. Simultaneously, Perez skillfully maneuvered past Sainz at the end of the main straight during the start, utilizing the slipstream and a late apex brake to ascend to 6th position. By the conclusion of the second lap, Hamilton set his sights on the race leader, Leclerc, trailing him by a mere 0.7 seconds as they exited turn 16. Under normal circumstances on other tracks, such a gap would only allow Hamilton to enter the DRS zone of the car ahead, making overtaking nearly impossible even with DRS. However, on the Baku circuit, that 0.7 seconds is ample time for Hamilton to initiate an overtaking maneuver on Leclerc along the subsequent 22-kilometer straight, regardless of DRS availability. Moreover, in the previous 2 laps, Leclerc's attempts to shake off the pursuing Mercedes had completely drained his battery. It was evident that exhausting the battery's charge was not yielding the desired results. Hamilton even managed to make his move on Leclerc's inside line before reaching the DRS detection point. At this juncture, Qin Mian found himself 16 seconds behind Verstappen, with the latter's tire degradation increasing at a modest rate of 1 second per lap. Understanding that a championship victory hinged upon effective tire management, Qin Mian resolved to push relentlessly from the 3rd lap onward. To ensure ample overtaking opportunities in the forthcoming stages of the race, he maintained his ERS charge above 40. In the 4th lap, Perez overtook Gasly, who was 3 seconds behind Qin Mian, thereby moving into 5th place, while Qin Mian remained 37 seconds ahead. This lap also marked the activation of DRS. However, it was unfortunate that Qin Mian was not within Verstappen's DRS zone, and despite not conserving his tires, he only managed to close the gap to Verstappen by 0.3 seconds over 2 laps. By the 7th lap, a fully unleashed Qin Mian had barely entered the DRS zone, trailing Verstappen by 1 second. Yet, within the realm of Formula One, drivers often encounter a daunting phenomenon known as the DRS train. This aptly describes Qin Mian's current predicament: Hamilton leading the pack, Leclerc benefiting from Hamilton's slipstream and DRS, Verstappen reaping the advantages of Leclerc's slipstream and DRS, and Qin Mian drawing from Verstappen's. However, since both Qin Mian and Verstappen share similar advantages, overtaking Verstappen on the main straight, even with the DRS boost, proves to be a formidable challenge. Presently, Qin Mian finds himself ensnared within this DRS train. The sole piece of good news is that with the DRS advantage, he need not exert himself entirely, allowing him to conserve his tires while adjusting his fuel strategy to a normal state. At the conclusion of the 8th lap, Leclerc found himself preoccupied with defending against Verstappen. As he exited T16, he struggled to maintain Hamilton's pace, which resulted in the absence of DRS assistance on the subsequent long straight. Consequently, he relinquished his 2nd position. In that moment, Leclerc merely made a token gesture to block inside, yet the Red Bull, bolstered by DRS, proved to be overwhelmingly swift. From the broadcaster's perspective, it appeared as though Leclerc almost willingly ceded his position to Verstappen. Following Verstappen's overtaking maneuver, Qin Mian closed in behind Leclerc. Qin Mian lamented that the exchange between the two did not feature any intense defensive actions, which meant he could not capitalize on their battle. In fact, the gap between him and Leclerc widened beyond that between himself and Verstappen, even causing Qin Mian to momentarily slip out of the DRS zone, with the distance stretching to 13 seconds. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for after Leclerc and Verstappen swapped positions, Frankie communicated to Qin Mian within the team radio: "According to our calculations, our lap times are 0.3 seconds faster than Leclerc's. We expect you to catch up and overtake within 3 laps. Acknowledging this, Qin Mian responded affirmatively and focused on maintaining his own rhythm. During this interval, the commentators began to engage in discussion. Bing Gu expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Now Red Bull is in a predicament. Many of their strategies are rendered ineffective due to Qin Mian's presence." Fergo nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, had Qin Mian remained in his original position, Perez would have posed a threat alongside Verstappen against Hamilton, which is precisely what Marco desires, as it was the primary motive for bringing Perez into Red Bull." He continued, "If Perez had pitted before Hamilton, with Verstappen applying constant pressure, Mercedes would have faced substantial difficulties. However, the situation has drastically changed. Qin Mian has gained 2 positions at the start, effectively blocking many of Red Bull's strategies. Given Qin Mian's defensive abilities and speed," Zhou Haoran remarked, "if Qin Mian had pitted early, he could potentially have directly overtaken Verstappen and once again defend against him for several laps, leaving Red Bull in a quandary." Fergo countered, "I do not deny that Qin Mian's defensive prowess is among the best I have witnessed. Yet I feel it may not be as easy for him to fend off Verstappen's advances on this circuit. Overtaking in Baku is significantly easier than in Monaco or Bahrain." Bing Gu, however, held a different perspective. "I believe Qin Mian can surprise us. Ever since his entry into F1, his performance has consistently defied expectations." Zhou Haoran nodded. "That's a valid point. I too think Qin Mian can keep Red Bull on their toes for a while." On the track, Qin Mian remained oblivious to the commentators' high expectations of his performance. He simply continued to run at his own pace. In the 8th lap, Qin Mian found himself within the DRS zone behind Leclerc at T8. Exiting T15 of the 8th lap, he closed the gap to a mere 0.8 seconds. Leclerc, glancing at his friend trailing closely behind, felt a swirl of complicated emotions. In essence, he was torn between concern for his friend's struggles and apprehension about his rising prowess. During Qin Mian's time in F2, Leclerc would occasionally take the time to watch his races, as they were both drivers working within the same paddock and camp, making it convenient for Leclerc to support his friend. However, as Qin Mian's performances in F2 began to soar to extraordinary heights, Leclerc felt a twinge of unease amidst his happiness for his friend. He sensed that Qin Mian could potentially become a significant rival, even a formidable contender for his position as the #1 driver at Ferrari once he transitioned to the team. With this thought lingering in his mind, Leclerc ceased to follow Qin Mian's F2 performances, realizing that watching a shark rampage through a pond might lose its excitement over time. Fate, however, took an unexpected turn. No one could have foreseen that Qin Mian, trained by Ferrari, would not join Leclerc in serving the iconic team, but instead be compelled to switch to Mercedes, where he showcased an astonishing talent. As his complex thoughts flashed through his mind, Leclerc felt a surge of competitive spirit upon noticing the approaching Mercedes number 66. Familiarity aside, he scoffed at the notion that a rookie could presume to dominate him simply because of a superior car. He resolved to teach this upstart a lesson in what true defense entails. On the long straight of the 8th lap, Qin Mian activated his DRS, in rich fuel mode, unleashing full power to achieve a side-by-side position with Leclerc before the braking point at T1 of the 9th lap. Leclerc opted for a late braking maneuver, while Qin Mian executed a clever crossover line, using the superior power of his engine to overtake Leclerc as they exited the corner. Leclerc conceded, "Your Mercedes is impressive, well done." In the midst of it all, Frankie's voice resonated through the radio. "Next up is Verstappen. He is 19 seconds ahead of you." "Copy that," Qin Mian responded, his tone lightening as he began to contemplate how he might impress Leclerc after the race. Nonetheless, this was merely a fleeting thought. His primary focus remained on chasing down Verstappen ahead. As the 10th lap commenced, the pit window opened, prompting many drivers to make their stops. However, Qin Mian's soft tire condition remained strong, allowing him to maintain a faster pace than those on medium tires. So he opted to stay out. Notably, Leclerc, positioned behind Qin Mian, also chose to pit. Initially, Qin Mian had contemplated allowing Leclerc to linger behind him for a while, hoping to utilize his DRS to gain an advantage and impede Perez's pursuit. However, Ferrari, unable to tolerate even a semblance of Qin Mian's success, promptly called Leclerc into the pit. Consequently, Qin Mian was compelled to confront the pressure exerted by Perez, yet he remained unfazed. Naturally, within the team radio, Qin Mian inquired about Perez's tire wear and lap times. The results were indeed encouraging, as long as Qin Mian did not make a mistake. His current pace was merely 0.8 seconds slower than Perez, making it virtually impossible for Perez to catch up in the immediate future. In the 12th lap, Hamilton pitted ahead of Qin Mian to switch to new hard tires. The team's intention in bringing Hamilton in was to have him complete the race on this set of hard tires. However, to avoid the risk of unsafe releases with other cars pitting, the release personnel kept Hamilton stationary for over a second, leading to a pit stop time of 46 seconds displayed in the lower right corner. Such a duration is detrimental in F1, indicating that if Qin Mian were to pit on the next lap, he would emerge ahead of Hamilton. Nevertheless, Qin Mian had not yet reached his pit window, and due to his remarkable tire conservation skills, he was actually recording faster lap times than Hamilton at this moment. Furthermore, the team was inclined to equip Qin Mian with medium tires, although the medium tires offered only a marginal improvement of 0.4 seconds per lap compared to the hard tires, and had significantly inferior durability. Qin Mian's exceptional abilities allowed him to match the durability of others' hard tires, provided he refrained from aggressive driving. Thus, the team opted to keep Qin Mian on the track. Additionally, other drivers began to pit for tire changes. Once these drivers had completed their pit stops, the standings of the leading five were as follows: 1. Verstappen, 2. Qin Mian, 3. Perez, 4. Vettel, 5. Hamilton. After Hamilton's pit stop, Red Bull found themselves grappling with the decision of whether to follow Mercedes' strategy. As Qin Mian remained closely behind Verstappen, they were concerned about Qin Mian's tire conservation. If Verstappen pitted, Qin Mian could take advantage of the clear air and push hard for a few laps, potentially rejoining ahead of Verstappen. However, if they refrained from pitting, Hamilton's hard tires were rapidly approaching the pace of Verstappen's significantly worn soft tires. Although the gap between the two was still considerable, Red Bull was wary of potential changes in position due to the evolving circumstances, especially as Verstappen's tires began to degrade. Thus, after a brief yet effective brainstorming session, Red Bull decided to bring Verstappen into the pits, while Perez was tasked with applying pressure on Qin Mian, embodying the principle of strategic maneuvering akin to the story of the horse race involving Tianji. While Red Bull may not have been familiar with the fable, they certainly understood the underlying strategy. Currently, Verstappen stands as the sole driver from Red Bull capable of challenging Hamilton. Thus, at this juncture, Red Bull should not divert its attention towards Qin Mian, but rather focus predominantly on Hamilton. After all, surpassing Hamilton is scarcely easier than eclipsing Qin Mian. As for Qin Mian, that task should be entrusted to their second driver, Perez. Consequently, on the 12th lap, Verstappen opted to pit and don the white tires, completing the stop in a mere 19 seconds, thereby overtaking Hamilton with a staggering gap of 3 seconds between them. The Mercedes pit crew fell into a collective silence. However, at that moment, Frankie had little time to dwell on such matters. Qin Mian, you now have a clear track ahead. Push with all your might. My tires still hold an advantage. Strive to overcut Verstappen. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian naturally unleashed his full potential, utilizing the tires without restraint. The bewilderment then shifted to Perez, as after Verstappen's pit stop, Qin Mian's speed surged, precisely as the team had feared, creating a 1-second gap before even reaching T2. The strategy teams of both Mercedes and Red Bull felt a chill run down their spines as they frantically calculated the implications of Qin Mian's pace in relation to Verstappen, estimating the number of laps required for Qin Mian to achieve the overcut. To their astonishment, it appeared that he had indeed been concealing his true speed. By the 13th lap, after crossing the finish line, Red Bull's strategy team concluded their analysis. Qin Mian, on a set of soft tires that had already completed 16 laps, was clocking in a speed that surpassed Verstappen's by 0.9 seconds per lap. If Qin Mian could maintain this pace for 3 laps, he would successfully execute the overcut on Verstappen. Their only hope now was that Qin Mian's tires would degrade swiftly and not hold up. Yet, to their disappointment, Qin Mian's tire wear was only at 45, and even under intense usage for 4 more laps, it posed little issue. However, by the 14th lap, the gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen had narrowed, as Qin Mian's ERS battery had depleted, forcing him to rely heavily on fuel and tire consumption. Notably, upon observing Perez's inability to catch up to Qin Mian, Red Bull decided to call him in for a pit stop. Initially, Perez was intended to apply pressure on Qin Mian while remaining on track, but given the current race conditions, he simply could not close the gap. In a manner reminiscent of Hamilton's earlier misstep, Perez encountered a pit stop error, resulting in a tiresome 43 seconds spent in the pit. Nonetheless, Perez, a former maestro of tire conservation, managed to maintain commendable performance on the soft tires even after so many laps, achieving impressive lap times in the clean air. He exited the pit just 0.5 seconds ahead of Hamilton. Consequently, the situation unfolded to Hamilton's detriment, as both Red Bull drivers executed successful undercuts on the 7-time champion due to the pit error. It was even foreseeable that Hamilton's teammate, Qin Mian, upon pitting, would likely surpass him as well. In the 16th lap, Qin Mian, who had been pushing relentlessly, began to sense a decline in the performance of his tires. Their turning capability was noticeably diminished during the corners. The rate of this degradation was somewhat beyond Qin Mian's expectations, yet considering they had endured so many laps, these tires had indeed fulfilled their purpose. Fortunately, Qin Mian was not racing at the pace typical of a qualifying session, having left a margin when exiting the corners. Thus, despite the understeer at T1, he managed to brake slightly, and upon exiting, the right rear tire merely grazed the barrier, dislodging a small portion of an advertisement board, without any significant collision. However, Qin Mian was acutely aware that due to his tire conservation strategy, his soft tires had reached a critical point where grip was rapidly diminishing. Consequently, he communicated via radio, "The tires are nearing their limit. I wish to pit." The Mercedes team had been prepared for this moment, and upon hearing Qin Mian's request, their crew swiftly emerged from their positions to bring forth the set of medium tires he was about to change into. Meanwhile, a mere pit lane away, Christian Horner from the Red Bull Command Center glanced at the color of the tires Qin Mian was about to switch to, raising an eyebrow. At that moment, the gap between Qin Mian and Verstappen was 194 seconds, while the time required to traverse the pit lane was approximately 165 seconds. This meant that Mercedes would need to execute the tire change in under 2 seconds to allow Qin Mian to successfully overcut Verstappen. One might wonder about the apparent buffer of 9 seconds. However, it is crucial to consider that there would be at least 1 second of additional time when Qin Mian decelerated to stop in the pit, and then resumed acceleration after the tire change. The previously mentioned 165 seconds pertains to a non-stop scenario, where a car completes a lap by exiting the pit lane and re-entering the track. In the heat of the race, Qin Mian had not pondered these intricate details, his focus solely on maintaining his pace. Nevertheless, everyone in the Mercedes pit understood the significance of these figures. Reyes, while awaiting Qin Mian's pit stop, issued a stern directive among the tire-changing engineers. The tire change must be completed within 2 seconds. Qin Mian was determined to showcase his prowess and skill in this crucial moment. There was no room for error. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the rest of the Mercedes staff rallied their spirits, eagerly anticipating Qin Mian's arrival in the pit. After another lap, with his tires beginning to struggle, Qin Mian entered the pits at the end of the 16th lap. Approaching the pit entrance, he navigated with precision, his right tire brushing against the barrier as he entered the pit lane. If a high-speed camera had been positioned at that location, it would have captured the tire nearly grazing the right wall as he made his entry. It may seem somewhat absurd to say, but in the days leading up to the race, Qin Mian diligently practiced his pit stops in Bahrain. As we all know, tire changes typically occur when tire wear reaches a critical point. Thus, during his simulations, Qin Mian adjusted the tire data to reflect significant wear. His extensive practice during this period undoubtedly bore fruit. Just prior to the white line, he executed a heavy braking maneuver, causing both front tires to emit clouds of white smoke. Yet, as his front tires crossed the white line, he managed to maintain his car's speed at a steady 80 kilometers per hour. At this juncture, Qin Mian had successfully secured an additional 0.1 seconds through his precise maneuvers. Strictly speaking, as long as the team ensured their tire change time remained under 21 seconds, Qin Mian felt confident that he would emerge from the pit ahead of Verstappen. The timing of Qin Mian's pit stop was crucial, prompting the broadcast team to shift their focus to him. We witnessed Qin Mian expertly maneuver his car into the designated stopping position. In an instant, the crew sprang into action. The front and rear jack technicians elevated Qin Mian's vehicle, while 4 engineers with impact wrenches swiftly secured their tools to the 4 bolts on the tires. As the car lifted, the worn soft tires were removed, and 4 new medium tires were affixed in their stead. The impact wrenches tightened the bolts, and the jacks were simultaneously lowered. Feeling the car descend, Qin Mian gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle smoothly took off. Notably, he refrained from allowing his rear tires to spin. While this could effectively increase their temperature and enhance grip on the track, Qin Mian was uncertain how long he would need to fend off Verstappen. Thus, minimizing tire wear became paramount. Pit stop completed in 21 seconds, Fij announced as Qin Mian emerged from the pit. Binga grew increasingly anxious, wondering if Qin Mian could position himself ahead of Verstappen. If he were to follow his usual pessimistic approach, he would undoubtedly declare it improbable to overtake. However, as a fan of Qin Mian, he opted for silence, hoping for a favorable outcome. Ultimately, Qin Mian did not disappoint his supporters. He emerged from the pit precisely ahead of Verstappen, who had just exited T1 and was beginning to accelerate. Suddenly, Qin Mian surged from the inside line. Truth be told, upon seeing Qin Mian before him, Verstappen experienced a fleeting moment of frustration. Not you again. Previously a mere sensation, Verstappen now genuinely found Qin Mian's presence on the track rather irksome. If he were behind, the palpable pressure Qin Mian exerted felt as if he were ready to engage in a reckless duel. You mentioned that he should focus on himself. Qin Mian's defensive capabilities are indeed formidable, impenetrable. The pressure you apply has little effect, and crucially, during defense, he employs numerous cunning tactics against you. At this moment, Verstappen eagerly anticipates that his teammate can provide some support, not asking for much, just to help alleviate the pressure exerted by Qin Mian. Following Qin Mian's emergence, the standings on the track are as follows: 1. Vettel, 2. Qin Mian, 3. Verstappen, 4. Perez, 5. Hamilton. Indeed, Vettel has yet to pit. It is unfortunate that Vettel occupies a position 48 seconds ahead of Qin Mian, unable to offer him DRS or a tow. Otherwise, Qin Mian would find defending against Verstappen considerably easier. Nonetheless, Vettel must eventually pit for new tires. His current standing is temporary, making Qin Mian the true leader at this moment. Moreover, Qin Mian's primary concern should not be Vettel, but rather Verstappen, who is right behind him. Although Qin Mian's tires are fresher and possess superior grip, their temperature has yet to rise adequately. By comparison, Qin Mian finds himself at a distinct disadvantage relative to Verstappen. Thus, this lap is of utmost importance. Verstappen, aware that this is the optimal moment to overtake Qin Mian, has long been prepared to unleash his ERS to its fullest. Successfully overtaking Qin Mian in this lap would resolve many subsequent issues. However, should he fail, Verstappen can vividly imagine the arduous task of overcoming Qin Mian thereafter. As a result, Qin Mian notices Verstappen's speed rapidly increasing. Although Verstappen does not engage him in T2, upon exiting the DRS zone of T2, he swiftly adheres to Qin Mian's slipstream and DRS. Qin Mian immediately begins to maneuver. Observing this, Verstappen refrains from unnecessary actions, maintaining a steady rhythm along the racing line. Before the DRS zone is halfway through, Verstappen completes the overtake on the outside. Recognizing this, Qin Mian loses the will to resist. The Red Bull's sheer speed, bolstered by DRS, proves overwhelming. Additionally, Qin Mian's tires have yet to reach their optimal operating temperature, leaving him with no means to counter Verstappen's overtaking maneuver. At this juncture, all Qin Mian can do is hope that Verstappen does not fully surpass him before T3, providing him an opportunity to late brake and compel Verstappen to yield his position. Regrettably, once the Red Bull's DRS activates, its efficiency is astonishing. Verstappen completes the overtake on Qin Mian before the breaking point of T3. Consequently, Qin Mian must return to the racing line before the T3 breaking point, dutifully trailing Verstappen while awaiting his tire temperature to rise. Notably, upon falling behind Verstappen once more, the skill lock is released. Qin Mian then realizes that the skill is only effective when closely following the leading driver. However, there is no need for undue concern, as Qin Mian knows his tires are faster than Verstappen's. Thus, he can maintain his proximity to him. Moreover, the cooldown for skills is also in motion. Baku is not Monaco, thus Qin Mian still possesses the opportunity to reclaim his position, and there is even a possibility that he may achieve this without utilizing his own skills. Nonetheless, after losing his position, the three commentators and Qin Mian's fans still felt a sense of regret. At the conclusion of the 18th lap, Vettel finally opted to pit. However, this news bore little significance for Qin Mian and the other frontrunners. Aside from Vettel, Qin Mian maintained an excellent rhythm after exiting turn 16, closely trailing Verstappen by a mere 0.5 seconds, preparing to launch his first attack of the race. Upon sensing Qin Mian's intentions, Verstappen began to maneuver on the track. At this juncture, however, Qin Mian could not afford to overtake Verstappen as effortlessly as Verstappen had surpassed him earlier. Qin Mian's engine output was somewhat lacking, and given that Verstappen had also changed his engine for this race, he found himself at a disadvantage on the long straight, relying solely on DRS and the slipstream effect to overtake. Qin Mian's advantage lay in his superior tire grip compared to Verstappen. Yet the Baku circuit offered limited opportunities to exploit this advantage, particularly in the second timing sector, where there were no overtaking points. Thus, Qin Mian trailed Verstappen for 2 laps, charging his battery, and only began to unleash its potential after the 18th lap, ultimately setting the stage for the current scenario. At this moment, Qin Mian's battery was critically low. Without the slipstream from Verstappen, the hard-won opportunity would slip through his fingers. Consequently, the audience observed as Qin Mian steadfastly followed Verstappen, synchronizing their movements in a remarkable display of coordination. Quite frankly, with their synchronized actions, they could easily pilot Mechs in a Pacific Rim-style scenario. As they approached the DRS zone, Qin Mian activated his DRS the instant he crossed the detection point. With the DRS engaged, Qin Mian gained a relative speed advantage over Verstappen, and the substantial slipstream had closed the gap between them to 0.3 seconds. At this juncture, Qin Mian felt confident that he could overtake Verstappen with the aid of DRS alone. Thus, he refrained from shadowing Verstappen any longer, preparing to exploit his speed advantage on the outside. Indeed, his relative speed was sufficient. However, Verstappen, ever cunning, suddenly activated his ERS. Although he had been using his ERS to avoid being closely pursued by Qin Mian in the initial laps, he had managed to maintain his ERS charge above 20. This unexpected move caught Qin Mian off guard. He noticed that the previously advantageous speed differential of at least 7 km/h began to diminish. In a moment of quick thinking, he deduced that Verstappen might still have more in reserve. Thus, he prudently returned to Verstappen's slipstream, continuing to benefit from it. However, due to the recent delay, as Qin Mian caught up with Verstappen, the DRS zone was already halfway through. Realizing that Qin Mian's relative speed was sufficiently rapid, Verstappen found himself unable to impede his progress. Thus, he could only resolutely defend the inside line, while frequently glancing at the rearview mirror to ascertain Qin Mian's position. To be candid, Verstappen had never anticipated, prior to the commencement of the season, that throughout the 6 Grand Prix races, despite his fierce rivalry with Hamilton, the driver who would trouble him the most would be Qin Mian. In fact, before the season began, Verstappen had felt a sense of relief upon learning that Mercedes had replaced Bottas with a rookie devoid of Formula One experience. Although he was somewhat astonished by Qin Mian's prowess in F2, everyone understood that F2 and F1 were fundamentally different realms. One might command storms in F2. Yet upon entering F1, they could merely become another indistinguishable midfield driver. Even if one possessed remarkable talent, adapting to the intricacies of an F1 car would inevitably require time, particularly in the initial races, posing no threat to Verstappen and Red Bull. One only need observe Perez's lackluster performance in his early races after joining Red Bull. Yet, the outcome was unexpected. Qin Mian nearly caused Verstappen to falter during his inaugural F1 Grand Prix. Ultimately, after crossing the finish line, Qin Mian not only set the fastest lap of the race, but also executed an overtaking maneuver on Verstappen on the outside, aligning alongside him before the breaking point of T1 with a slight advantage. However, being on the outside, it was understood that this marginal lead held little significance against Verstappen. Concurrently, Perez, trailing behind Qin Mian, had also been distanced somewhat, as Qin Mian's teammate Hamilton had begun to challenge Perez. The broadcasters experienced a delightful dilemma. Up ahead, Qin Mian was attacking Verstappen, while behind, Hamilton was engaging Perez. At T1, Verstappen employed his signature late braking to block Qin Mian's optimal racing line. Although this corner was somewhat unsuitable, Qin Mian opted for a cross-line maneuver. After all, being obstructed by Verstappen's late braking left him with no viable alternatives. Unfortunately, due to the corner's angle, Qin Mian's attempt yielded no tangible gain, merely allowing him to close the gap slightly behind Verstappen. Furthermore, Verstappen had just depleted his ERS battery within the DRS zone, leaving him with limited energy for the heavy braking at T1. By the time he accelerated out of T1, he had almost exhausted his battery reserves. On the other hand, Qin Mian had begun the 18th lap with a battery level of 90. He had utilized some energy on the 22-kilometer straight, but had not completely drained it. Additionally, he replenished some energy at T1 and regained a bit more as he closely followed Verstappen through T2, thus arriving at the first timing sector's DRS zone with a remaining battery level of 30. This time, Qin Mian adopted a more assertive approach, executing an inside overtaking maneuver while simultaneously activating his DRS and ERS in rich fuel mode. Verstappen was acutely aware that he could not allow Qin Mian to establish a position inside. Thus, as Qin Mian prepared for an inside maneuver, Verstappen swiftly altered his trajectory, intent on constricting Qin Mian's available space for an inside attack. The stretch from T2 to T3 was not particularly wide, with a deft change of line. Verstappen effectively obstructed all potential pathways for Qin Mian's inside move. Naturally, Qin Mian anticipated Verstappen's defensive strategy and remained vigilant against any sudden shifts. The moment Verstappen veered, Qin Mian feigned an intention to head outward. Observing this, Verstappen likewise edged slightly towards the outside. Although the asphalt of the Baku circuit is frequently traversed by vehicles, the grip on the racing line is marginally superior to that of the non-racing line. Furthermore, Verstappen's angle of entry was less than optimal. Forcing a turn from his position would likely result in a significant loss of speed, potentially allowing Qin Mian to overtake him with a well-timed maneuver. However, as Verstappen began to subtly adjust his steering and glance towards his right side mirror, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Qin Mian's car was conspicuously absent from his view. In that fleeting moment, an eerie sensation coursed through him, as if every pore in his body had tightened in alarm. When he turned his gaze to the left mirror, he was astounded to see Qin Mian's car, with its left tire nearly brushing the barriers, squeezing into the scant gap that barely accommodated a single car. Moreover, he could have sworn he saw fragments of white and green debris, likely remnants of a Rolex foam advertisement, flying from behind Qin Mian's vehicle. Despite this apparent chaos, Qin Mian's car showed no signs of impairment. It was not merely maintaining speed, but accelerating. In that instant, Verstappen recognized that he had been outmaneuvered by Qin Mian's feint. A driver of Verstappen's caliber, endowed with both experience and talent, was well prepared for such tactical ruses. After veering right, he did not immediately create a significant gap on the left. The available space was barely sufficient for another F1 car. Once another car occupied that space, the remaining gap would be a mere 3 centimeters, an intimidating distance that would deter less confident drivers, given that any slight contact in such precarious conditions could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even seasoned drivers would typically avoid such narrow openings unless the stakes of the race dictated otherwise. Yet, Qin Mian boldly surged into that narrow gap, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. Observing this audacity, Verstappen could only sigh in resignation at the sheer terror of his opponent's prowess, subsequently shifting his car outward to provide Qin Mian with additional room. Verstappen had experienced Qin Mian's defensive prowess and was acutely aware that with DRS activated, Qin Mian would surely overtake him as they approached the T3 corner. At that moment, Verstappen realized that a late brake maneuver from Qin Mian would leave him utterly helpless. Consequently, he was compelled to veer to the outside, exerting every effort to maintain his rhythm and not be led astray by Qin Mian, while simultaneously pressuring him and recharging his own vehicle, all the while seeking an opportunity to reclaim his position. Remarkably, all of this transpired within a fleeting span of 3 seconds. The 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports, witnessing Qin Mian's overtaking maneuver, sprang from their seats in sheer exhilaration. Bingu raised his arms in triumph, exclaiming, "Qin Mian, that overtaking was simply magnificent." Fei Gu clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Splendid." Just like that, Qin Mian is back in the lead. Yen Gu, unable to conceal his own ecstatic emotions, took a moment to elucidate the complexity of Qin Mian's overtaking feat for the audience. When pressed to the inside by Verstappen, Qin Mian executed a feint towards the outside, successfully deceiving Verstappen before deftly slipping into the minuscule space left by him. The difficulty of such maneuvers was not trivial. A mere misstep could result in a collision and retirement from the race. Ultimately, Fei Gu summarized, decisive, composed, bold yet meticulous, and technically proficient. At long last, after much anticipation, our nation has produced such a prodigious racing talent. Following Qin Miao's successful overtake, all the engineers in the Mercedes pit, who had been intently focused on the broadcast, stood up and celebrated with high fives. Toto sported a broad smile, yet, unbeknownst to others, he discreetly retrieved 2 tissues from the drawer beneath his desk to wipe the sweat from his palms. When Toto first witnessed Qin Miao's audacious attempt to squeeze into Verstappen's inside line, he was truly struck with a cold sweat, particularly as Qin Miao's right rear tire grazed a Rolex billboard, sending shards of the advertisement into the air. Toto had braced himself for the possibility that Qin Mian might falter and retire from the race amidst the tussle, requiring him to console the driver afterward. To his astonishment, however, Qin Mian exhibited remarkable composure on the track and successfully maneuvered through. Fortunately, no major incident occurred, although Toto could afford to repair the car. The thought of a promising driver, with significant points at stake and a potential championship within reach, retiring from the race was disheartening. Nevertheless, Toto's greater concern lay in Qin Miao's safety on the circuit. While Mercedes had Bottas as a backup, their relationship had soured after his departure, and Toto had little hope that Bottas would assist Hamilton effectively. Upon rejoining the race, Bottas would likely be focused on showcasing his own capabilities to secure a better contract with another team. In the end, Qin Mian overtook Verstappen at T3 with a perfectly timed late break. As this thrilling exchange concluded, the director switched the camera back to the recently contested track. Upon reaching the racetrack, an abundance of white foam lay scattered across the surface, while 2 adjacent Rolex billboards bore unmistakable signs of abrasion, with the Rolex insignia beneath the crown having been entirely scraped away by tires. Despite witnessing the destruction of his advertisement on the F1 circuit at the hands of Qin Mian, the Rolex representatives were visibly amused by the scene. This was not a damaged billboard, but rather a prime example of advertising brilliance. After surpassing Verstappen at T3 and navigating through T4, Qin Mian arrived at the second timing sector, which lacked suitable overtaking opportunities. Realizing that Verstappen could not overtake him, he felt a slight sense of relaxation. Earlier, while squeezing through a gap against Verstappen, Qin Mian had heard a collision sound from his rear tires. With a moment to spare, he inquired during the radio transmission, "Is there an issue with my left rear tire?" Frankie and his team, having enjoyed their earlier excitement, quickly recognized that Qin Mian's tires had indeed made contact with the barrier. Concerned more for the state of Qin Mian's car than he was himself, they promptly began analyzing the sensor data from his tires even before he could ask. Fortunately, they confirmed that there were no issues with the tires. Frankie, feeling relieved, responded, "That was a splendid maneuver. No need for concern. The tires are perfectly fine." Hearing Frankie's words, Qin Mian exhaled in relief and began strategizing on how to face Verstappen's impending attack during the upcoming long straight. Having been overtaken once, Verstappen found himself slightly disoriented, refraining from launching an immediate counterattack. He was well aware of Qin Mian's defensive prowess, and despite having the capability to strike back, he chose to remain in the DRS zone, allowing his car to recharge. After several rounds of competition, Verstappen understood that the most effective and safest way to overtake Qin Mian was to utilize pure speed, just as he had done when Qin Mian exited the pits, surpassing him before the breaking point of the next corner. With ample time remaining in the race, Verstappen was patient, waiting for the opportune moment. This moment arrived on the 22nd lap. Having closely trailed Qin Mian at around 0.7 of a second, Verstappen suddenly closed the gap in the second timing sector, positioning himself just 0.5 behind as they exited T15. Entering T16 and into the third sector, Verstappen unleashed the full potential of his car. Observing this, Qin Mian felt no desire to defend against Verstappen, as the latter's speed in the slipstream combined with DRS was overwhelming. In the final stretch of the DRS zone, Verstappen made his move, slipping past Qin Mian with alarming speed. During this process, Qin Mian exhibited no defensive maneuvers, as they were deemed unnecessary. Even if he attempted to defend, it would be futile. At this juncture, Qin Mian was conserving battery power to ensure his speed, which rendered him incapable of resisting Verstappen's overtaking. However, upon entering T1, he unleashed a surge of speed, intending to slipstream behind Verstappen and benefit from DRS. Unfortunately, under the condition of conserving tires, Qin Mian found it challenging to keep pace with Verstappen, unlike Hamilton's effortless pursuit of Perez. Consequently, he had to expend all his ERS energy to remain within DRS range of Verstappen. In the 24th lap, the team radioed, "Qin Mian, please manage your tire temperature." This reminder jolted Qin Mian from his fervor, as he had become somewhat overzealous in his quest for the championship position. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his focus from Verstappen to tire preservation, gradually losing ground to Verstappen and eventually falling out of the DRS zone. By the 27th lap, Verstappen had extended his lead over Qin Mian to 2 seconds and began conserving his tires as well, recognizing that excessive tire wear was not conducive to his performance, given that the race was not yet halfway through. Meanwhile, Qin Mian redirected his attention to Perez, who was 19 seconds behind him, while Perez trailed Hamilton by 22 seconds. Acknowledging the challenge of catching up to Verstappen through conventional means, Qin Mian contemplated remaining in his current position a while longer. He had a set of soft tires in the pit that had completed only 3 laps, and a safety car during the mid-race could potentially alter his fortunes. Nevertheless, this thought was merely a consolation in a state of resignation, as he refrained from deploying his skills against Verstappen, recognizing the significant distance between them. Beyond a certain point, even with skill enhancements, the pressure on Verstappen would not increase substantially. In the 28th lap, after lapping Mazepin, Qin Mian also completed the lap with him. This individual had completed 28 laps, yet was 40 seconds slower than his teammate Mick. If the race continued at this pace, it was likely that he would finish a full minute behind his teammate, possibly even getting lapped by him. By the 31st lap, Qin Mian found himself 3 seconds adrift of Verstappen, while he had increased his lead over Perez to 24 seconds. Thus, the top 3 drivers had settled into their most comfortable racing rhythms. Hamilton lingered approximately 25 seconds behind Perez. Such is the nature of this season's racing. Owing to the presence of the aerodynamic wing, closely following another car has proven exceedingly challenging. While the wing provides the vehicle with substantial downforce, it simultaneously disperses turbulent air to either side, which detrimentally affects the aerodynamic efficiency of the trailing car and disrupts its balance, rendering close following a formidable task. This is precisely the rationale behind the FIA's decision to transition to ground effect cars next season. By eliminating the aerodynamic wing and relying primarily on the ground effect floor for downforce, accounting for as much as 60% of the total downforce, the turbulence produced by the cars will significantly diminish, thus facilitating easier following for trailing vehicles. But I digress. These matters pertain to the forthcoming season and are unrelated to the current race. On the track, it must be said that Qin Mian has rediscovered the sensation reminiscent of his days racing in F2. With no competitive duels to engage in, his focus has narrowed to merely setting laps. At most, he occupies himself with counting the number of Pirelli billboards lining the main straight. However, due to the excessive speed, he often finds himself several hundred meters down the track before he has the chance to count them. During this lap, a yellow flag suddenly appeared. Engrossed in his own rhythm, Qin Mian was oblivious to the unfolding events. When the broadcast camera switched to the incident, it revealed Stroll, who had started on hard tires and completed 31 laps without pitting, had sustained a catastrophic collision. His entire front wing was obliterated, both rear wheels had collapsed, and a cloud of smoke and debris erupted from the car. A close inspection would even reveal that the outermost part of the monocoque had suffered significant damage. Although the Baku circuit is considerably wider and faster than Monaco, it remains a street circuit. Following such a substantial accident, the deployment of a safety car is futile. A red flag is almost a certainty. Qin Mian quickly learned from his team via TR about the situation on the track. Stroll had crashed approximately 150 meters from the pit entrance, with debris strewn about, leading to a high probability of a red flag, so caution was advised. However, perhaps the race officials had their own considerations, despite the abundance of debris. They opted not to display a red flag, but rather closed the pit lane and deployed the safety car. The rationale for closing the pit lane stemmed from the location of Stroll's crash, which was outside the pit entrance. Entering the pits at this juncture could have precipitated a secondary incident. Thus, the officials chose only to deploy the safety car. Fortunately, Stroll managed to extricate himself from the car, appearing to suffer no serious injuries. Upon switching to the first-person perspective of Stroll's crash, it became evident that he was driving smoothly when suddenly, it seemed as though his rear tires lost traction, causing the rear end to veer sharply to the right. Consequently, the front tires lost grip, and the car collided directly with the left side barrier. Although Stroll did not promptly release the steering wheel to execute a protective maneuver at that moment, the overall inertia of the vehicle propelled it forward. resulting in a collision with the left side barrier that was not particularly forceful. Despite the lack of significant interaction between Qin Mian and Stroll, having only exchanged a few words in passing, upon confirming that Stroll had encountered a mishap, Qin Mian inquired within the team radio, "Is Stroll all right?" "Stroll is fine. He has been taken back to the pit by the medical car," Frankie replied. During this seemingly mundane interval, the director, feeling equally bored, decided to broadcast Qin Mian's concern for the audience's amusement. Fei-gu remarked, "This kid Qin Mian is quite compassionate, even after Stroll's accident. He took the time to check in with the team." Bingo added, "Although we have never had the chance to meet Qin Mian in person, there was a time when Zhou Guanyu and I were chatting on the phone, and he mentioned that Qin Mian has a wonderful character." Unbeknownst to Qin Mian, his habitual concern had inadvertently garnered him a wave of casual fans. Meanwhile, he was in his car, inhaling the exhaust fumes from Verstappen's vehicle, continuously accelerating and braking. This method served a dual purpose. It charged his ERS while simultaneously warming his brake pads, allowing the thermal radiation effect to transfer heat to the tires. Mercedes had optimized the brake ventilation ducts for this purpose, and both Qin Mian and Hamilton employed this technique to heat their tires. After 3 laps behind the safety car, the race officials announced that pit stops were now permitted. However, by this time, the grid had already formed, and unless a team had no hope of scoring points, no one would choose to pit at this juncture. Interestingly, Mazepin was freed from being lapped during this lap, making him the only car to be lapped in this race. Unfortunately, he would not be able to achieve the distinction of being lapped by his teammate. As the 35th lap progressed, the safety car extinguished its lights after 4 laps, signaling the imminent restart of the race. Noticing this, Qin Mian began to warm up his tires, alternating between accelerating and braking. Although his battery was fully charged at this point, Verstappen was unaware. Recognizing Verstappen as his primary rival, Qin Mian understood that if he wished to take action against him, he needed to display a facade of weakness when necessary. Regardless of its efficacy, he had to maintain a certain demeanor. After passing T16 and entering the 3rd timing sector's long straight, Verstappen began to weave back and forth ahead of Qin Mian to heat his tires, while the 2 Mercedes cars continued their pattern of braking and accelerating. From the aerial perspective provided by the director, the scene appeared rather comical. As the race officials waved the green flag, signaling the imminent restart, all eyes were on Verstappen to see when he would accelerate. Qin Mian fixed his gaze intently on Verstappen, ready to unleash his skills without a moment's hesitation. After the race resumed, the first 3 laps would be devoid of DRS, thus presenting a golden opportunity for Qin Mian. If he could surpass Verstappen at the start, Qin believed he could leverage his tire advantage to distance himself from Verstappen before DRS was reactivated. However, it was well known that this circuit exhibited a significant slipstream effect, making an early start disadvantageous for those in the front row. Hence, Verstappen pushed the limits of his pace. Ultimately, Verstappen halted his dramatic maneuver approximately 50 meters before the pit entry, abruptly flooring the accelerator. Coincidentally, this moment coincided with Qin Mian concluding a braking phase and pressing the throttle. Consequently, from the aerial perspective, not only did Qin Mian keep pace with Verstappen after the start, but he also began to close the gap significantly after crossing the finish line. Nonetheless, this season's cars were exceedingly challenging to follow. Before reaching the braking point at T1, Qin could only manage to nudge ahead of Verstappen on the inside line, with his front tires aligning with Verstappen's rear. Even if Qin desired to brake later, he could not secure the racing line. Thus, he exited the corner without any mischief, braking slightly earlier and taking the optimal line out of the turn, trailing closely behind Verstappen. Meanwhile, Perez's start was quite standard, and although his speed was commendable, in the realm of F1, what is deemed normal often translates to insignificance. It is the exceptional and flawless that truly captivates here. Therefore, Perez's pace felt somewhat sluggish to Qin. Emerging from T1, Qin found himself positioned just 0.21 seconds behind Verstappen. The brief straight between T1 and T2 offered no overtaking opportunities, and Qin was cautious not to follow too closely, which could hinder his ability to capitalize on the slipstream during the straight between T2 and T3. The current gap of 0.2 seconds was just right. Thus, as they exited T2, Qin seized the inside line to exert pressure on Verstappen. Although aware that overtaking was unlikely on that short straight, Qin's maneuver prompted Verstappen to glance at his left mirror, where he spotted Qin's car. As they approached T2, Qin returned to tailing Verstappen. Entering the turn, he maximized the outside line, found his braking point, and, having achieved the appropriate angle, cut towards the apex. With superior tire grip compared to Verstappen, he accelerated earlier. However, this early throttle application caused Qin to experience slight understeer, bringing his right side tires perilously close to the barrier, less than a centimeter away. Undeterred, Qin maintained his trajectory, not yet having corrected the alignment of his tires after the turn. He found himself at the very edge of grip, activating his ERS and fully depressing the throttle. However, as a result, after exiting the corner, Qin Mian experienced a slight understeer, which was barely noticeable, for he had already corrected it by steering in the opposite direction upon sensing the issue. Following this deft maneuver, his speed after the corner was evidently superior to that of Verstappen ahead of him. After aligning his position, Verstappen kept a vigilant gaze on Qin Mian's car through the rearview mirror, observing the impressive rhythm with which Qin Mian approached him. Without hesitation, Verstappen simply positioned his car on the inside line. Just moments before, Qin Mian had exerted considerable effort to overtake him while utilizing DRS. Now, without it, even if he had a faster exit, what difference would it make? As long as he did not relinquish the inside line, all of Qin Mian's efforts would be in vain. Moreover, as the saying goes, one rises where one falls. Having been outmaneuvered by Qin Mian here last time, Verstappen was determined not to be caught off guard again. Meanwhile, Qin Mian, drafting behind Verstappen, approached the inner track. Upon witnessing Verstappen's staunch defense of the inside line, he surmised the latter's intentions. However, it was evident that Verstappen had underestimated Qin Mian's exit speed under such extreme conditions. Despite the engine's limitations, the performance gain obtained from Verstappen's slipstream was sufficient to compensate. Qin Mian began drafting from 2 seconds behind Verstappen, gradually closing the gap to approximately 0.5 seconds before making a bold move to the outside line. In the Mercedes team lounge, Xiaoming watched the broadcast with bated breath, her small fists clenched in anticipation. Yet, as she witnessed Qin Mian harnessing Verstappen's slipstream, her mind inexplicably drifted to a moment when he had held her close at night, inhaling the scent of her shampoo. It seemed almost addictive, as if he could not look away until he had fully absorbed the experience. This maneuver was one that Qin Mian had frequently practiced on simulators long before gaining access to the system. After all, such risky techniques could only be executed without trepidation in a simulated environment. Having learned and mastered this skill, opportunities to apply it in reality were scarce, particularly in competitive racing. In fact, the most suitable venue for such slipstreaming tactics would have been in F2, where all drivers raced identical cars, but alas, personal skill levels were a limiting factor. Thus, this marked Qin Mian's debut in employing such a technique on the F1 stage. Had Qin Mian been present, she would have recognized that Qin Mian had previously demonstrated this slipstreaming method to her. As he made his move 0.5 seconds later, in reality, his front wing was nearly touching Verstappen's rear diffuser before he narrowly maneuvered his car out of harm's way. "Qin Mian, be careful," exclaimed the 3 commentators, their hearts racing at the near collision. Fortunately, all ended well, and thanks to the depth of his slipstreaming, Qin Mian executed an outside overtaking maneuver before the halfway mark of T2. It is worth noting that when Qin Mian made his maneuver, he did not afford Verstappen much room, effectively squeezing him onto the dirty side of the track, leaving only about 15 car lengths of space. While the impact of Qin Mian's tactic may not be immediately apparent, it became evident as he approached Verstappen, side by side, 2/3 down the straight, gradually pulling ahead. Verstappen realized he had miscalculated. Qin Mian's speed was astonishingly formidable. Indeed, as Verstappen had anticipated, he was not able to shake off Qin Mian, who employed no dubious tactics but executed an almost flawless turn, maximizing his acceleration and releasing ERS power upon exiting the corner. Ultimately, amid the triumphant cheers of the 3 commentators from 5-Star Sports, Qin Mian surpassed Verstappen by 4/5 of a car length before the breaking point of T3. Much like Verstappen had overtaken Qin Mian leveraged his undeniable speed advantage to enter the corner ahead of Verstappen, who had braked late, thus securing the line. In possession of the racing line, Qin Mian was not in a playful mood. He decisively compressed Verstappen's trajectory, a maneuver colloquially known as closing the door. Naturally, Qin Mian could not close it too tightly, for doing so might have led Verstappen to collide with him. Thus, as he executed the maneuver, he still allowed Verstappen a 15 car length entry space, ensuring that Verstappen's passage through the corner would be anything but comfortable. After being overtaken by Qin Mian, Verstappen displayed signs of urgency, and upon realizing that Qin Mian had not left him much space, he even locked up his front wheels while attempting to brake late. This locking up resulted in a complete loss of front grip for Verstappen, as Qin Mian had already entered the corner. When Verstappen finally regained traction as he neared Qin Mian, he successfully navigated the corner, albeit experiencing a momentary bout of understeer. His front wing precariously grazed the rear diffuser of the car ahead, reminiscent of how Qin Mian had once slipped through Verstappen's slipstream. Regardless, Qin Mian successfully completed the overtaking maneuver in T3. Splendid. Impressive. Go, brother Sanshui. The excitement was palpable, with children gleefully cheering. Quick, change the diaper. I still want to watch the race. This was in Qin Mian's hometown, where it was just shy of 9 o'clock. The small square, typically a gathering place for neighbors seeking respite from the heat, was filled to capacity, as everyone had brought their own stools to sit on the grass. Gazing up at the projected race footage, those present were either neighbors who had watched Qin Mian grow up or friends who had shared his childhood. After Qin Mian overtook Verstappen, everyone erupted in laughter and applause, with the children expressing the greatest joy. Now, watching Qin Mian's races on weekend evenings has become a cherished ritual for the community, akin to tuning in for the evening news. Despite Verstappen's outburst within the team's TR after being shut out by Qin Mian, lamenting whether Qin could indeed drive, asserting that he had left no room for him, and was slamming the door, and even threatening to appeal to the FIA. It was evident that Qin's overtaking and defensive maneuvers were flawless. Following his overtaking of Qin, Verstappen's rhythm was completely disrupted. Exiting the corner, he nearly fell prey to his own teammate, Perez, but fortunately, as it was the first lap after the safety car's withdrawal, all drivers had sufficient ERS power, allowing him to secure the inside line for T4 just ahead of Perez. From that point, Qin's objective was to maximize his speed and gain a substantial advantage before the DRS was activated. Verstappen, having locked up and put considerable strain on his tires, found it difficult to contain his frustration after being overtaken by Qin. He abandoned tire conservation and began a fervent pursuit of Qin, succumbing to his emotions. However, Verstappen was soon instructed by the team to cease his aggressive tactics. It was a well-known fact that Qin possessed remarkable tire conservation skills. Yet after rejoining the track following his pit stop, Qin engaged in both offensive and defensive driving against Verstappen for several laps, leading to a deterioration in his tire condition. The Red Bull team anticipated significant tire degradation for Qin in the latter stages of the race. Hence, they advised Verstappen to maintain composure and avoid rushing. As all drivers understood the ultimate goal of the race, Verstappen, upon receiving the team's guidance, adjusted his approach, opting to run at his own pace while conserving tires. At this juncture, Qin Mian suddenly recognized a pressing issue. He had surged ahead too rapidly, resulting in tire wear that exceeded expectations. It was likely that the team had been aware of this all along, yet chose not to inform Qin. A decision he surmised was due to the shared nature of the TR. Consequently, he could only maintain his composure while his speed noticeably declined. Behind them, Perez was giving Hamilton a fierce battle. Mercedes had two distinct rear wing configurations for the race, one for high downforce and another for low downforce. Both Qin and Hamilton had opted for the low downforce wing, albeit with a higher angle of attack. Nevertheless, Hamilton struggled to keep up with Perez, let alone find an opportunity to overtake him. As the race progressed into a more tranquil phase, the unwelcome news regarding his tire condition meant that Qin could not create the desired gap between himself and Verstappen. In fact, during lap 39, on the second lap after activating DRS, Qin was again overtaken by Verstappen on the main straight, offering no resistance whatsoever. There was nothing he could do. His tires simply could not withstand the strain any longer. As they approached lap 40, the standings among the front runners began to shift dramatically. The current standings are as follows: 1. Verstappen, 2. Qin Mian, 3. Perez, 4. Hamilton, 5. Vettel. Fortunately, Qin Mian exhibits commendable long-distance pace, while Perez must contend with Hamilton's relentless pursuit from behind. If Perez accelerates to close the gap to Qin Mian and launches an attack, his speed will inevitably wane, thus providing Hamilton with an advantageous opportunity. Should Hamilton seize this chance and overtake, the consequences could be quite detrimental for Perez. Hence, he refrains from making any rash moves. Remarkably, the dynamics among the leading drivers stabilized, and for a considerable period, no dramatic shifts in position occurred as they all focused on tire preservation. In the 44th lap, Mazepin achieved the dubious feat of being a second slower than his teammate once more on this track. By the 46th lap, Qin Mian found himself 2 seconds adrift of Verstappen. Noticing the lack of rivalry between them, the broadcast director shifted the focus to Perez and Hamilton, whose contest was laced with palpable tension, with Hamilton intermittently menacing Perez. However, no physical confrontation ensued. Just as the two had exited T19, the camera abruptly transitioned to an aerial view. Across from the pit lane entrance, a Red Bull, previously performing well, suddenly collided forcefully with the right side barriers, careening and sliding several meters before coming to rest on the track. The commentators gasped in unison. Verstappen, what happened? A tire blowout? Qin Mian, be extremely cautious. Verstappen, a professional racer, piloted a Red Bull that had been consistently reliable, making mechanical failure unlikely. The sole plausible explanation for this incident was a tire blowout. Indeed, from Qin Mian's perspective, Verstappen appeared unscathed upon exiting T19. However, as he approached the pit exit, the left rear tire of Verstappen's car unexpectedly deflated. With the loss of grip and support from the left rear tire, the car's balance was instantly compromised. True to his status as a top-tier driver, Verstappen instinctively attempted to regain control, but at speeds exceeding 300 km per hour, such efforts proved futile. He managed to stabilize the car momentarily, averting disaster for about a second, but ultimately, the vehicle spiraled out of control, crashing into the right side barriers and skidding forward for dozens of meters, scattering debris. Qin Mian even witnessed the complete detachment of Verstappen's front wing. Half a minute later, the director presented the scene for the viewers, showcasing Qin Mian's performance in the match. Regardless of his performance, he undoubtedly proved his mettle as a battlefield reporter. Although Qin Mian was only a couple of seconds behind Verstappen, he swiftly maneuvered to the dirty side of the track upon noticing Verstappen's car beginning to sway. As a result, when Verstappen collided, only a few minuscule fragments and dust were blown towards Qin Mian, posing no threat to his vehicle. However, Verstappen's crash certainly startled Qin Mian. Consequently, a yellow flag soon waved across the track, which shortly transformed into a safety car situation. Once the cars halted, Verstappen immediately vented his frustration on the radio, exclaiming about his tires. At that moment, the director chose not to focus on Qin Mian or the other drivers, instead concentrating solely on the Red Bull team's pit and Verstappen. After airing his grievances on the radio, Verstappen angrily tossed aside his steering wheel before climbing out of the car. Upon his exit, he appeared quite dejected. Yet he approached his vehicle to retrieve the steering wheel he had just thrown in anger, reinserting it into the car. After inspecting the 2 rear tires of his car, he confirmed that it was indeed his left rear tire that had blown. Realizing that the championship within his grasp had slipped away, Verstappen's frustration boiled over, and he kicked the deflated Pirelli tire with considerable force. Following this outburst, he recognized the danger on the track. After assessing the situation and confirming that no cars were approaching, he jogged across the track back to the pits, conveniently located just across from where he had crashed, avoiding the need for a ride like Stroll. Speaking of Stroll, both drivers experienced left rear tire blowouts during the 3rd sector straightaway. However, Stroll's tire had completed 31 laps, while Verstappen's had completed 33, with differing crash locations and directions. This indicates that tire blowouts were not isolated incidents, thus ruling out issues with the vehicles or the drivers. The responsibility for the retirees primarily rests with Pirelli. It is likely that after Verstappen's outburst, Pirelli's tires will struggle to sell in the Netherlands. Meanwhile, after trailing behind the safety car for a lap, Qin Mian realized that if Verstappen retired due to his tire blowout, he would be leading the race. Given the circumstances, it seemed probable that the safety car would guide the remainder of the race, allowing him to seamlessly secure his 2nd career victory in a Grand Prix. Although Qin Mian felt confident in his position as the eventual victor of this race, however, just as no one anticipated Verstappen's sudden tire blowout while leading, Qin Mian could not foresee any unforeseen events during the laps under the safety car. Hence, he refrained from popping champagne at halftime and dutifully followed behind Melland, awaiting the safety car to guide them to the finish line. Yet, during the 48th lap, after 1 lap under the safety car's guidance, the race officials deemed the debris on the track excessive and challenging to clear, and with 2 drivers having already retired due to tire punctures, they decided to convert the yellow flag into a red flag. This sudden turn of events caused a jolt of dismay in Qin Mian's heart. Damn the race officials. Why couldn't they allow the safety car to complete the race? The emergence of the red flag at this juncture indicated that there would be another standing start, signifying that the race was far from over and still held a degree of suspense. Although Qin Mian was uniquely positioned among all drivers, possessing a set of soft tires that had only completed 3 laps, the Mercedes cars were adept at warming their tires, and with the lengthy Baku circuit, a single warm-up lap would suffice for him to achieve the optimal tire temperature. Nevertheless, who would be willing to take risks when victory was seemingly within reach? Regardless, with the red flag now in play, Qin Mian had no choice but to comply with the race officials' directive and return to the pit area. At this moment, the standings of the top 5 drivers were as follows: 1. Qin Mian 2. Perez 3. Hamilton 4. Vettel 5. Gasly. Once he parked the car, Reyes and the team hurriedly made their way to Qin Mian, carrying their equipment and towing a trailer. They were quite fatigued from their sprint, as the Mercedes team's garage was located at the entrance of the pit, while Qin Mian's parking spot was at the exit, necessitating a run through the entire pit area to reach him. Upon their arrival, Qin Mian turned off the engine and climbed out of his seat. The interval between a red flag and its subsequent cancellation typically spans at least half an hour, allowing Qin Mian to stretch his legs and hydrate. After removing his helmet, Reyes approached and patted Qin Mian on the shoulder before busily attending to other matters. After handing his helmet and other gear to the team's engineers for safekeeping, Qin Mian donned a white cap emblazoned with his number 66. Although he typically paid little heed to his hair, the sweat-soaked appearance after a race was less than flattering for the cameras, prompting him to wear a cap. After all, as a public figure, both Xiao Ming and Mercedes press officer, Eliza, had emphasized the importance of maintaining a respectable image. At this moment, he represented not only himself, but also the Mercedes team and his sponsors. After stepping out of the car, Qin Mian did not wander aimlessly. The sun was mild, prompting him to loosen his racing suit slightly and sit on a small step beside his vehicle. Before long, Barber hurried over, carrying a bag, his demeanor frantic. Most of the contents of Barber's bag were Qin Mian's belongings. What took you so long? Qin Mian wondered aloud. According to protocol, Barber was supposed to have arrived with the Mercedes team staff, yet he had only just now appeared before Qin Mian. With a hint of exasperation, Barber explained, "I noticed the situation on the track had stagnated, and the race was nearing its conclusion. I felt a bit unwell, so I decided to use the restroom before the race ended, thinking I would return just in time to see you on the podium." With a resigned clap of his hands, he added, "But who would have anticipated that while I was in the restroom, Verstappen would suffer a tire blowout and crash into the wall?" Qin Mian was not blaming Barber. He was merely curious about why his usually punctual companion was delayed. Nodding in understanding, he accepted the water Barber offered, taking a sip before rummaging through the bag for his phone and headphones. Just as he was about to pass the time and take a breather, he noticed Frankie approaching. Therefore, he did not rush to put on his headphones. When Frankie reached him, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Frankie replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just checking on your state and reminding you not to be nervous when the race resumes. Remain calm." Qin Mian was not overly concerned. He was no longer a child and had never acted impulsively on the track. After addressing the crucial matters, Frankie continued, "The soft tires need a little more time. We didn't expect the race to have a red flag, so the warm-up blankets were removed prematurely. They are currently being heated at the team's end and will be sent over once the temperature rises." Qin Mian nodded, aware that there was still ample time during the red flag, and he could switch to new tires before the race resumed. "As long as there are no malfunctions, I certainly do not wish to experience Verstappen's sensation of losing control on the track." "Rest assured," Frankie assured him. After a brief exchange, Frankie returned to his duties. No sooner had Frankie departed than Toto approached. He first engaged in conversation with Hamilton before making his way toward Qin Mian. Observing Toto's approach, Barber remarked, "I have a feeling that Toto's visit may not bode well." Although Barber was affiliated with Mercedes and received his salary from the team, he understood that his position was largely due to Qin Mian's needs, prompting him to maintain a humble demeanor most of the time. However, Qin Mian did not respond to this, instead greeting Toto with a smile as he approached. "Qin Mian, your performance in this race has been exceptional, far exceeding our expectations." Toto embraced Qin Mian warmly and offered ample praise for his performance that day. "I'm glad I didn't disappoint you," Qin Mian replied modestly, smiling. The chapter concludes. Toto and Qin Mian have been working together for quite some time now, and they have become somewhat accustomed to the ingrained humility characteristic of the Chinese. After exchanging pleasantries, Toto transitioned to the matter at hand. According to the event's indications, there would only be 2 laps remaining in the race. Nevertheless, the final standings could still be subject to change, and he urged Qin Mian to remain vigilant and strive to bring home the championship. Qin Mian nodded earnestly, asserting, "I have no reason to let the championship slip from my grasp." Toto glanced at Hamilton's car, positioned 1 place behind Qin Mian's, before turning back to him, stating, "There is one more thing I must inform you of. We will not interfere with Hamilton's attempts to overtake you in the next 2 laps. However, we also do not expect you to concede your position to him. I trust you understand our predicament." Qin Mian nodded in agreement. There was nothing more to discuss. As a second driver, the team's lack of direct orders could already be seen as a privilege, and it was unrealistic to expect the team to pressure the first driver on his behalf. After a brief exchange, Toto patted Qin Mian on the shoulder before heading over to Hamilton. Once Toto departed, Qin Mian redirected his gaze, lowered his head, and opened his phone, donning his headphones to indulge in a game. Barber observed Qin Mian's nonchalant demeanor and seemed to have something to say, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In the ensuing moments, everyone diligently focused on their respective tasks. The director, feeling somewhat bored, began to shift the camera's focus among the drivers. Today, several drivers stood out, but none garnered more attention than Qin Mian. Without delving into previous races, during the street circuits in Monaco and Azerbaijan, Qin Mian had started from a disadvantaged position, only to surge forward dramatically, finishing in a place that had seemed unattainable to all. Consequently, he amassed a significant number of audience votes for this race. At this juncture, the only driver capable of rivaling Qin Mian was Vettel. Qin Mian had started 7th and ascended to 1st place, while Vettel began in 10th and climbed to 4th. Qin Mian had gained 6 positions, whereas Vettel had advanced by 7. Some might argue about the vehicles they were driving, questioning the comparability between Qin Mian's and Vettel's cars. If Qin Mian were to drive Vettel's car, he would undoubtedly not achieve such commendable results. However, it must be noted that the opponents faced by Qin Mian and Vettel were not the same. Qin Mian was contending with Verstappen's defenses, and their rivalry on the track had been fiercely competitive. Yet, Vettel had overtaken more drivers than Qin Mian. In this moment, the audience found themselves uncertain as to whom they should cast their votes for. The director, still feeling a bit bored, directed the camera towards Qin Mian, capturing him engrossed in his game on the track, reminiscent of a youth captivated by the allure of gaming. Indeed, Qin Mian's actions are somewhat inappropriate, as it is still working hours, yet he unabashedly indulges in gaming. However, at this moment, no one dares to criticize him. After all, in competitive sports, it is a matter of triumph or defeat. Although Qin Mian currently occupies the 1st position due to capitalizing on Verstappen's misfortune, the question remains, why is it that among the 19 drivers on the track, it is only Qin Mian who has seized this opportunity? It is primarily due to his own formidable prowess. The camera then shifts to Hamilton, whose team has brought a new front wing, while FIA officials observe closely. As the camera zooms in, it reveals a substantial hole approximately 17 centimeters in diameter on Hamilton's front wing, accompanied by a long crack that traverses both ends of the wing. It appears Hamilton's team is seeking permission from FIA officials to replace the front wing. Soon, the focus shifts to other drivers such as Norris, Russell, Sainz, and Gasly. Notably, during their downtime, most of them are seated beside their cars, waiting for the race to resume, lost in thought or sipping water in their own worlds, while only Qin Mian is seen playing games on his phone during this time. Following some replays from the circuit, the camera then captures Yuki Tsunoda, who is currently in 7th place. Upon seeing Tsunoda, the 3 commentators naturally begin discussing him. Tsunoda is indeed regarded as one of the more talented young drivers. He has potential, remarked Forgo. Binga nodded, but then shifted the conversation. Without Qin Mian, Tsunoda would undoubtedly be the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year this season. After all, he scored points in his very first race by outpacing his seasoned teammate Gasly, though he hasn't accrued more points since. Nevertheless, Tsunoda achieved a career high by finishing 7th in this race. As Binga noted, 7th place is indeed Tsunoda's best career result. Unfortunately, this rising star has encountered a blazing sun. Zhou Hauran chimed in with a smile, prompting the 3 commentators to share a knowing laugh. The identity of this sun requires no further elaboration. In truth, Qin Mian harbors a degree of envy for Tsunoda, as unlike him, Tsunoda did not lose the chance to surpass his career-best finishing record in his second F1 Grand Prix. However, regardless of the circumstances, the presence of an extraordinary rookie like Qin Mian diminishes the attention received by drivers like Tsunoda. Behind the scenes, they have not hesitated to voice their grievances about Qin Mian. Yet, it remains true that in competitive sports, possessing sufficient skill allows one to disregard numerous rules and rumors. Many dissenting voices will be silenced. Currently, Qin Mian embodies this very state. 20 minutes later, having completed all daily tasks in Genshin Impact, Qin Mian received a reminder from Frankie. Enough playing, the race is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Qin Mian obediently handed his phone and headphones to Barber, then stood up to stretch his body. After a brief warm-up, he began donning his racing gear. Once fully equipped, Qin Mian returned to his car, where Frankie and the team assisted in restarting the vehicle. With 7 minutes remaining until the race resumed, Qin Mian diligently checked all systems of his car as part of his routine. At that moment, Hamilton, within the TR team, remarked, "Everyone must understand that this season is a marathon, not a sprint, so we must exercise restraint." His words, while directed at himself, were also intended for Red Bull, serving as a reminder that he would not push to the limits during his attacks. Those familiar with Hamilton know that often his statements should be interpreted inversely. After a period of tense preparation, the countdown reached 0, and the FIA released all cars onto the track. As it was the final lap, regardless of whether they had fresh soft tires or the extent of tire wear, all drivers switched to soft tires. Exiting the pit lane, Qin Mian began aggressively warming up his tires, employing braking, acceleration, and lateral movements, as he did not need to concern himself with tire degradation at this moment. Aware that he was the first to start, he knew that the drivers behind him might take up to a minute to reach their starting positions. So he aimed to elevate his tire temperatures considerably. As the warm-up lap concluded and they approached the main straight past the DRS detection point, Qin Mian began to push his car. Given that F1 tires cool down rapidly when stationary, he ensured his tires maintained adequate temperature by pushing to the limits before the start. He reduced his speed to approximately 35 km per hour, gradually maneuvering into his starting position. Consequently, within about half a minute of him parking, the other drivers settled into their respective spots. Starting from pole position on the right side of the track, Qin Mian had Red Bull's Perez behind him, followed by his teammate Hamilton and Vettel behind Perez. Once all drivers were in position, the medical car took its place. Following the red flag, there would be no green flag, as the last car aligned. The 5 red lights began to illuminate sequentially. Soon, with the sound of a signal, all 5 red lights were lit, and as they extinguished, Qin Mian swiftly released the clutch and launched his car into the race. After a successful start, Qin Mian immediately directed his gaze towards the left rearview mirror of his racing car. He clearly observed that Perez's launch was less than ideal, while Hamilton's start was exceptionally strong, even surpassing Qin Mian's own performance. Qin Mian's start was rather conventional, neither remarkable nor flawed. Soon, all the drivers accelerated fiercely as they approached Turn 1. The distance from the starting line to the braking point at Turn 1 was merely 180 meters, so the speed at this juncture was not excessively high. At this moment, Qin Mian maintained his lead, with Perez and Hamilton side by side. Due to Hamilton's outstanding start, he managed to pull slightly ahead of Perez on the outside line, just as everyone anticipated that Hamilton might overtake Perez at the outside of Turn 1. An unexpected event occurred. As they approached the braking point, Hamilton accidentally pressed the button for adjusting the brake balance. If he had shifted the balance towards the rear, the impact would have been minimal, primarily affecting the load distribution between the front and rear tires during braking. However, in the heavy braking zone of Baku's Turn 1, shifting the brake bias forward resulted in more significant repercussions. The moment Hamilton applied the brakes, both of his front tires locked up. The 2 locked tires emitted plumes of white smoke on the track, losing all steering capability as they barreled straight towards the rear of Qin Mian's car. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them, and just before Hamilton's front end collided with Qin Mian's vehicle, Qin Mian successfully maneuvered into the turn, narrowly avoiding the crash. Although Hamilton's start was superior to Qin Mian's, the gap between them was at least 1 car length, a distance that could not be closed merely by a better launch. Qin Mian's start was merely standard. He had not faltered at the outset. Therefore, upon noticing Perez's poor start, Hamilton's immediate intention was solely to overtake Perez. without any consideration for the normally starting Qin Mian. However, in his eagerness to pass Perez, Hamilton became somewhat impatient. This reaction is understandable. After all, anyone would feel a sense of urgency after being impeded by Perez for nearly half the race upon exiting the pits, finally presented with the opportunity to overtake. It is natural for anyone to feel a loss of control. Unfortunately, this impulsive urge had serious consequences on the racetrack. Due to the inertia of the racing car and the time it took Hamilton to readjust his settings, by the time he re-entered the track, he found himself in last place. Meanwhile, Qin Mian and Perez had already reached turn 4 and were beginning their assault on the final 2 laps. The last 2 laps require no further elaboration. Once Qin Mian shed the anxiety of tire management, defending against Perez became an effortless task. If one were to ponder who emerged as the happiest individual from this race, it would undoubtedly be Vettel. Initially, he believed he would finish in 4th place. Yet Hamilton graciously elevated him to the podium in the end, in stark contrast to the jubilant trio leading the race. The battle for 4th place between Gasly and Leclerc was fiercely contested, with Norris lurking menacingly behind Leclerc in 6th. Regrettably, Gasly's resolute defense thwarted Leclerc's aspirations of reclaiming the coveted 4th position in the final laps. As Qin Mian approached the last lap, he felt a sense of ease. For Perez had resigned himself, exhibiting no offensive intentions in the closing moments. This allowed Qin Mian the leisure to check on Hamilton. When the tension of the corner dissipated, he inquired, "Is Lewis all right?" The reply from Frankie was somewhat ambiguous. "He seems fine. Hamilton is not displaying any significant emotional fluctuations." Surprised by this response, Qin Mian raised an eyebrow but chose not to press further, recognizing that he still had a race to complete. Meanwhile, within Hamilton's team, his voice echoed, "I'm so sorry, guys." However, the background cacophony of engines made it difficult to discern much emotion in his words. The chapter concludes with the revelation of the race's outcome. Ultimately, Qin Mian secured his position, crossing the finish line amidst the cheers of countless spectators. Following him was Red Bull's Perez, and then came Vettel, Gasly, Leclerc, and Norris, each showcasing commendable performances. Although Hamilton faltered in the final moments of the race, the presence of Qin Mian ensured a safety net for Mercedes. As Qin Mian crossed the line, he was greeted by the jubilant cheers of the Mercedes team members in the pit area. This victory marked Qin Mian's 2nd Formula One Grand Prix win of the season and the 2nd of his career. Naturally, he had every reason to celebrate with his colleagues. As he cruised past the main straight, he smiled, slowing down to approach the pit area on his left, extending his hand in greeting. Amidst the crowd, he even spotted Toto hanging on the barrier. After passing, Qin Mian immediately received a notification from his system. Task: touch the peak. Completed. Task requirement: win the championship at the Baku circuit. Reward: 1 free attribute point, 1 team free attribute point, 1 golden lottery ticket. Lottery points equal to the score obtained, 25. Task: King of Baku, failed. Task requirement: become the best driver as voted by the audience in this race. Reward: Rain Battle Ability 1. Task: the temptation of tires, failed. Task requirement: achieve pole position in qualifying. Reward: 2 random attribute points. Although the last 2 tasks ended in disappointment, the King of Baku task was one that Qin Mian had a fair chance of accomplishing. However, an unexpected error by Hamilton allowed Vettel to ultimately ascend the podium. It is often more captivating for the masses when the underdog achieves something arduous compared to a strong contender accomplishing the same feat. The triumph of the underdog is perceived as remarkable, astonishing, and hard to believe, while the success of the strong is deemed expected and deserved. Witnessing Vettel stand atop the podium amidst the blockade of the 2 major teams evokes a sense reminiscent of exhilarating narratives, making it understandable that the audience cast their votes for Vettel. Thus, Qin Mian's defeat in this regard seems justifiable. Nevertheless, Qin Mian remained largely unconcerned. As the primary task was accomplished, the rewards for the completed system tasks were promptly dispensed. Qin Mian utilized all of the lottery points to obtain a variety of minor gifts, while reserving the rest in anticipation of a more substantial reward. Currently, Qin Mian had 5 free attribute points available for allocation, 2 team free attribute points, and 6 chances for golden draws, along with another 6 for purple draws, drawing ever closer to the goal of 10 consecutive golden draws. Once Qin Mian crossed the finish line, congratulations and accolades flooded in from within the team. However, the broadcast team chose not to rush in releasing these messages, instead switching focus to the Mercedes Team S paddock. The atmosphere within the Mercedes paddock appeared somewhat peculiar. Some engineers were joyously laughing and embracing each other, while others remained silent and contemplative. The camera soon shifted to Toto Wolff, who had returned to the Team S paddock. Wearing a mask, his expression remained obscured, yet he stood with arms crossed, leaning against his position with an air of inscrutability. Upon seeing Toto on camera, Forgo explained to the new viewers, who had only just been drawn to F1 due to Qin Mian's stunning performance, that he was the key decision-maker responsible for bringing Qin Mian from Ferrari to the Mercedes team, as well as the team principal. Indeed, despite Hamilton's retirement, the presence of Qin Mian provided a safety net, and Toto's composed demeanor suggested he was quite at ease in this moment. Bingo added with a smile. Certainly. The point standings are currently dominated by Qin Mian, leaving Red Bull unable to catch up. Both Hamilton and Verstappen have yet to score any points. Hence their rankings remain unchanged. Forgo remarked, "If I were in his position, I would also be elated. I truly hadn't realized how remarkable Qin Mian's performance was on street circuits until now." At that moment, Zhou Hauran, after reviewing the data from recent races, suddenly looked up and stated, "In the two street races that Qin Mian participated in, he impressively gained over 5 positions after each race. Conversely, his performance on conventional tracks can only be deemed good, certainly not as breathtaking as his street circuit feats." Zhou Hauran's words instantly enlightened the other two commentators, prompting a deeper discussion on the matter. Meanwhile, Qin Mian had returned his car to the pit. During this process, the race organizers provided various pieces of information relevant to the event. Firstly, the driver who achieved the fastest lap was Verstappen. However, since he did not finish in the top 10, the points for this lap would not be awarded to him or anyone else, effectively nullifying them. The FIA was left in despair, as drivers must pay fees based on their accrued points at the end of the season. Qin Mian, however, did not harbor such concerns, as Mercedes had assured him that they would cover these costs. Additionally, Vettel was awarded the title of Best Driver for this race, having received a voting rate just 1% higher than Qin Mian. This decision was met with unanimous agreement, and upon hearing the news, everyone sincerely congratulated Vettel, recognizing that the accolade was well-deserved. However, when Qin Mian drove back to the podium, only 2 cars were present, one from Mercedes and one from Aston Martin. Perez's Red Bull was absent, primarily due to his car running low on fuel. To ensure he could pass the post-race inspection, the team had directed him straight to the pit exit after crossing the finish line. He was currently en route in a medical vehicle towards the pit entrance. As Qin Mian parked behind the championship marker, he experienced a cascade of complex emotions. He was exhilarated, overjoyed, and utterly thrilled, more so than when he first claimed his maiden victory in Imola. After all, suspicions of Hamilton deliberately easing off during Qin Mian's first win had stirred considerable debate online, which had only recently begun to settle. This time, however, the situation was different. Although Hamilton had been assisting him by applying pressure on Perez to prevent a joint attack from Verstappen, Qin Mian's ability to reach and maintain this position for an extended period was a testament to his formidable skill, despite Verstappen's crash leading to his retirement. It raises the question, why, among the 19 drivers on the track, was it only Qin Mian who could seize the championship opportunity after Verstappen's incident? It was solely due to Qin Mian's formidable prowess. Thus, this competition was not merely a contest for Qin Mian. It was universally acknowledged that this was an opportunity for him to substantiate his capabilities. The championship was fiercely contested, with Qin Mian showcasing his raw talent against his fellow competitors. Soon, Qin Mian emerged from his racing vehicle. After firmly reattaching the steering wheel, he lunged towards Reyes and the others. This time, Qin Mian did not lose himself. He had forgotten which race it was. Yet he recalled Reyes mentioning that he had inadvertently collided with others in past races. Consequently, like his fellow racers, Qin Mian spread his arms wide and barreled into the throng of people. Reyes and his companions greeted him with laughter. Upon Qin Mian's arrival, Reyes embraced him tightly, while the other technicians, constrained by angle and position, could not embrace him in the same manner. Instead, they energetically patted Qin Mian's back, expressing their exuberance. After a jubilant celebration, Qin Mian was finally released from their embrace. A smile still adorned his face as he proclaimed, "I have assured you, I will not let you down." Upon hearing these words, Reyes and the other members of Qin Mian's team felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue dissipate. Realizing that their hard work and dedication had been worthwhile, Reyes patted Qin Mian on the shoulder, and although he said nothing, the unspoken understanding was palpable. After celebrating with other colleagues at the paddock, Qin Mian stepped away from his team. If Mercedes celebrated in exuberance, the mood at Red Bull was overshadowed by a veil of gloom. This was not solely due to their primary driver Verstappen's retirement from the race, resulting in a mere second-place finish. It was also because Qin Mian had demonstrated his extraordinary talent and formidable fighting spirit, which posed a significant challenge to them. Most crucially, observations indicated that despite the considerable age gap, the two Mercedes drivers maintained a harmonious relationship, making internal strife improbable. It was clear that Qin Mian would soon emerge as one of the most formidable obstacles in Verstappen's quest for the championship and Red Bull's aspirations. Conversely, Aston Martin, in third place, harbored fewer concerns. This marked their first podium finish since entering F1 as a manufacturer team, and the entire crew was engulfed in a state of jubilation. Following the ceremony, it was anticipated that Aston Martin would host a vibrant and grand celebration. Everyone joyfully embraced Vettel, their cheers resonating with such fervor that one might mistakenly believe they were the champions. Yet, the breakthrough to the number one position was never an easy feat. No one harbored any resentment towards them. In fact, many genuinely rejoiced in their success. Once the celebrations concluded, Qin Mian approached Perez, shook his hand, and then enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Congratulations, Qin Mian. You were exceptionally swift today, even if I wished to follow in your wake. It would have proven quite arduous." After parting ways with Qin Mian, Perez extended his congratulations. This race, as Perez aptly noted, showcased Qin Mian's astonishing long-distance speed, demonstrating an extraordinary level of prowess in both offense and defense. However, during the competition, the Mercedes cars revealed numerous issues, the most pressing being excessive drag on the high-speed track. Even the formidable Hamilton found it nearly impossible to overtake Perez, the Red Bull driver ahead of him. Following a setback from the team, Hamilton faltered significantly in the latter stages of the race. Nonetheless, these matters are ones that the team must address post-race, and they do not align with the current celebratory atmosphere. "Your performance today was remarkable. No matter how quick I was, I never truly managed to shake you off." In response to Perez's compliment, Qin Mian remarked. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Perez, Qin Mian turned to seek out Vettel. However, as he walked, he was intercepted by a figure clad in red. "Congratulations," Leclerc said, approaching Qin Mian and offering a warm embrace. "Haha, my friend, you were incredible." In the presence of his dear friend, Qin Mian felt unreserved, exhilaration and joy beaming from his countenance following his victory. "Incredible." Leclerc sincerely conveyed his best wishes to his companion. Subsequently, the two made their way to Vettel's side. Qin Mian, adhering to the customary social niceties of colleagues, felt it appropriate to greet Vettel after the race. Leclerc, being a former teammate of Vettel, also felt compelled to extend his congratulations upon his friend's success. After a brief celebration, the first segment concluded. At this moment, the broadcast inadvertently shifted to Hamilton's direction. Hamilton remained seated in his car, reluctant to exit. Internally, he was engulfed in deep frustration, feeling as though all external cheers and jubilations had receded, leaving him isolated within the confines of his racing cockpit. In truth, the only individual in the paddock who could empathize with Hamilton was Verstappen, who had retired due to a collision. Yet, if one were to compare Hamilton and Verstappen, it was Hamilton who bore the heavier burden. Both had relinquished their chance of finishing and winning, but Verstappen's misfortune stemmed from a tire failure unrelated to his actions. He could direct all his grievances towards Pirelli. In contrast, Hamilton's departure from the track was a result of his own missteps, having inadvertently pressed a button and made errors in his maneuvers. No matter how much he might suffer, the sole person he could blame was himself. The differing circumstances surrounding their race conclusions ultimately led to divergent outcomes and feelings. Thus, Hamilton found himself engulfed in profound self-reproach. Had he not been wearing a helmet, he might have wished to slap his own face in frustration. However, the FIA must conduct vehicle inspections, so Hamilton did not linger in the car for long. After a moment of composure, he emerged. Meanwhile, the other three drivers were preparing to commence their interviews, with Vettel being the first to be questioned. During Vettel's interview, Qin Mian had already completed his weighing, standing aside, sipping water while awaiting the conclusion of Vettel's session. At that moment, One could see Hamilton arriving late in the background, passing by the advertisement behind Vettel. Aware of his teammates' struggles on the track today, Qin Mian approached Hamilton, who, despite his unchanged expression and still wearing his helmet, acknowledged him. Qin Mian, you performed splendidly today. Although the veteran was feeling quite dejected, he managed to muster a word of congratulations for his teammate. However, Qin Mian did not seek praise from Hamilton. Instead, he offered a clumsy form of consolation, saying, "Look on the bright side. Verstappen didn't score any points either." Hamilton paused at Qin Mian's somewhat awkward attempt at comfort, then placed a hand on his shoulder, replying, "I know. Thank you, Qin Mian. Now you should truly relish your victory." With that, Hamilton departed to weigh in with the FIA officials. After finishing his conversation with Hamilton, it was time for the interview with Perez. In this race, Perez had managed to secure his position well, and after 6 races, he had become thoroughly accustomed to the Red Bull car, no longer struggling to support his teammate Verstappen as he had in earlier races, where Verstappen had faced 2 Mercedes alone. The Mercedes team was aware of this shift, and it was evident that limiting Red Bull would be more challenging for them in the future. Nevertheless, both the commentators and the audience, as well as the FIA, welcomed this development, as it promised a more thrilling competition. Once Perez's interview concluded, it was Qin Mian's turn. Having just seen his teammates' disappointment from a minor mistake that left him without points, Qin Mian's expression was not particularly joyful, sporting only a faint smile. The post-race celebrations were inevitable, yet in this context, it felt somewhat inappropriate to express exuberance. Qin Mian, congratulations on yet another victory in the series. This race must have been quite challenging, wasn't it? Had this been the former Qin Mian, he might have responded with a casual remark, stating it was merely a matter of giving his best. However, after being chastised by the press officer, Eliza, several times, Qin Mian had learned to be more reserved. Indeed, the competition was arduous. Overtaking proved to be a formidable challenge, and mastering the brakes was equally demanding, particularly during the final stretch. Attempting to surpass Verstappen and keep pace with him required an unwavering commitment of effort. In essence, when confronted with inquiries from reporters, it was prudent to respond with humility, articulating the considerable difficulties faced in executing these maneuvers. The most apparent advantage of this approach is that should Qin Mian not perform well in the next race, no one would cast aspersions upon him, thereby fostering goodwill among the public. Your duel with Verstappen today was nothing short of spectacular. However, we observed that you slowed down, allowing Verstappen to overtake you. What transpired at that moment? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mian replied, "I encountered issues with tire degradation. Upon my pit stop, I emerged on medium tires. The team advised me that if I continued to engage in a fierce battle with Verstappen, I risked a tire failure. Thus, I had to decelerate to preserve the tires. This marks your 2nd victory in a Grand Prix. Do you believe you will secure more wins this season? If so, how many?" Qin Mian shook his head. "Frankly, I do not know. However, the more victories, the better, and I shall strive to contend for each Grand Prix win." With that, Qin Mian's interview concluded. As he turned, he spotted James Allison, the chief technical officer, clad in a white Mercedes shirt. Recognizing that he would accompany him to the podium, Qin Mian greeted him and led him upstairs to prepare for the award ceremony. On the podium, the first to emerge was Vettel, followed by Perez, then James Allison, and finally, a large animated photo of Qin Mian appeared on the screen behind the podium, accompanied by his name and national flag. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Qin Mian donned the Pirelli champion's cap and smiled as he walked out from backstage. Feige remarked on this scene, expressing his amazement at how a 19-year-old like Qin Mian reached such heights. Binger also reflected on the past, recalling that when he first learned of another domestic driver in F2 besides Zhou Guanyu, he thought Qin Mian, being only 18, should spend more time with Zhou in F2 to hone his skills before challenging F1. Little did anyone anticipate that Qin Mian was no ordinary driver. Within a year, he ascended from F2 to F1, seamlessly integrating into the sport and astonishing everyone in his debut race. As they conversed, Qin Mian took his place on the podium, introduced by the host. He then removed his cap, standing still in anticipation of the familiar melody. Since competing abroad, Qin Mian cherished the moment when the national anthem was played, for in that instant, regardless of personal beliefs or political stances, the audience was compelled to remove their hats and respectfully listen to the anthem of his homeland as he celebrated his victory. As the melody of the national anthem resonated, Qin Mian, as per usual, began to sing along. Arise, you who refuse to be slaves. Following the anthem's conclusion, local officials from Azerbaijan approached the stage to present the awards. When the official handed the trophy to Qin Mian, the Mercedes team members in the audience erupted in cheers. Understanding their sentiments, Qin Mian grasped the cylindrical trophy, reminiscent of the Guangzhou Tower, lowered it slightly, and then triumphantly raised it high. The crowd, including Reyes, laughed and cheered in response. The chapter concludes with the arrival of the official who presented trophies to the three on the podium. Qin Mian sincerely congratulated Perez and Vettel, offering his heartfelt applause. Then came the time for celebration. With a joyful smile, Qin Mian vigorously shook a bottle of champagne before spraying it on Perez, followed by Vettel and Allison, ensuring everyone was included in the revelry. The others were not to be outdone, and soon Qin Mian's racing suit was soaked. After some time of playful antics, the four gathered for a group photo on the champion's podium before each departed with their belongings. Simultaneously, the broadcast revealed the race rankings and scoring. 1. Qin Mian, 25-2. Perez, 18-3. Vettel, 15-4. Gasly, 12-5. Leclerc, 10-6. Norris, 8-7. Alonso, 6-8. Tsunoda, 4-9. Sainz, 2-10. Ricciardo, won. The bottom 10 did not score points, thus were not displayed. Following the race, the driver standings were as follows. 1. Qin Mian, 102-2. Hamilton, 103. Verstappen, 94. Perez, 62-5. Norris, 58-6. Leclerc, 52-7. Sainz, 33-8. Gasly, 26-9. Ricciardo, 25-13. Stroll, 7. While the changes in standings for other drivers are not elaborated upon, it is noteworthy that Qin Mian, after this race, ascended to the top of the leaderboard, surpassing his teammate Hamilton by 2 points. He once again etched his name in history, becoming the first Chinese driver to lead the F1 standings and the only driver to do so in his debut season. In essence, every move he makes seems to shatter records. In contrast to the frequent fluctuations in driver rankings, the team standings remained largely unchanged. 1. Mercedes, 202-2. Red Bull, 152-3. Ferrari, 87-4. McLaren, 83-5. Aston Martin, 36. Alpine, 23-7. AlphaTauri, 29-8. Alfa Romeo, 1. Only Alpine dropped a position while Aston Martin ascended. Both Haas and Williams remained without any points. Upon descending, Qin Mian naturally joined his team members in jubilant celebration. After a delightful celebration, Qin Mian returned to the team house, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, and changed into a new outfit. Upon stepping out, he was immediately confronted with his professional obligations: post-race interviews, press conferences, sponsor events, and online fan meet and greets. These various commitments utterly filled his schedule. By the time Qin Mian extricated himself from the tedious responsibilities, his face had become rigid from smiling, and it was already past 7 p.m. local time. Yet, this was not the end. To honor Qin Mian's hard-fought victory, Mercedes had organized a gathering after the race, which most of the staff, whenever possible, would attend. Naturally, the champion, Qin Mian, was among them. However, upon his arrival, he realized he was not the last to show up. Hamilton had arrived even later than he did. During dinner, Qin Mian sat at the table with Hamilton and Toto. Others were free to choose their seating based on their relationships. To be honest, had the former Qin Mian found himself in this environment, especially considering the day's race results, sitting with Hamilton would have caused him a degree of discomfort. Back then, he would have worried whether surpassing Hamilton in the points standings would lead to animosity, fearing it might hinder his prospects within the team. Yet, the current Qin Mian had matured. Thus, when faced with Hamilton, he managed to maintain composure, enjoying the meal without concern. After all, Hamilton's points were not lost due to Qin Mian's actions, and there was no reason not to partake in the festivities. They even engaged in casual conversation. Toto said little, treating the dinner as an ordinary gathering. The discussions at the table revolved around personal lives, friends, hobbies, and work, none of which touched upon racing. It is worth noting that Hamilton indulged a bit too much in wine. Although the alcohol content was not particularly high, Hamilton's propensity for treating wine like water ensured he drank a considerable amount. Before long, he became quite loquacious, seemingly forgetting his earlier blunders on the track, and began recounting tales of the 16 girlfriends he had over the years. Toto listened with interest, and Qin Mian, curious about the experiences of dating 14 distinct personalities, refrained from dampening his teammates' enthusiasm. Throughout history, the most timeless topic of conversation among men has been women. After detailing the sizes and curves of his past girlfriends, Hamilton took a sip of red wine and abruptly turned to Qin Mian, asking, "Qin Mian, how long have you been with your girlfriend?" Qin Mian was momentarily taken aback, as the conversation had just shifted from intimate details to his relationship with Xiaomeng. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he responded candidly, "We have been together for nearly 2 years. However, I have known my girlfriend since middle school, so the actual span of our connection could be considered somewhat longer." After listening, Hamilton leaned back in his chair and, with a hint of envy, remarked, "How wonderful it is. I truly admire the bond you share with Xiaomeng." Qin Miao, unfazed, retorted, "But don't you have a girlfriend now? And you change partners every few days. Shouldn't it be us who envy you?" Hamilton offered no rebuttal, merely smiled at Qin Miao before inquiring, "If given the chance, would you consider swapping places with me?" Qin Miao quickly waved his hand. "No, thank you. I find my current life quite satisfactory." "But didn't you just express envy towards me?" Hamilton asked with a grin. Qin Miao shrugged. "I meant those like me, who are married and can no longer indulge in frivolities. But I am content. My wife fulfills all my ideals of femininity. That is where my admiration for you lies." Hamilton raised his glass. "Despite my frequent changes in girlfriends, these relationships are often mere transactions of interest or fleeting infatuations. Once I reached this position, finding a genuine and uncomplicated connection became exceedingly difficult, unless I were to retire." With that, Hamilton downed the red wine in his glass. Observing Hamilton's melancholic demeanor, Qin Miao pondered. This drink was not only Hamilton's way of drowning his sorrows from recent setbacks on the field, but also a means to alleviate his heartache in romance. "Lewis, you know I am a warm-hearted person. If possible, I would extend my hand to help my friends, but to be honest, I truly cannot assist you with this matter." Hamilton merely waved his hand dismissively, and the three swiftly changed the subject. However, being younger, Qin Miao had less to contribute than Toto and Hamilton. Yet, neither of them ignored him due to his relative obscurity, at least on the track. His prowess was acknowledged by both, and thus, they were willing to include him in their off-track conversations. The trio transitioned from amusing anecdotes unknown to Qin Miao to discussing the foolish antics of various drivers and eventually landed on the topic of cars, particularly supercars. In this exchange, Qin Miao played the role of an attentive listener without feeling out of place. "Speaking of which, Lewis, what car do you usually drive?" Qin Miao asked as they ventured into the topic of everyday vehicles. Hamilton paused for a moment before candidly responding, "A LaFerrari. I typically drive one of my two. One is a special edition convertible, limited worldwide." Qin Miao was taken aback, incredulous that a Mercedes driver would opt for a LaFerrari for daily errands. And to mention it in front of Toto seemed rather inappropriate. Drinking can lead to indiscretions. However, Toto appeared indifferent, suggesting he did not mind what car the drivers chose to drive in their personal lives. Comparatively, Qin Miao was not devoid of rebelliousness either, considering he had a modified Ferrari 488 parked at his doorstep. Numerous individuals have shared images of Qin Mian's Ferrari 488 online, and it is no longer a secret that he possesses a Ferrari 488 that has been customized by the manufacturer. Setting aside the appropriateness of a Mercedes driver commuting in a Ferrari, the query Qin posed to Hamilton was entirely different. Hamilton assumed the question pertained to the vehicle he typically drives for interviews or public engagements. However, what Qin truly meant to inquire was not merely about his grocery shopping vehicle, but rather, which car has he driven the longest in his life? Aside from an F1 car, Qin Mian carefully organized his thoughts. During Hamilton's contemplation, Toto, intrigued, interjected, "Are you considering purchasing a vehicle?" Qin nodded, replying, "While both cars at home are quite commendable, strictly speaking, neither qualifies as a suitable means of transportation, particularly that 488, which, after modification, has transformed into a race car that is more than capable on the track, yet offers an average driving experience for daily commutes." "Don't you own an AMG GTR Black Series?" Toto inquired, as it was common knowledge that Mercedes had gifted Qin a car upon his employment. Hamilton chimed in, "Indeed. You have an AMG GTR. I recall you possess one as well, Lewis?" Hamilton nodded affirmatively. "That car is indeed quite practical for everyday use. However, it accommodates only 2 passengers, which means whenever I wish to go out with a friend, I must take an additional vehicle. Upon hearing Qin's concerns, Toto remarked, I happen to have some allocations available. I can apply for any car under 1 million euros. Which model from Mercedes are you interested in? I can assist you in acquiring one. Qin shook his head. There is no need. I am not short on funds and can purchase one myself without trouble. Moreover, I have yet to decide on a specific model. I am primarily interested in knowing what vehicle Lewis drives for reference. Oh, if that is your inquiry. The car I drive most frequently is actually the AMG G63. After a few moments of reflection, the inebriated gentleman finally recalled his grocery-getting vehicle. Qin furrowed his brow. Stroking his chin, the G-Class, is it? It certainly has a notable reputation domestically, regarded as a luxury vehicle. However, I have never experienced it firsthand and am uncertain about its driving comfort. Yet, given the low vantage point while driving an F1 on the track, transitioning to a G-Class could indeed enhance my visibility on the road. At that moment, Toto interjected, in truth, Lewis's G63 is not the standard version. He possesses a special edition 66, which has already ceased production. Qin responded, though somewhat taken aback. He found Hamilton's choice of vehicle to be quite enlightening. The off-road variant of the 66 is undoubtedly superior to the standard G-Class. Qin pondered whether Mercedes has any models that surpass Hamilton's 66 G-Class in stature. As Qin Mian pondered, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of an individual approaching to greet Toto, indicating he was heading off to rest. This person was the supervisor of the logistics department for the Mercedes-Benz racing team, primarily responsible for delivering the team's supplies to the paddock before each race day. Assembling the team's quarters in advance and arranging various materials, including the setup of the hospitality area. Upon seeing him, an idea struck Qin Mian like a bolt of lightning. Why bother with a bicycle when one could simply commandeer an entire truck? With that, no one could resist. After the individual departed, Qin Mian turned to Toto and inquired, Toto, do you have access to a heavy-duty Mercedes truck? I would like one. Upon hearing Qin Mian's request, Toto regarded him as if he were slightly unhinged. This is Europe, not America. The interior space of a heavy-duty truck here is not nearly as expansive as those in the States. Even if you manage to acquire a truck head, the cabin can only accommodate 3 people at most. To be frank, it is purely a functional vehicle. While it does possess a modicum of comfort, it pales in comparison to a luxury car. Driving such a vehicle would only be suitable for ferrying young adventurers to another realm, lacking any truly remarkable utility. Perhaps you should consider a motorhome instead. I am aware that Mercedes has a model of motorhome scheduled for release next year, which is currently in the assembly line. If you desire, I could reach out to them on your behalf. I am certain that if they learned it was you requesting the vehicle, they would be more than willing to provide one. Seeing Qin Mian's unmistakable excitement, Toto offered a word of caution. Such was the remarkable influence wielded by an F1 driver. Should a particular driver express a fondness for a specific model of car, one could predict a corresponding increase in the sales of that model. Qin Mian, feeling a tad bashful, scratched his head and replied, that would be rather embarrassing. You do know my address, don't you? Just have them deliver it directly. Toto retorted, I genuinely cannot discern what you find embarrassing. P.S. This chapter is only 4K words. There will be another chapter this afternoon. Though I am experiencing some writer-esque block, I hope the readers can forgive me. End of chapter.